Chapter 1, Add another 500,000 yuan in gifts. Yenjing. He Wenxiu looked at her daughter who was getting married tomorrow and said slowly, Mangyao, I've thought about it carefully. Our 500,000 yuan betrothal gift is still a bit too little. Why don't we add another 500,000 yuan to the betrothal gift when Lin Feng comes tomorrow? Zhang Boyang kept trying to persuade his sister while smoking a cigarette. That's right, our mother has worked so hard to raise you, and now you are getting married, so let's add a little more. In addition, let Lin Feng give us another 50,000 yuan a month to subsidize our family expenses. Zhang Mangyao looked at her brother and mother helplessly and said, It's okay. Lin Feng's parents run a fast food restaurant in front of the factory. They can make a profit of 600,000 or 700,000 yuan every year. He should be able to take it out. It's not a should, it's a must. I've worked so hard to raise you, what's wrong with asking for another 500,000? Anyway, an additional 500,000 yuan in betrothal gifts is a must, and there is also a 50,000 yuan subsidy per month. Which woman on Douyin wants a betrothal gift of less than 1 million yuan? Your brother is almost 30 and still unmarried. It's just right to give him a 300,000 yuan car. He Wenxiu gave a death order to her daughter. Zhang Mangyao often saw those girls on Douyin who entered high-end places in a very elegant manner every day. Why should she settle for a disabled person who earned less than 50,000 yuan a month? Zhang Jianjun, who was standing next to him, was slumped in a wheelchair and dared not speak. He accidentally fell on the construction site, which resulted in him having to spend the rest of his life in bed or in a wheelchair. Over the years, he has been taken care of by the other 3 people in the family. Now he has long lost his right to speak. In the community, a family of 4 is looking at tomorrow's betrothal money. Zhang Boyang also opened his mobile phone to see what car to buy. Early the next morning, Lin Feng, wearing a formal suit, and Zhang Mangyao, wearing a white wedding dress, were sitting in the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, slowly heading towards the place where their wedding would be held. Buckingham Palace 5-star Hotel. This is because Zhang Mangyao's family, in order to save face, repeatedly asked Lin Feng to find a place that can save face. Helpless Lin Feng could only grit his teeth and ask his parents for hundreds of thousands of dollars to take over the business. Lin Feng thought that he and Zhang Mangyao had been dating for 5 years, 4 years in college and 1 year of work after graduation. After all, there was only one wedding in a lifetime, so Lin Feng tried his best to satisfy her without any regrets. The car slowly stopped in front of the hotel. A group of best men and bridesmaids were surrounding the car, waiting for the couple to get out. Arrive! Lin Feng smiled at Zhang Mangyao. Lin Feng is extremely excited as he has been dating his girlfriend for 5 years and the relationship finally ended today. The two are about to form a new family. Get off, get off, get off. Outside the car, a group of groomsmen and bridesmaids were making a fuss. Let's go down. Lin Feng was just about to take Zhang Mangyao out of the car. There was an unpleasant sound coming from outside the car. What are you arguing about? The people who came were He Wenxiu and Zhang Boyang. After He Wenxiu's shout, the best man and bridesmaid fell silent. Lin Feng frowned. Today was his wedding day. What on earth were these 2 people trying to do? Although these 2 people don't know etiquette, Lin Feng still knows etiquette. Lin Feng immediately opened the car door and got out, smiling at the 2 of them. Auntie, Brother Yang, you can just wait inside, you don't have to come in person. He Wenxiu looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, I only have 1 daughter, how could I not come? Now she is about to become like spilled water. In the future, you can't see her whenever you want. After hearing what He Wenxiu said, Lin Feng immediately laughed and said, How could that be? As long as Auntie Mrs. Mangyao, we will go back to visit you immediately. Forget it, He Wenxiu waved her hand. Lin Feng, I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll just say it straight. If you want my daughter to marry you, you can, but you have to add another 499,999, and give our family another 50,000 yuan every month, otherwise she won't get off the car. He Wenxiu put on a sarcastic look. Call. The best man and bridesmaid at the side. They didn't expect that Zhang Mangyao's family would be such people. They were all college classmates of Lin Feng and Zhang Mangyao, and all of them were their good friends. However, what they did not expect was that Zhang Mangyao's family was so greedy for money. Lin Feng said in shock, Didn't we agree on a betrothal gift of 500,000? And I've already given you all the betrothal gifts, why do you want another 500,000? And I have to subsidize your family 50,000 every month. My monthly salary is only over 20,000, where can I get so much money? He really didn't expect that what he saw on TV would actually happen to him. He Wenxiu said with a smug look on her face, Lin Feng, what you said is not right. I have raised my daughter for so many years, and you only married her for 500,000 yuan. There are many people pursuing my daughter. If she wants, my daughter can find someone better than you now. Zhang Boyang echoed, that's right, you don't want to spend money but still want to marry my sister. Doesn't your parents' fast food restaurant make hundreds of thousands of profits every year? You can just ask your parents for help. Although my sister is not the campus beauty, she is at least the department beauty. You are lucky to marry a beautiful woman like my sister. The two of them sang in unison, making Lin Feng's face extremely cold. You asked for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Do you think my family's money fell from the sky? Also, you said I was reluctant to spend money? When I was a sophomore, you asked me for money all the time. Have you forgotten about it? You are a man with hands and feet, screwing screws in the factory, and every month you spend your salary in the bar. Have you ever paid back the money you borrowed from me? Lin Feng pointed at Zhang Boyang angrily. Zhang Boyang was not to be outdone and roared, damn it, you are so poor and have such low ambitions. It happened so many years ago, and you are still bringing it up. It only cost you a little money. You are a college student and you can earn hundreds or thousands of dollars by writing copy for others. What's wrong with giving me some money? Spend some money on me? When I was in college, did you guys ask me for money? Sometimes Mingyao's living expenses were all lent by you guys. After graduation, it became worse. I paid for everything from trivial matters to the money you owed me for the renovation. Lin Feng listed all the things one by one. Lin Feng, how can a grown man like you be so stingy? Auntie won't say any more to you. Go in now and ask your dad for money to make up 999,999 for a long time. I won't care about what happened just now. He Wenxiu gave Lin Feng an ultimatum. Lin Feng said coldly, what a long and lasting one, I really like it. Zhang Boyang saw Lin Feng deep in thought and smiled smugly, yes, long lasting, what a good meaning. When the money arrives, I can just buy a car worth 300,000, and then I can pick up girls again. When He Wenxiu saw her son say such words, she couldn't help but elbow Zhang Boyang. He Wenxiu said in a bad tone, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Boyang whispered, that's right. We agreed yesterday that as long as Lin Feng gives me the money, he will buy me a car so that I can find a wife. After hearing what this idiot Zhang Boyang said, Lin Feng finally understood that the doubled betrothal money was for buying him a car. Chapter 2 The stunning bridesmaid proposed to me. Meng Yao, what do you think? I promise you, as long as you come down with me now, I, Lin Feng, will never let you suffer in this life. Lin Feng still looked at Zhang Mangyao with a glimmer of hope. Although the two have been dating for 5 years, Zhang Mangyao has been deeply persecuted by the toxic chicken soup surrounding her, but Raymond Lam believes that things will change as long as they get married. But Zhang Mangyao didn't seem excited at all after hearing this, instead she looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng, everyone knows that your parents' fast food restaurant can earn 600,000 or 700,000 yuan a year. Don't you want to give me even 500,000 yuan? Am I not worth that little bit of money? Lin Feng smiled, looked at Zhang Mengyao and said with a wry smile. Do you know how my parents have lived for all these years? All you talk about is money. After we bought the wedding house, you said you didn't feel safe. No problem, we'll add your name to the property deed. You were so sensible when we first started dating, but you started to become vain since your junior year. I thought you would change slowly, but I didn't expect my tolerance would become the capital for you to become even worse. Raymond Lam felt that his girlfriend of 5 years was so strange that he didn't even recognize her. He Wenxiu was furious after hearing this, and pointed at Lin Feng's nose and said coldly, that's not what I meant. How can a grown man like you become so stingy? You're so hesitant about 500,000. It's really unlucky. Zhang Boyang also stepped forward and echoed, you are a poor fucking bastard and you still want to marry my sister. I'm really fucking mad. If you can't afford it, don't marry her. Marry my sister. Just when Lin Feng was about to raise his hand to slap the ungrateful Zhang Boyang a few times, the best man beside him couldn't bear it anymore. Snap. 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 The 6 groomsmen rushed forward and took turns giving Zhang Boyang a big fight before Lin Feng could make a move. They are all Lin Feng's good brothers. They thought that Lin Feng could solve the problem quickly and let it go. They didn't want to interfere in other people's family affairs. However, they didn't expect that this family would become even worse. Zhang Boyang covered his swollen face. You beasts actually hit me. How could my sister ever think of marrying someone like you? What kind of people are all your friends? You still want my sister to marry you? You're dreaming. After Zhang Boyang said this, even the bridesmaid couldn't stand it anymore. A tall northern girl stood up and said coldly. To be honest, Lin Feng is a handsome guy in our school. He has good character and a good temper. Half of the bridesmaids here have had a crush on him, but he chose you. Your behavior really makes us feel disgusted. At this time, Zhang Mengyao, who was sitting in the car, blushed. She didn't understand why Lin Feng attached so much importance to money. Why did he want to fall out with her just for these 500,000? Zhang Mengyao pondered for a moment and said, how about this? Lin Feng, you just need to give my mom 300,000 yuan now, and we'll get married right away. Stop making trouble, okay? I'm making trouble? I've lived for 23 years, and this really opened my eyes. Do you really want to squeeze my parents' money dry? The wedding house is 4 million, the car is 200,000, and the betrothal gift is 500,000. This is what my parents earned for me every day, getting up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and staying up until 11 o'clock at night. Your family always start by saying that my parents make 600,000 or 700,000 a year. It's hilarious. I must be an idiot to think you would change. Lin Feng roared. Zhang Mengyao looked at Lin Feng yelling at her and instantly felt extremely wronged. You are mean to me? You are mean to me before we even start living together? Aren't you going to beat me after we get married? Zhang Mengyao's tears instantly flowed down. Why would Lin Feng, who had always been obedient to her, treat her like this for a few $100,000? She just wanted to help her brother and mother at home. Is this too much to ask as a family? As the noise below grew louder, more and more people came to watch the show. Seeing so many people were against him, Wenxiu said coldly, 300,000 is 300,000. I'll give you half an hour to prepare, otherwise my daughter won't be able to get married today. Zhang Mingcheng also spat out the bloody saliva in his mouth. It's really bad luck. If you can't afford to get married, don't be disgusting and make my sister so embarrassed. Lin Feng glanced at the people around him, then looked at Zhang Mengyao in the car, and said helplessly, I don't want to get married. I'm not worthy of you. You should find a rich man to marry. Wenxiu was stunned when she heard Lin Feng's words. Why did he suddenly not get married when she wanted to force him? You have to think clearly. My daughter's name is also on the property deed of your house. If you don't get married, we will just accept it reluctantly. Xiaofan gave a sarcastic smile. Among the bridesmaids, a stunningly beautiful woman spoke slowly. Lin Feng, are you really not going to get married? Lin Feng glanced at the woman who asked him a question. Of course he knew the person who asked him this question. She was Zhang Mengyao's best friend. She had often been with Zhang Mengyao since college. She was also the person who had been voted as the campus beauty goddess in their college for so many years, Li Shiwei. Not only is she beautiful, but her family is also very wealthy. As soon as she graduated, she went to work as the president of the branch company her father founded for her. Zhang Mengyao thought she was defending her, so she looked at Li Shiwei and said calmly, Shiwei, you don't have to speak for me. Since Lin Feng doesn't want to pay the bride price, then forget it. Can I still not get married? But unexpectedly, Li Shiwei gave Zhang Mengyao a look of disgust, turned to look at Lin Feng and repeated, are you really not going to marry her? Lin Feng spoke every word clearly, I don't want to get married. After getting Raymond Lam's confirmation, Li Shiwei said excitedly, I am willing to marry you, are you willing to marry me? Both the people watching the show and the best man and bridesmaid were dumbfounded. What was going on? This Li Shiwei is a very rich woman. If she agreed, she wouldn't have to work hard anymore. And she is so beautiful. But now she confessed to Raymond Lam in person. Is she suddenly out of her mind? I'm serious. Li Shiwei repeated it again. Ding. God level system triggered. You will get points for signing in every day in the future. You will get a chance to sign in and hit a critical hit every Sunday, which will randomly give you critical hit points or unlock new rewards. The host who accepts the proposal will receive the first big reward, 60% of the shares of Tiger Shark Live Broadcasting Company. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. If the host refuses, the system will disappear. The task that the system just mentioned appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He also read online articles when he was bored. He knew what this system represented, but he did not expect that the rewards of this system were so generous. Now he no longer has any illusions about Zhang Mengyao's family. Human desires are greedy. How can a bottomless pit be filled? Chapter 3. I can't afford the 500,000 yuan gift. Facing the response that Li Shiwei was waiting for, Lin Feng stepped forward, held Li Shiwei's slender little hand and said, "I will marry you." Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 60% of the shares of Tiger Shark Live Broadcasting Company, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The Rolls-Royce Phantom comes with a driver, whose contact information is already stored on your phone. I didn't expect that there would be a driver. This system is really user-friendly. Lin Feng thought to himself. At this time, the crowd began to explode with discussions. Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng and said, "When are you going to divorce Zhang Mengyao? Then we can find a time to get the marriage certificate." She can't wait to get the certificate. Raymond Lam said to Li Shiwei gently, "I haven't obtained a marriage certificate with her. We were planning to get one after the wedding on this auspicious day, but there's no need now." Zhang Mengyao, who was still in the car, was stunned and quickly said, "Lin Feng, are you really going to abandon me? I don't want 300,000 yuan, just 100,000 yuan will be enough. As long as you agree to give me 100,000 yuan, we will get married now." Lin Feng looked at the unconscious Zhang Mengyao and said coldly, "Money. Money. Money. You only care about money. There is no need. I can't afford to marry you." Lin Feng's parents also drove to the place where their son's wedding was held. Looking at the place where everyone was gathered, Lin Changde squeezed into the crowd and saw his son holding another woman's hand, so he asked coldly, "What's going on?" When He Wenxiu saw Lin Feng's parents coming, she rolled on the ground. "What a sin! My poor daughter met such a scumbag. My dear-in-law, please get up first. If there is anything, we can solve it together." Lin Changde quickly helped He Wenxiu up, who was rolling on the ground. Lin Changde looked at his son and said, "You explain first. I want to hear your explanation." Just as Raymond Lam was about to speak, Li Shiwei in front of him spoke. "Bring the stuff up." After saying that, a middle-aged woman who looked honest slowly walked forward with a mobile phone in her hand. This was when the incident just happened. Li Shiwei immediately ran to the side and hired someone to watch the fun and record it from beginning to end. The aunt hired by Li Shiwei came to Lin Changde and turned on her mobile phone, playing the video of the whole process of He Wenxiu just asking for the 500,000 yuan, as well as the foul language of Zhang Boyang. Lin Changde's face became darker and darker as he looked at her, and his brows were wrinkled into several lines. Lin Feng's mother Zhao Yulan was silent at first, but after seeing the video, she couldn't help but say, "How can your family be so mean?" He Wenxiu was unhappy when she heard this. "Are we a cheap family? You are so rich, what's wrong with us asking for a little more betrothal gift?" Zhang Mengyao originally thought that Lin Feng's father would come and speak for her, but now it seems that their relationship is over. "Lin Feng, are you really going to marry Shiwei?" Zhang Mengyao shed tears of unwillingness. The glimmer of hope she had was really shattered. She thought that Lin Feng was just speaking in anger, but now it seems to be true. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Mengyao shedding cold-blooded tears like a crocodile, and his heart remained calm. He Wenxiu even added fuel to the fire and said proudly, "If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. Anyway, the property certificate of the wedding house is written in my daughter's name, and there is also a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan. It won't be a loss anyway. Don't worry about it. My parents bought the house in full. Zhang Mengyao didn't pay a cent. I will find a lawyer to get back the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift. I will also get back the money Zhang Boyang borrowed from me and the money you borrowed from me for the renovation." Lin Feng said coldly. He Wenxiu laughed after hearing this and said, "The house is already in Mengyao's name, and you still want it back? What are you dreaming about? And how are you going to get back the money you've spent all these years?" Lin Feng looked at He Wenxiu as if she were an idiot and said indifferently, "You probably don't know about the existence of transfer records, do you?" Li Shiwei held Lin Feng's hand and whispered, "Forget it, let's not waste time, let the lawyer take care of the rest. Let's go get the certificate first. I'm sorry everyone, this wedding can't take place today. Everyone should eat and drink. I will cover all the expenses for today." Everyone looked at each other and found people they were familiar with to enter the Buckingham Palace Hotel together. After all, everyone was an ordinary person and it was a rare opportunity to experience such a luxurious place, so it would be a waste not to try it. After Lin Feng finished speaking generously, he opened his phone, found the contact number he had just put into the system, and dialed. Xiao Wang, drive your car to Buckingham Palace now. Zhang Boyang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lin Feng calling for a taxi. Xiao Wang, do you really think you are the boss? What kind of car are you driving? Lin Feng just stood there and waited silently. Now he didn't want to have anything to do with this family anymore. Not long after, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of everyone. Let's go. Raymond Lam took Li Shiwei's slender little hand and got into the car. The car drove away slowly and steadily, leaving everyone sighing. Isn't Lin Feng a miser who can't even bear to spend 500,000 yuan? How can he have such an expensive car and a driver? He Wenxiu said in surprise. Zhang Boyan looked at the departing car and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Humph, it must be rented. If he really has this car, why doesn't he drive it himself? The best man who had just slapped Zhang Boyan twice said calmly, have you ever seen anyone drive a Rolls-Royce by themselves? I won't bother with you guys anymore, just go and eat my meal. After Zhang Boyan finished speaking, he walked into Buckingham Palace. But before Zhang Boyan could take 2 steps, he was escorted out by several security guards brought by Lin Changda. Zhang Boyang and He Wenxiu were kicked out while cursing. Zhang Mengyao, on the other hand, took a taxi and left alone in her wedding dress, crying. When the driver saw Zhang Mengyao crying in her wedding dress and hailing a taxi, he asked with concern, little girl, what's wrong? Zhang Mengyao was already angry, and now she felt that the whole world was against her. She said viciously, get lost, I will definitely give you a bad review later. The driver was unhappy when he heard this and said, I was just concerned about you, but you started with a bad review. Do you know how much I will be deducted for a bad review? At most, I can apologize to you, okay? Zhang Mengyao said, it's none of my business. It's your business to deduct money from you poor bastard. Anyway, I've given this bad review. Grass. The driver cursed and found a place to stop. Zhang Mengyao was almost hit on the head by the driver's brakes. Why did you stop the car so suddenly? You have such a bad attitude. Do you believe me? I will send you a funny sound. Zhang Mengyao pointed at the driver and cursed at him. The driver shouted angrily, get out of the car. Zhang Mengyao scolded again, you haven't even taken me to my destination yet. Why get off the car? The driver said while playing with his phone, go ahead and file a complaint. I won't take you anymore. You can do whatever you want. Zhang Mengyao had no choice but to get off the car, but as soon as she got off, the driver drove away. The passers-by around were looking at the woman in the wedding dress walking slowly on the street, and some were even pointing and talking behind her. Zhang Mengyao felt extremely wronged instantly, so she squatted down and burst into tears. Chapter 4 How did you kidnap someone's husband? At the same time, inside a luxurious villa, a middle-aged man was pacing back and forth in the living room. The middle-aged woman next to him frowned and said, old man, can you please stop walking around? It's disturbing my watching TV. The middle-aged man in front of him was Li Shiwei's father, Li Jinghua, and the middle-aged woman was her mother, Wu Xinru. Can I not be anxious? Shiwei has had a crush on that brat Lin Feng since college. Ever since that brat got a girlfriend, Shiwei has been often unhappy. I was secretly wiping away tears when I heard about their marriage a few days ago. I am now afraid that Shiwei will kidnap Raymond Lam and bring him back. Li Jinghua clapped his hands. Wu Xinru sighed, your daughter is not a child anymore. Don't you understand her personality? Maybe she will let it go after she comes back and find a boyfriend seriously. Li Jinghua also sat down and said slowly, to be honest, I still like Lin Feng. After Shiwei fell in love with that boy, I also went to learn about him. He is serious and steady in his work, and he is also very handsome, just like me back then. Wu Xinru rolled her eyes at Li Jinghua, you are still the same as you were back then. Don't I know what you were like back then? And the other side. In a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Raymond Lam and Cecilia Li were both silent. Boss. Where are you going? The driver in front broke the silence. Let us go to my house first. I have to go back and get my household registration book first, Li Shiwei said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei and asked seriously, Shiwei, are you really going to marry me? I really like you, and I've liked you since college, but I could only keep it in my heart. Until today, I thought I would never have anything to do with you again in this life, but I didn't expect that her family were all such vain people. Li Shiwei said word by word. Lin Feng was stunned after hearing this. He was confused since he heard that Li Shuwei had been secretly in love with him for a long time. "Boss, we're here." Just when Lin Feng was stunned, he found himself in front of a luxurious villa and two people got out of the car. After getting off the car, Lin Feng asked the driver to drive the car back to the company. Li Shuwei saw Lin Feng's stunned look and said, "Are you going to default on your debt?" Raymond Lam looked into Li Shuwei's eyes and said seriously, "Since we are married, I will not divorce you. You have to think about it. I am serious about marrying you, not just for fun." After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Shuwei excitedly pulled him and kissed him. Lin Feng was suddenly kissed forcefully and was a little overwhelmed. He wanted to push Li Shuwei away, but he didn't expect that the seemingly weak Li Shuwei was so strong and hugged him tightly, but he was afraid that using too much force would hurt her. But what the two did not expect was that their every move outside the villa was seen clearly by the young man inside. This young man is Li Shuwei's brother Li Jun. Oh no! Shuwei actually kidnapped Lin Feng back here. Li Jun immediately ran back home and said to Li Jinghua and his wife who were watching TV in the living room. Wu Xinru rolled her eyes at Li Jun and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you wrongly accuse your sister?" "Really? I just saw them outside." Li Jun stopped talking halfway. Outside, Li Shuwei let go of the man she had loved for a long time and felt satisfied. Li Shuwei also looked at Raymond Lam and said seriously, "Me too, I am serious. As long as we are married, I will not let go." After saying that, he led Lin Feng into the villa. After Li Shuwei entered her fingerprint to open the door, she found that her entire family was staring at her and Lin Feng. Li Shuwei, who was anxious to get the certificate, said, "Mom, help me find the household registration book at home." After listening to this, Wu Xinru led Li Shuwei upstairs. "You must be Lin Feng. Sit down." Li Jun greeted Lin Feng warmly. Lin Feng also greeted Li Jinghua and Li Jun. Li Jinghua, who was praising Lin Feng just now, didn't know what to say now, so he just picked up his phone and scrolled through it. The three grown men were silent. Upstairs, Wu Xinru pulled Li Shuwei into the room. Li Shuwei looked at Wu Xinru who was pulling her into the room and asked, "Mom, why are you sneaking with me? I asked you to find the household registration book at home, why did you pull me into the room?" After hearing this, Wu Xinru said angrily, "My dear daughter, you went to attend someone else's wedding, why did you bring someone else's husband back? Where can we put our faces?" After hearing this, Li Shuwei rolled her eyes at her mother. It turned out that her family thought that this was a poaching attempt. Li Shuwei briefly recounted what happened today. Wu Xinru was shocked when she heard this and said, "How is this possible? How could there be such a family? It really opens my eyes. I don't have time to talk to you now. Just give me your household registration book first. The man I've coveted for so long is finally mine." Li Shuwei urged. "Wait a minute, I'll get it for you." Wu Xinru immediately went to the room to help Li Shuwei find the household registration book. Taking advantage of this time, Li Shuwei hurried back to her room and changed her clothes. Although the bridesmaid dress she was wearing was also very beautiful, she had to dress up after all as she was registering for a marriage certificate. After a few minutes, Wu Xinru handed the household registration booklet to Li Shuwei. Li Shuwei ran downstairs immediately after getting the household registration booklet, but saw three grown men chatting awkwardly. Puff! Seeing this situation, Li Shuwei laughed out loud. "Let us go." Li Shuwei picked up a pair of car keys from the table and walked out with Raymond Lam. After the two of them left, Wu Xinru also slowly came down from upstairs. Li Jinghua had already guessed it, but he still wanted to ask Wu Xinru, seeing Shuwei go out with the household registration book in her hand, "These two people are not going to." Wu Xinru simply recounted what Li Shuwei had said to her, then opened her phone and played the video that Li Shuwei had sent her. The three of them gathered together to watch the video playing on Wu Xinru's phone. How can there be such a person? It's outrageous. Li Jun pointed at Zhang Mengyao in the video angrily. Li Jinghua on the side also frowned. He had never thought that there would really be such a person. This was not a marriage at all, it was simply selling his daughter, and there was also a living allowance of 50,000 yuan per month. As both of them are men, they understand Raymond Lam better. Chapter 5: Obtaining the Certificate. At the same time, Raymond Lam and Li Shuwei came to the door, took the Maserati car keys handed to them by Li Shuwei, and went to the underground garage of the villa. What came into view was a row of luxury cars. Lin Feng just sighed and got into the Maserati. Although there are many luxury cars, with the rewards given by the system to Lin Feng, it is more than enough for him to buy a few by himself. Just as Lin Feng was about to go out, he received calls from his best men and good friends. "Brother Feng, don't be too sad. Although the wedding can't be held, we brothers plan to get together later, and you must be there." Lin Feng's good brother on the other end of the phone said slowly. After hearing this, Raymond Lam agreed, but he didn't say that he and Li Shiwei were about to get a marriage certificate. After all, everyone thought that Li Shiwei was just helping him save face, so he planned to give them a surprise. Lin Feng took a look at Li Shiwei, the perfect and impeccable woman who was about to become his wife, and he felt excited just thinking about it. She had never had a boyfriend when she was in school, and she was very low-key in her work, and you couldn't tell at all that her family was particularly wealthy. But such a perfect woman just happened to fall in love with him. Raymond Lam felt that being with Li Shiwei was the best thing he had ever done. Not long after, the two of them came out with their certificates. Lin Feng looked at the marriage certificate in his hand and said, "I must give you the most perfect wedding and make others envy us." Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng affectionately and said, "Now that we have obtained the marriage certificate, I am satisfied with any wedding." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the marriage mission. Get investment rewards. Your father-in-law cooperated with others to develop a short video software, but your father-in-law's partner failed in investment in other fields and wanted to terminate the cooperation. The host only needs to cooperate with your father-in-law. After completion, the system will bring 30 million users and 20,000 video creators to the host. One more thing to remind the host, the rewards the host received are all legal and compliant, the host does not need to worry. Short video platform. It seems that this system is really convenient. It has paved the way for me, Lin Feng thought to himself. Ding ding ding. Just when Lin Feng was about to take Li Shiwei home to meet his parents, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Lin Feng picked up the phone and saw that it was his good brother Zhou Shuai calling. "Hey. Yeah, I'll be there soon, send me the location." After finishing the call, Raymond Lam put away his phone and pulled Li Shiwei into the Maserati. Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Who is it?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "It was Zhou Shuai. He asked us to go have a meal together. It's a good opportunity for them to meet my wife." Li Shiwei couldn't help but blush when she heard the word wife. Not long after, Lin Feng drove to the designated location and saw that everyone except his good brothers and bridesmaids were together, but they had all changed their clothes. Damn it! It's that kid Lin Feng. Zhou Shuai was surprised to see Lin Feng driving a Maserati. After Lin Feng parked the car, he and Li Shiwei came in front of everyone and took out their marriage certificate and showed it in front of everyone. But unexpectedly, as soon as the marriage certificate was shown, it was snatched away by everyone. Men and women all exclaimed in amazement. "Fuck! We thought you two were just talking, but we didn't expect you to actually get married." I saw that Raymond Lam and Cecilia Lee had already obtained their marriage certificate. Everyone stepped forward and took turns to hit Lin Feng, saying as they beat him, "How enviable! Congratulations, little brat." And the other women all laughed out loud. On the other hand, after being driven out by the security guards, Zhang Boyang did not go back with He Wenxiu, but wandered around the streets aimlessly. He originally worked as a screwdriver in an electronics factory, but He Wenxiu gave all of Zhang Mingyau's 500,000 yuan betrothal gift to him. Now that he has 500,000 yuan in his hands, he even quit his job. However, only 300,000 yuan is left of the 500,000 yuan that had been squandered. Whenever Zhang Boyang has time, he takes his few friends to the bar to dance, and he pays for the bill every time. Now, people around him call him Mr. Zhang when they see him, which greatly satisfies his vanity. What he didn't expect was that he thought he could get another 500,000 yuan in betrothal gifts from Lin Feng, but who would have thought that he actually refused it and now has a falling out with his family? Damn Lin Feng, so stingy. Zhang Boyang hammered a roadside tree unwillingly. Just as Zhang Boyang was venting his anger on the tree, he suddenly heard Lin Feng's voice. Zhang Boyang looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was Lin Feng who was playing around with the groomsmen and bridesmaids. Zhang Boyang, who was already angry, immediately found an excuse to cheat on Lin Feng with the bridesmaid. Zhang Boyang, who had found a good excuse, was obviously very confident. He picked up his mobile phone, secretly started recording, and rushed forward. "Lin Feng, you left my sister here to have a secret meeting with the bridesmaid during your wedding. Are you still a human being?" Zhang Boyang said angrily, describing Lin Feng as a scumbag who abandoned his wife and children. Hearing Zhang Boyang's roar, everyone turned around and looked at him. After taking a look at this fool, they ignored him and turned back to chat about their own things. Being ignored, Zhang Boyang felt his self-esteem was hit. He looked into the crowd and found Lin Feng holding 2 marriage certificates and putting them in his pocket. As soon as Zhang Boyang saw the marriage certificate, he knew it was Raymond Lam's. He didn't expect that Raymond Lam would actually get the certificate with this beautiful bridesmaid. If Lin Feng really married someone else, then he would not be able to find anyone to turn to when he was short of money in the future. Zhang Mengyao only made more than 4,000 yuan a month. He Wenxiu was at home taking care of her father, and he was the type who could not even keep his salary for a week. He secretly checked the video on his phone and saw that it was working properly, so he shouted in the street. Lin Feng, are you still a human being? You eloped with the bridesmaid at the wedding and now my sister is left alone and sad. You are worse than an animal. Zhang Boyang's roar echoed throughout the street. After hearing what was happening, the people nearby gathered around and started watching the show. When Lin Feng's good brothers heard Zhang Boyang shouting, they surrounded him and prepared to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Zhang Boyang couldn't help but step back a few steps and said, "Don't mess around. We live in a society ruled by law now, be careful or I'll sue you." The people surrounding Zhang Boyang were instantly awakened by what they heard. But the onlookers on the side also started pointing fingers at Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng also walked up to Zhang Boyang and sneered, "You all know what your family has done. I don't want to talk to you too much. It will be useless if you say anything at that time. I suggest you go back and prepare yourself." Zhang Boyang laughed after hearing this. "I'm really looking forward to it. I beg you to do it to me, okay?" Lin Feng ignored the fool and went upstairs with a few of his good friends. Chapter 6 Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei really got their marriage certificate. The group went to the restaurant upstairs and asked for a private room. Several of them were good friends in college, and both men and women knew each other, so there were no big rules and everyone was quite casual. "Who's going to treat me to dinner today?" Zhou Shuai asked everyone. "Need I say more? Of course it's Lin Feng." The 1.80-meter tall northern woman laughed. Lin Feng smiled, stood up, took the menu and ordered a table full of dishes. Although some unexpected things happened today, everyone still sat together happily. While everyone was still wondering when Shiwei would fall in love, unexpectedly Raymond Lam got there first. "It looks like Raymond Lam won't have to work hard in his life," Zhou Shuai joked. Lin Feng was a person who could joke quite a bit, so he laughed after hearing this. But to be honest, Zhang Mengyao's family is indeed quite snobbish. "Lin Feng, you have to be more careful," another girl who looked petite said. This petite girl was another good friend of Zhang Mengyao when they were in college. Raymond Lam naturally knew her as well, but after this incident, it is estimated that the two of them will no longer have any contact with each other. "Yeah. I heard that the new house you bought, Lin Feng, was written in her name. You should contact a lawyer as soon as possible to get the house back. I asked around, and if Zhang Mengyao didn't pay a penny, you can definitely transfer the name to yours," Zhou Shuai said worriedly. Although it is not a good idea to talk about Zhang Mengyao now, these people are really worried that Lin Feng will suffer. After listening to this, Lin Feng said slowly, "It's okay. I will take care of this matter. Why are you talking so much? Eat and drink. Let me make a circle first." As the protagonist of today, Raymond Lam spoke and broke the dull atmosphere. On the other side, Zhang Mengyao returned home dragging her dusty wedding dress. "Mengyao, where have you been? Why are you so dirty?" He Wenxiu asked as she looked at Zhang Mengyao, who was covered in dust. Zhang Mengyao didn't say anything, she just hugged He Wenxiu and cried bitterly. "Woo woo woo. Mom. Lin Feng is so cruel. He actually ran away. Why? Well." Zhang Jianjun, who had already heard the news from He Wenxiu, sighed and said, 500,000 is already too much for the bride price, and they want another 500,000. Isn't this embarrassing for Xiaofeng? It's enough for the couple to live happily, why should we interfere? When He Wenxiu heard Zhang Jianjun say this, she immediately got angry. "It's all because of you. If you could go out and work, would we have such a hard time?" Zhang Jianjun remained silent after hearing this. He no longer had any say at home. Even for drinking a sip of water, He Wenxiu would scold him for a long time. He Wenxiu continued to curse at the air. Besides, who knew that bastard Lin Feng was so stingy that he couldn't even meet this request? "Mengyao, go change into clean clothes first. Stop crying." Zhang Jianjun took out a piece of paper and wiped Zhang Mengyao's tears with heartache. Zhang Mangyao also got up and went back to her room to change into clean clothes. But it will be difficult if Lin Feng really marries that little girl. If the family is short of money in the future, we won't be able to find anyone, He Wenxiu said deeply. After hearing this, Zhang Mangyao was a little shaken and said, Mom, how about we not ask for the betrothal gift? Lin Feng has already given us 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. Let's not ask for it. After this incident, Zhang Mangyao realized that Lin Feng would really lose his temper. He used to be obedient to her and would coax her whenever she was in a bad mood, but now, after such a long time, there is still no movement. This made Zhang Mangyao feel extremely uncomfortable, and also had a hint of ominous premonition. When He Wenxiu heard what Zhang Mangyao said, she immediately came up with an idea. My dear daughter, why don't we just stop asking for money? After you and Lin Feng get married, you can ask him for money little by little. He won't refuse to give it to you, right? Zhang Mangyao said calmly after hearing this, let me try. But just as he finished speaking, Zheng Boyang rushed in with the wind. Oh no, that bastard Lin Feng really married that beautiful bridesmaid. What? He Wenxiu and Zhang Mangyao said in unison. Zhang Mangyao calmed down and said slowly, how is it possible? Raymond Lam and I have been dating for 5 years, how could he marry Li Shiwei? Besides, how could a family like Li Shiwei be interested in Raymond Lam? It's true, I saw them holding their marriage certificate with my own eyes, and I have the video here. Zhang Boyang opened the video he had just recorded. Although the open marriage certificate was not seen in the video, seeing Li Shiwei handing the marriage certificate to Raymond Lam confirmed that the two were serious. This is impossible. Lin Feng can't possibly marry someone else. Zhang Mangyao collapsed on the ground and murmured. As Zhang Mangyao spoke, she turned on her phone and called Lin Feng. On the other side, Lin Feng's head was a little dizzy after being drunk by everyone. Lin Feng could only hold his head in surrender. No, I can't drink anymore. Li Shiwei, who was standing by, also rubbed Lin Feng's chest, trying to make him feel more comfortable. Just as Lin Feng was half slumped in the chair enjoying himself, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Half-drunk Lin Feng picked up his phone and saw that it was Zhang Mangyao calling. Just when Raymond Lam was about to refuse and hang up, Li Shiwei pressed the answer button for him. There was no choice but for Lin Feng to answer the phone. The originally noisy private room also became quiet. What's the matter? Lin Feng said coldly. When Zhang Mangyao heard Lin Feng speaking to her in such a cold voice, her eyes began to turn red. Zhang Mangyao quickly put away her upset mood and asked, Are you really married to Li Shiwei? Lin Feng said calmly, Yes, what's the matter? If you are fine, I will hang up. When Zhang Mangyao heard Lin Feng say this, tears instantly fell and she yelled, Aren't we lovers? Why did you abandon me? Are you still a human being? Have you completely forgotten the feelings of these 5 years? After hearing Zhang Mengyao's cry, Lin Feng just said calmly, I'm sorry, you and I are not lovers. I am the plaintiff and you are the defendant. I will take back every penny of the money I lent to your family before, and the gifts I gave you before are just like feeding the dog. Before Zhang Mangyao could react, Lin Feng had already hung up the phone. After Zhang Mangyao saw Lin Feng hang up the phone, she continued to call him, but was blocked. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Mangyao continued to call other people who were with Lin Feng, but without exception, they were all blocked. Angrily, Zhang Mangyao threw her phone against the wall. The phone's screen was smashed to pieces. Chapter 7 I am the plaintiff, not your boyfriend. He Wenxiu saw Zhang Mangyao so angry and asked with concern. Oh. My dear daughter, what's wrong with you? I picked up a piece of paper and wiped my wet eyes and said, Mom, he really has married that bitch. He also said that he is the plaintiff and we are the defendants. He also blocked me. Woohoo, woo-woo. After saying that, Zhang Mangyao started crying again. After hearing this, He Wenxiu said nonchalantly, I thought it was something else. His house is already in your name, what are you afraid of? And how could he possibly get back the money we borrowed from him before? Zhang Mangyao heard what He Wenxiu said and cried, What's the use? The house was bought by others. We didn't pay a cent. If they sue us, they will definitely win. We will even have to pay back the betrothal money. He Wenxiu panicked after hearing this, How is this possible? They have already given it to us, how can we take it back? Zhang Mangyao said, If you can't do it, you can go find a lawyer to ask tomorrow. Zhang Mangyao is now regretting her decision. If she had not planned to ask for the extra 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift to her family, they would have already been married, and now she would be left with nothing, and she would have to return the money. In the past, whenever I was unhappy, Lin Feng would try his best to comfort me, and I lived a good life every month. But now, I only earn 3 or 4,000 yuan a month. How can I support myself? No, no. We are going to move into your new house. I don't believe it. Can he come and kick us out if we live there? He Wenxiu quickly came up with an idea. Zhang Mengyao shook her head and said, it's useless. We will take compulsory measures when the time comes. Let's not abandon this person. After hearing this, He Wenxiu pointed at Zhang Mengyao's head and said, silly girl, we live here. He can't drive us out no matter what he says. We can just stay here. Over time, this house will be ours. He Wenxiu immediately stood up and took Zhang Mengyao to pack their things. And the other side. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, warm applause broke out around him. I am the plaintiff and you are the defendant. This sentence is so damn refreshing. Zhou Shui smiled. After listening to this, Lin Feng just smiled. After this little episode, everyone's happy mood was broken. Not long after Lin Feng paid the bill, everyone said congratulations and kept in touch before leaving. Lin Feng looked at his friends who were leaving and sighed in his heart, if I didn't have a system, I would probably be the same as them, going to get off work and going home every day, but now it's different, I can live the life I like. Husband, what are you thinking about? Li Shiwei asked while looking at the dazed Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately came back to his senses and said, it's okay. Hubby. My dad knows a very good lawyer. I'll ask him to introduce that lawyer to you when the time comes. Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded and handed the car keys to Li Shiwei. Wife. I can only ask you to drive back. Li Shiwei took the car keys and opened the door for Lin Feng. Sir, please get in the car. When Lin Feng saw Li Shiwei's charming side, his blood began to boil. Lin Feng's home was far from the city, and the two drove for more than half an hour before arriving at an ordinary residential area. When the residents saw a Maserati supercar driving into their community, they all took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The car slowly stopped. Seeing Lin Feng getting out of the car, some old men and old ladies who were walking downstairs in the community couldn't help but praise him. Xiao Feng is great. He's a successful man now and can drive a small dung fork. After listening to them, Lin Feng smiled at them and pulled Li Shiwei into the elevator. After arriving home, the alcohol had already started to take over Lin Feng's mind, and he took out the key but couldn't poke the key in no matter how hard he tried. Zhao Yulan, who had already arrived home, opened the door from the inside after hearing the noise at the door. The door slowly opened. Mom! As soon as Li Shiwei saw her mother-in-law, she immediately changed her tone and called her mom. Zhao Yulan was stunned for a moment, then she reacted. Hey! My dear daughter-in-law, come in quickly. Zhao Yulan happily pulled Li Shiwei in. Poor Raymond Lam fell down without Li Shiwei's support. Zhao Yulan saw her son lying on the ground, and without thinking too much, she shouted, Dad, hurry up and bring your son in. He's drunk. Just like that, Lin Feng, who was 1.85 meters tall, was dragged into Lin Changda's room. Are you really married? Zhao Yulan still couldn't believe that the two of them actually went to get their marriage certificate. After listening to this, Li Shiwei went to Lin Feng's bedroom, rummaged through his trouser pockets, and took out the two marriage certificates to show Zhao Yulan and Lin Changda. Li Shiwei looked at her parents-in-law and said, Dad, Mom. Raymond Lam and I really got married and got the marriage certificate. Lin Changda and Zhao Yulan first knew Li Shiwei's name on their marriage certificate. They had never heard Raymond Lam mention this person before, but the first impression Li Shiwei gave them was very satisfactory. She was graceful and elegant, and she was graceful and elegant. Compared with the previous Zhang Mengyao, there is simply a world of difference. Shiwei, don't stand, sit down. This is your home from now on, so just be casual. Zhao Yulan greeted. Li Shiwei looked at her parents-in-law and said with a smile, Dad, Mom, you guys sit down too. Lin Changda and Zhao Yulan looked at each other and laughed. In fact, they were more nervous than Li Shiwei. There was nothing I could do, it was Lin Feng who moved so fast. I thought he was just talking, but I didn't expect him to actually get the marriage certificate with his daughter-in-law. After Zhao Yulan sat down, she asked, Shiwei, where do you work now? What does your family do? Li Shiwei did not hide anything and told all about her family situation. I am currently working in a subsidiary of my family, while my father and brother are in that big company, and my mother is at home. After listening to this, Zhao Yulan was a little surprised and asked, What kind of company is yours? How big is it? Li Shuwei replied, my company is relatively small, and I can make a few hundred million a year. My father's is relatively large, and he should make quite a lot a year, but I don't know how much. Oh my goodness. Zhao Yulan was no longer able to express her surprise in words. Although they knew that their daughter-in-law was very rich, what worried them more was whether their son could manage this beautiful and wealthy daughter-in-law. After all, the family environment is different. From Li Shuwei's conversation, you can tell that she does not come from an ordinary family. What do your parents think of your two getting married? Lin Changde expressed his concerns. Li Shuwei also knew what her parents-in-law were worried about, so she slowly said, my parents also like Raymond Lam very much, so there's no need to worry. After hearing what Li Shuwei said, the two felt much more relieved. Chapter 8, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a billionaire. Night. Lin Feng woke up feeling dizzy and opened the door. Seeing Lin Changde watching TV in the living room, Lin Feng asked, Dad, where's Shuwei? Lin Changde glanced at Lin Feng and said, he's cooking with your mother in the kitchen. After listening, Raymond Lam walked to the kitchen and saw his wife learning how to make his favorite mapo tofu with his mother. When Zhao Yulan saw Lin Feng coming, she pushed Li Shuwei out of the kitchen and let her do it alone. Under Zhao Yulan's repeated emphasis, Li Shuwei had no choice but to leave the kitchen. Soon, the table was filled with dishes. Lin Feng had just woken up and had no appetite at all. However, this was the first time his wife had eaten at home, so Raymond Lam had no choice but to accompany her and eat a bowl. After much thought, Lin Feng decided to reveal that he had shares in Tiger Shark Live Broadcasting Company. He didn't want to make his parents worry about him, nor did he want to worry about the huge gap between him and Li Shuwei. Dad, Mom, there is something I want to tell you. Lin Feng picked up a bite of food for the three of them. Lin Changde looked at Lin Feng and said, just tell me what you want to say. Lin Feng glanced at the three of them and told them that he was the largest shareholder of a company. However, he just said that he made money when he was in college and had no intention of investing. He didn't expect that he would actually become a billionaire. Zhao Yulan touched Lin Feng's forehead and said, you didn't fall asleep, did your brain burn out? After listening to this, Lin Feng opened his phone and said unhappily, look, there's my shareholder information on it, and there's also my photo. Lin Changde and Zhao Yulan couldn't believe it after reading it. It wasn't strange that their daughter-in-law was rich, but it was strange that their son had become so rich and they didn't know anything about it. Zhao Yulan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, why didn't you tell us before? Lin Feng made up an excuse, saying that he wanted to keep a low profile, but now that he was married, he said it out loud. After hearing this, Lin Changde laughed and said, you are worthy of being my son. Lin Feng smiled along with the two of them. After learning that their son was so rich, the two finally felt relieved. Now the gap between their son and daughter-in-law is not that big, and they no longer have to worry about being accused of being a gigolo. The two of them have relatively traditional ideas. After all, they still find it a bit unacceptable to live off someone. Unlike the young people nowadays, who always think about living off someone. After dinner, Li Shuwei and Zhao Yulan cleaned up the dishes together, and Lin Changde asked Lin Feng, how should we calculate Zhang Mengyao's house? Can we still get it back? After listening to this, Lin Feng patted his father on the shoulder and said, don't worry. I will do a good job on this matter, and I will get back what I deserve. After listening to this, Lin Changde sighed and said, your mother and I don't like Zhang Mengyao. She values money too much. We like Shuwei as our daughter-in-law. You have to treat her well, otherwise we will punish you. Lin Feng said seriously, yes, I will. When Li Shuwei heard the conversation between the father and son, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Just as Li Shuwei was about to sit down, she saw her father calling her. Hello? I'm not going back. I'm already married. Where else can I go back to? Of course, I'm home. You want to tell my father-in-law? Yeah, okay. Lin Feng's family pricked up their ears to listen to Li Shuwei's phone call. They only heard Li Shuwei's father say girls can't be kept at home when they grow up, and didn't hear the rest. In the end, I just saw Li Shuwei handing the phone to Lin Changde. Father Lin was holding the phone with a slight tremor in his hand. The two had no previous interactions, and it was only today after they got their marriage certificate that they had their first impression of each other. The other party was also a man with a net worth of billions, so anyone would be excited. Hello? Brother. When you have time, our two families can get together and get to know each other better. Yeah, it's okay. Anyway, the two children have already obtained the marriage certificate, so we can talk about the wedding then. Call. Lin Changda let out a long sigh of relief after putting down his phone. He. Dad, you don't have to be so nervous. My dad is a very good person. Li Shiwei smiled. Lin Changda said helplessly, the gap is too big. Lin Changda glanced at Li Shiwei and said, what do your parents like? Let's meet up tomorrow and bring some things over. After hearing this, Li Shiwei casually said, I have everything at home, so you don't need to bring anything. Besides, we're just having a meal outside, so it won't be too late to bring anything when you get to my house. After listening to this, Lin Changda said slowly, you should bring something with you. It's not good to go home empty-handed. After listening to this, Li Shiwei nodded. Oh, by the way. When Lin Feng and I get married, I hope Dad can give us more betrothal gifts. He can give us as much as he can, because my dad said that my dowry should be doubled as a return gift. Li Shiwei added. After hearing this, Lin Changda was so scared that he waved his hands and said, forget it. Just give me 100,000 or 80,000 as a token of appreciation. Lin Feng is so lucky to marry you. Besides, our family is not short of money now, and we old guys can relax a little. After saying that, Lin Changda went back to his room to rest. Zhao Yulan followed closely behind, leaving space in the house for the two of them. He. My parents are so nice. Before I came here, I was worried that they wouldn't like me. Li Shiwei murmured while lying in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng ruffled Li Shiwei's hair and said with a smile, how could I not like you? My parents are very nice people, but your parents are quite unexpected. I thought that if I married you, your father would give me millions to let me leave you. After hearing this, Li Shiwei muttered, how is that possible? My parents have known that I have liked you since college. They like you very much. Lin Feng was very moved after listening to it. He thought that being liked so much by the stunningly beautiful Li Shiwei was a blessing he had earned in his previous life. The two looked at each other with affection, and Lin Feng slowly lowered his head. Li Shiwei also closed her eyes and waited for Raymond Lam. When Lin Feng was about to kiss Li Shiwei, Zhao Yulan came out of the room. Oh. I forgot to take my phone just now, you guys continue. Zhao Yulan took the phone from the table and went back quickly. Li Shiwei and Lin Feng looked at each other and laughed. Let's go back to the room. Lin Feng whispered in Li Shiwei's ear. Li Shiwei responded with a blushing face. The two of them soon arrived at their room. Lin Feng hugged Li Shiwei's slender waist and kissed her. At this moment, the two of them were feeling each other's warmth. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the two were getting into the mood, there was a knock on the door. The two people who were disturbed were a little panicked. Lin Feng immediately opened the door of the room and saw his mother standing outside. Seeing Lin Feng open the door, Zhao Yulan put the small umbrella in her hand into Lin Feng's hand. This is quite useful. Take this and use it first. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at his mother and said, Mom, aren't you deliberately making trouble? But Zhao Yulan misunderstood Lin Feng's meaning, put away the small umbrella in her hand and said with a smile. Then please let me hold my grandson soon. Lin Feng sighed and said, okay, Mom, go back and rest first. After hearing her son's order to leave, Zhao Yulan left with a smile. Lin Feng closed the door and said slowly, go to sleep. The two people who were interrupted lost all interest. Chapter 9 Zhang Mengyao's Extreme Regret. Early morning. One of Li Shiwei's long legs was placed on Raymond Lam's belly. Li Shiwei slowly opened her eyes, rubbed her eyes, and saw Lin Feng sleeping beside her. The corners of her mouth raised slightly. Only then did he realize that one of his legs was on Lin Feng's stomach. Li Shiwei looked at Raymond Lam and patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that she had not woken him up. However, Li Shiwei blushed because she had just kicked Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng and then at her own arm, and buried her head in the quilt embarrassedly. Puff! The incident just now had already woken up Raymond Lam. Looking at such a lovely Li Shiwei, Raymond Lam couldn't help laughing out loud. Li Shiwei felt shy the moment she heard Raymond Lam's laughter, and she stretched out her hand and put her little fist on Raymond Lam's chest. You're still laughing. Lin Feng took Li Shiwei into his arms, tapped her forehead and got up, leaving Li Shiwei alone on the bed with a confused look on her face. When the two got up, the house was empty. Lin Feng's parents drove to their fast food restaurant early to prepare breakfast. Lin Feng looked at his 150 square meter house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. This was the result of his parents' hard work for half their lives, but they had never really enjoyed their own lives for so many years. But Lin Feng also knew his parents' personalities. If he asked them to stop working now, they would not be able to sit still, so he could only let them rest more. After the two brushed their teeth and washed their faces, Li Shiwei ran into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. "Honey, come home with me later to pack up. My things are still at home," Li Shiwei shouted from the kitchen. After Raymond Lam responded, he ran to the kitchen and made breakfast with Li Shiwei. After eating and drinking, the two drove the Maserati that was parked downstairs yesterday and returned to Li Shiwei's home together. The two drove slowly out of the community. The old man and old lady who were walking and playing chess downstairs couldn't help but sigh when they saw them. "What a beautiful little dung fork. So handsome." "That's right. I heard from my son that this kind of car starts at around 2 million. An old lady whispered. "Oh my god, this car is almost as expensive as our house. It's amazing how expensive it is for just 2 seats." An old man sighed. And the other sighed. Under the instigation of He Wenxiu, Zhang Mengyao has also moved into the new house bought by Lin Feng. Although Raymond Lam has already married Li Shiwei, Zhang Mengyao always believes that it is only a matter of time before Raymond Lam returns to her. After all, the two have been together for 5 years, and it is impossible for Raymond Lam to forget every detail of these 5 years in an instant. As soon as He Wenxiu got up, she saw Zhang Mengyao standing on the balcony in a daze. "What are you thinking about?" He Wenxiu smiled and patted her daughter. He Wenxiu is in a particularly good mood now. Only Lin Feng, his parents, and his daughter have been to this house before. It was not until yesterday that they realized how good this house is. It is a full 150 square meters. He Wenxiu's mouth was about to split open with laughter. Lin Feng's family actually bought such a big house and gave it to her for free. Just thinking about her family squeezing in a 90 square meter house made her feel sick. Ever since Zhang Jianjun lost his ability to work, He Wenxiu felt extremely disgusted with him. At first, she had to help him carry the urine pot and wipe his butt every day. The most uncomfortable thing was that she had to sleep in the same bed with him every day. Now He Wenxiu and her cash cow Zhang Mengyao have moved into this big house, leaving only Zhang Boyang and Zhang Jianjun in that small house. She can't tell you how happy she is. Zhang Mengyao looked at He Wenxiu and shook her head. "It's okay." He Wenxiu sat on the big soft sofa, gritting her teeth and said sternly, "It's a pity that Lin Feng, that bastard, is living a gigolo life. I have never seen such an irresponsible man who wasted 5 years of my daughter's youth. Otherwise, you would definitely find a richer man." Zhang Mengyao is now slowly beginning to hate her mother. Since she was a child, she has been taught to find a rich man and not to be like her mother and end up like she is now. "Well," Zhang Mengyao sighed helplessly. "Look, daughter. I asked your second aunt to look for a man for a long time. What do you think of this man? His family runs a small factory and can earn 1,000,000 yuan a year. It just so happens that he is divorced from his wife now. Why don't you go and have a blind date with him?" He Wenxiu picked up her cell phone and handed it to Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao almost vomited her breakfast after reading the chat records between her mother and her second aunt. The man on the phone had a greasy face, looked to be about 200 pounds, and had a slicked back hair that had been sprayed with who knows how many bottles of hairspray. Zhang Mengyao rolled her eyes at He Wenxiu and said, "Mom, is money all you care about? He's like this and you still want me to go on a blind date with him? You might as well just kill me." He Wenxiu also knew that the man was ugly, but he was rich. Anyway, once he had money, he wouldn't have to worry about not having money anymore. He Wenxiu stepped forward, took Zhang Mengyao's hand and said, "Mom also knows that although this guy looks a little ugly, he can make so much money a year. Isn't this better than that bastard Lin Feng? You will know in the future that money is the only thing in this world that will not turn against you. Mom is doing this for your own good." Zhang Mengyao got angry after hearing this. How can he compare to Lin Feng? No matter what, Lin Feng is still the most handsome boy in our school. Money, 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 all he cares about is money. Was I born to make money for you? He Wenxiu, who had a bad temper, heard Zhang Mengyao yelling at her like that and said angrily, "Remember, I'm your mother, and what I say is right. If you talk back to me now, you will regret it later. If I hadn't repeatedly asked to have your name added to the house, would you have gotten this house now? Let me tell you, your mother has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice, so stop yelling at me. Look, isn't that Lin Feng a gigolo now? Also, you are really useless. Why didn't you collect Lin Feng's salary before? You should have collected it as soon as he paid it. Otherwise, you would have made an extra 100,000 yuan now. I check Douyin every day and see other people's boyfriends take the initiative to hand in their salaries. Look at you. Zhang Mengyao felt extremely aggrieved instantly. It was clearly her fault, so why was she blamed? If the bride price had not been suddenly increased by 500,000 yuan, the two of them would be happily together now. Chapter 10, Li Family Villa. On the other side, Lin Feng arrived at the city center and slowly stopped the car. Honey, why did you stop the car? Aren't you here to accompany me home? Li Shiwei asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, I can't go to my father-in-law's house empty-handed. I'd better go buy something. Li Shiwei pouted and said, we have everything we need at home, no need to buy anything. Lin Feng ruffled Li Shiwei's hair and said, although there is no shortage, as a son-in-law, I must know the etiquette. Otherwise, what if I am kicked out by my father-in-law? How could that be? My dad wouldn't dare to do that. Li Shiwei muttered. Lin Feng smiled, took Li Shiwei's hand and rushed towards the mall. But Li Jingguo didn't know that the little girl he had loved for so many years had changed her heart. Lin Feng asked, Wife, what does my father-in-law like? Li Shiwei said slowly, my dad usually likes to drink a little, but now my mom has also put a lot of restrictions on him, so he can only get up secretly at night to drink, and I have discovered him several times. After listening to this, Lin Feng laughed, it seems that your mother is the head of your family. Li Shiwei shook her head and said, no, it's just that my mother doesn't like the smell of alcohol. She said that every time my father drinks, he snores, which makes her unable to sleep at night. Achoo, achoo. Li Jingguo, who was at home, sneezed several times in a row. Who on earth is saying bad things about me? Li Jingguo rubbed his nose and said. Knowing that his father-in-law likes to drink, Lin Feng instantly knew what his father-in-law likes. Lin Feng took Li Shiwei to a place that specialized in selling liquor and bought 2 bottles of Mutai liquor, spending a total of 4,000 yuan for the 2 bottles. After buying 2 bottles of wine, Lin Feng came out satisfied, as long as he didn't come out empty-handed. The two soon arrived at Li Shiwei's luxurious villa. After Lin Feng parked the car in the underground garage, he went up with Li Shiwei. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Lin Feng is no longer as nervous as yesterday, and he naturally follows Li Shiwei into the house. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that his life would change drastically in just one day. From starting out in the system to becoming the largest shareholder of a live broadcast company, and then marrying a stunningly beautiful wife, it all started with yesterday's incident. Li Shiwei pulled out the little hand that Lin Feng was holding and placed her hand on the fingerprint system on the door. Ding ding! The door slowly opened, and Wu Xinru and Li Jingguo, who were in the living room, turned around. When Wu Xinru saw her daughter coming back, she complained to Li Shiwei. Look at you, you're in such a hurry that you left without even taking anything with you. At least bring some clothes or something. As soon as Li Shiwei returned home, she was scolded by her mother. Lin Feng also handed the wine in his hand to his father-in-law. Dad, this is the wine I bought for you. Wu Xinru put away the wine while complaining to Lin Feng. We are a family, why bring anything? Really, we don't need anything at home, it's best if you come back often. After listening to this, Lin Feng shouted repeatedly, Mom, you are right, we will come back often. Lin Feng cleverly changed his words to calling them Mom and Dad, which really pleased Li Jingguo and Wu Xinru, and they couldn't help but like this son-in-law even more. Old lady, go and prepare some dishes. I want to have a couple of drinks with your son-in-law. Li Jingguo said to Wu Xinru behind him. Relying on her son-in-law being at home, Wu Xinru couldn't refuse, so she went into the kitchen and prepared a few dishes for the two of them. Careful Lin Feng discovered that Li Jingguo swallowed his saliva after seeing Wu Xinru enter the kitchen. It seemed that he was really craving for this wine. Shiwei, go help your mother. Li Jingguo waved his hand and sent Li Shiwei to the kitchen. Seeing Li Shiwei enter the kitchen, Li Jingguo stared at Lin Feng as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Feng felt a little numb when he saw his father-in-law staring at him. After being stared at for a while, Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and asked, Dad, just tell me what you want to say. Li Jingguo also scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Did you sleep with Shiwei last night? After listening to Li Jingguo's words, Lin Feng finally understood that it was about this matter. Lin Feng nodded. After seeing Lin Feng nod, Li Jingguo looked behind him again, and when he saw no one there, he asked, Do you have any? Lin Feng also scratched his head and said, Not yet. After confirming it, Li Jingguo breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, That's good. Although you have obtained the marriage certificate, you haven't held the wedding yet. I hope you can wait until after the wedding. You don't have to rush. Sherwei has liked you for several years. Let's wait for our two families to find a good day and start planning it. After listening to this, Lin Feng agreed, yes, I know. Even though that's what I said, if my wife asks me to do something, I can't refuse her. Lin Feng thought to himself. Not long after, all the dishes were served. Wu Xinru took off her apron, opened the 2 bottles of wine that Lin Feng brought, and poured them for the 2 of them. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly said, Mom, I can do it. No need to be so troublesome. The mother-in-law liked her son-in-law more and more. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so sensible. Wu Xinru quickly smiled and said, It's okay, Mom will fill your cup first, and we'll talk if there's not enough food. After seeing this, Li Jinghua said helplessly, It's all thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't be able to drink more than 2 sips of wine in a year, I'm so greedy. After listening to this, Lin Feng whispered, If that's the case, then I'll come and drink with you, Dad, more often. Li Jinghua laughed. Okay. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of drinking with the father-in-law. This time's reward, drink 1,000 cups without falling. After the host drinks, the alcohol evaporates immediately. Linny didn't expect that even drinking could trigger a reward, which made him very happy. He didn't like drinking, but sometimes he had to drink, just like now when he was drinking with his father-in-law. After receiving the reward from the system, Linny raised his glass and clinked glasses with his father-in-law. Chapter 11, A Little Pretense. Before long, both of them had finished a glass of wine. Li Jinghua blushed and asked, Xiaofeng, where do you work now? Why don't you come to my company? Although Lin Feng won the reward of drinking 1,000 cups without falling, his face still turned slightly red. Facing his father-in-law's question, Lin Feng pretended to be half drunk and said, Dad, no need. I am a major shareholder of Tiger Shark Live, and I can get hundreds of millions of dividends every year. If I go to your place, people will say that I am a gigolo. After hearing this, Li Jinghua asked in confusion, I remember Sherwei said you worked in a company. How did you become a shareholder? Lin Feng didn't say anything, but silently opened the website on his mobile phone, found the information of Tiger Shark Live Broadcasting Company, and handed the phone to Li Jinghua. Li Jinghua took a look and said, Lin Feng holds 60% of the shares. After reading it, Li Jinghua laughed, I didn't expect that my son-in-law is so rich. Li Jinghua returned the phone to Lin Feng, raised the glass in his hand and said, Let's have a drink. They both drank it down in one gulp. After Li Jinghua finished drinking, he said to Lin Feng, What's wrong with being a gigolo? I was a gigolo back then, and I made all this money by working hard. There's nothing wrong with being a gigolo, but being a gigolo is not good. Lin Feng on the side could only nod. This old man. When Wu Xinru heard Li Jinghua talking louder and louder, she came up to Li Jinghua and took the wine glass from his hand. Seeing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to get up and help his father-in-law back to the room to rest. Li Jinghua, who had drunk enough, didn't say anything nonsense and could only let Lin Feng help him go back. After helping his father-in-law to the room, Raymond Lam went to the living room to accompany Li Sherwei. Li Sherwei was also considerate enough to make a bowl of sobering soup for Raymond Lam. Seeing how considerate Li Sherwei was, Raymond Lam drank up the hangover soup in one breath. Xiaofeng, why don't you go take a rest too? You just drank so much with this old man. Wu Xinru asked with concern. Lin Feng waved his hand to indicate no. But under the repeated requests of Li Sherwei and his mother-in-law, Lin Feng obediently went to Li Sherwei's room and took a nap. Lin Feng came to Li Sherwei's room and found that her room was filled with a row of books, and the rest was as simple as his own room. Lin Feng saw that there were company documents on Li Shirin's desk, but he did not touch those documents. He just took the documents aside and downloaded LOL using Li Sherwei's computer. Lin Feng looked at the download speed which kept jumping, and couldn't help but sigh that his wife's computer and the internet speed at home were really fast. The download was completed in less than 10 minutes. After Raymond Lam logged into his account, Li Sherwei also entered the room. Lin Feng turned around and saw that it was Li Sherwei, so he said, I put the documents on your desk in the drawer for you. Li Sherwei smiled softly and said, These documents are no longer needed. I have handed the company over to my brother to manage. I will be a good housewife. Hubby, you won't dislike me, will you? After listening to what Lin Feng said, he pulled Li Sherwei into his arms and said, How could I dislike you? I wish you could be a housewife at home. After listening to this, Li Shiwei smiled charmingly and said, "You're lying. I also want to make a lot of money. When we make a lot of money, we can retire early. Then we can travel around the world and buy whatever we want." Lin Feng scratched Li Shiwei's nose and asked, "How much is a lot of money? How early is early retirement?" Li Shiwei pondered for a moment. He said slowly, "We should have 100 billion. We will retire at 30, so we will still be young. We can travel around then." After listening to her, Lin Feng said seriously, "Okay. Then I will work hard to complete the tasks assigned by my wife and strive to achieve the goal." Li Shiwei was moved after hearing this, but she still hoped that the two of them could not work so hard. She just wanted a stable and worry-free life, instead of working in the company all day from day to night. Lin Feng chose a support position right after he finished speaking, but after one game, he just kept giving away the ball, and was repeatedly questioned by his teammates. There was no way, after all, he hadn't played for a few years. In the past, whenever Lin Feng opened the game, Zhang Mengyao would scold him for being unmotivated. But Lin Feng still had to write copy for others after get off work every day. If he wanted to relax and play games after finishing his work, he would be scolded for being unmotivated. Every time when the salary was paid, Zhang Mengyao kept complaining about why she only got 3 or 4,000 yuan while Lin Feng got 10 or 20,000 yuan. After complaining, she would open Douyin to seek comfort from Jimei. But now, not only does Li Shiwei not talk about herself, she also looks at me like a little fangirl and says that I look so handsome when I play games seriously. Okay. Although the screen is always black. But the current Lin Feng no longer has the same passion for playing games as he did in the past. When he couldn't play, he always wanted to play around. Now that he can play, he finds it no longer fun. Maybe it's because he doesn't have friends to play with. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gaming talent. Lin Yi was confused. How did he get the talent for gaming? The system detected that the host is too bad, so the system rewards gaming talent. The system responded. Lin Feng? Lin Feng, who had just received the reward, played another game, and this time he chose the mid laner. This time, Lin Feng simply beat the opponent's mid laner into AFK, and the opponent surrendered in 10 minutes because of one less player. After the call, Lin Feng felt that it was boring, so he turned off the computer, took Li Shiwei's hand and walked outside. Li Shiwei originally wanted to let Raymond Lam take a rest, but she wanted Raymond Lam to stay with her all the time. Lin Feng took Li Shiwei to the large yard outside the villa. I saw Wu Xinru arranging the flowers and plants in the yard. Lin Feng took out 2 tissues to wipe the sweat off Wu Xinru's forehead, and then asked curiously, "Mom, why don't you hire a nanny? You have to do all these things yourself." Wu Xinru said softly, "I don't like to let outsiders take care of things at home, and I don't like to go to work. It's not bad to do housework and plant flowers at home." Chapter 12, First Collaboration with My Father-in-Law. While Lin Feng was chatting with his mother-in-law, Li Jun came back on a motorcycle. Sigh. I am so tired. Li Jun parked his motorcycle in the yard. When he saw Lin Feng, his eyes widened. "Brother-in-law. Why are you here?" Li Shiwei rolled her eyes at Li Jun. "Why, my husband can't go home." Li Jun also realized that what he said was a little wrong, so he scratched his head and said, "That's not what I meant." Li Jun, with his sharp eyes, also noticed that Lin Feng was staring at his motorcycle. "Brother-in-law, do you want to try it?" Li Jun threw the car keys to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the key and shook his head and said, "I just drank some wine. Let's try again after I sober up." After saying that, Lin Feng threw the car keys back. Raymond Lam himself also likes motorcycles, but he didn't have the money to buy one before. Now that he sees one again, he plans to buy one. Li Jun smiled and parked the car in the underground garage. Afternoon. Li Jingguo was awakened by a phone call. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from a business partner he had known for many years. Not long after, Li Jingguo went downstairs with a serious expression. When Wu Xinru saw this, she asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look like someone owes you money?" After listening to this, Li Jingguo said helplessly, "It's still Liao Zhiping. Last time when I had dinner with him, we agreed to work together to create a short video platform. Now he says he has no money to invest in other places. Isn't this just a trick?" After listening to this, Wu Xinru rolled her eyes at Li Jingguo and said, "Do you have to be so upset about such a small matter? We do things according to the contract. Who would believe what you say now?" After listening to this, Li Jinghua sighed and said, when we worked together before, there were no variables. I have been researching for 2 months, and now he has told me that he doesn't want to do it anymore. These 2 months of hard work have been wasted for nothing. When Lin Feng heard the conversation with his father-in-law, he knew that his chance had come. Lin Feng came to Li Jinghua to comfort him, and started chatting with Li Jinghua. The two started out chatting casually in the living room, and then met in the study, feeling that they had met too late. Until the end, Lin Feng proposed to cooperate with his father-in-law and planned to let him do this. Lin Feng's current net worth is about 3 billion, all of which he received as dividends when he became a major shareholder 5 years ago. Of course, these are all rewards given by the system. The two hit it off and began to express their ideas. But Lin Feng already knew the general information about this platform through the system. When the two were about to fill out the contract, Li Jinghua said solemnly, Xiao Feng, how about this? I'll take 40% and you take 60%. Lin Feng also knew that he had luckily found this opportunity, so it was not appropriate for him to ask for so much. No. You are the one who did all this, how can I take 60%? It should be you who takes 60%. Lin Feng waved his hand. After much negotiation, the two finally agreed on a 50-50 split, but Raymond Lam insisted on investing more money. When the contract was finally signed, Lin Feng invested 600 million and Li Jinghua invested 400 million. Wu Xinru watched the two of them chatting in the study for the whole afternoon, and then brought a plate of fruit. Lin Feng and Li Jinghua were busy until the evening, and only after Wu Xinru called them several times did they reluctantly go downstairs to eat. Wu Xinru said unhappily, look at you guys, you want to eat first? Then continue to work after eating. Xiao Jun even knows to pause when playing games. Li Jun was miserable. Every time he came back and wanted to play a few games, the power was turned off at mealtime, especially during the crucial time of team battles. He was exhausted after a day of work, and when he came back to play games, the power was turned off. Lin Feng and Li Jinghua smiled at each other. At the dinner table, Li Shiwei was always considerate and helped Raymond Lam pick up food. Li Shiwei's family doesn't have so many rules and regulations. They are more like an ordinary happy family. Except for having a little more money, they are just like an ordinary family, chatting happily while eating. Dad, don't you know that lawyer who is said to be the best in Huadu? Why don't you introduce that lawyer to Lin Feng? Li Shiwei looked at Li Jinghua and said slowly. Li Jinghua also knew that his daughter was talking about Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend, so he nodded and agreed, I will say hello to lawyer Wang when the time comes, and then I will ask him to contact you. To be honest, Zhang Mengyau's family makes me angry just by looking at them. There are all kinds of people in the world. If I met a woman like that, wouldn't you want my family to give them 100 million every day? Li Jun said angrily. After hearing this, Li Shiwei rolled her eyes at Li Jun and said, if you run into him, my dad will break your legs first. After listening to this, Lin Feng smiled and said, don't worry about it. They can't run away. Lin Feng did not plan to deal with them so quickly, because Lin Feng understood He Wenxiu's sarcasm too well. Now He Wenxiu should take Zhang Mengyao to live in the wedding house she bought. Zhang Boyang should be working as Mr. Zhang in the bar now, enjoying being called Mr. Zhang by his friends. When Zhang Boyang has spent most of his money, he will slowly close the net. After dinner, Lin Feng wanted to go home, but at Wu Xinru's repeated requests, Lin Feng stayed at Li Shiwei's house. But they were not idle afterwards. Lin Feng and Li Jinghua went back to the study to discuss their short video platform. The two discussed until late at night, until Wu Xinru pulled them out of the study, and they came out of the study reluctantly. After Li Jinghua left the study, he pulled Lin Feng to a corner of the stairs. Xiao Feng, do you still remember what I said today? Li Jinghua whispered to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said slowly, I know. After listening to this, Li Jinghua patted Lin Feng's chest, laughed, and went back to sleep. Lin Feng also shook his head and went back to Li Shiwei's room to sleep. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Li Shiwei sleeping with the light on. Lin Feng looked at the time and found that it was already past 1 in the morning. Lin Feng could only dare not make any sound and went to bed carefully. Chapter 13 Shy Li Shiwei. The next morning, Lin Feng felt something strange about himself. He vaguely remembered the dream he had last night, which made him linger and feel the spring in all its glory. He felt something strange about himself and there was a smell coming from him. He opened his eyes carefully and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Shiwei was still sleeping soundly. But what was unexpected was that Li Shiwei woke up before Raymond Lam. She had wanted to wait for Raymond Lam to go to bed last night, but she seldom stayed up late, so she fell asleep while waiting. When she woke up in the morning, she saw Lin Feng sleeping next to her. She continued to close her eyes contentedly, enjoying the time with Lin Feng. Lin Feng could only get up carefully and take out a brand new pair of underwear from the closet to change into. These clothes were specially bought for him by Li Shiwei when he was talking with his father-in-law yesterday. After changing into his underwear, Lin Feng discovered that the underwear Li Shirin bought was exactly the right size for him. He didn't expect that Li Shirin was so thoughtful and even wrote down his clothing sizes. After Lin Feng changed into his underwear, he wanted to wash the underwear, but just as he picked up the underwear, he heard Li Shiwei's laughter. Hee. Hubby, what are you doing so secretly? Li Shiwei, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly laughed. Lin Feng was shocked after hearing this, and said with a blushing face, "It's okay, you can continue to sleep." But Li Shiwei stood up and took Lin Feng's underwear away, and said with a smile, "I'll help you wash it." Raymond Lam originally wanted to take it back and wash it himself, but Li Shiwei insisted on washing it for him, so Raymond Lam had no choice but to give up. After Li Shiwei picked up Lin Feng's underwear, there was still some warmth left on it and a strong smell. This was the first time Li Shiwei picked up a man's underwear, and she helped him wash it with a blushing face. After Li Shiwei helped Lin Feng wash up, they walked out of the room together and saw Wu Xinru, who had prepared breakfast and was waiting for them to eat together. Li Shiwei only saw Wu Xinru at home and asked, "Mom, where are my dad and my brother?" Wu Xinru said calmly, "Your brother went to the company, and your father is also busy out." After hearing this, Li Shiwei said, "Oh." After the two of them finished breakfast, Lin Feng planned to go to his own Tiger Shark Live broadcast company to take a look. He had not been there since he got the shares. He remembered that he was a hands-off boss and would never be called on unless there was something important. Lin Feng touched Li Shiwei's hand and said, "Wife, find me a car later. I want to go to the company to check it out." Li Shiwei pointed at the key holder and said, "You can take any car over there. I'll go pack my things first." After listening to this, Lin Feng wondered, "Why are you packing up?" Li Shiwei replied, "You went to the company and then to your home. I just happened to be packing my things." After listening to this, Lin Feng smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you, I plan to stay here for a while, so I can do something with my father-in-law." When Li Shiwei heard that Lin Feng planned to live here for a while, she jumped up excitedly. Seeing that Li Shiwei was so happy, Lin Feng pinched her face, took a key and went out. After Raymond Lam left, Li Shiwei stood at the door and shouted, "Husband, come back soon." Lin Feng smiled, waved his hand and went to the underground garage. "Husband, come back soon." Wu Xinru imitated Li Shirin's words and repeated them behind her. Li Shiwei heard her mother imitating her speech behind her back, blushing and shyly saying, "Mom." When Wu Xinru saw her daughter's face blushing all the way to her ears, she seemed to see herself when she was young. Lin Feng came to the underground garage and found the Kawasaki H2 that Li Jun drove last night. He didn't expect that the motorcycle driver's license he got in college would finally be useful. Every man has his own motorcycle dream, and Raymond Lam is no exception. He dreams of buying a motorcycle of his own, but Zhang Mengyao used to sneer at these things, saying that they were driven by poor people. But now, Lin Feng finally drives the motorcycle of his dreams. Lin Feng put on his helmet, inserted the key, started the motorcycle to try out the feel. The feel of the motorcycle made Lin Feng feel the power of a beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level driving skills. Points plus 30. After getting on the motorcycle, Lin Feng walked towards the company. Li Shiwei was outside the door looking at the handsome figure of Raymond Lam riding a motorcycle, and she came up with a plan. "Everyone has gone far away, what are you looking at?" Wu Xinru patted her love-crazy daughter on the back. Li Shiwei came back to her senses and said to Wu Xinru, "Mom, I want to buy one of these for my husband as well." Wu Xinru refused after hearing this, "You can buy any car. This car is too dangerous. We have so many cars in the garage. You can just let Lin Feng drive whatever he wants. Or you can buy him a Lamborghini. Motorcycles are too dangerous because they are made of iron." Li Shiwei also knew what Wu Xinru said, but she knew even more that when Lin Feng was in college, he took a motorcycle driver's license test and often watched other people's handsome motorcycle videos on the internet. However, Zhang Mengyao always scolded Lin Feng for being useless and only looking at this kind of motorcycle when she was around her. Li Shiwei said to Wu Xinru, "He also has a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a driver, but he likes this more. I want to buy him one, and then I will supervise him." Wu Xinru shook her head, she realized that her daughter was beyond saving. Li Shiwei also called her brother. "Brother, Where did you buy the car you bought last time? I want to buy one for Lin Feng. Li Jun on the other side of the phone was puzzled. Why did they give him this car? There were more than 10 luxury cars in the garage at home, and they wanted to give him a motorcycle. Li Jun said to Li Shuwei on the other end of the phone, this car is reserved, how about I give mine to my dear brother-in-law? Li Shuwei was embarrassed after hearing this, can you not be so disgusting? Dear brother-in-law, please help me find him. As soon as possible, I want to see him when Raymond Lam comes back. Li Jun said with some embarrassment, it's hard to get it in such a hurry. I'll try my best to help you. After saying that, Li Shuwei hung up the phone. Li Jun also started contacting his friends who were into cars and asked where there were more cars. Hard work pays off. I didn't expect that there actually was one. Li Jun hurried over to take a look, and after finding no problems, he asked Li Shuwei to transfer the money and have it delivered to his home. Chapter 14 Tiger Shark Live Broadcast Company. After parking the car, Lin Feng entered the company building. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng nodded. Along the way, employees who had just started work all greeted Lin Feng, and it was also the first time for Lin Feng to experience this feeling of being greeted at work. Boom boom. Lin Feng came to an office and knocked on the door. Come in. There was a voice coming from the office. Lin Feng opened the office door, walked into the office, and saw the man in front of him looking at a pile of documents in front of the computer. This person is none other than Su Xiaojie, another shareholder of the company and also the president of the company. Everything here is done by this person in front of him. Although Lin Feng is also a member, he has always been a hands-off boss and has only come to the company a few times a year. Su Xiaojie is in his 30s. He is a workaholic and a conscientious person. Although his net worth has reached hundreds of millions, his cars are only worth hundreds of thousands. He does not care about luxury cars, but lives in a high-end residential area. These are all memories transferred by the system. When Su Xiaojie saw that it was Lin Feng, he stood up, took Lin Feng's hand and pulled him to the sofa in the office. Oh, brother! You've kept me busy. Lin Feng also apologized a little, brother Xiaojie, you have worked hard. It's you who has to do this. If I were to manage it, we would all be begging on the street in less than 2 months. Su Xiaojie was very pleased after hearing this, so he said modestly, look at what you are saying, I am also watching, you can definitely do better than me alone. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, I really can't do this. I can be a hands-off boss, but I definitely can't do these things. Look, I came here today specifically to treat you to a meal. After listening to this, Su Xiaojie agreed and said, okay. You've never treated me to a meal before, so today I'll pick a more expensive place and make you bleed. Lin Feng patted Su Xiaojie on the shoulder and said with a smile, I was afraid that you would be embarrassed, so try your best to make me poor as much as possible. Although the two didn't meet often, there was no sense of strangeness between them. Before they knew it, the two had been chatting for almost an hour, and Lin Feng went out under the pretext of seeing the employees' working conditions. Although Su Xiaojie kept asking him to go with him, Lin Feng still declined because this was the only way he could see the employees' working conditions. Lin Feng casually walked around every department. Although he didn't come here often, the old employees basically knew him, but the new employees didn't even know this person existed. Lin Feng came to the commerce department and saw that some employees were working diligently, while some were playing mobile games and some were even taking a nap with their eyes squinted. When the old employees were about to call the employees who were slacking off to the side to get up, Lin Feng gave them a look. When Lin Feng finished his walk, some bolder girls came up to him and asked for his gray letter. Lin Feng declined them by explaining that he was already married. The rejected girl even said vaguely, it's a pity to get married so early. Lin Feng came to an employee who was playing games, took a chair and sat down, then asked with a smile, what if the department manager comes to play games at work? The man playing the game said calmly, no hurry, let's finish this game before working. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and said, then remember to work after this fight. The man playing games glanced at Lin Feng and cursed, psycho. Lin Feng came to the middle-aged man who was sleeping on the table and patted him gently. The sleeping middle-aged man was startled. When he saw the young man he had never seen before, he cursed, what a psycho. Go back to your job. After saying that, the middle-aged man lay down on the table and fell asleep again. After being scolded, Lin Feng did not get angry, but called the girl next to him and asked her to call the department manager. The girl thought that Raymond Lam was trying to flirt with her, so she didn't pay much attention to what he said and continued to work at her workstation. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and had to point to an old employee who knew him and asked him to go. He also found a workstation and sat down to wait for the department manager to arrive. Not long after, a middle-aged woman came running over in a hurry. Lin Feng found the information of this middle-aged woman in his memory. Her name was Luing Xue. She had come to the company shortly after it was founded, and now she has lived up to expectations and has been promoted to department manager. Mr. Lin! Luing Xue shouted in panic. Lin Feng nodded and pulled up a chair next to him and gave it to Luing Xue. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, sit down." Luing sat down on the chair in fear. The employees who were slacking off just now also heard the sound of Luing Xue's high heels hitting the ground, and they all started pretending to work. Luing Xue, who usually keeps her word, did not dare to speak loudly in front of Lin Feng. Everyone began to speculate about Lin Feng's identity, and the two employees who had just called Lin Feng a psychopath were also worried that they would be fired. In this company, they can get off work on time every day. The work is easy and they can take time off. They have finally found this job. Now they feel so sad that they can't even cry. They just hope that Lin Feng can be magnanimous and forgive their mistakes. The beads of sweat on Luing Xue's forehead had already formed small sweat drops, and her two hands were grasping the hem of her professional suit. Lin Feng took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Luing Xue, saying, "Sister Lu, don't be so nervous. I only come to the company a few times a year. If I looked so scary, I wouldn't dare to come next time." Luing Xue took the tissue handed over by Lin Feng, wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Boss Lin, you are joking. You are so handsome. We can't wait to see you every day." Lin Feng said slowly, "You don't have to flatter me. If I come here every day, you will be annoyed. Call everyone over. I want to chat with everyone." After listening, Luing stood up and said loudly, "Come here, Mr. Lin has something to say." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood up from their workstations and rushed over here. Luing Xue also demonstrated her decisiveness at this time. When everyone came to Lin Feng, the two employees who had just scolded Lin Feng came to Lin Feng and whispered, "Boss Lin, I'm sorry, we were blind just now. Please forgive us for our mistakes." After listening to this, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "You are not sorry to me, but to yourselves. I remember that our company's salary is not low. The company does not work overtime for more than 3 days a month. Those of you who have girlfriends, boyfriends can go home early to be with him, and those who have wives and children can go home early to be with their wives and children. There's nothing wrong with slacking off during work. Everyone wants to carve out a little time for themselves during work hours. I understand that. You can slack off secretly in the future, but don't let it affect your work." Lin Feng continued to look at the crowd, and seeing that they all lowered their heads and remained silent, he waved his hand and said, "If you have nothing else, get back to work." Chapter 15 Zhang Boyang scouts the location. As soon as Lin Feng left, everyone came to Luing Xue and asked, "Sister Lu, who was that just now? Why did you act like the boss?" Luing Xue said slowly, "I am the big boss here, you guys should get to work quickly." After listening to this, everyone returned to their workstations to work. Luing Xue also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Lin was easy to talk to, otherwise her KPI for this month would have been deducted. After visiting a department, Lin Feng returned to his office. Although he did not come to the company often, he still had an office. Boom boom boom. As soon as Lin Feng arrived at the office, there were several slow knocks on the door. "Come in." Lin Feng said slowly. "I heard that you just visited the Ministry of Commerce?" Su Xiaojie asked as soon as he entered the door. Lin Feng nodded. Su Xiaojie sat down on the sofa and said, "These are old problems. Usually when I go there, everyone works honestly. You don't come often, and many people don't know you. Now when I go there, I find that they sleep and play games while working." There was a hint of helplessness in Su Xiaojie's words. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Actually, if there is nothing to do, it is understandable to take a break. After all, everyone likes to take a break from their busy schedule. If the management is too strict, it may backfire." After listening to Lin Feng's statement, Su Xiaojie also agreed with Lin Feng's statement. The age difference between the two was not particularly large, so it was easier for them to communicate. "So, have you found a place to rip me off?" Lin Feng asked. Su Xiaojie shook his head and said, "Aren't you embarrassing me? I go home every day to eat the meals my wife cooks, and my social events are usually in business places. How can I know where the food is expensive? Usually, I go to a farmhouse with a few friends at most." Lin Feng laughed after hearing this. I don't know where things are expensive either. Let's go. Go down and ask the driver. Maybe he knows more than us. After saying that, Lin Feng pulled Su Xiaojie downstairs. Lin Feng had already informed the driver in advance and asked him to wait downstairs. As soon as Lin Feng and Su Xiaojie arrived downstairs, the driver helped them open the car door. After getting in the car, Lin Feng said slowly, "Go and help me find the most expensive place to eat." The driver thought for a moment and said, "Boss, how about the Golden Zune? I heard the things there are quite expensive." When Lin Feng heard this, he asked Su Xiaojie, who was standing beside him, "Brother Xiaojie, what do you think?" Su Xiaojie waved his hand, "You can arrange it." "Okay, then let's go with the Golden Zune." After Lin Feng finished speaking, the driver took them to Jinzuan. The other side. Zhang Boyang went clubbing with a few so-called good brothers until midnight last night, and everyone was drunk. Those good brothers who were drunk kept urging Zhang Boyang to book a presidential suite. Zhang Boyang looked at his balance and planned to book them a room for a few hundred yuan, but those good brothers refused to agree. Under the instigation and boasting of several good brothers, Zhang Boyang's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he checked into a presidential suite for 28,800 yuan. One morning, Zhang Boyang opened his eyes and found that all his good brothers had left, leaving him alone in the hotel. After having breakfast at the hotel and checking out, I wandered aimlessly on the street. Looking at those luxury cars and tall buildings, Zhang Boyang looked at his remaining balance. He spent nearly 50,000 yuan in that high-end bar last night. The money went by so damn fast. Thinking of this, Zhang Boyang thought of Lin Feng again. How great it would be if Lin Feng became his brother-in-law. He would have money to spend every day, and if he ran out of money, he could ask Lin Feng for money. Now he could only wait for his sister to reconcile with Lin Feng. While Zhang Boyang was walking and complaining about Lin Feng being a miser, he saw Lin Feng getting out of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhang Boyang felt that he was not asleep yet, but when he wiped his eyes, he saw that it was indeed Lin Feng. After learning that the man was indeed Lin Feng, Zhang Boyang thought to himself, "Last time, that guy called this car over, and this time he took this car again. Could it be that this car is really his? Otherwise, how could he get into such a high-end place? No, if this little bastard can drive a car like this, then he can't be too poor to marry his sister." Within 2 minutes, Lin Feng entered the Golden Vase. When the driver was about to park the car, Zhang Boyang came up to the driver and asked, "Brother, isn't your boss the man who looks younger?" The driver sat in the driving seat and looked at Zhang Boyang coldly, ignoring him. Zhang Boyang could only open the WeChat message on his mobile phone, find Lin Feng as friend, and then open the chat history from long ago to show the driver. The driver ignored Zhang Boyang and drove the car away and stopped. "Why are you so arrogant? When I have money, you will be the first one I get." While cursing the driver, Zhang Boyang shouted to the next online car-hailing driver that he had given him 200 yuan for the whole day. But online taxi drivers want 300 yuan, otherwise they won't do the job. Anxious Zhang Boyang could only give 200 first and give the rest when he got there. Over here. Lin Feng and Su Xiaojie came to the Golden Zune. The waiter outside also saw the two people driving over in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and knew that they must be of noble status, so he stepped forward enthusiastically and took the two people to a private room. Lin Feng picked up his phone and scanned it. "Wow, the food here is really expensive. Any dish costs thousands. Brother Xiaojie, please don't be polite to me." After hearing what Lin Feng said, Su Xiaojie also picked up his mobile phone and was surprised. "Brother Lin, if you hadn't brought me here, I wouldn't have thought I could eat something so expensive." Su Xiaojie stopped after spending more than 20,000 yuan on just a few dishes. He is not a person who likes to waste, so he is satisfied with just about everything. Lin Feng saw it and smiled, "Order whatever you want, but don't drink. I have to drive back later." Su Xiaojie also smiled and said, "I still have to work later, and I can't drink, but your car is really comfortable, and you know how to enjoy it. I want to get one someday." The two chatted for a while, and after waiting for 20 minutes, the dishes were served. After seeing all the dishes were served, Su Xiaojie raised the teacup on the table. "No more words, let's drink tea instead of wine." Lin Feng also picked up the teacup on the table and clinked it with it. An hour later, the two people, who had eaten their fill, slowly walked out. Zhang Boyang, who had been waiting outside for nearly 2 hours, finally saw Lin Feng come out. Damn it, this Lin Feng really knows how to enjoy himself. He eats in a place like this. I've never been to a place like this before, but this little jerk got there first. Zhang Boyang cursed in a low voice. The driver beside him thought to himself, why don't you look at yourself and scold others? After seeing Lin Feng getting into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Zhang Boyang asked the online taxi he had booked for the day to follow closely behind. Chapter 16 New Motorcycle. Raymond Lam and Su Xiaojie came to the company together. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Su. The front desk clerk saw the two CEOs and shouted. Su Xiaojie and Lin Feng nodded and went upstairs. After the two men went in, Zhang Boyang poked his head out and vaguely heard the front desk clerk calling Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? This kid is so quick to eat free food? Zhang Boyang wondered. Hey! Give me the money. The online taxi driver nearby shouted at Zhang Mingcheng. Zhang Boyang glanced at the online car-hailing driver and said, didn't I just give you 200 yuan? It's not certain whether you can earn 200 yuan a day. Now you actually want me to pay you. Do you think I'm a sucker? The online taxi driver rubbed his hands and said, you just promised to pay 300, you are not going to default on it, are you? Seeing that the online car-hailing driver was a whole head taller than him, Zhang Boyang had no choice but to take out another 100 yuan and give it to the driver, otherwise he would be physically beaten. Damn it, last night I saw you riding in my car to the presidential suite. You didn't feel bad about spending tens of thousands of dollars, but now a few $100s is like it's killing you. After getting the money, the online car-hailing driver walked away cursing. Damn it, I blackmailed me last night, and you blackmailed me again today. It's so unlucky. After seeing the driver walking away, Zhang Boyang started cursing. After recovering, Zhang Boyang opened his phone to see if this was from the company and whether it was given to her by the rich woman Li Shiwei. The shareholder, Lin Feng, holds 60% of the shares. The holding period is. Zhang Mingcheng counted the time by counting on his fingers. 5 years? Damn it, Lin Feng is so rich, why is he pretending to be poor? He has at least hundreds of millions on hand, but he is not willing to take out even a mere 500,000. What a stingy guy. Zhang Boyang kicked the stairs while looking at the messages on his phone. Lin Feng, you bastard, I must take 10 or 20 million from you to spend. Lin Feng, who was in the company, was drinking tea made by Su Xiaojie in his office. Lin Feng looked at the time, stood up and said, Brother Xiaojie, everything here depends on you. Call me if there is anything. Su Xiaojie smiled and said, Brother Lin, what are you talking about? I'm fine here, and you can just come and see me occasionally. After saying that, Lin Feng went out and planned to go home. When the driver saw Lin Feng coming down, he was about to get up to get the car, but Lin Feng waved him off and said, No, I'll drive myself. The driver continued to sit there after hearing this. After Lin Feng took out Li Luo's Kawasaki H2, he sped back. After Lin Feng disappeared, Zhang Boyang came out from a corner. Damn it, Kawasaki H2, you're willing to buy a car worth hundreds of thousands, one luxury car after another. If I had known it was your car, I would have deflated it first. Zhang Boyang gritted his teeth. Now he has long been out of his mind, and all he thinks about all day is how to get money from Lin Feng. After tasting the sweetness of 500,000, his mind is now full of 500,000, or even 5 million or 50 million. After complaining about the injustice of God, Zhang Boyang went back in shame. After a while, Lin Feng arrived at his father-in-law's house. When Lin Feng was parking his car in the underground garage, he saw a brand new Kawasaki H2 parked in the small yard. When Li Shiwei heard the sound of the motorcycle, she jumped out and ran. Honey! Look at the car I bought for you. Isn't it nice? All the paperwork has been completed. Li Shiwei said while holding Lin Feng's arm. And Lin Feng has been fascinated by the brand new Kawasaki H2. Lin Feng hugged Li Shiwei and turned around twice and said, How do you know I like this? Li Shiwei smiled and said, Yesterday when you saw my brother's car, your eyes widened. You see, I have never been like that before. Lin Feng hugged Li Shiwei's slender waist and said, How could that be? How can a car compare to yours? Go change your clothes and I'll take you for a spin. After hearing this, Li Shiwei returned to the house, changed into a newly bought racing suit, and was fully armed. After Li Shiwei came out, he saw that Li Shiwei was wrapped tightly in a racing suit, and then he gave Li Shiwei a thumbs up and praised her. Raymond Lam handed a helmet to Li Shiwei and got on the newly bought motorcycle. Li Shiwei also sat on the back seat, hugging Raymond Lam tightly with both hands. After Lin Feng drove Li Shiwei around twice, he returned to the villa. After turning around twice, Li Shiwei got out of the car still feeling a little reluctant. Lin Feng also saw that Li Shiwei was still not satisfied, so he knocked on her helmet and said, "It's too dangerous." Li Shiwei whispered, "Well, next time we'll buy a factory and start it slowly." When Lin Feng drove the car to the underground garage, his father-in-law Li Jinghua also came back with a tired look on his face. As soon as Li Jinghua returned home, he pulled Lin Feng into the study. After arriving at the study, Lin Feng looked at Li Jinghua and asked, "What's going on?" Li Jinghua sighed and said, "It's not difficult. I had already recruited people when I had this idea. The problem now is that I'm not very satisfied with the software design. I took a look at the page and didn't even want to download it, but I couldn't tell what was wrong." After hearing what his father-in-law said, Lin Feng finally understood. No wonder his father-in-law was so angry when his partner said he would not cooperate last time. It turned out that he had already started doing this. Lin Feng picked up the information brought back by Li Jinghua, and when he opened it, he couldn't hold it in anymore. No wonder his father-in-law looked so sad. This interface was just for coping. The complexity of this interface is simply beyond words. Short video software should be as simple as possible, and all functions should be within reach. After reading it, Lin Feng slowly said to his father-in-law, "Dad, you should take a rest first and relax. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Li Jinfeng continued to ask, "What should our app be called? We are still using a code name. We still need to come up with a name." Lin Feng patted his chest and slowly said to his father-in-law, "Leave this matter to me. I will give you a satisfactory name when the time comes." Li Jinghua nodded after listening. When his father-in-law left the room, Lin Feng was left alone in the study. After Lin Feng locked the door, he found the interface of this software from the system mall in his mind. Chapter 17, Drunk Shang Boyong. The system detects that the host wants to try out something in this mall. The price is 30 points. This trial only lasts 3 minutes. Does the host want to try it? When he heard the system coming from his mind, Linny clicked on the trial without hesitation. The system detects that the host is trying it out. Please cherish the trial time and purchase rationally. After clicking on the trial, Lin Feng clicked through all the interfaces of the software. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the system's voice continued to come into Lin Feng's mind. The 3-minute trial period has expired. Do you want to purchase this product? After purchasing this product, the host can find it in his mind at any time. The host can also. Before the system finished speaking, Lin Feng couldn't wait to use 30 points to purchase the information of this software. After getting the information, Lin Feng went to Li Shiwei's room, turned on the computer, drew every page of the software, and marked the functions. Seeing the busy Raymond Lam, Li Shiwei quietly watched the serious Raymond Lam from the side. As expected, serious men are the most handsome. Li Shiwei looked at Raymond Lam like a little fangirl. Since Li Shiwei was beside him, Raymond Lam's mind was filled with thoughts of Li Shiwei, which could not be dispelled for a long time. Lin Feng hugged Li Shiwei into his arms and said slowly, "My dear wife, why don't you go out first? You are all on my mind when you are here." After listening to this, Li Shiwei smiled charmingly, kissed Lin Feng on the face and left. After Li Shiwei left, Raymond Lam also started to work seriously. Before he knew it, Lin Feng had been in the room for a whole day. It was not until Li Shiwei came to call him for dinner in the evening that he reluctantly left the computer. As soon as he sat down at the table, Li Jinhua asked Lin Feng, "I heard from Shiwei that you have a new idea?" Lin Feng nodded after listening. But when Li Jinhua wanted to continue asking, Wu Xinru said sternly, "Let's eat, why are you talking about work? Xiaofeng is tired after a day, can't you wait until after dinner?" After hearing Wu Xinru's scolding, Li Jinhua obediently shut up and started eating. The other side. In a certain neighborhood, Zhang Boyang returned home and drank in a depressed mood. Zhang Jianjun, who was standing by, sighed as he looked at the messy house. "My wife and daughter haven't come back since they moved out. I don't know what they are doing now. They don't even call me." Seeing Zhang Boyang lying on the ground drinking with a bottle of wine, Zhang Jianjun went back to his room without saying anything. When He Wenxiu disliked him, he practiced doing things alone and didn't need anyone to help him with anything except cooking. "Damn it, Lin Feng, he's so rich but he's so stingy that he doesn't even give me hundreds of thousands. If he marries my sister now, I can become a senior executive of the company, don't you think I'm right, Dad?" Zhang Boyang said to his father drunkenly. Seeing the drunk Zhang Boyang, Zhang Jianjun just nodded slightly and didn't hear what he said. Hiccup. "Dad, you said I called you Dad for so many years, can you please call me Dad now?" Zhang Boyang burped and said. Zhang Jianjun, who was standing by, said with a sullen face, "Can't you just stop worrying about drinking all day? Can't you just find a good class to attend? You're always thinking about other people's money. You have your own hands and feet." After hearing his father's lecture, the drunk Zhang Boyang shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? You actually lecture me. If you had more money, would I be like this? If you were as good at making money as Lin Feng's parents, would I be drinking here? Alas! How could I have given birth to such a son?" Feeling disheartened, Zhang Jianjun returned to his room and slammed the door shut. "No, I still have to go to Lin Feng in a few days to ask for a few 100,000 flowers, otherwise I will send out the video I recorded last time." Zhang Boyang took a sip of wine and said. In the luxurious villa, after Lin Feng and his friends finished their meal, they sent the picture they had drawn to Li Jinghua. Li Jinghua's eyes widened after seeing the picture. Just based on the simple interface and the eye-catching pink icon, he couldn't wait to download it. "How is it? It's not bad, right?" Lin Feng asked slowly. "Yes, this is really good. Just based on this pink icon, I want to download it now," Li Jinghua said excitedly. "Although I have been dealing with cosmetics for many years, this is the first time I have stepped into an unfamiliar field. If you have nothing else to do, I'll go draw the rest first." After saying that, Lin Feng waved his hand and went upstairs. After seeing Lin Feng going upstairs, Li Jinghua muttered, "My daughter really has good taste." After Lin Feng went upstairs, he moved Li Shiwei's computer to the study. Although Li Shiwei said no, Raymond Lam didn't want to affect his wife's rest time. After all, women still need enough sleep. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng stretched his body and finally finished drawing the whole picture. When Lin Feng returned to Li Shiwei's room, he saw that Li Shiwei had fallen asleep. He had to carefully change into pajamas using the brightness of his mobile phone screen. After getting on the bed, Raymond Lam kissed Li Shiwei on the face and fell asleep. Noon. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and saw Li Shiwei staring at him. "How long did you stay up last night?" Li Shiwei whispered in Lin Feng's ear with her seductive little mouth. Lin Feng stood up and said slowly, "About 3 or 4 o'clock." Just when Li Shiwei was about to speak, Lin Feng pulled Li Shiwei to himself. Li Shiwei was so frightened by Lin Feng's action that her body began to feel numb. The two were very affectionate. When Li Shiwei was about to lower her head, there was a knock on the door. The two smiled awkwardly, tidied up their messy clothes, then slowly stood up and opened the door. "Mom! Could you please not knock on the door when you have nothing to do?" Li Shiwei pouted and complained to Wu Xinru outside the door. Wu Xinru also said with a helpless look, "Your father asked me to come and ask if the picture is ready. He has been waiting until noon this morning and now he can't wait to see it." After hearing Wu Xinru's intention, Lin Feng took out a USB drive and handed it to Wu Xinru. "Everything is in here, just follow the instructions." After Wu Xinru got the USB drive, she smiled and said, "Then you guys continue. I'll go down first." Li Shiwei became depressed after closing the door. Seeing Li Shiwei pouting, Raymond Lam thought that an angry Li Shiwei was also cute, so he stepped forward and pinched Li Shiwei's face. "My wife looks this good even when she's angry." Who knew that Li Shiwei would just snort? Anyway, I'm not the one who's feeling uncomfortable. Chapter 18. Zhang Mengyao wants to get back together. After playing around in the room for a while, the two felt a little hungry, so they got up and prepared to go downstairs to eat. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw Wu Xinru had just prepared lunch and was waiting for them. "Eat quickly, or you'll catch a cold," Wu Xinru urged the two of them. "Where's my dad?" Li Shiwei asked Wu Xinru. Wu Xinru said calmly, "After your father got the USB drive, he rushed to the company." After the two of them had eaten, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. Lin Feng picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Lin Feng pressed the answer button and was about to say hello when the other party spoke first. "Lin Feng, I'm out of money. Please give me 300,000 yuan to spend." Lin Feng recognized the voice on the other end. It was Zhang Boyang calling. He had already blocked all his family's phone numbers and contact information, but now he called with another phone number and asked for 300,000 yuan, as if he was being taken advantage of. After listening to it, Lin Feng turned on the speaker and asked, "Have you spent the 500,000 yuan?" When Zhang Boyang heard Lin Feng ask this, he felt that there was something going on, so he smiled and said, "Your 500,000 is really not enough. The last time I booked a presidential suite, it was tens of thousands of dollars. Now I only have tens of thousands left. Give me 300,000 first. After hearing this, Lin Feng laughed even more happily. How dare you ask me for money? I haven't even asked you for money yet. You actually come to ask me for money first? After hearing this, Zhang Boyang said angrily, Lin Feng, you bastard, you are pretending to be a big shot. I already knew that you have a company and your net worth is at least several hundred million. I didn't even ask you for some shares. I know you are still thinking about my sister. Give me some money first and I will say something good for you. Lin Feng wondered, how do you know my company? After listening to this, Zhang Boyang said with a smug look on his face, don't worry about this. All you need to know is that if you still want to get my sister back, just give me money and don't make things difficult for me. Okay. Just spend the money now. Lin Feng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Hello? Lin Feng? Hang up on me, you F-king bastard. Seeing that the other party had hung up, Zhang Boyang was so angry that he threw the phone in his hand against the wall, breaking it into pieces. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng sat on the sofa and browsed his phone leisurely. Husband. Why don't you go and pay back Zhang Mengyao's family? Now Zhang Boyang is asking you for money. Li Shiwei heard everything from the side. After hearing Zhang Boyang's words, her blood pressure instantly rose. Wu Xinru was also puzzled, yes. Xiaofeng, why did you wait so long? You should go find that lawyer now to collect evidence and then ask them to pay you back. But Lin Feng waved his hand and said, don't worry, wait until they spend the money first, I have my own plans. After being humiliated by Lin Feng, Zhang Boyang angrily smashed everything in the house. However, Zhang Jianjun just shook his head and looked at his son who was like a mad dog. Boyang, you should find a job. This is not a solution. After hearing this, Zhang Boyang immediately rushed to his paralyzed father. I'm looking for a job? Damn, Lin Feng is so rich, and he still wants me to find a job? This guy just cheated our family. He is so rich, but he still pretends to be poor. He owes our whole family. Just wait. After a while, when that Li Shiwei gets tired of Raymond Lam, he will probably come back to look for my sister. I just don't believe that a beautiful and rich woman would fall for Raymond Lam. I can't accept it. When Zhang Jianjun saw that his son actually thought like this, despair appeared in his eyes and he pushed the wheelchair back to his room. If you don't pay, then just wait. Tomorrow I will break the little golden man from your Rolls-Royce Phantom and burn your Kawasaki H2. Let's see if you pay or not. Unlike Zhang Boyang, Zhang Mengyao is still living in the wedding house that Raymond Lam bought. After Zhang Mengyao got home from get off work, she saw He Xiufang sitting on the sofa, eating melon seeds and vomiting all over the floor. Mom, I don't ask you to go to work now, but you can't make a mess at home. I'm tired after get off work, and now I see such a mess when I come home. It really annoys me. Zhang Mengyao complained to He Wenxiu. When He Wenxiu saw her daughter scolding her, she spat out the melon seed shells in her mouth and said fiercely, "Oh, you despise me now. I raised you with all my heart and effort, why didn't you say anything? Now you despise me. I really raised you in vain." Zhang Mengyao was speechless and could only whisper, "Mom, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant." Okay, that's not what Mom meant. After saying that, He Wenxiu extended a hand towards Zhang Mengyao. Mom, what are you doing? Zhang Mengyao didn't understand why He Wenxiu stretched out her hand. You're still pretending. Didn't you change jobs in the past 2 days? Your monthly salary is 8,000 yuan. Where's the money now? He Wenxiu stretched out his thick and fat palm and asked. Hearing this, Zhang Mengyao collapsed and yelled, "We've only been here for 2 days, and you've already spent so much of my money. Now I just changed jobs, where does my salary come from? You lose money playing mahjong every day, and you still ask me?" When He Wenxiu heard her daughter say this, she also panicked. She was afraid that her daughter would not give her money in the future and she would have no money to play mahjong. Okay, it's Mom's fault. I'm sorry. Where are you working now? How can you suddenly increase your salary from over 3,000 to 8,000? He Xiufang hugged Zhang Mengyao and comforted her. Zhang Mengyao said slowly, "Last time I was free, so I searched for a job online and found that this company was recruiting a large number of people to make a short video software. I submitted my resume and was accepted." After listening to this, He Wenxiu pondered for a moment and said, 8,000. It still doesn't seem to be enough. I don't know when Lin Feng will come back to you to get back together. He hasn't come to talk about the house yet. I guess he's just waiting for you to calm down. You have to be tough when he comes. As he Wenxiu was talking, she was already thinking of asking Lin Feng for money. No matter what she said, she would not let this kid live so comfortably this time. Zhang Mengyao nodded and said, "It's impossible to just forget about it in 5 years. That bitch Li Shiwei can't possibly have anything to do with us. Lin Feng is probably waiting for me to forgive him, but when he comes, you can't treat him like that again." He Wenxiu nodded. Chapter 19 New Company Product Launch Meeting. Within a week, Lin Feng and Li Jinghua almost lived in the company. They were busy supervising the company every day. Finally it was done. Lin Feng and Li Jinghua high-fived each other. In just 1 week, the company worked very hard overtime to develop this software, and the server is now ready. Xiaofeng, you said last time that you would give me a satisfactory name for this app. How is it going now? If the name is not nice, then my expectations will be in vain. Li Jinghua smiled at Lin Feng. Yes. The name of this app is World TV. Lin Feng said word by word. Li Jinghua murmured, World TV? Seeing that Li Jinghua didn't quite understand, Lin Feng explained, we want to build a world-class app. In the future, we will also launch this app overseas. People all over the world want to know about our app. Li Jinghua suddenly realized, I didn't expect you to think of this. I never thought of launching it overseas. It seems that I am getting old and dare not think too much. We can start releasing the software now and see how many downloads we get today. We can also have the marketing department find some influential bloggers and anchors to promote our software. Don't forget to put ads in major app stores. Lin Feng said lightly. Li Jinghua laughed and said, I have already asked someone to arrange it. Now just wait and see. As soon as the software was released, Lin Feng and Li Jinghua were watching the data changes with the company's senior executives. 1 registration. 2 registrations. The values are getting bigger and bigger. By the evening, the number of registered users had reached 10 million, and the video creator had 10,000 users. After seeing the data stabilize, Li Jinghua also showed a satisfied smile. Ding! The system has rewarded all users and creators. After the system prompt sounded, Lin Feng knew that now it was just a matter of making the data look better, but he believed that it would not take long before this software would become popular. Notice to everyone, we will have dinner together after get off work tonight. If you are unable to go due to special duties, you will receive a subsidy of 300 yuan. Not long after Li Jinghua passed on the message, the entire company was in an uproar. Li Jinghua also generously found a restaurant specifically for the party. In the evening, Raymond Lam also got into Li Jinghua's Rolls-Royce, and the two went to the restaurant for the party together. By the time we arrived at the restaurant, some employees had already arrived one after another, and everyone started to find their familiar colleagues and sit down together. Meng Yao, can we go out and watch a movie together tomorrow weekend? The man with gold-framed glasses in front of Zhang Mengyao asked respectfully. I've already told you that I have a boyfriend, so stop talking about it. Zhang Mengyao said coldly. After hearing what Zhang Mengyao said, the man with gold-rimmed glasses said dissatisfiedly, you have been here for more than a week, and you have been saying that you have a boyfriend. I have never seen him pick you up from get off work. What's the point of having such a boyfriend? I promise you, as long as you date me, I can give you my monthly salary. Zhang Mengyao saw that the man with gold-rimmed glasses in front of her not only did not give up after hearing this, but also became even more persistent, so she said dissatisfiedly. I'm asking you if you're annoying or not. I've already told you I don't like you anymore, why are you being so mean? Zhang Mengyao became more and more excited as she spoke. People nearby looked over and glared at the man with disdain. A man is so humble, is he still a man? He has to cling to her. Some people around were muttering. After hearing this, the man in the gold-framed glasses lowered his head and dared not say anything. In fact, he himself knew that Zhang Mengyao looked down on him, but when he saw her for the first time, he was deeply attracted by her appearance. Just as the employees below were chatting with each other, a sweet voice came from the podium in the party restaurant. This time, our company worked on it for more than a week and finally finished the software and put it online. This time our CEO Li and CEO Lin specially invited everyone to have a meal and a gathering together. Of course, the dishes on this table are quite rich, and you can eat as much lobster as you want. I hope everyone can eat to their heart's content. Now let's invite our CEO Li to say a few words. After he finished speaking, there was a burst of applause from the audience. Li Jinghua came on stage and patted the microphone with his hand. After confirming that the microphone could produce sound, Li Jinghua laughed and said, "Ha ha, I don't really know how to say anything, so let Mr. Lin do the talking. After saying that, Lin Feng in the audience slowly walked up to the stage and took the microphone. Zhang Mangyao was surprised to see that it was Lin Feng who came up on stage. How is it possible? How could Lin Feng be here? Zhang Mangyao didn't dare to believe it. How could he be a senior executive of her company? But Zhang Mangyao was surprised for a moment, and then she understood that Lin Feng and Li Shiwei have already obtained the marriage certificate. The man's surname was Li, so he was probably Li Shiwei's father. Zhang Mangyao came back to her senses with a slight smile on her face. Now Lin Feng is one of the bosses of this company. After she gets Lin Feng back, everything that belongs to Lin Feng will become hers. On the stage, Lin Feng glanced down and said slowly, after these days of hard work, it is inseparable from everyone's efforts. I just want to say that as long as everyone works hard and thinks about the company, our company will not treat any employee unfairly. That's all I want to say. I wish you all a happy meal. After he finished a brief speech, there was a burst of warm applause from the audience. Lin Feng also came down and gathered at a table with many executives to have dinner. Boss Lin is indeed a young and promising man. What he said makes my blood boil. Lin Feng had just sat down when a bald executive said respectfully. After listening to this, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "What do you mean by young and promising? It still depends on everyone's efforts. How can I succeed alone? In the future, I will have to rely on you to safeguard the interests of the company." Hearing what Lin Feng said, all the executives couldn't help but laugh out loud. Come on, drink." Li Jingguo raised his glass and said loudly. Many executives drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, Li Jingguo said to Lin Feng, "Xiao Feng, get up and have a drink with everyone." Lin Feng knew that Li Jingguo wanted him to be familiar to the company. Although it was unnecessary, he still filled his glass with white wine, stood up and said to the many employees below, "Come on, let's have a drink." When everyone saw the young boss toasting them, they all stood up. Lin Feng drank the wine in his glass in one breath, turned the glass downwards, and said to everyone, "I finished it, you guys can do whatever you want." Seeing that this young boss was not at all arrogant, everyone stood up and drank the wine in their glasses. Many women even murmured in the comments, "What a handsome boss. I wonder if he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. It would be nice if he didn't." After hearing this, the people nearby poured cold water on him and said, "If he didn't have a girlfriend, it wouldn't be your turn. No one would be blind enough to break up with such an outstanding person." Chapter 20, Meeting Zhang Mangyao again. After hearing this, Zhang Mangyao felt as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly. But it's just uncomfortable. He was just relying on Li Shiwei for support. Without Li Shiwei, how could he have become a senior executive of a company? Now he is just an ordinary employee with a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan. After calming down, Zhang Mangyao felt much better, thinking that Lin Feng would eventually come back to her. But Zhang Mangyao still looked at the table where Lin Feng was from time to time. After eating for more than an hour, everyone started to go home to be with their families. Li Jingguo also gradually fell down after drinking with many senior executives. Those senior executives are all old hands, so naturally they would not miss the opportunity to have dinner with the boss. They all want to be recognized by the boss so that they can be promoted next time based on their familiarity. Boss Lin has a good alcohol tolerance. He drank several large glasses of white wine in a row and nothing happened. Now his face is not red and he is not out of breath. A middle-aged man with a fat head and greasy face said respectfully, "Hey! Our general manager Lin is so young, not like us old guys." The bald man on the other side joked. Lin Feng smiled after hearing this, raised the wine glass in his hand and said to the two of them, "What are you two uncles saying? We still have to rely on everyone. From now on, we all have to work together." The two were so happy to hear Lin Feng say this. They were almost moved to tears that a young company boss could speak like this. Moved, the two filled their glasses and drank them all. After a while, Li Jingguo looked at the time. It had been 2 hours. He was already unable to walk, so he said to Lin Feng, "Xiao Feng, it's getting late, let's change it back." Lin Feng looked around and found that most people had left, so he nodded to Li Jingguo. "Everyone, eat slowly. I'm old, and I don't have the energy like you young people." Li Jingguo spoke to several senior executives sitting at the table. After hearing this, the executives stood up one after another and said, "It's getting late. We have to go back to be with our wives and children. The reason these executives are here is for the two bosses." Now that the bosses are gone, there is naturally no need for them to stay here. After listening to them, Lin Feng put Li Jingguo's arm on his shoulders and slowly took him out. Zhang Mengyao had been watching Lin Feng's every move. After seeing Lin Feng getting ready to get up and come out, Zhang Mengyao also started to go outside and wait. Mengyao, are you going back home? Let me see you off. The man with gold-framed glasses standing by had been watching Zhang Mengyao. When he saw Zhang Mengyao stand up, he stood up and flattered Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao looked at the man in front of her, who was like a fly, lingering around, and said to him coldly, I really don't like you, why don't you let me go? After listening to her, the man with gold-rimmed glasses said affectionately, Mengyao, I know you don't like me now, but I believe that one day you will be moved by me. After saying this, Zhang Mengyao was speechless. She didn't expect that someone could move her so much. It was rare for someone to be a bootlicker to this extent. If it were someone else, they would probably be moved. But she is Zhang Mengyao, and not everyone can be worthy of her. The other side. Lin Feng helped his father-in-law into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. When he was about to get in the car, Zhang Mengyao was following closely behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Zhang Mengyao said slowly. Lin Feng also recognized Zhang Mengyao's voice, but he ignored her and continued to get in the car. Is our 5-year relationship going to end just like that? You don't even want to say a word to me? Zhang Mengyao sobbed. Lin Feng didn't want to see the snobbish Zhang Mengyao, so he asked the driver to drive. After hearing this, Zhang Mengyao clung to the car door and asked, Are you so cruel? You won't even say a word to me? Stop the car. Xiaofeng, go talk to her. Otherwise, it will have a bad impact on other employees if they see it. Li Jingguo waved his hand. After Lin Feng got off the car, he said to Zhang Mengyao calmly, If you have anything to say, just tell me. I want to go home. After Zhang Mengyao saw Lin Feng get off the car, she felt that Lin Feng still cared about her, so she cried hard, Why don't you even say a word to me? I was wrong, I was really wrong, can we go back together? After saying that, Zhang Mengyao threw herself on Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged and Zhang Mengyao fell to the ground, her face covered in dust, and she started crying. Seeing this, the man with gold-framed glasses in the distance rushed over and wanted to punch Lin Feng, but was stopped by Li Jingguo's driver and bodyguard. The man with gold-rimmed glasses struggled and said, What's your ability to bully a woman? If you have the guts, come at me. Just because you have money, you can cheat a girl's feelings? After hearing this, Zhang Mengyao cried and said to the man with gold-framed glasses fiercely, This is our business, can you please get out of here? The man with gold-framed glasses was completely hurt this time. He didn't understand why Zhang Mengyao was so cold to him even in this situation. Was it wrong for him to care about her? The disheartened man in the gold-framed glasses slowly disappeared into the night, laughing as he walked. Lin Feng, you've changed. You've become cold. In the past, you would try to comfort me whenever I was a little unhappy. Now you don't even want to look at me. Do you think I'm so disgusted by you? Zhang Mengyao cried while brushing the dust off her face. Is that enough? I'm leaving now. Oh. By the way, I plan to start looking for a lawyer. Your brother has almost used up the betrothal money, and I plan to collect evidence. Remember to prepare the money. This amount constitutes fraud. If you can't pay it back, you may be held criminally liable. Lin Feng got into the car after he finished speaking. Zhang Mengyao understood instantly that he had been waiting for her brother to spend all the betrothal money before suing him. This amount constituted fraud. If he could not pay it back, her brother would have to work on a sewing machine. Zhang Mengyao collapsed to the ground after she reacted. Lin Feng, you are so cruel. Why is there such a cruel person like you? Have you forgotten our 5 years of relationship? Zhang Mengyao collapsed on the ground and cried. Zhang Mengyao's crying was useless, but she had subconsciously regarded Lin Feng as the same person he used to be. In the past, crying would work, but now she got a cold look in return. Chapter 21 He Wenxiu's Dirty Tricks. The car slowly stopped at Li Jingguo's villa. As soon as Lin Feng helped Li Jingguo down, Li Jingguo started vomiting in the yard. Wu Xinru, who had heard the noise, also came out. Seeing Li Jingguo squatting on the ground and vomiting, she frowned and scolded, Why did you drink so much? Look at what you've become after vomiting. Despite her complaints, Wu Xinru still patted Li Jingguo's back gently to make him feel better. After vomiting, Lin Feng helped Li Jingguo to his room. After cleaning up the vomit of Li Jingguo, Wu Xinru went to the kitchen to make 2 bowls of sobering soup for the father and son. Xiaofeng, you should also get some rest soon. You've been leaving early and coming back late this week, so you should spend more time with Shi Wei when you have time. Wu Xinru handed the hangover soup to Lin Feng and said slowly. Lin Feng nodded and drank the hangover soup in one gulp. After drinking the sobering soup, Lin Feng walked back to the room with light steps. Lin Feng returned to the room and saw Li Shi lying on the bed with a pale face, holding her stomach and sweating. Honey, what's wrong with you? Anxious Lin Feng stepped forward and asked. Li Shi said in a hoarse voice, my period came early and it hurts so much now. Seeing Li Shi in such pain, Lin Feng walked forward and slowly helped her into his arms, slowly rubbing Li Shi's lower abdomen with his hands. After rubbing it for a while, Li Shi's complexion began to slowly relax. How's it going? Lin Feng asked with some concern. It feels much better, honey, you are so good. Li Shi joked. I'm glad you're okay. I was so scared. Why didn't you call me? Lin Feng scratched Li Shi's nose and said. I don't want to disturb you, sir. Li Shi spoke coquettishly with a pale face. Stop talking and rest in peace. Lin Feng slowly put Li Shi down, stood up and got a hot towel to apply to Li Shi's lower abdomen. After Li Shi applied the hot towel, her complexion immediately improved. Lin Feng rubbed Li Shi's lower abdomen through a hot towel and said, go to sleep. You will be fine once you fall asleep. Then don't leave me, stay by my side until I fall asleep. Li Shi said weakly. Lin Feng nodded and said, I've always been by your side. Not long after, Li Shi fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms. Seeing Li Shi sleeping soundly, Lin Feng walked up to her, kissed her forehead, then got up to take a shower. Lin Feng smelled the smell on himself and it was a smell of alcohol. He didn't expect that Li Shi could actually tolerate the smell on him. After taking a shower, Lin Feng got into bed carefully, trying not to make any noise. Although the noise was slight, Li Shi, who was suffering from menstrual cramps, still woke up. Honey. Next time I have menstrual cramps, can I call you? Come back and massage them for me. Li Shi slowly crawled into Lin Feng's arms and whispered. Lin Feng continued to rub Li Shi's belly and said, don't ask if it's okay between us. Don't do this again next time. If there is anything, just call me. After hearing this, Li Shi was very happy and kissed Lin Feng's chest and said, well, next time my period comes, I will call you and ask you to rub it for me all day long. Lin Feng rubbed it for a while and then told Li Shi what happened to Zhang Mengyao today. Why is Zhang Mengyao in your company? Li Shi wondered. Lin Feng confessed, I don't know either. I only found out when she came to see me tonight. Li Shi smiled while trying to suppress her menstrual cramps. Then she doesn't want to rekindle her relationship with you? Now you are worth over 100 million yuan, I guess she should be thinking about rekindling her relationship with you. After hearing about Zhang Mengyao, Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned cold, she has nothing to do with me now. I am just the plaintiff now. Let's wait until Zhang Boyang has used up the 500,000 yuan. If the amount is too large to pay back, then go and use the sewing machine. In a certain neighborhood. After Zhang Mengyao returned, the dust on her body was particularly conspicuous on her white dress. Seeing Zhang Mengyao coming home dirty, He Wenxiu, who was lying on the sofa eating melon seeds, immediately stood up and asked, my dear daughter, did you go to a fight? How did you end up like this? However, Zhang Mengyao, with dull eyes, threw the bag in her hand onto the sofa and sat quietly, ignoring what He Wenxiu said. What's up? You're so gloomy as soon as you get back. Do you dislike mom? He Wenxiu asked. Mom, Lin Feng is now the president of our company. I went to see him today, but he doesn't recognize me now. Zhang Mengyao covered her face with her hands and cried. What? You said Lin Feng is now the president of your company? How much does he make in a month? When He Wenxiu heard that Lin Feng was the president, she immediately thought about how much he could earn in a month instead of asking what injustice her daughter had suffered. Zhang Mengyao sobbed and said, the money earned by the company belongs to them. Why should he use a salary? Their dividends are calculated in billions. After listening to this, He Wenxiu counted on her fingers and said, oh my god. 100 million, 100 million, I have never seen so much money in my life, and it is more than 100 million, and there will be more and more in the future. You know he's the boss of your company, why don't you go get back together with him? Then we'll ask him to give us tens of millions every year to spend. Are you stupid to let Raymond Lam run away? Zhang Mengyao had almost calmed down, but after hearing what He Wenxiu said, she began to think about Lin Feng's ruthlessness just now. I want to get back together with Lin Feng? What can I get back together with? It was you and your brother who forced Lin Feng away in the first place, and now you want me to get back together with Lin Feng. Did you know that Lin Feng didn't even want to say a word to me just now? Zhang Mengyao roared. After listening to Zhang Mengyao words, He Wenqiu gradually calmed down, but she did not intend to give up this rich son-in-law. After all, her daughter and him had 5 years to slowly reminisce about their past, and now she only had these 5 years to spare. Got it. When the time comes, we'll go find Lin Feng's parents. You should speak nicely and call them mom and dad when you meet them. As long as you can soften their ears, I don't believe that idiot won't be soft-hearted. He Wenqiu came up with an idea. After listening to this, Zhang Mengyao's eyes lit up for a moment, but then she remembered how unpleasant things she had said that day, and she cancelled this plan. Forget it. We spoke so harshly last time, and now I'm going to go find him again. I don't want to embarrass myself again. What are you talking about? Lin Feng can easily make 100 million now. Where can you find such a good boyfriend? Besides, he is rich now. If you don't get back together, at least you have to ask him to compensate you for your youth for tens of millions. If that doesn't work, we can find a way later. He Wenqiu has now thought about what kind of life she will live when she has money. Chapter 22 House Purchasing Plan. Li Shiwei slept on Raymond Lam's chest all night. They both opened their eyes at the same time and looked at each other. Hubby. Let's go buy a suite later. Li Shiwei drew circles on Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng asked, why do you suddenly want to buy a house? Oh. After we buy a house, there will be only 2 of us at home. No one will come to disturb us. When we are at home, there are always people disturbing us. Then we will buy a big villa with an indoor swimming pool. Then we can be in the kitchen, in the swimming pool, in the room, in the living room. After saying this, Li Shiwei gradually lowered her head. Lin Feng also thought of his father-in-law's words, asking him to wait until the wedding. However, when he heard what Li Shiwei said, Lin Feng's blood boiled instantly. Now he couldn't wait to buy a house so that the 2 of them could live a shameless life at home every day. Okay, we'll buy a house when we're done with this busy period, and then we'll be home all the time. Lin Feng touched Li Shiwei's head and said. Li Shiwei whispered, well, 5 times a day then, don't say no. Lin Feng immediately perked up, why don't we go buy a house now? Li Shiwei patted Lin Feng's chest and said, I'm still not feeling well. Besides, this period of time is when you are busy. I don't want to get a call when I'm with you. What if you get scared and get sick? When you are done with your work and no one disturbs you, we can play together in the dark. Speaking of this, I became excited, and Raymond Lam kissed Li Shiwei fiercely. Half an hour later, Li Shiwei smiled and pushed Lin Feng away. It's been so long, I'm dying of suffocation. The 2 of them calmed down and got up to wash. When they got downstairs, they saw that Wu Xinru had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for them to eat together, and Li Jingguo was also waiting for Lin Feng to come downstairs as usual. After breakfast, Lin Feng and Li Jingguo went to the company together. I guess Zhang Mengyao will keep pestering you. Should we fire her? Your ex-girlfriend knows that you are rich now, and she may be planning how to get money from you. Li Jingguo joked while sitting in the car. Lin Feng laughed and said, I haven't asked her for money yet, how could she dare to ask me for money? Li Jingguo laughed when he heard Lin Feng's words, not necessarily. The temptation of money is not small. You will see when the time comes. I am an experienced person. Lin Feng smiled and didn't respond to his father-in-law's words. After chatting for a while, their Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived downstairs of the company. After being instigated by He Wenqiu last night, Zhang Mengyao deliberately waited downstairs for Lin Feng's car to arrive and pass by him. But Lin Feng walked past her without even looking at her. Although Lin Feng doesn't like Zhang Mengyao's family now, he still can't do something as petty as firing them. Boss Lin. Zhang Mengyao watched Lin Feng pass by her, but he didn't even look at her. This made her self-confidence a little frustrated. She couldn't help but scream, but didn't know what to say. After hearing this, Lin Feng slowly turned around and asked coldly, what do you want? Zhang Mengyao whispered, it's okay. When he heard that everything was fine, Lin Feng walked towards the meeting room. Zhang Mengyao felt her heart twisted suddenly. He looked so cold now. Why didn't he even give her a chance to talk to him? Why? Why could he be so heartless? After arriving at the conference room, Lin Feng found that all the executives were already staring at the data on the board in the conference room. The data increased by tens of thousands overnight. What do you think? Li Xinghua seemed like a different person from last night, his eyes became sharper. Mr. Li, our department has already gone to various bloggers and app stores to discuss advertising. It will probably be ready in 2 days. One of the bald middle-aged men stood up and said. Is that it? Do you have any other ideas? Li Xinghua continued to ask. However, this time, no one spoke and everyone kept their heads down. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and asked, have you asked the anchors of those live streaming platforms for recommendations? The bald middle-aged man responded, come up when we just want to contact each other, and I will contact those anchors immediately when I go down. Lin Feng immediately refused after hearing this, no need, I'll do this, you just need to do these things well, if there's nothing else, go down. After Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone left the meeting room one after another. Xiao Feng, why don't you use those anchors to make recommendations? These anchors can attract a lot of users. Do you have any other killer tricks? Li Xinghua asked doubtfully. Dad, you'll know in the evening. The anchors are probably sleeping during the day, so I can make something during this time. Just wait for my good news then. After saying that, Lin Feng called Su Xiaojie. Hey! Brother Xiaojie. Lin Feng told Su Xiaojie about the matter, and those big anchors were contacted in the name of the company. As for the advertising fees, it would be what it was, and no backdoor could be used because of him. After receiving the news, Su Xiaojie immediately contacted his subordinates to take care of this matter. Li Xinghua heard the entire conversation between Lin Feng and Su Xiaojie, but he was still confused. Could this make their software a hit? Dad, you are the one who will take charge here. I have to go to my company. Just wait for my good news. Li Xinghua smiled and said, leave this to me. I'll be waiting for your good news here. After Lin Feng came downstairs, he called his driver and asked him to pick him up at World TV immediately. The car that came in the morning belonged to his father-in-law, so he decided not to take his car in case he needed it. Look at Mr. Lin, he's so handsome. He's already the CEO of the company at such a young age. I wonder if he has a girlfriend now. A girl passing by whispered. And Lin Feng, who was waiting for the bus, became a scenic spot in the company. Not long after, Lin Feng's driver arrived downstairs of the company. When Lin Feng walked over, the driver opened the car door for him. When Lin Feng sat firmly in the back seat, the driver drove towards the company. After Lin Feng walked away completely, Zhang Mengyao slowly came out from the corner of the company. When she saw Lin Feng getting in the car, she felt uncomfortable. She could have sat in the back of the car, but now it had become like this. This made her even more determined to find Lin Yi's parents. Chapter 23 Live Program Effects. When Lin Feng arrived at the company, he immediately found Su Xiaojie. Seeing Lin Feng's confidence, Su Xiaojie said, Brother Lin, you can just send it to me directly. You don't even need to make a trip yourself. As for the promotion fee, just give me the lowest amount. Lin Feng bowed and said, no, let's do what needs to be done. Although I have a part in this, we should still handle it impartially. After all, I don't need this little money. After listening to this, Su Xiaojie smiled and said, that's right. Since you are here, you can arrange it. If you need anything, just come to me directly. Lin Feng smiled, nodded, and walked towards his office. After arriving at the office, Lin Feng thought for a moment, then opened the document and came up with a script. If this kind of advertisement is placed directly in the corner, it will definitely be different from a specially thought-out script. Having a more realistic script may achieve twice the result with half the effort. Since it is a mobile phone software, the people watching the live broadcast must be game anchors. The most popular mobile game today is naturally Honor of Kings. Now I want to figure out how to write this script. Lin Feng, who was racking his brains, suddenly had an idea and his hands immediately began to type on the keyboard. After working hard for a whole day and revising it several times, Lin Feng finally wrote the script. All that was left was to contact the anchors. Naturally, the anchors had to be the most popular ones so that there would be traffic. Lin Feng came to Su Xiaojie's office and handed a dozen documents to Su Xiaojie, explaining how the script should be arranged and what they should do in the next few days. After getting the script, Su Xiaojie immediately called his secretary in. A secretary in a business suit and high heels walked in. After Su Xiaojie handed the script to the secretary and gave some instructions, the secretary nodded and walked out. This matter has been completed. Brother Lin, how about you come to my place for dinner tonight? Your sister-in-law is an excellent cook. Su Xiaojie invited Lin Feng. But Lin Feng, who had to go back to the company to check the data in the evening, said helplessly, let's wait for the next chance. I have something else tonight, next time I will definitely try my sister-in-law's cooking. After hearing this, Su Xiaojie laughed and said, haha, it's okay, remember to do it next time. Lin Feng thanked him, okay, then I'd like to thank brother Xiaojie for what happened today. If you say thank you again, I'll turn my back on you. We're still so polite to each other. Su Xiaojie pretended to be dissatisfied. Lin Feng could only smile and said, okay, I'll leave first. Brother Xiaojie will be in charge here. Su Xiaojie waved his hand and said, go ahead. Remember to come to my house for dinner when you have time. Lin Feng nodded and walked downstairs. As soon as he arrived at the building of World TV, Raymond Lam went directly to the meeting room. At this time, Li Jinhua was still looking at the data on the projector in the conference room. After one day, although the data on the board had increased by more than 100,000, they still felt it was not enough. What they want is a momentum that will soar into the sky. If they continue to grow at this rate, they will only be cannibalized. Besides, there are other short video platforms now. If there is no momentum, they will probably be declared bankrupt in just 1 or 2 years. Li Jinhua glanced at Lin Feng and asked, Xiao Feng, what are you keeping secret? Why is there no movement yet? Lin Feng said slowly, don't worry, you will know later. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Li Jinhua didn't say anything and continued to look at the data on the projector. Ask the employees to work overtime these few days. All managers, please come to the meeting room immediately. Lin Feng turned on his phone and sent a message to the management group. Receive. Receive. A row of messages received in the group were sent out one after another. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. That is to say, the live broadcast time of the big anchor who plays mobile games usually has a popularity of about 10 million, and it can reach more than 10 million during holidays and weekends. Lin Feng stood up and turned off the data on the projector and switched to the host's live broadcast room. Although the host had not started broadcasting yet, some viewers still entered the live broadcast room on time. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lin Feng open a live broadcast room. Even Li Jinhua was stunned and asked, why are we watching these game live broadcasts? Lin Feng said slowly to everyone, you will know in a moment. What the hell is going on? Everyone looked at the projection with suspicion. Not long after, the anchor in the live broadcast room started broadcasting. Hello everyone, I'm Dubai. Thank you all for continuing to watch my live broadcast tonight. The host blew some water on it first. Stop talking, anchor. We want to see you get abused in a crazy match. The barrage of comments below filled the screen and prompted him to start playing games. Family, I want to play the game quickly too. Can you wait for me to go to the bathroom and adjust my state? After saying that, the anchor went out the door. You have kidney deficiency, right? Every time you start broadcasting, you have to go to the bathroom. Hurry up, I want to wait for you to be killed by the opponent. The barrage couldn't wait to send out a series of barrages. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the Dubai anchor still saw no movement. And a lot of question marks have been raised in the live broadcast room. After waiting for a few more minutes, the host came over with a wet cell phone. The anchor said to the screen with a sad face, family, I said my phone fell into the toilet, do you believe it? Barrage? After seeing a series of question marks, the anchor continued to take out his mobile phone. Brothers, I still have a mobile phone, I'm very fast, wait for me to download the game. The anchor immediately clicked into the App Store to download it, but ended up clicking on an ad page and downloaded World TV. However, he pretended not to know and still clicked in to download King of Glory. Host, you downloaded too much and clicked on an ad. A group of barrages went crazy. The anchor laughed and said, I did it on purpose to see if you guys are watching my live broadcast seriously. This is for the show effect. However, the comments were not appreciative, it's obviously your pig nose, and it's for show. We didn't even eat today, just waiting for you, the gold medal chef, to come and cook. The anchor immediately explained, no matter what I say, you guys can't do it. It makes me so sad. Chapter 24, The Dog Licking the Head. Okay, folks, I'm done. After saying that, the anchor turned on World TV. Barrage? The anchor glanced at the comments on his computer and said, I've already downloaded it, I can't just delete it like this. World TV sends money. A bunch of barrages floated over. As soon as the anchor opened World TV, he saw the long-legged lady in Cheongsam, but he closed the video immediately after watching it for 2 seconds. Brothers, this is really not what I wanted to watch. He pushed it to me. After the anchor finished speaking, he closed the software and opened King of Glory. Barrage, eating alone? Brothers, I'm not here to eat alone. I'm going to be the first today. Comment, if you don't show it to us, we will report you. The anchor pretended to be unable to resist and turned on World TV. Okay guys, let's just watch for an hour. However, an hour passed and the anchor was immersed in a bunch of dazzling videos, from the initial dance tutorial to the fishing video. As the live broadcast room became more and more popular, other anchors also came to check it out. The live broadcast rooms of other anchors were also clamoring for the anchor to download World TV. Of course, these are all scripts arranged by Raymond Lam. Now that the goal has been achieved, we are just waiting for further promotion tomorrow. As more and more anchors download the app, it drives the audience in front of the screen, and the audience in turn drives their friends around them. While many executives were watching the host's live broadcast room played on the projector, Lin Feng stood up and changed the live broadcast room to the data background of World TV. Seeing the number of registered people increasing rapidly, several executives were stunned. This is amazing. A host can actually have this kind of motivational ability, exclaimed one of the executives. Before they could recover from the shock, the data in the background started to rise wildly again. No one said anything. After watching quietly for more than an hour, the data finally slowed down. Pa 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 pa. Several executives stood up and applauded. Lin Feng looked at the data above and said slowly, "This data is still within expectations. In the next few days, the data will continue to rise. When it stabilizes, we can wait and see." Okay, the data is about the same, I can notify everyone to go home. Linny looked at the time and found that it was already past 10 o'clock. After being notified to leave work, everyone left the meeting room one after another. You really have a knack for this. Li Jinghua stepped forward and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's nothing. The number of users will probably surge in the next 2 days. It won't be too late to be happy then." The two turned off the projection in the conference room and went back together. But as soon as he got downstairs, Lin Feng saw the man with gold-framed glasses from last night blocking him outside the door with a baton in his hand. Lin Feng frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" The man with gold-rimmed glasses said in a trembling voice, "My name is Gao Jin Yuan and I'm an employee of your company. I know you're rich, but I really like manhwa." After listening to this, Lin Feng asked in confusion, "What does it have to do with me if you like her? If you like her, go after her. Why are you looking for me? My name is not Zhang Mangyao." Li Jinghua on the side was about to step forward to speak, but Lin Feng pushed his father-in-law aside. The man in front of him was obviously Zhang Mengyao's bootlicker, and since he couldn't catch her, he wanted to vent his anger on him. "He looks a little unconscious now, and it would be difficult if my father-in-law got hurt." After hearing this, Gao Jinyuan said angrily, "I am pursuing her? I bring her breakfast every day, but she throws it into the trash can in the blink of an eye. It doesn't matter. I won't force it. But she has been crying secretly since she saw you today, and you didn't even look at her. You must have abandoned her after having an affair with her. Do you think you are great just because you are rich? Grass." Gao Jinyuan cursed and picked up the baton in his hand and swung it at Ling Yi's head. Ding! The system detects that the host is in danger, triggering a hidden reward. The host will be proficient in all martial arts. The moment Lin Feng acquired martial arts skills, he stretched out his hand to catch the baton that was thrown at him, and with a grappling move he knocked Gao Jinyuan to the ground. The driver and bodyguard who was protecting Li Jinghua stepped forward and pinned Gao Jinyuan to the ground. "Lin Feng, let me go quickly." Gao Jinyuan, who fell face first onto the ground, gasped. "Lin Feng? What are you doing?" Zhang Mangyao, who was about to go home, saw Gao Jinyuan being pressed to the ground. Gao Jinyuan gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Mangyao, don't worry about me. I know that Lin Feng, a beast in human form, deceived you. You can only blame me for being useless and not being able to teach him a lesson." After hearing what Gao Jinyuan said, Zhang Mangyao vaguely understood what was going on. It turned out that he was being smart and standing up for himself. Zhang Mangyao was thinking about how to get back together with Lin Feng, but after this incident, all her plans were disrupted. "Gao Jinyuan, can you please stop being so smart? I've already made it clear that I don't like you, so why do you keep haunting me?" Zhang Mangyao said coldly to Gao Jinyuan. Then Zhang Mengyao turned around and said to Lin Feng with some apology, "I'm sorry, Lin Feng, I didn't know about this. If I knew, I would definitely stop him." However, Lin Feng ignored Zhang Mengyao and said to the driver calmly, "Send him to the police station later and do whatever needs to be done." After explaining everything, Lin Feng came to the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and went back with Li Jinghua. At night, only some onlookers from the company and Zhang Mengyao, who was disheveled in the wind, were left. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say a word to her from beginning to end, Zhang Mengyao felt particularly aggrieved. She originally wanted to call him Mr. Lin, but then she called him Lin Feng so that people around her would misunderstand that she and Lin Feng had a close relationship. This was the idea she had just thought of, but Lin Feng not only ignored her, but also didn't even look at her. Before the tears flowed from her eyes, Zhang Mengyao quickly fled the scene. She didn't want to become the target of public criticism in the company. However, Gao Jinyuan, who had just tried to attack Lin Feng, was not so lucky. Not long after he called the police, a police car came and took him back to the police station. "I wonder if Gao Jinyuan needs to be locked up for 15 days. The onlookers nearby asked. "Are you kidding me? He is intentionally hurting people. If Mr. Lin wasn't so skilled, his head would have exploded. He will need to work on a sewing machine for at least 3 years. Another bystander gave some scientific advice. After the police car drove away, the crowd gradually left. And there should be something worth gossiping about recently. Chapter 25. I guess I have to go in and operate the sewing machine. This is my first time driving this car." Lin Feng, who was sitting in the driver's seat, smiled. "Ha ha ha. What you said reminded me of myself more than 10 years ago. After I made money, I went crazy buying supercars. I even drove a Rolls-Royce myself. Later, when I went to Shanghai, I met those real business tycoons. When they saw me driving a Rolls-Royce, they looked at me like a nouveau riche." Li Jinghua looked at the scenery outside the window and recalled the past. Li Jinghua pondered for a moment and added, "I seem to have been a nouveau riche before. Maybe it will be popular in our generation to drive a Rolls-Royce." Lin Feng told a not-so-funny joke. Li Jinghua immediately understood what Lin Feng said and laughed out loud with his head tilted back. "Xiao Feng, do we really not need to fire Zhang Mengyao?" Li Jinghua asked. Lin Feng pondered and said, "Forget it. If I fire them now, they will say that I, Lin Feng, am petty-minded. When the company stabilizes, I will contact a lawyer and get back what they owe me." Li Jinghua pondered for a moment and said slowly, "But people like them will basically do something weird, so you have to be careful when the time comes. You are not afraid of being stabbed in the face, but you are afraid of being stabbed in the back. People with bare feet are not afraid of people with shoes." "Well, I'll be careful." Lin Feng nodded. The car drove slowly towards the underground garage. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when the two returned home. Lin Feng and Li Jinghua didn't communicate much and went back to their rooms. Lin Feng slowly opened the door and found that there was still a glimmer of light in the room. Li Shiwei was checking some documents in front of the computer. When she saw Lin Feng coming back, she put down the documents in her hand and said slowly, "Honey, why are you back so late tonight?" Lin Feng also downplayed what happened tonight. Li Shiwei was shocked after hearing this. She knew that Lin Feng said this because he didn't want her to worry about him. "Why would he cause trouble for you if he likes Zhang Mengyao?" Li Shiwei asked puzzledly. "When Zhang Mengyao knew I was the CEO of the company, she wanted to get back together with me, but I ignored her. I guess that licker saw it and thought I had abandoned Zhang Mengyao." Lin Feng analyzed. Li Shiwei nodded and asked, "So what happened to the employee who attacked you?" Lin Feng said calmly, "I don't know. The surveillance is there, and there are witnesses around. Now he has committed intentional injury. I guess he will have to stand on the sewing machine for a few years." Li Shiwei heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and said fiercely, "It would be great if I could step on a sewing machine for 10 years. He dared to do this to my husband, and I can't just let him go so easily." Lin Feng was very moved after hearing this. He slowly embraced Li Shiwei in his arms and kissed her slowly. Li Shiwei blushed from the kiss. After a few minutes, the two gradually separated. "I'm sorry, my period hasn't gone away yet." Li Shiwei lowered her head and said apologetically. Lin Feng stroked Li Shiwei's hair and said, "It's okay. After we have settled the issues with the company and Zhang Mengyao's family, we will go buy a house. Then we can live in our own world of two, from morning to night, without anyone disturbing us." Li Shiwei slowly lowered her head and said, I have to go back to the company in the next 2 days. My brother is the only one running the company right now. He is already too busy to handle everything, so I have to take a look at the company's situation in the next few days before going back. Li Shuwei suddenly realized for a moment and said slowly. Lin Feng nodded and said, well, that's good too. Ding. The host triggers the reward. Obtain a set of whitening cosmetic formulas. After the system's voice prompt finished, a USB flash drive appeared in Lin Feng's pocket, which contained the formula of cosmetics. Can this also trigger a reward? Lin Feng thought to himself. However, Lin Feng calmly took out the USB flash drive and put it in the drawer beside the bed. His wife is in the cosmetics business, so he will take this out after some time. Hubby. What are you daydreaming about? Li Shuwei waved her hands in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly, nothing. It's getting late, let's rest. After Lin Feng finished taking a shower, the two lay on the bed. Li Shuwei snuggled up to Lin Feng's chest, touched his abdominal muscles and said, I want to go to the company with you tomorrow. I want to see what you look like when you work. Lin Feng nodded. Morning. After the two of them had breakfast, Raymond Lam took Li Shuwei out. When the two of them went out, Li Shinfeng was waiting for Lin Feng in the car while looking at his phone. Dad, you go first. Lin Feng and I can go together. Li Jinghua nodded and asked the driver to drive. I'll go down and get the car. You just wait for me upstairs. Li Shirin was seen walking towards the underground garage with the key to a Ferrari SF90 in her hand. Not long after, a fiery red Ferrari slowly drove out from the underground garage. Handsome guy, get in the car. Lin Feng smiled, opened the car door and got in. Tell me, will others think you are a gigolo? If you buy a rich woman's Ferrari, you won't have to struggle in your life. Li Shuwei joked. Lin Feng sneered, I guess so. But being able to eat free food is my ability, and others can only feel jealous if they can't. Li Shuwei smiled sweetly, handsome boy, don't go out and seduce others in the future. Just stay at home and wait for me to feed you. Okay, rich woman, I won't go out from now on and will wait for you to come home. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Shuwei stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the company. With the sound of Ferrari, the two men quickly arrived downstairs of the company. However, when they arrived at the company, the employees had already arrived and started working. When some employees see their president sitting in their passenger seat, their minds are already filled with fantasies. It probably won't be long before some new gossip comes out about the company. The two walked out of the garage side by side, and as they walked, Li Shuwei put her arm around Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng glanced at Li Shuwei and walked towards the company. Chapter 26, Two Women Meet, Eyes Full of Jealousy. Boss Lin's girlfriend is so beautiful. Those male celebrities who rely on their looks to make a living would not be good enough in front of Boss Lin. When they walked into the company, some women saw Li Shuwei and expressed envy. As soon as the two entered the company, they saw Zhang Mengyao in front of the company. When Zhang Mengyao saw Li Shuwei, she gradually lowered her head. Li Shuwei glanced at Zhang Mengyao, smiled sweetly, and walked towards the office with Lin Feng. Lin Feng then realized that his wife was here to assert her sovereignty and wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao is also good-looking and can walk with her head held high in the company. But after meeting Li Shuwei, Zhang Mengyao was obviously the difference between the ugly duckling and the white swan. When she saw Li Shuwei, Zhang Mengyao herself also felt insecure. When she saw Li Shuwei holding Lin Feng's arm and entering the company, Zhang Mengyao clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Li Shuwei, you bitch, not only did you steal my boyfriend, but now you're pretending to be nice to me. I was so blind to be friends with you. After the two arrived at Lin Feng's office, Li Shuwei looked around Lin Feng's office. Honey, your office is so big. Li Shuwei turned around and said. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, it's okay. It's just a little bit bigger. You came here today not just to visit the company, right? Raymond Lam touched Li Shuwei's head. He. You found me out. I came here today just to give Zhang Mengyao a warning. Who let her liquor want to cause trouble for you? If it weren't for Zhang Mengyao, how could you be in danger? Li Shuwei whispered. Lin Feng replied, why don't I fire Zhang Mengyao? I have no idea she joined the company. After listening to this, Li Shuwei waved her hand and said, no, if we fire her, we will have to pay compensation. I don't want Zhang Mengyao to get the compensation. As long as she behaves herself, it's fine. I'll go talk to her later. After listening to Li Shui's thoughts, Raymond Lam said, why don't you just not go? What if she gets angry and does something to hurt you? It's okay. We were just talking. Could she possibly eat me? Li Shui said as she walked out the door. After Li Shui left, Lin Feng turned on the computer in his office to check the background registration status of the app. It is found that the number of registered users of the app has now grown to 20 million, and is still growing rapidly. According to Lin Feng's prediction, the number of registrations for the app should reach about 60 million, and will continue to grow slowly in the future. Lin Feng opened other video platforms and watched some bloggers who recorded interesting stories of anchors. The anchor Dubai's phone fell into the toilet, and the game downloaded became a short video app. The angry Dubai watched short videos all night, and other anchors also rushed over to watch short videos together. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? As soon as Lin Feng clicked on it, he heard this exaggerated text, and the cover was matched with an exaggerated picture. Lin Feng used to write copy for others when he was in college. He knew that this kind of exaggerated behavior was the password to traffic. As long as an anchor of this level leads the way and cooperates with other anchors, then this will be a success, and there is even hope that it will become popular in other circles. I watched several videos in a row, and they all had some rather exaggerated texts, coupled with exaggerated covers. I looked through the comments and saw some haters criticizing them below. Lin Feng still saw an eye-catching comment that was pinned to the top. They've already been paid, do you really think the anchor is so stupid? And you're still making videos to help them promote for free. Comments below from the original poster. Do you really think you're the only one who understands this? You're offered this kind of traffic, but you don't accept it? It's so funny, it's really been pinned to the top, you should just delete the comment yourself. You think they are clowns, but in fact you are the real clown. The uploader gets the traffic, but you, like a clown, think you are the sober one in the world. You should delete it. I feel a little sorry for you. After reading the comments for a while, Lin Feng turned off the phone screen with satisfaction. As long as the traffic is reached, everything else is not important. A big anchoress promotion and a bunch of people recording videos below can become free promotion, and you don't need to spend any money on it yourself. Li Shui came to the first floor and saw Zhang Mengyao handing a pile of documents to a middle-aged man, who seemed to be her leader. Li Shui came up to the leader and pointed at Zhang Mengyao and said slowly, "Excuse me, Mr. Lin asked your employee to come out with me." The middle-aged man also knew that the woman in front of him was the one who came with Lin Feng in the morning. He knew that he could not offend this stunningly beautiful woman, so he nodded and agreed. Li Shui glanced at Zhang Mengyao and said, "Let's go." Zhang Mengyao herself didn't want to go out with Li Shui, but she had to. If she offended Li Shui now, she would be expelled in just one word. Li Shui was in front and Zhang Mengyao was behind. They walked for about 10 minutes and then found a coffee shop and went in. Zhang Mengyao glanced at Li Shui and said fiercely, "How dare you, a mistress, come to me. Give me back my Raymond lamb." Li Shui took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "Why are you so excited? There is nothing good for me and you to meet, and I just treated it as a joke, but you asked someone to cause trouble for my husband, and I can't stand it. I just thought of it as a joke, my husband." After hearing these two sentences, Zhang Mengyao's mentality collapsed. This sentence originally belonged to her, but now it became Li Shui's. So what if you guys got married? Lin Feng and I have been dating for 5 years. It's impossible for him to forget me. He's just angry now. He will come to me when he calms down. Zhang Mengyao's greatest confidence is that she and Raymond Lam have been in a relationship for 5 years, and this is the only thing she can say now. Puff. 5 years of relationship, indeed, 100,000 a year. Oh, no. It should be 200,000 a year, plus another 500,000 for the bride price. To be honest, I don't even dare to think about it. Li Shui smiled. After hearing this, Zhang Mengyao's face turned pale. She broke up with Lin Feng because of this. At that time, she thought that they were just talking and that Lin Feng would come to marry her with 500,000 yuan in a few days. Who knew that they were really together? Okay, I won't say any more. I hope you can stay away from Lin Feng in the future, or leave here completely. You can take care of yourself. After saying that, Li Shui left the coffee shop. Only Zhang Mengyao was left standing there in a daze. Chapter 27, General Lin's Secretary. Why can a mistress talk to me like this? I should have been the passenger seat in that Ferrari. How come he could drive a luxury car every day? Zhang Mangyao was roaring in her heart at this moment. She was unwilling to live a mediocre life, while Lin Feng has become rich now. Even her best friend has deleted her little green bubble. Since the wedding, all the friends Zhang Mangyao knew have cut off contact with her. Even those who did not attend the wedding deleted their green bubbles. Now she can't find anyone to go shopping with when she has free time. All of this is caused by Li Shiwei. If it weren't for Li Shiwei, Raymond Lam would have added another 500,000 to the betrothal gift. Now he can live the same life as before, with someone caring for him when he is sick and someone cooking for him when he gets home from work, instead of being angry with his mother all night long. Li Shiwei came out of the coffee shop and went straight to Lin Feng's office. Li Shiwei didn't knock on the door, but pushed it open and went in. I saw Lin Feng sitting at his desk, staring at the computer screen in a daze. I'm back. Lin Feng glanced at Li Shiwei. Boss Lin, am I disturbing you? Li Shiwei smiled faintly. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Ahem. You, as a secretary, are not in the office every day. I don't know where you go. You deserve to be punished. After saying that, Raymond Lam hugged Li Shiwei into his arms and slapped her on the butt twice. Li Shiwei said in a tender voice, Boss Lin, I was wrong. I will definitely work hard in the future and stop slacking off. Lin Feng slowly put Li Shiwei down, let her sit on his lap and asked, What did you say to Zhang Mangyao just now? What else can I say? She can even send someone to cause trouble for you. I don't find it strange that he can do anything. I just went to have a cup of coffee with her. Li Shiwei whispered. So that's how it is. I thought you just slapped him twice. Lin Feng said slowly. Li Shiwei patted Raymond Lam and said, I'm not that rude. Okay. My gentle wife cares about me the most. Raymond Lam pinched Li Shiwei's face. Just when the two were being affectionate with each other, Lin Feng received a call to go to the conference room for a meeting. Honey, I'm going to a meeting, do you want to come with me? Li Shiwei waved her hand and said, Forget it, I'm not going, you go. After saying that, Lin Feng went to the meeting room. As soon as he entered the meeting room, everyone was already waiting for Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and went to sit down at his seat. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Jinghua said, Based on the situation over the past 2 days, Lin Feng's promotion has been very successful. Now our registered users have risen to 20 million. In the next few days, I hope everyone will not relax and continue to promote. Let Lin Feng tell the rest. Li Jinghua gave the opportunity to speak to Lin Feng. Actually, there is not much to say, let me put it simply. I expect our registration volume to reach 60 to 70 million users. After that, we will stabilize our work and update more high-quality versions. There are also some creators' creative rewards, which we need to pay special attention to. As long as they are higher than other short video platforms, those new creators will consider ours first. We certainly can't neglect the welfare of our employees. As long as we do these basic things well, we will definitely prosper. Does anyone else have any suggestions? Lin Feng looked at everyone. Seeing that no one said anything, Lin Feng adjourned the meeting. After everyone had left, Li Jinghua asked, Where's Shiwei? Lin Feng replied, Still in my office. After listening to this, Li Jinghua nodded and left. When Lin Feng returned, he saw Li Shiwei playing a card game on her computer. A meeting so soon? Li Shiwei asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, There is nothing much to say. It's nothing more than asking them to do their duty well. Oh. I was so bored when you were not here just now. I wish my husband could go shopping with me. Li Shiwei was lying on the leather sofa in the office, stretching lazily. Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei's 2 perfectly proportioned legs, and the black stockings wrapped around them, with the soles of her feet facing him. Lin Feng picked up Li Shiwei's legs and placed them on himself, tickling Li Shiwei's soles with 2 fingers. Ah! Hubby, what are you doing? Ha 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 ha. Stop scratching. Ha 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 ha. Li Shiwei laughed so hard that her face turned red. After tickling her for a while, Raymond Lam stood up and helped Li Shiwei put on her shoes. Let's go. Lin Feng held Li Shiwei's little hand and said. Li Shiwei blinked and said, Where are you going? Go on a date. Don't you want to go out? Or do you not want to go? After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned back to his computer desk. After hearing this, Li Shiwei hurriedly said, I'll go. After shouting twice in a hurry, Li Shiwei took off her shoes, stood on the sofa, and jumped onto Lin Feng. "Hubby, catch me." Lin Feng was sweating profusely and quickly caught Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei put her legs on Raymond Lam's waist and held his head with both hands. Lin Feng patted Li Shiwei's buttocks twice and said, "It's very dangerous, you know? What if you get hurt? Don't do this again in the future." Bing! Li Shiwei jumped down and covered her butt. He. I was wrong. I will dare to do it again next time. Li Shiwei smiled. You still dare? Lin Feng went forward again and held Li Shiwei down, continuing to tickle the soles of her feet. Li Shiwei, who was tickled, laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Don't tickle me anymore. I'm going to die. Hearing Li Shiwei's breathless laughter, Lin Feng slowly let Li Shiwei go. But speaking of which, your waist is in good condition, husband. You didn't move at all even when I jumped like that. When we buy a house, I'll check your waist every day to see if it's okay. Li Shiwei said with a blushing face. Be good, you'll have a chance to test yourself later, but don't just jump over like that. What if I don't catch you? You'll fall flat on your face, won't you? Lin Feng scratched Li Shiwei's nose and said. Li Shiwei hit Lin Feng on the chest and said, what a rude thing to say. How can you talk to your wife like that? Lin Feng smiled and walked out the door. Are you going or not? If not, I will go alone. After hearing this, Li Shiwei quickly put on her shoes. Wait for me, husband. Chapter 28 Secret Meeting. I'm going to get the car. I'll pay for today's consumption. You just wait here for me. Li Shiwei stood on tiptoe and tapped Lin Feng on the forehead, then hopped towards the garage. Ah! Look how gentle Mr. Lin is. Look how lovingly he looks at his girlfriend. If I had a boyfriend like Mr. Lin, I would never break up with him even if the sky fell. A female employee outside the door saw this and looked at Lin Feng with envy. Forget it. How could anyone like you? If we met a man like this, even if he was handsome, he would only be able to eat. Another female employee at the side said slowly. At this time, Zhang Mengyao passed by. She heard the conversation between the two people completely. She clenched her fists tightly, and her nails were deeply embedded in her palms, leaving deep nail marks. After Raymond Lam waited for a few minutes, Li Shiwei slowly drove over in a Ferrari convertible. Handsome guy, get in the car. Li Shiwei greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and got into the car. Wow! So cool. Mr. Lin's girlfriend looks so handsome driving a sports car. Now I don't have a crush on Mr. Lin anymore. I also have a crush on his girlfriend. The two people just now looked like infatuated people. Honey, where are we going on a date? Li Shiwei asked as she drove the Ferrari slowly. Where to go? Let me think. Let's go back to Yenching University. We haven't been there for a long time. Let's go back and take a look. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said slowly. Li Shiwei was a little excited after hearing this and said, Great. Before, I could only secretly love you in school, but now I can walk with you openly on campus. After listening to this, Lin Feng said gently, if you want to go in the future, we can go every day. Then we can buy a house next to the school, and then we can go and play when we are free. Li Shiwei shook her head and said, we can just drive there. It's not a good idea to buy a house there. There are too many people there, and we will be disturbed when we are inside. After listening to this, Lin Feng touched his waist and thought to himself, it seems that I need to buy more tonic food in the future. If I have to eat rice soaked with wolfberries in a few years, I will be finished. After driving for more than an hour, they finally arrived at Yenching University. When the two drove to the school gate, the security guard recognized them and came to help them open the door with a smile. Uncle is here. Lin Feng took a pack of 50 yuan cigarettes and went over. When the security guard saw that Lin Feng had given him such expensive cigarettes, his smile became even brighter. When he was in school, Lin Feng often used cigarettes as bribes. Although Lin Feng does not smoke, he always carries a pack of cigarettes with him when he goes out so that he can share them with people he meets. Good boy, now you can drive a car like this, you must be doing well after graduation. The security guard took out his own cigarette and handed one to Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng waving his hand to refuse, the security guard lit the fire himself and flew into the sky. Call. The security guard took a deep breath and then sent Lin Feng away. After all, it's at the school gate, otherwise it would have a bad impact if others saw us. After entering the school, Li Shuwei parked her car in the parking area of the student dormitory. Why does this car look so familiar? Lin Feng glanced at the car next to him and muttered. What are you mumbling about, husband? Li Shuwei looked at Lin Feng puzzledly. Lin Feng shook his head. Let's go. I'll follow your arrangements today. Then let's go to Weiming Lake. That's where couples from school go on dates, and I want to make up for it today. Li Shuwei pulled Lin Feng and trotted forward. Lin Feng's hand was pulled tightly and he ran forward. The two ran for a while, and Li Shuwei panted and said, Finally here, I'm so tired. Li Shuwei was breathing heavily, but Lin Feng, who exercised regularly, didn't feel anything. Let's find a place to sit. Lin Feng held Li Shuwei's hand and walked forward. I can't do it anymore. Husband, please carry me. I really can't walk anymore. Li Shuwei put her hands behind Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng looked at Li Shuwei, shook his head and refused. You came out wearing a skirt today, what if you are exposed? Li Shuwei looked at the bright red long skirt and high-top canvas shoes she was wearing, and said with disappointment in her eyes, If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have worn a skirt today. However, Raymond Lam also took a closer look and found that his wife looked good in anything she wore, even a bright color like red. Li Shuwei saw Raymond Lam staring at her in a daze, and said shyly, Husband, what are you looking at me for? Lin Feng looked at her and said seriously, My wife looks good in anything she wears. Li Shuwei felt a little shy after hearing this. We've rested for so long, let's find a bench to sit on. Lin Feng held Li Shuwei's hand and walked forward. The two of them walked a short distance before they found a bench. Just as Lin Feng was pulling Li Shuwei over, he suddenly stopped. Husband, what are you doing? Li Shuwei was pulled aside by Lin Feng and asked. Shu. Look who's over there, Lin Feng said, pointing ahead. Li Shuwei looked in the direction where Lin Feng's finger was pointing. Ah. Aren't those Zhou Shuai and Tan Jiasen? Why are they here? Li Shuwei exclaimed. Zhou Shuai is Raymond Lam's good brother, and Tan Jiasen was the bridesmaid when Raymond Lam and Zhang Mengyao got married. She was the 1.8-meter tall girl from the north. This is not the main point. The most important thing is the cutest height difference. Zhou Shuai is 178 centimeters tall, while Tan Jiasen is 185 centimeters tall. The two men were talking and laughing on the bench. Li Shuwei and Lin Feng hid aside and whispered, When do you think they got better? Lin Feng shook his head, I don't know either. If I hadn't seen it today, I wouldn't know either. Jia Xian is so much taller than your good brother Zhou Shuai. We have the cutest height difference when we go out. It would be great if I were taller than you, so I can hold you in my arms while sleeping in the future. Li Shuwei muttered. Lin Feng patted Li Shuwei's head gently and said, If you are taller than me, then if you are bullied in the future, you have to come out to protect me, and I will hide behind you. Li Shuwei patted her bulging chest and said, Okay. If I can be taller than you, I will protect you when you go out in the future. When you are in danger, you will hide behind my buttocks, and you will warm my bed at night. Li Shuwei used the biceps that did not exist on her arms. Honey, what do you think those two people are doing? Li Shuwei shook Raymond Lam and pointed at the two of them. Don't make any noise, I'm watching. Raymond Lam picked up Li Shuwei and shook his arm. Zhou Shuai and Tan Jiasen looked at each other, their eyes gradually sparkling. Because it was class time and the place was quite remote, the two of them. That's why it is called a dating paradise by students of Yenching University. Hubby. Look, they are about to kiss. It's not good for us to peek here. Lin Feng patted Li Shuwei's head gently and said, Shu. Don't disturb them. It will be terrible if they are discovered later. Chapter 29 Inviting Zhou Shuai to join the company. Just when the two were about to kiss, Lin Feng immediately stood up and shouted, What are you two doing? It's class time now, why are you here on a date instead of going to class? When Zhou Shuai and Tan Jiasen were about to kiss, they were frightened by Lin Feng and they immediately straightened their sitting posture. No. How could a teacher come here? How could a teacher catch a class at a university? Zhou Huai murmured to himself and turned his head to look behind him. After seeing that it was Lin Feng, Zhou Shuai rushed over angrily and lightly punched Lin Feng on the arm. Zhou Shuai laughed and said, Why are you here? Lin Feng smiled and said, I was just wondering, today is not your rest time, why did you two come back here, and when did you two get together? What do you mean by in love? We are in love. Why are you talking so harshly? Didn't you come here too? Zhou Shuai asked doubtfully. When Tan Jiasen saw Li Shiwei, she picked her up with both hands and turned her around twice. Tan Jiasen pinched Li Shiwei's cheek and said, "Why did you come here and ruin our good thing?" After hearing this, Li Shiwei said a little embarrassedly, "I didn't want to do that either, but when my husband yelled, I didn't react, and then it turned out like this." After hearing this, Tan Jiasen burst into laughter. Lin Feng is really full of tricks, always thinking of ruining our good things. Lin Feng scratched his head and said, "How about you guys continue?" Roll. Zhou Shuai cursed. "You haven't told me yet. How did you two get together?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. "Last time we had dinner together, after we parted ways, I went to find Zhou Shuai and added him as a friend. Then we started chatting and sparks of love flew between us. This guy was reserved at first, but he was won over by me in the end." Tan Jiasen explained it openly. Zhou Shuai on the side smiled awkwardly. "Good boy, you haven't told me yet. Why don't you have to go to work today?" Lin Feng pushed Zhou Shuai. Zhou Shuai glanced at Lin Feng and said slowly, "Don't mention it. The company I worked for before had to work overtime every day. I had to work overtime even after I had finished my work. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I fired my boss. Although the project I took over has been handed over, it has been replaced by another person. That leader calls me every day to beg me to go back. Damn it, it really makes me feel better." Zhou Shuai laughed. Lin Feng continued to ask, "Have you found a job now?" Zhou Shuai sighed, "How can it be so fast? I did submit some resumes, but they either required a 9 to 6 job or I didn't like them very much. Now I can only take a look. If nothing works out, I'll just find a job and muddle through." "Jiasen, are you the same?" Li Shiwei asked from the side. Tan Jiasen glanced at Zhou Shuai and said slowly, "We are all similar. Nowadays, all jobs are 996, and we don't even have much time for ourselves. We have thought about it. Even if we earn less money, we must have our own time." After listening to Tan Jiasen's words, everyone fell silent. This is the life of ordinary people. They go to work and then go home. Even on holidays, they still have to work overtime. Lin Shuai pondered for a while and said, "Why don't you two come work for me? My company is just starting to pick up, and you two can take advantage of your own strengths." "What advantages do we have?" Zhou Shuai was puzzled. "My company is a short video platform called World TV, and its advantage is that it takes advantage of your cutest height difference. As for traffic, I can give you some recommendations. Besides, you've studied photography before, so you can give it a try." Lin Feng also saw the advantages of the two from the beginning. After the video was almost done, he asked them to start a live broadcast. As long as the quality was not too bad, they could basically be packaged into internet celebrities with millions of fans. With this said, Zhou Shuai might refuse. After all, his girlfriend is half a head taller than him, and men are very sensitive about height. Lin Feng was reluctant to say it at first, but this is her only advantage after all. "So that World TV is yours now. That thing is really popular now, but I don't know if we can do it." Zhou Shuai expressed his concerns. After listening to this, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "What are you afraid of? Everyone started from the beginning. When the time comes, you too can make videos at home. You can first see how others do it, and then learn from them. The update requirement is at least one video a week." After listening, Zhou Shuai nodded and agreed. After the two discussed it, they finalized the matter. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Zhou Shuai expressed his sincere gratitude. Lin Feng disagreed and said, "Why are you still telling me this? Remember to improve the quality of your videos and be more interactive with the audience. If you have more fans, you can read the comments regularly. Also, don't laugh at the challenges, and don't let the audience think that you only know how to post videos. Okay, let's stop talking so much, let's go to the snack street at the school and have a meal." Lin Feng glanced at the time displayed on his phone. After Zhou Shuai nodded, the four of them went to the parking lot together. "Ferrari, I thought you drove a lorry." Zhou Shuai glanced at Lin Feng's Ferrari and said. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Who drives their own car? I can't bring a driver with me when I go out for a date. But you, kid, no wonder I was thinking about why this car looked so familiar when I came here, it turned out to be yours. Let's go to the spicy hot pot restaurant in the snack street." Jason said she hasn't eaten it in a long time. Zhou Shuai said this and got into the car with Tan Jiasen and left. Get in the car. Li Shiwei was already waiting for Raymond Lam in the driver's seat. After the two cars parked one after the other, they headed to the Malatang restaurant that was popular among students. This spicy hot pot restaurant has been open for more than 10 years. The food is large in quantity and cheap, so many students like to eat here. Not long after the four of them had finished their meals, the students in the school finished their classes one after another. However, most of the people who came over were couples, who were showing each other affection and taking turns to eat. Hey, senior, why are you here? Isn't Senior Mangyao coming with you? A man wearing glasses came in, holding a book in his hand and asked. The man with glasses in front of him was the junior schoolmate that Lin Feng had met before. When Lin Feng was still in school, he played basketball with him a lot. Maybe he asked out of politeness and didn't know that Lin Feng had broken up with Zhang Mangyao. We have broken up, and now she is my wife. Lin Feng pointed at Li Shiwei. After listening to this, the junior said apologetically, I'm sorry, senior, I don't know about your affairs, but you actually married senior sister Shiwei, so congratulations. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, it's okay. Sit down and eat together. After hearing this, the junior laughed and said, I won't bother you guys anymore, you guys can enjoy your meal. After saying that, the younger brother walked inside. Chapter 31st Date. Brother Feng, let's go back first. We won't be with you anymore. After the four of them came out of the Malatang restaurant, Zhou Shuai smiled faintly at Lin Feng. I wish you success, and don't forget to treat us to a meal when the time comes. Lin Feng laughed. After saying that, Zhou Shuai and Tan Jiasen drove away. The remaining Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei held hands and walked forward aimlessly. I wish I could walk like this with you when I was in school. Li Shiwei said softly. Lin Feng held Li Shiwei's hand tightly and whispered, I will always hold your hand tightly in the future. Li Shiwei gave a slight smile. I just remembered after coming to school that the days when I secretly watched you were really painful. If it weren't for you, I really didn't want to make friends with Zhang Mangyao. She often said bad things about you to me. I actually envied her, but when she said bad things about you, I felt very sad. I didn't expect that you would become my husband now. I am really happy. Li Shiwei spoke out the words that she had kept in her heart for many years. There was no sadness in her eyes, but instead she was filled with happiness. Lin Feng held Li Shiwei in his arms and whispered, we are together now, right? We have plenty of time in the future, and I can be with you every day. Well, I just want to vent my excitement. Li Shiwei said slowly in Lin Feng's arms. Wow, look at the two of them, showing off their affection in public. I'm so hard, my fists are so hard. When Raymond Lam and Cecilia Li were showing their affection in the street, people passing by all looked at them. Okay, let's go. If we keep going like this, we might get beaten up in the street. Lin Feng held Li Shiwei's little hand and walked forward. Before long, Li Shiwei's hands were filled with a pile of snacks. Husband. Ah. Li Shiwei took a bamboo stick and inserted 2 octopus balls into Raymond Lam's mouth. Hubby. I can't eat anymore, please help me eat. Li Shiwei handed the half-eaten pancake to Lin Feng. Hey honey, can you please stop for a moment? You feed me 2 bites of everything. Now I'm full. Let's not waste it, okay? Lin Feng said helplessly. Now Lin Feng was completely full of food from Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei would only take 2 bites of each thing and then feed it to Lin Feng. Now Li Shiwei was holding a pile of food in her hands. Hey, I can't help it. I just want to buy these things. Li Shiwei smiled as she touched her belly, which was a little full from eating so much. Honey. I want to go ride the roller coaster. Li Shiwei pulled Lin Feng and said. Wait for it to digest a little. I just ate so much. Raymond Lam pulled Li Shiwei back. It's okay. Let's drive to the largest amusement park in Yanjing. It takes half an hour to drive here. By that time, it will be completely digested. That's it. I'll go get the car, you wait here for me. Li Shiwei piled the snacks in her hand on Lin Feng and went to the parking lot to get the car. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and could only wait for Li Shiwei with the pile of snacks. Handsome guy, add a little green bubble. When Raymond Lam was waiting for Li Shiwei on the roadside, a woman with a strong scent of perfume boldly came forward to ask for Xiao Lu Pao, and there were 2 women following her. Lin Feng smiled and said, sorry, I'm already married. But the woman still didn't give up and insisted, "How could you be married when you are so handsome? Let's just add a little green bubble to chat." "That's right. We can hang out when we have time and be friends." The two women on the other side also echoed. As soon as the two finished talking, a loud sound of a supercar came from a big red Ferrari. Li Sherwei drove the car in front of the two of them. "What are you doing, husband? Get in the car." After seeing Li Sherwei, Raymond Lam sat directly in the passenger seat of the supercar. Li Sherwei stepped on the accelerator and drove the supercar slowly forward with the sound of the car. The remaining three people stood there in a daze. "I thought it was something else. It turns out to be a gigolo." The three of them cursed Lin Feng for being a gigolo and walked away cursing. "You hooked up with women while I was gone." Li Sherwei glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. "I told her I had a wife, but she didn't believe me and insisted on asking me for a little green bubble." Lin Feng said helplessly. "Then did you give it to me? You wouldn't secretly chat with her behind my back at night, would you?" Li Sherwei said in a tender voice. Raymond Lam laughed and said, "My wife is so beautiful, why should I go and chat with her at night?" When Li Sherwei heard Raymond Lam praising her like that, she couldn't stop smiling. More than an hour later, the two arrived at the largest amusement park in Yanjing. Yanjing Happy Valley. The above 5 big characters are hung high above the gate. These 5 characters alone can reflect the scale of this amusement park. After Raymond Lam bought the tickets, Li Sherwei took his arm and went in together. "What are you playing?" Li Sherwei muttered as she looked at the rides on the flyer. "How about we go ride the roller coaster? I've never been on one before." Li Sherwei excitedly pulled Lin Feng to the roller coaster. Raymond Lam also accompanied Li Sherwei to the roller coaster. How exciting! Li Sherwei looked at the people who were wailing while riding the roller coaster. After the people upstairs came down, Li Sherwei pulled Lin Feng over. "Take out all your stuff and put it away." The security guard on the side was reminding them to take out their personal belongings. "After everything is ready." The roller coaster moved forward slowly, rushed to the small slope and slowly stopped, but suddenly, the roller coaster rushed down suddenly. "Alas!" Li Sherwei wailed along with everyone else. After the roller coaster spun several times in the air, their screams became louder and louder. But Lin Feng didn't feel any discomfort. At the end of the roller coaster, Li Sherwei lay on top of Raymond Lam. "Honey, I feel so bad." Li Sherwei now felt that there were stars in her eyes and she could no longer tell the directions. Lin Feng gently rubbed Li Sherwei's back and said slowly, "Let's find a place to rest for a while." Li Sherwei walked while leaning on Raymond Lam. Not long after, Li Sherwei was revived to full health. Jumping and skipping in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Li Sherwei who was jumping around. Chapter 31, Scared Li Sherwei. "Still playing?" Lin Feng looked at Li Sherwei and asked. "Play, of course. But let's not play those scary things, let's go to the haunted house." Li Sherwei's voice suddenly became louder. "Haunted house? Do you really want to go? It's very scary in there." Raymond Lam made a face at Li Sherwei. "These are all fake. How could I be afraid of such things?" Li Sherwei spoke in a heavier tone to give herself courage. The two soon arrived in front of the haunted house. "Everything inside is powered by electricity, so please don't worry." Outside the haunted house, a young woman was introducing the things inside. "Let's go." Lin Feng took Li Sherwei and walked in slowly. "Hubby, why don't you wait for me to get some fresh air outside? I'm afraid it's too stuffy inside." Li Sherwei's words became a little incoherent. "It's okay. If you're scared, we can stay inside." Lin Feng laughed. Seeing Li Sherwei's frightened look, Raymond Lam couldn't help but tease her. "Who said I was scared? I just wanted to breathe some fresh air. If you're scared, we can stay in. I won't force you." Li Sherwei said in a trembling voice. "Ha ha ha. No need, I'm not afraid." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Li Sherwei speaking loudly to give himself courage. So, Li Sherwei gritted her teeth and went in with Raymond Lam. As soon as she entered, Li Sherwei felt a gloomy breath coming. Lin Feng comforted Li Sherwei and said, "They deliberately lowered the temperature of the air conditioner to create an atmosphere." Li Sherwei trembled and said, I of course I know. The further you go inside, the darker it gets, leaving only the lights that create a terrifying atmosphere." As the two were walking, a mask suddenly popped up. Wow! The mask jumped out with a wow. Ah! Li Sherwei subconsciously held Lin Feng tightly with both hands and screamed. Hiss! Honey, you're holding the wrong place. Lin Feng took a breath. Li Sherwei reacted immediately and let go of her hands, and asked with concern, Is your husband okay? I'll go out and help you check. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's okay. It's fine now, let's go out. Li Sherwei nodded in the dark haunted house. When the two came out, the sun had slowly set. They looked at the orange sunset and felt warm in their hearts. I'll take you to a place. Raymond Lam took Li Sherwei to the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel slowly rose, and the two saw a panoramic view of the entire amusement park. It's so pretty. Li Sherwei snuggled in Raymond Lam's arms. We will also open an amusement park in the future. When the time comes, we will close it when we want to play, and open it when we don't want to play. We can play whenever we want. Lin Feng looked at Li Sherwei and said slowly. Li Sherwei said slowly in Lin Feng's arms, Well, we can play whenever we want. The two of them snuggled up to each other and even forgot the time. When the Ferris wheel came down, they would not have known it had come down if the staff had not reminded them. Let's go back. Li Sherwei looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded and went out with Li Sherwei. When going to the garage to get the car, Li Sherwei handed the keys to Lin Feng. Just as the two were heading to the parking lot to get the car, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. Lin Feng picked it up and saw that it was his mother calling. Hello? Lin Feng's mother Zhao Yulan said on the other end of the phone, Xiaofeng, your aunt said that she and our two families will have a meal at Jinzuan today, so remember to come over later. Lin Feng asked, Why did aunt invite us to dinner? We don't usually keep in touch. Zhao Yulan sighed and said, Your aunt's family opened a farmhouse in the suburbs of Yanjing some time ago. Business is booming now, and they want to treat us to a meal. She just told me that the location has been set, and they're waiting for us to go over. Lin Feng said helplessly, Okay, Mom, I'll go over now. Just as Lin Feng hung up the phone, Zhao Yulan immediately said hurriedly on the other side of the phone, Remember to call me daughter-in-law. I know, Mom. I can't forget my wife myself. After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. What's wrong? Your aunt invited you to dinner but you looked reluctant. Li Sherwei asked. My eldest aunt has looked down on my family since I was a child. They make millions a year, but when they come to our house, they complain about it, saying that our house is too small and too remote. If he makes money, he will treat our family to a meal to save face. The same goes for my uncle. My dad once gave him some cigarettes, but he waved his hands and said the cigarettes were too cheap. But my dad usually smokes 30 yuan a pack of cigarettes, and my uncle only smokes 50 yuan a pack. Lin Feng said helplessly. Now I don't know what to do. My mother values my sister very much, and I'm in a difficult position to be in the middle. Now I can only take one step at a time. Let's go. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he went to the Golden Zone with Li Sherwei. In a private room of Jinzuan. Little sister, why hasn't Lin Feng arrived yet? He has made us elders wait for so long. You should go back and talk to him more. Zhao Yulan's elder sister, Zhao Yumei, was complaining about Lin Feng in front of her younger sister. Zhao Yulan smiled and said, We just got here. I've already called Xiaofeng, he should be here in a few minutes. Little sister, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Your Lin Feng is already so old, but he doesn't even have the slightest sense of time. Look, he's a college student at a prestigious university in Yanjing. Our Xiao Fan is different. He is now managing our newly opened farmstay on a daily basis. Zhao Yumei kept muttering to herself. Didn't you just tell us that? How can you blame Xiaofeng? If you had told us yesterday or today at noon, we would have come a long time ago. Besides, we can afford these. Lin Changda said with a dark face. Since she arrived, Zhao Yumei has been chattering non-stop and slandering her family. Lin Changda finally couldn't stand it anymore. Zhao Yumei got angry after hearing this and said to Lin Changda. Changda, what you said is wrong. I know your family can earn hundreds of thousands a year, but can you afford to come here and eat such an expensive meal? You even complained that we didn't notify you enough. Zhao Yumei's husband Wang Haiming laughed after hearing this and said, Alright, Xiaofeng probably just told his boss that he wants to leave work early. He's busy at the company, so it's not that easy. Besides, the food hasn't been served yet, so let's just wait a while. After hearing Wang Haiming's sarcastic tone, Lin Changde felt even more uncomfortable. He also wanted to tell his son that he was a major shareholder of the company and that the annual dividends could reach several hundred million, but he swallowed the words back. If I said this, then what would be the difference between me and Zhao Yumei in front of me? Chapter 32. I'll give you a monthly salary of 10,000. At the gate of the Golden Zune, Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei slowly parked the car in front of the door. When the waiter at Jinzhuan saw a big red Ferrari parked at the door, he immediately stepped forward and asked, "Sir, have you booked a table?" When Lin Feng got out of the car and was about to speak, the waiter immediately recognized Lin Feng. "It's Mr. Lin. May I ask if you have reserved a table? If not, I can arrange one for you right away," the waiter said respectfully. Lin Feng asked, "How do you know me?" The waiter smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, when you came to eat last time, we already included you in our VIP membership. From now on, whenever you come to Jinzhuan, you can get a 20% discount. All you need is Mr. Lin to be here." After hearing what the waiter said, Lin Feng understood instantly. It turned out that the last time he and Su Xiaojie came here, they drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom. People who can drive a Rolls-Royce are all rich people. As long as you please these people, as long as it's not too outrageous, business will not be too bad. We have already booked a private room at the Ziwei Pavilion, Lin Feng said slowly. After hearing this, the waiter immediately smiled and said, "Boss Lin, I'll go park your car now. Once you get in, someone will take you there." After the waiter finished speaking, Raymond Lam handed the Ferrari keys to the waiter, and he and Li Shiwei slowly walked in. As soon as he entered, Lin Feng didn't even need to say anything, a woman would take him to the door of the private room. The food here is expensive for a reason. The service alone reflects it vividly. The rest is so important. If you are in a good mood, the food will taste good. Lin Feng thought to himself. "Please come in, Mr. Lin." After the waiter opened the door, he bowed deeply, closed the door quietly and went out. Everyone in the private room looked at Raymond Lam and Cecilia Li. "Hey Xiao Feng. Not bad. He even called me Mr. Lin. He didn't call me that when we came, and he brought such a beautiful girlfriend with him." Zhao Yumei squinted her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. "Maybe people see me as the boss." Lin Feng laughed. After Lin Feng said this, Zhao Yumei's expression changed immediately. "Xiao Feng, what do you mean by this? Do you mean that we are not worthy of being bosses?" Zhao Yumei questioned. "Sister, Xiaofeng didn't mean that." Zhao Yulan immediately stood up and tried to ease the atmosphere. "Little sister. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Xiaofeng is already an adult. He should be more careful with his words. It's us who have to take care of him. Otherwise, if someone spreads this out, who will tolerate him?" Zhao Yumei immediately took advantage of the situation. All right, the food is all here, let's eat first." Wang Haiming stood up and greeted him. When everyone sat down to eat, Zhao Yumei had a gloomy face. Lin Feng's words just now made her feel as if she had eaten a fly. Her family had never spoken to her like this before. "Mom, eat more. I haven't seen you for a few days, I miss you so much." Li Shiwei kept putting food into Zhao Yulan's bowl. Zhao Yulan laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. "You didn't come back to see me when you missed me, really? Little sister, how come you, as a daughter-in-law, have been here for so long without even calling the elders? You elders should talk to the younger ones." Zhao Yumei was talking to her sister, but she was looking at Li Shiwei. "Hey, you're not the bridesmaid from last time. Are you really getting married to Xiao Feng?" Zhao Yumei recognized Li Shiwei. "Aunt, who my wife is has nothing to do with you," Lin Feng said coldly to Zhao Yumei. "How can you talk to your elders like that? I'm just asking a question, right? Can't I ask my aunt? What did your father teach you at home?" Zhao Yumei became angry after hearing this. After listening to this, Lin Changde said slowly, "I have taught my son very well since he was a child. I think there is nothing wrong with him." After hearing this, Zhao Yumei's face turned blue with anger and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. "Okay, stop talking so much. If a family eats like this, people will laugh to death if we tell others about it," Wang Haiming said lightly. Everyone continued to eat in silence, and everyone wanted to leave this place quickly. When everyone was almost full, Zhao Yumei said to Lin Feng, "Xiao Feng, where do you work now?" Lin Feng said calmly, I opened a small company and I'm not working anymore. After hearing this, Zhao Yumei laughed and said, what kind of company can you open? You can only make a few dollars a year. Don't squander all the money your parents have worked so hard to save for so many years. Aunt, I've opened a new farm stay here, and we're short of staff. You should close that company and come work for me. We can pay you more than 10,000 yuan a month. Although Zhao Yumei spoke to Lin Feng very seriously, Lin Feng could also see that this aunt was now trying every means to target him. My father once told me that when my mother got married, this aunt was determined to oppose it, but my mother still wanted to marry him. From then on, Zhao Yumei looked down on her family, and her farm stay became better and better, and now it can make a profit of 2 to 3 million yuan a year. But my own home isn't much worse, so why does my aunt keep nagging? No need, auntie. I can earn some money now. Now that the company is stable, I am not too tired. I only go to the company when there is something going on. Lin Feng drank a mouthful of soup and said slowly. Now Lin Feng just wanted to go home quickly and didn't want to waste his saliva on Zhao Yumei's family. As for those who were showing off, Lin Feng didn't take it seriously as long as they were not too excessive. After all, Lin Feng's mother thinks this sister is more important, and she doesn't want to fall out with the sister she grew up with. If Lin Feng also put the company on display to talk to Zhao Yumei, wouldn't Lin Feng be the same as Zhao Yumei? After everyone chatted for a while, Wang Haiming stood up and said, it's getting late, let's get together again when we have time. Then let's get together again sometime. Lin Changda also stood up and said. Xiao Fan also bought a BMW X4 some time ago. You can ask Xiao Fan to take you home later and let him take you to experience this car that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's time for you to buy a car at your age. Zhao Yumei still showed off to Lin Feng without giving up. Tonight she has been constantly bullied by the young man Lin Feng, and she is still angry. A family like Zhao Yumei's, who can earn around 2 million yuan a year, would generally buy a car worth several 100,000 yuan. After all, business matters can occasionally be unpredictable, so they wouldn't buy a car that's too expensive. But she felt that although Lin Feng's family could afford a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, they would not buy one so expensively. Chapter 33. This Ferrari is really yours. Well, this dinner tonight cost more than 30,000 yuan. We earn money to enjoy it, don't be reluctant to spend it. Little sister, you should take good care of yourself. Zhao Yumei smiled at her sister who was covering her mouth. Zhao Yulan was surprised and asked, why is this meal so expensive? Zhao Yumei smiled and said, this is a place where rich people eat. Of course it's expensive, but it's okay. I'll bring you here more often when I have time. How could Zhao Yulan, who had been busy all her life, dare to eat in such a place? 30,000 was almost all she earned in a month, but she was very generous to her son. She bought a wedding house worth millions without any hesitation. She had no pursuit for these things at all. The two families talked as they walked, and soon arrived at the door of the first floor. Lin Feng, you can take a look at Xiao Fan's car later. It will give you some motivation to work harder in the future. Auntie knows that you were just joking when you talked about starting a company. Everyone has vanity. People should be honest. Zhao Yumei lectured Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng could answer his aunt's question, the waiter came forward and asked, Mr. Lin, do you want to pick up the car now? Lin Feng nodded. After seeing Lin Feng's statement, the waiter immediately walked outside. Lin Feng looked at his parents and asked, Dad, Mom, did you drive here? Lin Changda and Zhao Yulan both nodded. That's good, otherwise I would have thought you came here in Auntie's car. My car and Sherwei's car can only accommodate 2 people. Lin Feng smiled. The car can only seat 2 people? Xiaofeng, you came here on a motorcycle? Zhao Yumei asked with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and ignored the chattering aunt in front of him. Zhao Yumei wanted to say a few more words, but a fiery red Ferrari slowly drove in outside. What a cool car. I don't know who it belongs to, but this car starts at several million. Xiaofeng, look, this is where the rich eat, and you can easily get a supercar. Zhao Yumei pointed at Ferrari and lectured Lin Feng. Lin Feng said casually, well, what auntie said is right. Seeing that Lin Feng finally responded positively to her preaching, Zhao Yumei's vanity was greatly satisfied. Over the years, when she spoke to her sister's family, they would never speak to her like they did today, making her feel uncomfortable all night. On the other side, the Ferrari's door slowly opened. The waiter got out of the car and handed the key to Lin Feng. Boss Lin. Is there anything else you need? The waiter looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said slowly, no thanks. Okay, Mr. Lin, I hope to serve you again next time. The waiter said and walked inside. Zhao Yumei couldn't believe that this car worth millions belonged to Lin Feng. If it was his car, he would have shown it off long ago. Yes, this must be rented. He must have rented it on the spur of the moment when he knew we were coming to have dinner together, otherwise he would not have not said that he had this kind of sports car. Xiaofeng, I know you are usually very sensible, but you rent a car like this just to have a meal with your family. This is a bad habit and you are too vain. Zhao Yumei taught Lin Feng as an elder. Raymond Lam. Yes, auntie, you are right. Turning around, Lin Feng didn't want to say anything to this aunt anymore, so he pulled Li Shuwei towards the car. Brother Lin? Lin Feng turned around and saw that it was Su Xiaojie who was calling him, and behind him there was a virtuous-looking woman and a little lowly. Hey! Mr. Su, you are here too. After seeing Su Xiaojie, Wang Haiming stepped forward and asked. Who are you? Su Xiaojie looked at Wang Haiming questioningly. Mr. Su, you are a forgetful person. I am the owner of the happy farmhouse you often go to. You also often come to our place for dinner. After hearing Wang Haiming's explanation, Su Xiaojie nodded. Su Xiaojie frowned. He was originally going to talk to Lin Feng, but now he was interrupted. He had to respond. It was a lack of manners at all, which made Su Xiaojie very uncomfortable. Su. Just as Wang Haiming was about to speak, Su Xiaojie interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Brother Xiaojie, don't you usually say you eat at home? Why are you here today? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Isn't this the last time I came here to eat with you? Since then, I've come here often. The food is good and the service is great. Now our family comes here to eat often. Su Xiaojie said slowly. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce them. This is my wife, and this is my daughter. Su Xiaojie pointed at the woman and little Lolita beside him. Lin Feng smiled and pointed at Li Shuwei and said, this is my wife. Brother Lin, your wife is so beautiful. You two really look like a perfect couple. One is so handsome, and the other is so beautiful. Su Xiaojie praised. Let's not talk too much. Brother Lin, you have to have dinner with us later. I have already reserved a table. This time it's my treat. Su Xiaojie pulled Lin Feng enthusiastically. Hey, no, I've already eaten with my family, so I won't disturb your family's meal. Lin Feng waved his hand to reject Su Xiaojie. Speaking of having dinner with his family, Su Xiaojie reacted and looked at the people behind him. I'm so sorry, I didn't notice it just now, I was busy talking to Brother Lin. What are you talking about, Mr. Su? You and Xiaofeng are so close, have you known each other for a long time? Wang Haiming asked. Su Xiaojie looked at Wang Haiming and said, Brother Lin is the largest shareholder of our company. How do you think I know him? Company shareholders? Is that the company of your tiger shark, Mr. Su? Although Wang Haiming guessed it instantly, he still asked without giving up. Which other company could there be? Su Xiaojie said calmly. So, what Xiaofeng said about opening his own company is true. And this car is also his own. Zhao Yumei obviously didn't dare to believe this fact, but she had heard of Tiger Shark after all. Her husband liked to make friends with rich people. Although those rich people didn't want to make friends with her, they still knew something about her. Zhao Yumei had not expected that Lin Feng was a very secretive person. It turned out that the family she looked down upon could be so low-key. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's have dinner together next time when we are free. Su Xiaojie said slowly. Lin Feng replied, okay, you have to treat me to a meal when the time comes. Okay, don't be polite to me then. Su Xiaojie waved to Lin Feng as he walked. Dad, Mom, I may have to stay at Shuwei's house for the next few days. The company is just starting out, so I'd better stay there for a while. Lin Feng looked at his parents. Zhao Yulan smiled faintly and said, it's okay, you should stabilize the company first. Okay, let's go first. After saying that, Raymond Lam and Li Shuwei got into the Ferrari and drove out slowly. From beginning to end, Lin Feng didn't even look at Zhao Yumei. Chapter 34 He Wenqiu plays pity. Little sister, what about the company Xiaofeng just mentioned? Isn't he a shareholder of the Tiger Shark Company? Zhao Yumei was confused. Zhao Yulan smiled faintly after hearing this and said, he has now started a company with his father-in-law. What's the name of that company? And, I remember now, it's called World TV. What? Are you talking about the popular World TV that belongs to Xiaofeng? Zhao Yulan nodded. Now Zhao Yumei's brain capacity is no longer enough. The Lin Feng family, whom Zhao Yumei had always looked upon with indifference, had unexpectedly become so rich. The 2 or 3 million she earned that year was not even a fraction of theirs. Compared with their company, her farm stay was obviously like an ant compared to an elephant. After her son Wang Fan bought a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, Zhao Yumei kept thinking about showing off, so she specially invited her sister's family to dinner, just to mock them. The purpose of the ridicule was achieved, but her sister's family didn't take it seriously. Zhao Yumei thought that her sister's family was just envious of her. But now that I think about it, my family is no longer in the same class as them, so I don't take my words to heart. It's getting late, let's go back and rest first. Our fast food restaurant still has to serve breakfast tomorrow. Zhao Yulan waved to her sister and left. Only Zhao Yumei and her family were left standing at the door in a daze. Go back. Wang Haiming said coldly. You said that Lin Feng is so rich, but he didn't tell me about it. Is he trying to piss me off on purpose? On the way back, Zhao Yumei asked Wang Haiming, who was driving beside them. I'm talking to you. Your name is Zhao Yumei, and your sister's name is Zhao Yulan. You're already quite old, but you still like to compare yourself with others. We're all relatives, can't you be more restrained? They easily get hundreds of millions in dividends a year, what can you compare with? Wang Haiming said coldly from the driver's seat. Besides, Xiaofeng's father-in-law can start a company with Xiaofeng, so he is not an ordinary person. You have to be more restrained in the future. Wang Haiming added. So you mean to blame me? Don't you have any vanity? You only blame me. I didn't see you saying this before, but now that you know Lin Feng is rich, you say this to me. Zhao Yumei screamed as if her hair had exploded. Wang Haiming shook his head. If I had known, I wouldn't have told you so much. When Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei returned home, they saw Wu Xinru lying on Li Jingguo's lap, and Li Jingguo was massaging Wu Xinru's back. When Li Jingguo saw Li Shiwei and Lin Feng coming back, he immediately helped Wu Xinru up. Ahem. Where did you go today? Li Jingguo asked, pretending to be calm. I'm going on a date. It's not shameful for you to give mom a back massage. There's no need to hide it. Li Shiwei said it openly and went upstairs with Lin Feng. Look at you, you insisted on asking me to massage your back, now Shiwei has seen you. Li Jingguo complained with a red face. Wu Xinru rolled her eyes at Li Jingguo and said, oh. Massaging my back is something shameful. After listening to Wu Xinru's words, Li Jingguo whispered, that's not what I meant. We are already an old couple, we can't let the children see it. Poof. Wu Xinru got up and went into the room. I'm so tired. After Li Shiwei returned to the room, she took off her shoes and sat on her rocking chair wearing a pair of white socks. Brother Phone, we posted the video, and it has already received 100,000 views in just a few hours. Zhou Shuai sent a message to Lin Feng on the little green bubble. Lin Feng found the video through the ID sent by Zhou Shuai. How terrifying is a tiger girlfriend? The title printed in front of us uses the impactful color of red, and the cover shows Tan Jiasen holding Zhou Shuai in a princess hug. Lin Feng watched the video and found that although it was quite exaggerated, the comments below were all full of envy. When Li Shiwei saw Raymond Lam watching the video, she also leaned over. Jia Xin is so handsome. I envy her for being this tall. I wish I were that tall too, so I could hug my husband like this. Li Shiwei looked at Tan Jiasen in the video with envy on her face. Don't run around in socks, or you'll catch a cold. Lin Feng warned. By the way, I also saw the video posted by Zhang Mengyau's mother. Zhou Shuai shared a video with Raymond Lam. After seeing it, Lin Feng immediately clicked in to take a look. It's just the two of us, mother and daughter. Life must go on. When you click on it, you will see some light music that is easier to empathize with. There are subtitles throughout and no human voice. It is just a video of He Wenxiu cooking. The subtitles say that He Wenxiu lives with only Zhang Mengyao, and her husband died in an accident at the construction site after they bought the house. Now the mother and daughter have to pay the mortgage and make a living. The funniest thing is that the video was filmed in the wedding house that Raymond Lam bought before. Zhang Mengyao did not appear from beginning to end. He Wenxiu was the one cooking and eating the whole time. She also said in an electronic voice that her daughter worked overtime until late at night every day. The comments below are all encouragement. Come on. Don't let life defeat you. Support your aunt. Lin Feng took a look at the comments and started laughing. If I didn't know who He Wenxiu was, I would have almost believed it. Lin Feng turned off the video and went to take a shower. Hubby, give me a back massage. Li Shiwei said to Lin Feng, who had just come out of the shower. Lin Feng nodded and asked Li Shiwei to lie down. Ha! Husband, I think you can go to the massage parlor and give people massages. Li Shiwei praised. If I go to a massage parlor to give people massages, it will probably be women who come to me for massages. Would you be willing to do that? Lin Feng laughed. Li Shiwei pondered for a moment and said slowly, forget it. My husband can only give me a massage. After a long massage, Li Shiwei, who had been walking all day, gradually fell asleep. Lin Feng gently turned the prone Li Shiwei over and touched her little mouth. Good night. Lin Feng touched Li Shiwei's face and fell asleep together. Chapter 35. Zhang Mengyao resigned. Daughter, look, the video I posted has received a lot of likes, and the number of views has reached over 100,000. When Zhang Mengyao returned home in the evening, He Wenxiu opened the background of her video to show her. Zhang Mengyao looked at the video incentive amount that He Wenxiu opened, and it was already more than 600 yuan. How about this? This is a video I posted on the recently popular World TV. The number of likes and views is still increasing. If it keeps going like this, I estimate that I can earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan next month. Why do you still need to go to work? Just come back and shoot videos with me. He Wenxiu proudly showed her achievements to Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao picked up He Wenxiu's phone and clicked on the video. After watching for a while, Zhang Mengyao frowned and asked, Mom, how can you post a video like this? My dad and brother are alive and well, how can you say that? Seeing Zhang Mengyao questioning him angrily, He Wenxiu said loudly, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong with me making money? As long as I can make money, I don't care about conscience. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Zhang Mengyao walked into the house with her bag. As soon as she entered the room, Zhang Mengyao hung her bag on the coat rack and saw a scratch on it. Zhang Mengyao picked it up and saw a scratch about 3 centimeters long, very noticeable on the bag. This bag was given to me by Raymond Lam before. It cost me more than 30,000 yuan. People around me envied me for a while. But when I saw that the bag that Li Shiwei was holding cost more than 100,000 yuan, I asked Raymond Lam to buy me one. At that time, Lin Feng refused, and I was in a cold war with him for a while. It's impossible to go back to that time now. Not only can I buy bags worth tens of thousands, but now I can't even afford bags worth a few thousand. When Li Shiwei found her in the morning, Zhang Mengyao had already submitted her resignation in the afternoon. She didn't want to see Li Shiwei's smug look again. And I also understand that if I work in the same company with Lin Feng, I will never be able to win Lin Feng back. When Zhang Mengyao saw Lin Feng driving the Ferrari, she longed to sit in the passenger seat and experience the feeling of driving a supercar. No, I haven't lost yet. Zhang Mengyao said in her heart. Early morning. Li Shiwei has also changed into her own work suit. Her closet is full of identical clothes. Sometimes Wu Xinru even complains about why Li Shiwei wears the same clothes every day. Li Shiwei always said that she was just going to the company and it was fine as long as it was formal. When Li Shiwei went out, Raymond Lam was still sleeping. Hubby. I'm going to the company first, remember to think of me. Li Shiwei kissed Lin Feng and went out. I'll pick you up tonight. Lin Feng laughed. Li Shiwei nodded and went out. After Li Shiwei went out, Raymond Lam also got up. When going downstairs, Lin Feng saw Li Jinghua and Li Jun were both downstairs. Brother Jun, why did you go out so late today? Lin Feng looked at Li Jun and asked. Oh, Shiwei just went to the company to take over. I'm not that tired now. I only go to the company when there is something going on. In fact, it's easier when the company is stable. Usually there are people there to handle things. Making money is for comfort. If it's so tiring, it's better to sell the company. Li Jun smiled. Li Jinghua cursed, you prodigal son, you've been thinking about selling the company all day. If you didn't have these companies, where would you get the money to buy those cars? Li Jun smiled and pulled Lin Feng out. Brother-in-law, I have a few friends who like cars and have booked a racetrack tonight. Do you want to go racing tonight? Li Jun looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng asked in confusion, racing, what kind of racing? We brothers pooled some money together and bought a Lamborghini Aventador as the prize for this championship. We will use the cars in the racing field. The cars there are well protected, just like those in professional racing fields. It can also test our adaptability to the cars. Li Jun looked at Lin Feng and said slowly. Lin Feng pondered for a while and said, send me the location tonight. Okay. Li Jun patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. The two walked to the underground garage together, and Li Jun drove away the Maserati. Lin Feng put on his helmet and started his Kawasaki H2. During this period, Lin Feng has been riding in his father-in-law's Rolls-Royce to the company, and the Kawasaki H2 he bought has been left here and has only been driven a few times. Lin Feng drove his motorcycle to the company, parked the car, and slowly walked towards the company. Morning, Mr. Lin. As soon as I entered the company, the employees at work greeted me one after another. Raymond Lam also responded enthusiastically. Boss Lin, wait. A middle-aged man stepped forward to stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the middle-aged man and asked, what's the matter? The middle-aged man picked up a resignation letter and asked, yesterday, my employee Zhang Mengyao submitted her resignation to me. Look at this. The middle-aged man pretended to hesitate. He knew that the relationship between Zhang Mengyao and Lin Feng was not simple. Now that she wanted to resign, it would be better for him to ask the young president. I will do what I am supposed to do with my employee's resignation. Don't ask me about this kind of thing. Just remember to pay them their salary after you approve it. Lin Feng said lightly. Okay, Mr. Lin. The middle-aged man left after getting confirmation. Lin Feng also came to his office and looked at the background data. The number of registered users has now reached 30 million. This result is in line with Lin Feng's expectations. Now that the company has started to stabilize, my father-in-law no longer comes to the company today. In the next few days, I will just come to see him every day. After Lin Feng turned off the background data on his computer, his phone started vibrating. Hubby, do you miss me? Li Shiwei sent a video of her office. How could I not miss my beautiful wife? Lin Feng responded. Why don't you come over and accompany me later, and I'll show you around our company. Li Shiwei posted an emoticon. Wait a minute. I'll come find you later. Lin Feng smiled faintly at the phone screen. Chapter 36, New Skincare Product Formula. After sitting in World TV for the whole morning, Raymond Lam came to Li Shiwei's company. Shui Yen Tang. These three big words are hung high on this office building. Lin Feng came to the front desk and asked, excuse me, which floor is your president's office on? The girl at the front desk glanced at Lin Feng and said calmly, excuse me, do you have an appointment? Hearing what the girl at the front desk said, Lin Feng smiled and said, no, but your president is my wife. The receptionist rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, stop making trouble and get out now. The receptionist thought Lin Feng was here to strike up a conversation, so she asked him to leave. Although Lin Feng was very handsome, it was still working hours, and if he was seen by his supervisor, his performance bonus for this month would be reduced. Lin Feng did not make things difficult for the receptionist. He went outside and called Li Shiwei. When will you come, husband? Li Shiwei said with a smile. I'm downstairs in your company now, and the front desk won't let me in. Please talk to the front desk. Bang! Ah! As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he heard the sound of Li Shiwei's cup falling. Honey, what's wrong with you? Lin Feng said worriedly. It's okay. Honey, wait for me downstairs. I'll be down now. Before Lin Deng could say anything, Li Shiwei hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng put the phone in his pocket and waited quietly for Li Shiwei. Look at that handsome guy, he's still waiting downstairs. I guess he's Mr. Li's suitor. He just told me he's Mr. Li. The total husband. The receptionist who just refused Lin Feng from entering the company laughed. He looks so handsome though. It would be great if he was my boyfriend. The other receptionist was looking at Lin Feng like a crazy fan. Day. There was a sound of high heels hitting the ground. Mr. Li. The two receptionists saw Li Shiwei and said respectfully. Li Shiwei nodded and walked out of the company. Hey! My dear husband. Why are you standing downstairs of the company? Li Sherwei smiled as she looked at Lin Feng, who was standing in the rest area of the company's lobby. Lin Feng pinched Li Sherwei's nose and said, "You didn't even tell the front desk that I was coming, and they thought I was your suitor and wouldn't let me in. You didn't even tell me you were coming. How would I know when you were coming?" Li Sherwei took away Lin Feng's hand that was pinching her nose. While the two were flirting outside the door, the receptionist inside was dumbfounded. "Is this really Mr. Li's husband?" The receptionist, who had just stopped Lin Feng outside the door, whispered. "It's probably true. When have you ever seen Mr. Li meet a man?" In the past, Mr. Li would not even look at other men. "Look at Mr. Li now," another receptionist whispered. "I'll show you around my company." Li Sherwei pulled Lin Feng into the company. The two of them held hands and walked towards the president's office. Along the way, some employees were dumbfounded when they saw Li Sherwei holding a man. When had Mr. Li ever treated a man like this? Normally in the company, Li Sherwei never lacks suitors, but no matter what kind of car they drive or how much they are worth, Li Sherwei rejects them all. They privately think that Li Sherwei is a woman who doesn't like men. But now seeing Li Sherwei holding a man, they all understood that Li Shirin did not dislike men. The president's office. Li Sherwei took Lin Feng into her office. When he arrived at the office, Lin Feng saw broken glass all over the floor. "When I heard you were coming just now, I got a little excited and accidentally dropped the cup," Li Sherwei explained to Raymond Lam. Lin Feng looked around Li Sherwei and was relieved to find that Li Sherwei was not injured. "Be more careful next time. Don't be so impatient." Lin Feng tapped Li Sherwei's forehead. Li Sherwei nodded like a child who had done something wrong. "I almost forgot." Li Sherwei picked up her phone and made a call. "Hey, Xiao Su, ask someone to help me sweep up the broken glass in the office," Li Sherwei said to the other end of the phone. 2 minutes later, a short-haired girl came in with a broom and swept away the broken glass on the ground. "Mr. Li, is there anything else?" After cleaning up the broken glass, the short-haired girl turned to Li Sherwei and asked. "It's okay. You can go out first." The short-haired girl nodded and went out. "How about it? My office is pretty good, isn't it? There's a small room inside where I can sleep when I'm tired. And this furry sofa, I like it too." Li Sherwei proudly introduced her office to Raymond Lam. After watching it, Lin Feng said without hesitation, "My wife still knows how to enjoy it." After receiving praise from Raymond Lam, Li Sherwei sat on her furry sofa, patted her thighs, and motioned Raymond Lam to lie on her thighs. Lin Feng smiled, then lay down on the sofa, resting his head on Li Sherwei's thighs. "What if someone comes?" Lin Feng closed his eyes and smiled. "Wife, June and I are going out to play some racing tonight." Raymond Lam enjoyed the pleasure of Li Sherwei pinching his arm. "My brother asked you to go racing?" Li Sherwei asked in confusion. "Well, he said that several of his friends pooled their money to prepare a Lamborghini as a prize. It seemed to be worth about 10 million. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Sherwei pondered for a moment. "You can go with my brother tonight. I won't go with you men, but remember to be safe. Just have fun, don't force yourself," Li Sherwei warned. Li Sherwei also knew her brother's friends. They were all well-educated rich second generations. Although they liked to play, they never had any bad habits. Lin Feng opened his eyes and turned around. Seeing the cosmetics on the table, he almost forgot the reward the system gave him last time. "Wife, I have a skincare product formula. Would you like to give it to your company for a try?" Lin Feng looked at Li Sherwei and asked. "You actually have the formula for skincare products?" Li Sherwei couldn't believe it. "Well, this was something a high school classmate of mine tried to make. He gave it to me after he went abroad. There is absolutely no problem with this." Lin Feng made up a lie. Anyway, when Li Sherwei takes it to the company, she can check whether this skincare product is available on the market, and then check whether there is such a patent. "Husband, have you been cheated? People don't sell this kind of thing, they give it to you?" Li Sherwei didn't quite believe what Raymond Lam said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I will go back and give it to you tonight. Then you can take it to your company's laboratory for a look, and check if there are any patents on the market. It won't hurt to give it a try anyway." "Okay, give it to me tonight and I'll take it to the lab tomorrow." Li Sherwei nodded. Chapter 37, Terrifying Overtaking on a Curve. Night. After Lin Feng sent Li Sherwei home, he received a message from Li Jun on his mobile phone. Now that we are here, you can just come to the address I sent you later. Lin Feng took a look and stood up to go to the address sent by Li Jun. The sky was pitch black, and what came into view was a huge racing track. A Kawasaki was slowly driving towards the track. It took Lin Feng 2 full hours to reach the racetrack. When he was about to drive in, he was stopped by a security guard outside the door. "Sorry, this place is reserved today." He made a gesture behind him, indicating Lin Feng to go back. "My name is Lin Feng," said lightly. When the security guard learned that it was Lin Feng, he apologized and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Lin, please come in. We are trying to prevent strangers from entering. I hope you can forgive me." Lin Feng nodded and drove the car inside. As soon as he entered the racetrack, Lin Feng saw Li Jun and 4 other people choosing the cars they would use tonight. And several people also noticed the lights of Lin Feng's motorcycle. After seeing Lin Feng, several people came to him. "How about this racetrack? It's big enough. This is the largest racetrack in our Huadu." Li Jun pointed to the runway behind him. "I forgot to introduce myself. This is Huang Wenjun, this is Pan Xiaohua, this is Su Zhanghua, and this is Sun Kailiang." Li Jun introduced from left to right. Li Jun pointed at Lin Feng and said, "This is Lin Feng, my brother-in-law." Several people nodded. After a brief acquaintance, he took Lin Feng to pick a car. The cars here are actually all the same, but they are definitely powerful enough, and more importantly, they have improved safety, so they are basically the same. "Xiaofeng, just pick the one that feels more suitable." Li Jun introduced the cars inside to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the cars. Apart from the color and some of them had added spoilers, everything else was the same. After walking around twice, Lin Feng chose one of the red cars. "Once you've made your choice, go try a couple of laps. You should get familiar with this track." Huang Wenjun, who looked rather muscular, signaled Raymond Lam to run 2 laps. Lin Feng nodded and got into the car he chose, driving slowly on the track. Suddenly, Lin Feng's car was seen speeding like a wild horse. "You're a good brother-in-law. He's neither arrogant nor impatient, and he's handsome. No wonder Shi Wei likes him." Pan Xiaohua said slowly as he looked at the car that had disappeared. "That's for sure. I'm so smart, how could my sister have bad taste?" Li Jun said loudly and confidently. "Come on. You're the only one who's smart." Pan Xiaohua hit Li Jun on the chest. Lin Feng, who was on the track, had already run half the distance. He had already memorized where he had run on the track, where the sharp turns were, and where the straight lines were. All of these were completely memorized in his mind. However, Lin Yi was also looking at those people. After getting to know them for a very short time, Lin Feng found that although those people were all rich second generations, they were all approachable. This is the rich second generation that Lin Feng actually came into contact with, and he is not as dissolute as those described in novels. After running for a while, Lin Feng finally finished the entire track. "How is it? Are you familiar with it?" Looking at the literary Su Zhanghua, he walked up and asked. "It's okay. I think I've remembered it." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Since everything is clear, let's get started." As soon as Li Jun finished speaking, all 6 people got in the car. What was different from what happened just now was that the others, who were originally quite easygoing, immediately became serious once they got on the bus. 6 cars arrived at the starting line together. Li Chun made a phone call, and a large LED light above their heads not far away began to light up. "Friendship comes first, competition comes second. Don't force it, just run a lap." Huang Wenjun in the middle shouted. 10, 9, 1, 0. When the LED light showed 0, 6 cars sped out together. Because the runway was straight at the beginning, several people stepped on the accelerator and drove side by side. But it was still a straight line, and several cars were keeping their distance, but there was a small bend not far ahead, so everyone started to slow down. Just when Lin Feng wanted to seize the inner curve, Li Jun's car took the lead. Next came Pan Xiaohua's car. Lin Feng and the rest of the people were left behind. What Lin and others didn't expect was that Li Jun, who usually kept a low profile, turned out to be so good at driving a car, and the same went for Pan Xiaohua. The remaining few people were obviously just lucky draws. The best opportunity to overtake is obviously on the bend, and Lin Feng followed closely behind without any rush. Although Lin Feng clearly had a chance to overtake just now, when he saw that Li Jun and Pan Xiaohua's cars were about to collide with each other, Lin Feng gave up the idea. It would be bad if a collision happened. Although the 6 cars were now on the front and back, they were still not very far away. After several consecutive bends, the cars of Li Jun, Pan Xiaohua and Lin Feng had left the other 3 behind by the bend. Didn't Li Jun say that his brother-in-law had never driven a car like this before? How come he is so amazing? Pan Xiaohua looked at the other 2 cars following closely behind and thought to himself. But Pan Xiaohua was not the only one who thought so. Li Jun also felt the same way. Looking at Lin Feng's car following closely behind them, he was no less surprised than Pan Xiaohua. But this is also a good thing. When they were racing before, these 2 were competing for the first place. Now with the addition of Lin Feng, their blood is starting to boil. There was a sharp bend ahead. Li Jun raised the corners of his mouth slightly, intending to get rid of the 2 men on this bend. But Li Jun is not the only one who thinks so. Finally, Lin Feng found the right opportunity. Not far from the bend, the 2 people in front began to slow down, hoping to overtake the other 2 at the bend. But Lin Feng behind him not only did not slow down, but continued to maintain his full speed. Is this kid crazy? This is not the way to win. The curve ahead is a sharp curve of nearly 30 degrees. Li Jun and Pan Xiaohua thought to themselves. They had even thought about calling a rescue team. It's a pity that Lin Feng only got familiar with the track once. If he had run 2 more laps, Lin Feng would probably have done better now. At least he wouldn't be rushing forward like a fool like he is now. Although Li Jun was concentrating on driving his car, he was already imagining Lin Feng hitting the track guardrail in his mind. Now Li Jun began to regret asking Lin Feng to come over. If anything happened, he would be cut into pieces by his sister when he returned. Chapter 38, A Nearly Perfect Race. Just when a few people thought that Lin Feng was about to hit the guardrail beside the track, Lin Feng in the car was unusually calm. At this time, Lin Feng in the car was the same as usual. He adjusted the car to the edge of the track, turned slightly, and used the inertia of the car to do a big drift. The fiery red car drifted perfectly through the outrageous sharp curve in front of it. The car was sticking to the edge of the track, but no sparks were seen. If the car had hit the wall, it would have been out of control due to the collision. But now the car has passed intact. This? How is this possible? Li Jun and Pan Xiaohua felt that their eyes were blurry at this moment and they couldn't believe what they saw. The 2 men's surprised mouths were now big enough to fit an egg. They were only surprised for a moment, and with their previous experience, they both safely passed the bend. After turning the corner, the 2 could only look at the taillights of Lin Feng's car. Lin Feng looked at the 2 cars behind him through the rearview mirror and found that they had been left some distance behind him. Now, as long as Lin Feng maintains this speed, he can basically be sure of victory. But the 2 people behind him would not give up so easily. The bends ahead were one after another. If they wanted to overtake Lin Feng, they could only overtake him in the series of bends behind. Seeing hope, Li Jun stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Pan Xiaohua was not willing to fall behind and followed Li Jun closely. However, no matter how hard the 2 of them chased, they were still left far behind by Lin Feng. If Lin Feng just had luck, then now Lin Feng is demonstrating his strength. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth slightly raised. On this track with a series of turns, the car he controlled was swimming on the track like a snake. Seeing Lin Feng driving the car like this, Li Jun and Pan Xiaohua were completely convinced. They have been playing on this track for so many years and have never seen Lin Feng's driving skills so smooth. There is even no shortage of professional racing drivers who come here to play, but none of them can be as smooth as Lin Feng. It's like the wheels are greased. After passing the series of turns, the lap was over quickly. There is no doubt that Raymond Lam won the championship. Shortly after Lin Feng parked the car at the designated place, Li Jun and Pan Xiaohua also finished a lap. Someone has already won the championship, so the remaining rankings are meaningless. If we have to compete, there can only be a champion. Not long after, the 3 people who were far behind also arrived at their original place safely. Brother Jun, you are the champion again this time. Huang Wenjun held Li Jun's hand after getting off the car. Let the champion speak. Mr. Li Jun, what do you think about winning the championship? Su Zhenghua also used the car keys as a microphone and interviewed Li Jun in a serious manner. But Li Jun smiled awkwardly, pointed at Lin Feng and said, "My brother-in-law is the champion." Except for Pan Xiaohua, who was following Li Jun closely, the other 3 were all shocked. They know they can't beat Li Jun and Pan Xiaohua, but they just enjoy themselves. Li Jun usually wins when playing games, and they all assume that Li Jun wins. But now they said that Lin Feng won. If Li Jun hadn't said it himself, they would never believe that Lin Feng could win. Several people came to Lin Feng, lifted him up and threw him into the air. Let us welcome the new king to the throne. Everyone cheered. Pan Xiaohua also took out the key to the Lamborghini prize and gave it to Lin Feng. Li Jun took out a camera and placed it on the ground. Several people came to Lin Jun and took a photo together. Just after they finished taking the photos, a middle-aged man came up to Lin Feng. Brother Lin. I'm the boss here, Ma Yaodong. We want to put your perfect drift on the corner on the big screen at the racetrack. What do you think, Brother Lin? Of course, this is paid. Brother Lin, you name a price and we will try our best to meet it. The racetrack owner asked sincerely. Lin Feng smiled and said, talking about money will hurt our feelings. Just use it. We won't talk about money anymore. The people around Lin Feng all know the boss. Since the owner of the racetrack wants to post his racing video, it would be better to let the boss use it generously, which can also be a favor. Okay. Brother Lin is really my type. Whenever you have time, just come over to play with me. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Xiaoma. The owner of the racing track, Ma Yaodong, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. The turn that Lin Feng just passed was something that no one had been able to do in all the years since the racetrack was opened. People who come here to play with cars are generally those who love racing. As long as I put this video up, it will definitely attract some people who think they have good driving skills to challenge me. It's all thanks to Lin Feng. Usually when we come here to play, the boss is very stingy and the price gets higher and higher. Now we can finally build the boss's track. Pan Xiaohua joked on the side. You guys, I usually just charge a little for tea, and now you're complaining that I charge too much. The boss smiled at Li Jun and the others. It's still early, why don't we go have a couple of drinks? Li Jun said to several people. The owner of the racetrack waved his hand and said, you young people can go ahead. I'd better go back to sleep. I can't go either. I have a project to discuss tomorrow. Pan Xiaohua also refused. The remaining few people said they would get together again next time and then left. They were either already managing their family companies or were married with children, so they could no longer spend their time freely as before, so Li Jun naturally did not force them. After a few people left, Lin Feng and Li Jun also left. As for the car he just won, the owner of the racing track also promised to deliver it to Lin Feng's home tomorrow. When Lin returned home, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and Li Shiwei had gone to bed early. After seeing Li Shiwei fall asleep, Lin Feng took a shower and went to bed carefully. Good night. Raymond Lam kissed Li Shiwei on the forehead and fell asleep. Chapter 39 He Wenqiu owes debt. Morning. Lin Feng took the USB flash drive from the drawer and handed it to Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei put the USB drive into her bag. Hubby, wait for my good news. After saying this, Li Shiwei was about to turn around and leave. Etc. Lin Feng stopped Li Shiwei who was about to go out. Oh. I almost forgot. Li Shiwei smiled, turned around and kissed Lin Feng. Is this all right now? Li Shiwei said coquettishly. But Raymond Lam handed a car key to Li Shiwei and said slowly, I won this from racing last night. Li Shiwei took a look at the car keys and said excitedly, as expected of my husband, you are so awesome. This car is worth over 10 million yuan, and you were able to win it back. After hearing this, Lin Feng said proudly, your husband is so amazing in many other ways. Okay, let me see it later. Li Shiwei smiled charmingly. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to the company. Bye, husband. Li Shiwei glanced at the time and walked out. I'll take you there. Raymond Lam followed Li Shiwei and planned to send her to the company. And the other side. In a certain neighborhood. Wake up, daughter. He Wenqiu shook Zhang Mengyao who was sleeping soundly. Zhang Mengyao slowly opened her eyes and saw He Wenqiu shaking her in panic. After leaving the company, Zhang Mengyao did not start looking for a job, but instead made videos with He Wenqiu. After He Wenqiu finished filming the video, Zhang Mengyao helped with editing it in the evening. After leaving her job, Zhang Mengyao has figured out that making money is not bad, and with the efforts of the two, their number of fans has reached 200,000. Although it is a video that sells misery, the monetization ability of these 200,000 fans cannot be underestimated. In a short period of time, the creative incentives have reached more than 6,000 yuan, and they are just waiting to be withdrawn next month. Mom, what are you doing? Can you please let me get some sleep so early in the morning? Zhang Mengyao complained. My dear daughter, can you transfer 10,000 to me now? Cold sweat gradually appeared on He Wenxiu's anxious forehead. You've already used all my money to play mahjong. Where do I get so much money now? Zhang Mengyao said dissatisfiedly. What should I do? I owe 10,000 yuan now. If I can't pay it back, I'll be a deadbeat. Zhang Mengyao was shocked after hearing this. How could you owe so much money? Did you borrow money from a loan shark? How is that possible? After I lost money playing mahjong last time, I thought about applying for a few credit cards. Now I can't pay off the money I owe. He Wenxiu was now like an ant on hot pan, pacing around the room anxiously. Zhang Mengyao heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this and said, Isn't it just 10% for a credit card? I still have 1,000 or 2,000 yuan left. You can pay the minimum first. But He Wenxiu said with a pale face, I have 5 credit cards in my hand now, and I have borrowed more than 20,000 yuan on each of them. Paying back 10,000 yuan is the minimum. Why did you borrow so much money? I told you not to play mahjong, but you insisted on going out to play every day. Zhang Mengyao said angrily. I was thinking I could win it back, but who knew I would always be so unlucky? Let's not worry about that for now. Let's think about how to pay back the money. He Wenxiu kept shaking Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao pondered for a moment and said slowly, Didn't you give all the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift from Lin Feng to my brother last time? Now I can only ask him for it. Yes, I'll call Boyan now. In a panic, He Wenxiu dialed Zhang Boyang's phone number. Hello? On the other side, Zhang Boyang's voice sounded a little lazy. Boyan, transfer 20,000 yuan of Mengyao's 500,000 yuan betrothal gift to Mom. Mom owes 10,000 yuan now. After hearing this, Zhang Boyang said awkwardly, Mom, I have already used up all the 500,000. What? You've already used up all the 500,000? You loser, how do you survive? 500,000. How did you use it up so quickly? He Wenxiu hung up the phone in frustration. Now her only hope was shattered. The other side. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Boyang opened the bank app, took a look at his balance, which was still 20,000 yuan, and then he lay down contentedly. He didn't want to give the money to He Wenxiu. If he did, he would not be able to go to the bar at night. When He Wenxiu had lost all hope, she immediately thought of Raymond Lam. Daughter, why don't you go ask Lin Feng for some money? Didn't you say that he is worth at least several 100 million now? Why don't you ask him for a few 100,000 first? In the past, whenever she lost money playing mahjong, she would cheat Lin Feng for money, and Lin Feng would give it to her generously. Now that she was broke, she naturally thought of Lin Feng first, and she wanted to take more. After hearing what He Wenxiu said, Zhang Mengyao rolled her eyes at her. They have nothing to do with us now, what's the point of asking them for money? No, Lin Feng wants to abandon you now that he has money. How can such a good thing happen? Let's go find his parents now. I don't believe it. At least we can get back your 5 years of youth money. After hearing this, Zhang Mengyao was also shaken. Although Lin Feng had only obtained the marriage certificate and had not held the wedding yet, as long as there was no wedding, everything was possible. Ever since Lin Feng left Zhang Mengyao, she has been unhappy every day, while Lin Feng's life has been getting better and better, with luxury cars one after another. This makes Zhang Mengyao feel very unbalanced. Why can Lin Feng live a good life while she has to worry about 10,000 yuan? Will this work? Will Lin Feng's parents just kick us out? Zhang Mengyao said worriedly. Why not? Lin Feng's parents are both idiots. Just act pitiful when you get there. They will surely relent and let Lin Feng go with you. Zhang Mengyao also nodded and agreed. After the two made the decision, Zhang Mengyao got up, washed, put on some delicate makeup, and went out with He Wenxiu. Mom, let's buy something. It's not good to go empty-handed. Zhang Mengyao said to He Wenxiu, who was standing beside her. Why not? We are out of money now, why should we buy gifts now? Besides, their family has everything they need now, and they still want us to buy gifts for them? It's just a dream. He Wenxiu fully embodied her sarcastic and mean side. Chapter 40. He Wenxiu was bitten by a dog. That's what I said. However, He Wenxiu still had some ideological struggle in her heart. After hesitating for a long time, He Wenxiu finally walked into a fruit shop and picked out a few of the cheapest apples. Fuck, why is this apple so expensive? This little bit cost me $10. He Wenxiu complained as she looked at the apple with spots on it. After seeing the apples with spots on them, Zhang Mengyao thought it would be better not to buy them. But before she could say anything, He Wenxiu had already pulled her into an online hailing car. After the online taxi drove for a while, He Wenxiu and Zhang Mengyao arrived at the residential area where Lin Feng's parents lived. Why are online ride-hailing services so rip-offs nowadays? They actually charged me more than 50 yuan. They don't even want us to live. He Wenxiu cursed as she looked at the balance sent to her mobile phone. Mom, can you please stop complaining after walking a few steps? Can you please think about how expensive things are when you play mahjong? Zhang Mengyao finally couldn't bear it anymore and cursed at He Wenxiu. Oh. You're blaming me now. If you hadn't persuaded Lin Feng to stay, would we be like this now? Now he's with a rich man and drives a car worth tens of millions, and look at you, you don't even have money to take a taxi. He Wenxiu also said viciously. She felt that she could have lived a good life, but it was all because of her daughter's failure to keep Lin Feng that she let such a rich son-in-law run away. But Zhang Mengyao was not happy after hearing this and said, if you hadn't insisted on adding 500,000 yuan to the betrothal gift, would we have broken up now? We wouldn't have to go to someone's parents' house to beg for forgiveness now. Okay, let's not talk too much, let's go up first. He Wenxiu knew that she was in the wrong and decided not to continue arguing with Zhang Mengyao in front of the gate of the residential complex. In the past, before the two broke up, Lin Feng brought Zhang Mengyao to his home several times. Zhang Mengyao found Lin Feng's parents' home based on her memory. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Zhang Mengyao pressed the doorbell several times, but there was no response. Oh. I come here, I can't even knock on the door. He Wenxiu pushed Zhang Mengyao aside and used her fat right hand to continuously bang on the door of Lin Feng's parents' house. Are your relatives here? Open the door. After He Wenxiu had been filming for about 10 minutes, the neighbor nearby couldn't help it anymore. What the hell are you yelling about? Don't yell in the hallway, understand? A rough-looking man from next door came out and cursed. I didn't knock on your door, why are you barking? If you have the guts, come and hit me. I wish someone would hit me right now. He Wenxiu, not wanting to be outdone, puffed out her chest and started cursing. After hearing this, the man's face turned red for a moment, and he stepped forward to give He Wenxiu a big fight. He Wenxiu slapped her own face and said fiercely, come on, hit me here, I'll blackmail you to death, I can tell from the looks of it that you're a loser whose wife cheated on him. The man calmed down instantly and returned to his home. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Is this all you can do? How dare you yell at me like that? I wasn't brought up to be scared. He Wenxiu was already yelling at the inside without giving in. Mom, please stop talking. What if someone really comes out to beat you up? Zhang Mengyao was also trying to dissuade him. He Wenxiu said contemptuously, what are you afraid of? Can he come up and bite me? Judging from his appearance, he must be a useless waste. Woof woof woof. A dog immediately came out from next door and pounced on He Wenxiu. Ah. He Wenxiu was lying on the ground screaming. Daughter, save me. At this time, Zhang Mengyao had already hidden in the corner and was shivering. No matter how He Wenxiu called out to her, it was useless. After He Xiufang screamed for a while, the man next door came out slowly and pulled his dog back. Mom! Are you okay? After the dog was pulled back, Zhang Mengyao finally reacted and hurried towards He Wenxiu. Seeing He Wenxiu's face covered in blood, Zhang Mengyao didn't know where to start. Call an ambulance. He Wenxiu, lying on the ground wailing, forced out these words. No need to call, I've already called for you. This place is very close to the hospital, it will only take a few minutes to get there. The burly man next door spoke slowly, holding a cell phone in his hand. My mom just said a few harsh words, why did you let the dog bite my mom? My dog is very obedient, how could he bite someone? You must have disturbed his sleep. He is usually very well behaved. Also, if you have time to curse, you might as well go see your mother and ask me for the medical expenses. The man returned to his home as if he didn't care. It was only after the man reminded her that Zhang Mengyao discovered that blood was oozing from her mother's face. You stupid girl, help me stop the bleeding. He Wenxiu's face was now covered in blood. Yeah. Okay. Zhang Mengyao hurriedly took out a tissue from her bag to help He Wenxiu stop the bleeding. Ah! Can you be gentler? He Wenxiu kicked Zhang Mengyao in unbearable pain. At this time, He Wenxiu's face had been wrapped like a mummy. The ambulance also arrived downstairs, and several male nurses lifted He Wenxiu onto a stretcher. This is a bit difficult. In the ambulance, a doctor looked at He Wenxiu's face, which was wrapped in tissues. Doctor, you must save my mother. Zhang Mengyao was so anxious that she was about to cry. After hearing what Zhang Mengyao said, the doctor shook his head helplessly. Your mother was fine to begin with, but look at her face. You used paper to stop the bleeding, and the blood has already clotted on it. It should have only taken 2 stitches and a bandage, but now it's difficult to deal with. And they were all bitten on the face. Other parts of the body are not serious. They can be cured with a few shots of vaccine. At this time, He Wenxiu, lying in the ambulance, looked deathly pale. No, her face was now covered with congealed blood, with only a pair of eyes and nose showing. Now she regretted why she had provoked that man. It would have been better if she had not been so mean just now. She could no longer feel the pain on her face, but she could still feel the twitching on her face. In a few minutes, the ambulance arrived at the hospital. Several male nurses worked together to lift He Wenxiu down, but because He Wenxiu was too fat, they hit a car when they were lifting her down. He Wenxiu cursed in pain, "You can't even lift a person. I'll complain to you idiots later. Mom, stop talking and wait for the doctor to cure you." Zhang Mengyao comforted her. Finally, thanks to the efforts of several male nurses, He Wenxiu finally arrived at the hospital. Chapter 41 Help. I am disfigured. Ah. Zhang Mengyao outside the door had been listening to He Wenxiu's screams inside. Can you give me some anesthesia? You're trying to kill me with pain. He Wenxiu's angry roar came from the treatment room. Finally, 2 hours later, He Wenxiu walked out with a pale face. Mom, are you okay? Zhang Mengyao stepped forward and asked with concern. Don't you know whether I'm okay or not? It's really unlucky. What were you doing when I was bitten by a dog? I really raised you for nothing. He Wenxiu rolled her eyes at Zhang Mengyao. Hello, this is the fee you just paid. Remember to come here to get your canine vaccinations regularly in the future. A nurse came up and gave Zhang Mengyao a list and left. It's okay, Mom. The man just said he wanted to reimburse us, so we can just go back and ask him for the money. Zhang Mengyao opened her mouth and said, Are you stupid? Is this a matter of money? Your mother is now disfigured. He Wenxiu said in a sad voice. When He Wenxiu said that she was disfigured, people passing by covered their mouths to hold back their laughter, and only laughed after they had walked away. What are you laughing at? I hope your whole family will be bitten by dogs. He Wenxiu angrily cursed at those people who were laughing at her. Ma'am, this is a hospital, please don't yell. A nurse reminded. Yeah. Mom, you better restrain yourself now. It will be troublesome if you run into someone like that again. He Wenxiu was getting angrier the more she thought about it, and now she wanted to make soup with that dog. I'm going to hire a lawyer and sue that idiot who released the dog. He Wenxiu said this while biting her back teeth hard. We don't have money to hire a lawyer right now. You still owe us money, so it's good enough that we can pay it back. Zhang Mengyao gave a reminder. No, I can't swallow this. We must get compensation, otherwise my face will be disfigured in vain. If not, ask Lin Feng to compensate us. If we hadn't come to his house, how could we have been bitten? He Wenxiu is now unconscious and all he sees is money. Let's go. I can't bleed in vain today. Let's go to Lin Feng's parents' house. He Wenxiu took Zhang Mengyao out of the hospital gate. Hey! Why don't we go back and rest? You've lost so much blood now. It's better not to go out today. Zhang Mengyao sighed. No, if today passes, I will become a deadbeat. I must get the money today, otherwise I won't be able to go back. He Wenxiu gave Zhang Mengyao a death order. The two of them used the little balance they had left and called another online taxi. In one day, the two came to Lin Feng's parents' house twice. But now He Wenxiu is not as tough as the first time she came. She hid behind Zhang Mengyao trembling. Bang, bang, bang. He Wenxiu was not knocking on the door of Lin Feng's parents' house with her hands, but kicking the door hard with her feet. After kicking several times, He Wenxiu, who was already sweating, cursed angrily, Where the hell are Lin Feng's parents today? Why haven't they been seen all day? Why are you back again? Can you be quiet for a moment? The burly man who had just let the dog out came out again. But this time he was not as angry as before. Now he saw that almost half of He Wenshio's face was covered with gauze, and he felt a little sympathy for He Wenshio. You. You're not going to let your dog out again, are you? I'm telling you, I'm going to hire a lawyer to sue you. He Wenshio hid behind Zhang Mengyao and said in a trembling voice. Oh. Wait until you hire a lawyer before giving me the court summons, otherwise stop talking so much nonsense. After saying this, the man slammed the door shut. Forget it. Let's go back. Lin Feng's parents probably won't be back until the evening. Zhang Mengyao no longer wanted to stay here. I didn't do anything today, but I still got bitten by a dog for nothing. No. Even if I die, I want to die here. He Wenshio took out the bag of apples from her bag and started taking a bite. Well. Zhang Mengyao sighed. After waiting for more than an hour, Lin Changde and Zhao Yulan finally returned to their doorstep. Originally, they would be there for a whole day, but now that Lin Feng has money, the couple finally hired a few employees to work there. Now the two of them can have more than 3 hours of time to go home and rest every day. Ha? Why are you at my doorstep? Lin Changde asked He Wenshio, who was sitting next to him while opening the door. After seeing Lin Changde coming back, He Wenshio wanted to stand up and curse him, but he held the words back as soon as they came to his lips. She came here today to say nice things, not to quarrel. After the matter is settled, she can curse you however she wants. After Lin Changde opened the door, he went in with Zhao Yulan and ignored He Wenshio, who was sitting at the door. Etc. He Wenshio and Zhang Mengyao followed Lin Changde into the room. What are you doing at my house? I don't remember inviting you to my house. Lin Changde said calmly. He Wenshio treated the place as her own home, sat on the sofa, and picked up an apple to start eating. Lin Changde sighed and said, just tell me what you have to say. Don't treat my home like your own. Lin Changde was completely speechless about the mother and daughter. His son hadn't asked them to pay back the money yet, but she actually came to his house. My dear relatives, that's not what I meant. I came here this time because I want our two families to sit down and have a good talk. He Wenshio said, rolling her eyes. Talk? What can we talk about? Our family has nothing to do with yours now, so you'd better get out. Lin Changde directly ordered them to leave. Yulan. I've been here for so long, and you didn't even pour me a glass of water. He Wenshio ignored Lin Changde's words and turned her attention directly to Zhao Yulan. She felt that there was hope only if she talked to Zhao Yulan. But Zhao Yulan did not go to pour water, but said coldly to He Wenshio. Why should I pour you some water? You came to my house by yourself, and I'm glad I didn't kick you out. He Wenshio, who had repeatedly hit a wall, was not angry now. Instead, she smiled at the two of them and said, I admit that we did go a little too far before, but we have thought about it. Xiaofeng still likes our Mengyao. Now he is with someone he doesn't like. Do you think Xiaofeng will be happy? He has been with Mengyao for 5 years. Zhang Mengyao at the side also found the right opportunity to agree, yes, Dad. We were wrong before, but Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei are really not suitable. Raymond Lam was deceived by Li Shiwei. Chapter 42, It's over, I become a deadbeat. Suitable? If you want to persuade my son to turn back, why don't you go to him instead of us? Lin Changde's words touched the hearts of the two men. Isn't it that Xiaofeng is still ignorant? Look at that Li Shiwei, she is a pure mistress, she only knows how to deceive Xiaofeng all day long. Now Xiaofeng has been deceived all the time. Only you can call Xiaofeng back. He Wenshio said calmly. Well, what you said seems to make sense. Lin Changde pondered for a while and then said slowly. After hearing this, He Wenshio thought there was a chance and immediately intensified her temptation. Yes, Xiaofeng is still young, and he doesn't understand who has an easier life. Our Mengyao is the kind of good wife and good mother. As long as the two of them get married, Xiaofeng will be the happiest man. Maybe I didn't make it clear just now. What I wanted to say is that it's true that Xiaofeng was deceived, but he was deceived for 5 years. You Zhang Mengyao was the one who deceived him. You also asked for a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan. I don't think you deserve even 5 yuan. Is she as rich as my daughter-in-law? Is she as pretty as my daughter-in-law? My current daughter-in-law is the one who really treats my son well. Look at what you have done in the past few years. All you have done is ask for money. And your son, who has his own hands and feet, keeps asking Xiaofeng, who is still studying, for money. Your family is really shameless. Now that the two of them are married, they still dream of eating swan meat. Lin Changde blurted out everything in one go. You. How can you slander my daughter like this? She is a girl, how can you say that? He Wenxiu was so angry that her face was distorted, and her face, which had just had 2 stitches, had begun to crack. Blood oozed from the gauze. Zhang Mengyao cried to Lin Changde and Zhao Yulan. Mom and Dad, I was wrong. I really love Raymond Lam. I can't sleep well without him. Please help me put in some good words and let Raymond Lam come back to me. Lin Changde snorted. Don't call us Mom and Dad. How can you recognize your parents without blushing or getting angry? After saying that, Lin Changde opened the video of Lin Feng and Zhang Mengyao's wedding and played it. Mengyao, you really won't marry me? Lin Feng, if you don't do what my mother said today and give me another 500,000 yuan as a gift, I won't marry you. It's a blast after this video is released. After seeing this video, He Wenxiu and Zhang Mengyao looked a little unnatural. Does that mean that there is no possibility between our two families? He Wenxiu asked. Are you really stupid or are you just pretending to be stupid? When did I ever agree with you? Besides, this is my son's business. Why are you looking for me? Did I let you into my house? You'd better get out of here. Lin Changde said coldly. Okay, it's fine. Your current daughter-in-law is rich. Lin Feng doesn't want to work hard anymore. He's a gigolo now and has abandoned his girlfriend of 5 years. If you don't agree, then you have to compensate my daughter for the past 5 years of her youth. He Wenxiu saw no hope of reconciliation in Lin Changde's eyes, so she started to show her cards. But Zhang Mengyao on the side whispered, Mom, don't be like this, Lin Feng and I still have hope, let's talk about it. Now she has figured it out. When she was with Raymond Lam, she never had to worry about food and drink. Even her bags cost tens of thousands of yuan each. But now, since they broke up, she has to save money even on food. When Zhang Mengyao just resigned from World TV, the company immediately paid her several thousand yuan in salary. She thought about buying 2 skirts. However, after only 1 day, her salary had run out. Now her biggest wish is to return to Raymond Lam. After hearing these words, Lin Changde didn't know how much he wanted to laugh. These two mother and daughter could definitely make a living by performing on the streets if they sang the same tune. We have nothing to talk about. I can't make decisions about my son's affairs. And what do you mean by paying back 5 years of youth? Lin Changde pointed at He Wenxiu and sneered. He Wenxiu thought about it for a moment, then said unhappily. Of course, that's the youth my daughter has lost in the past 5 years. If it weren't for your son delaying my daughter, she would have married a rich second-generation man long ago. Your son's delay of my daughter's youth should be calculated as 200,000 a year. You should just give him 1 million. The lion opened its mouth widely. Every time they heard He Wenxiu's words, their views would be refreshed. Now it's another 1 million. Lin Changde was so angry that he laughed. Even Zhao Yulan, who was known for her good temper, frowned because of this. Your daughter can find a rich second generation? You don't even look at your daughter's trash, and you're still dreaming about finding a rich second generation. As for the 1 million, I still suggest that you raise your pillow higher when you sleep at night. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. After hearing what Lin Changde said, He Wenxiu also started to act like a rogue and sat on the ground and acted like a rogue. I don't care. If I don't have money today, I won't leave. At least you have to take out 200,000 first. Okay, then just sit there. You just want to get something for nothing all day long. After saying that, Lin Changde walked out of the house. After a while, Lin Changde was followed by the burly man from next door who let the dog bite He Wenxiu. I'm so sorry, this woman is too fat. I don't think I can drag her. You young people have to be stronger. You can just drag them outside. Lin Changde smiled faintly at the man behind him. The man just nodded, then grabbed He Wenxiu's collar with one hand and dragged her out like a dead pig. What are you doing? Let my mother go, or I'll call the police. Zhang Mengyao cursed angrily from behind, but even though she cursed, she didn't dare to get close at all, for fear that she would also be bitten by the dog. Lin Changde glared at Zhang Mengyao and said, You broke into a private house. I haven't called the police yet, and you still want to call the police. In less than a minute, He Wenxiu was dragged out by the burly man, followed by Zhang Mangyao, but Zhang Mangyao walked out by herself. The two of them walked completely out of the door, and Lin Changde closed the door heavily. Mom, what should we do now? Our last hope is gone. Zhang Mangyao looked at He Wenxiu with red eyes. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. What else can you do? You can only become a deadbeat. He Wenxiu was already in a bad mood. She didn't expect Lin Feng's parents to treat her and her like this. There is no other way. All the money that can be borrowed has been borrowed, and there is no other way to borrow the rest. He Wenxiu actually owed more than 100,000 yuan. In addition to those credit cards, she had also borrowed from friends and relatives she knew, and now she had completely overdrawn her credit. The two thought they could get the job done today, but they didn't expect that they failed and were bitten by the dog, leaving a 2 or 3 centimeter wound. Oh! Go back! He Wenxiu took Zhang Mengyao and slowly walked out of the community. She has already started to give up. So what if she can't pay back the money? The most that can happen is that my bank card will be frozen. I can pay her back when I have money in the future. Can I be arrested and put in jail for owing money? All you have to do is wait until next month to cash out the money. He Wenxiu is still dreaming her own beautiful dream. Chapter 43, A Little Romance for Two. 1 million is the first thing he asked for. Only a fat pig like He Wenxiu could come up with such an idea. Lin Changde sat on the sofa and said angrily. You are such a fool. Why are you still angry at that kind of person? Zhao Yulan handed Lin Changde a glass of water. No, I have to call Xiaofeng and tell him to be careful of Zhang Mengyao. Just as Lin Changde was about to pick up his phone to make a call, he was stopped by Zhao Yulan. Why are you calling to disturb our son? Why don't you use your brain? Zhang Mengyao must have already looked for our son a long time ago. It's because our son ignored her that she came to our house. Afternoon. Raymond Lam was driving his winning Lamborghini Aventador to the downstairs of Li Shiwei's company. After waiting for a long time, Li Shiwei finally came down from the company. Beautiful lady, can we have dinner together tonight? Lin Feng waved at Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei wanted to yell at him, but when she saw it was Raymond Lam, she trotted to the passenger seat in her high heels. Be careful, running like that in high heels. Raymond Lam tapped Li Shiwei's forehead. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I thought you were some blind person. Li Shiwei pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Lin Feng smiled and said, I just want to give you a surprise. I'll take you to a candlelight dinner tonight. It's up to you to arrange it. If I'm not satisfied, I'll give you a bad review. Li Shiwei raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. Good. Lin Feng slowly started the car and headed towards the Western restaurant he had booked. The car slowly stopped, and Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei both got out. Mr. Lin, this way please. When the waiter saw Lin Feng coming, he came forward and greeted Lin Feng with a professional smile on his face. The two of them came and sat down at a table in the middle of the second floor of the restaurant. Honey, why is there no one in this Western restaurant? Why can't I see anyone except the waiter when I came in? Li Shiwei thought that Lin Yi had chosen a Western restaurant with a bad reputation. Lin Feng smiled brightly and said softly. This restaurant is doing very good business. If we come now, there will be no seats left, but I have booked the entire restaurant. I don't want others to disturb us while we dine. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the waiter brought up the cooked steak and poured a bottle of Lafite Rothschild Carnot red wine for the two of them. After all the food was served, the waiter left, leaving only Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei on the second floor. Lin Feng cut a small piece of steak and put it into Li Shiwei's mouth. Too much, it's flowing out. Li Shiwei wiped the juice flowing from the corner of her mouth. Hubby, try mine. Li Shiwei cut a large piece of steak and stuffed it into Lin Feng's mouth. After chewing for a long time, Lin Feng finally swallowed the steak. How about it? It's nice here, isn't it? Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei and asked. Li Shiwei replied, yes, it is true. The most important thing is that you brought me here, husband. Hearing what Li Shiwei said, Lin Feng smiled contentedly and continued to cut a piece of steak to feed Li Shirin. Although this place is nice, I still want to eat the food you cook for me, husband. Lin Feng sneered and said slowly, if you want to eat it, I will make it for you every day. I am the best at making noodles. When I was a child, my mother often taught me how to roll noodles. I will make it for you when I have time. Can I eat it from below? Li Shiwei blushed after hearing this. Lin Feng saw that Li Shiwei looked a little abnormal and asked with concern, "Honey, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Li Shiwei came back to her senses and waved her hands. "No, it's okay. It must be very expensive to book this place. I also ordered a bottle of Lafite Rothschild Kailat." Lin Feng said nonchalantly, "It's okay. As long as you are happy, it doesn't matter how much money you spend. Money is earned to be enjoyed." Hearing this, Li Shiwei's eyes were full of Raymond Lam's handsome words. She had never thought of being with Raymond Lam before. She recalled that it was the first time she left home to live on campus when she was in college. Although her family always wanted to help her hire a driver to pick her up, she refused. "I still remember when I first arrived at the school, some student volunteers enthusiastically helped me carry my luggage and even asked me if I had a boyfriend. I was so angry that I took the luggage and carried it myself." Just as she was dragging 2 large suitcases, a sunny and handsome man came up to her. "Let me help you." Without waiting for a refusal, the man took 2 large suitcases from Li Shiwei and helped her move them to the dormitory. "Is there anything else I can help you with? If not, I'll leave now." This was the first time that Li Shiwei looked at the man in front of her. He is sunny and handsome, always with a warm smile on his face, and his words make people feel very kind. It was the first time that Li Shiwei was not asked for little green bubbles since she came to school. When she came to her senses, he was gone. Later, Li Shiwei found out that his name was Lin Feng, and he was the dream lover of many girls in the school. He was a freshman like her. Li Shiwei started paying attention to Raymond Lam since she started moving her luggage. She knew that Raymond Lam would get up early every morning for a jog and also run in the evening. When he had time, he would take orders to write copy for others. It wasn't until Zhang Mengyao said that she and Raymond Lam were dating that the feelings that had been growing in Li Shiwei's heart were shattered, and she was depressed every time she went home. The attentive Wu Xinru also noticed that her daughter was abnormal, and when she asked her, Li Shiwei told her everything. But she still keeps Raymond Lam deep in her heart. Every time Lin Feng gave Zhang Mengyao a gift, she would go back to the dormitory and complain that the things Lin Feng gave her were too cheap. Li Shiwei felt very uncomfortable after hearing this, but she didn't feel like saying anything. Finally, in the blink of an eye, college life passed quickly. And Raymond Lam finally announced his marriage after 5 years of dating, and even invited himself to be the bridesmaid. Unexpectedly, on the wedding day, Zhang Mengyao proposed to add another 500,000 yuan to the betrothal gift, and Raymond Lam became disappointed with Zhang Mengyao. After that, the two of them got married in a flash and got their marriage certificate. Until now, Raymond Lam has become her husband. Zhang Mengyao also regretted it, but now she has become a clown. "Wife, what are you thinking about?" Lin Feng waved his hand in front of Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei came back to his senses and smiled at Lin Feng. "It's okay. I was just moved by you." The two looked at each other. Puff. Ha 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 ha. They both laughed in tacit understanding. Chapter 44, The Generous Zhang Boyong. Time passed quickly. The two also walked out of the Western restaurant. "Welcome to come again next time." The waiter bowed slightly and said to Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei. Lin Feng's driver was already waiting downstairs. When Lin Feng went upstairs, he asked his driver to drive the Lamborghini back and replace it with a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After Li Shiwei drank 2 glasses of red wine, her face began to turn slightly red. After the two got in the car, Li Shiwei snuggled in Lin Feng's arms. The two of them enjoyed staying quietly in this small space. Not long after, the driver took Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei back home. "Hubby, give me a back massage," Li Shiwei said in a soft voice while lying on the bed. Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face as he began to massage Li Shiwei's shoulders. "Honey, how's the formula for my cosmetics?" Lin Feng asked while pinching Li Shiwei's shoulders. "It's still early. We'll know in a few days. I've asked the lab to expedite the process," Li Shiwei murmured. In a bar, Zhang Boyong, who had slept all day, came to the bar with a few good brothers. "Mr. Zhang is here. Still in the same seat?" As soon as he got inside, the bartender in the bar saw Zhang Boyong and came forward to greet him enthusiastically. After hearing this, Zhang Boyong walked into the bar with his head held high. Zhang Boyong was not like this before. Although he was a frequent customer here before, he had never been as generous as he was during this period. He would open a bottle of wine worth thousands of dollars at will, and he would pay the bill every time. One time, the bartender passed by Zhang Boyang and heard the drunk Zhang Boyang bragging that his sister received a dowry of 500,000 yuan for her marriage, and that he had taken all the money. It's no wonder that Zhang Boyang has been so generous recently, but no matter how much money he has, it can't withstand his squandering. The bartender glanced at Zhang Boyang, the big enemy. Zhang Boyang sat in a booth with a few friends who had brightly colored hair. "Mr. Zhang, can we start tonight with a bottle of 2,888 wine?" The man with green hair on his head spoke. 2,888? If I order a few more bottles, I might have to work as a bartender in a bar for 2 months. Zhang Boyang said in his heart, but then waved his hands. "We're tired of that stuff, let's have something lighter. Forget about the whole drink. This. Could it be that Mr. Zhang is having trouble making ends meet these past 2 days?" Another man with yellow hair on his head laughed. As soon as the yellow-haired man finished speaking, the others who came with Zhang Mingqing all laughed. They naturally knew that Zhang Boyang's money was his sister's betrothal money. But they also know that Zhang Boyang is an extremely vain person. Ever since he became rich, these people have been following him around, eating and drinking the best of the best, and even living in the presidential suite. What are you talking about? Am I, Zhang Boyang, short of money? 1 bottle is too little, let's get 5 bottles first. Zhang Boyang waved his hand and the bartender immediately brought 5 bottles of wine worth nearly 3,000 yuan. "Mr. Zhang, take your time drinking. If you need anything, just tell me." The bartender bowed slightly and left. "Oh, Mr. Zhang is awesome. This time we got 5 bottles." The others poured wine and rushed to toast Zhang Boyang. As soon as these people came, they asked Zhang Boyang for several bottles of wine worth thousands of dollars. If Zhang Boyang didn't know them, he would have thought that the other people were also selling wine. Zhang Boyang was toasted by several people in turn. After drinking 5 glasses in a row, Zhang Boyang felt a little dizzy. Although he seemed satisfied on the surface, Zhang Boyang's heart was bleeding. 5 bottles at once, and that was 15,000. Zhang Mingqing spent a long time counting under the table but couldn't work out how much money it was. He was too embarrassed to take out his cell phone, open the calculator and do the math in public. "That won't do. This wine is so dry, why don't we go find Shirley from yesterday?" Green hair suggested. "Isn't that woman selling drinks in this bar? Why did you ask her to come over?" Zhang Boyang said somewhat displeased. "It's not fun for a few grown men to drink together. So what if they're selling the wine? It's not like you, Mr. Zhang, can't afford it. Or are you really short of money? No, let's split the bill." Green hair started to use his own method of provoking again. After hearing this, Zhang Boyang angrily said, "What do you mean? How can I, Zhang Boyang, not be able to pay? You can just call me, and we'll talk after we've gone broke drinking tonight." The green-haired man had a cold expression when he heard the first sentence, but after hearing the rest, he immediately smiled. "Okay. Master Zhang will pay for the evening, and we can all drink as much as we want." After hearing this, several people started to make a noise. "Woohoo! Woohoo! Zhang Boyang is awesome. President Zhang is awesome." A few people quickly called over Shelley, who had just been mentioned, and a few friends she knew. "You newcomers, please toast to Mr. Zhang first." Green hair gave orders to several people. The women also generously toasted Zhang Boyang with a glass of wine. After several rounds of drinking, the wine on the table was gone. "Brother Boyang, the wine is gone." The one called Shirley spoke in a coquettish voice to Zhang Boyang. Zhang Boyang was shocked after hearing this, and waved his hand and said, "Just order whatever you want to drink, no need to tell me." "Well done, you are worthy of being Brother Boyang." Shirley blew a kiss to Zhang Boyang. "Here, handsome guy." Shirley called the bartender over and ordered 10 bottles of wine that cost almost 3,000 yuan in one go. "Why did you order such expensive wine, and 10 bottles at once? This alone cost me $28,000. Adding what I just drank, the total is more than $40,000. Where can I find the money?" Zhang Boyang could only curse in his heart, but his face still looked like he was saying, "I have money, you can do whatever you want." After all, they were selling alcohol, and the fighting power of those women was no weaker than that of the men. On the contrary, they became more powerful the more they drank. After a while, they were a little tipsy, but after all, they were experienced, so they finally ordered 5 more bottles. Led by Xiaoli, they have been ordering expensive drinks since they saw Zhang Boyang. They don't even glance at the beer that costs more than 10 yuan. Soon, they had been fighting for several hours and the wine on the table was gone. Xiaoli also pretended to be drunk and left first. There are only a few men left in their seats. Chapter 45, Mr. Zhang is awesome. It's almost time to go. I have to go to work tomorrow. Huang Mao glanced at his phone. Everyone looked at Zhang Boyang. Zhang Boyang simply counted the wine bottles on the table. There were 20 bottles of wine worth nearly 3,000 yuan. A simple calculation showed that it amounted to 60,000 yuan. Ouch, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom first. Please wait for a moment. Zhang Boyang used the shit shield to run into the toilet. Fuck, this guy is so drunk. Normally, I spend more than 10,000 yuan a night. Why are all the bottles worth thousands of yuan tonight? Zhang Mingcheng looked at the balance on his phone, which showed only 21,000 yuan left, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Forget it, I'll call and ask to borrow some first. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Boyang called his sister. Ding ding ding. Zhang Mangyao, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the phone ringing. Zhang Mangyao picked up the phone and saw that it was her brother whom she hadn't contacted for several days. What? Can you call me during the day? Just tell me what you want to say. Zhang Mangyao said impatiently into the phone. Zhang Boyang spoke directly. Mangyao, can you transfer 40,000 to me first? Zhang Mangyao was shocked when she heard this. What? You said 40,000? Where can I get so much money? Zhang Boyang lowered his voice and whispered. Good sister, help your brother. You don't have money, but Lin Feng does. I tell you, he started a company with someone else 5 years ago, and he's already worth billions. He's been lying to you. Zhang Mengyao said unhappily, she has nothing to do with me now. It is completely impossible for us to be together. After saying that, Zhang Mengyao hung up the phone and turned off her phone. Beep, beep, beep. Mengyao. Hello? Mengyao? Zhang Boyang frowned when he saw his sister hang up the phone. On the other side, several people were sitting in their seats, scrolling through their phones, and were getting a little impatient waiting. Is Zhang Boyang going to run away? Huang Mao turned off his phone and said slowly. No way. He's just a fool. Even if he doesn't have money, he will go and borrow it. We just need to wait here. Green Hair didn't care at all. Huang Mao thought about it and finally stood up and said, no, I'd better go and take a look. Otherwise, if this guy leaves, we will have to pay. We don't usually see him leave for so long. Go ahead. Several people waved. Huang Mao walked quietly to the bar bathroom and shouted, Mr. Zhang? Are you still there? What took you so long? Zhang Boyang, who was about to make a phone call, was startled. It's okay. I have diarrhea now. Oh, and my phone is out of battery. Can you lend me your phone to check it out? Zhang Boyang shouted outside the toilet. Zhang Boyang opened the door a crack and a mobile phone was stretched out from outside. Hurry up! We still have to go to work today. I envy you, Mr. Zhang, for not having to go to work. After confirming that Zhang Boyang was still in the bar, he gave him the phone and left with confidence. Zhang Boyang took Huang Mao's phone and called Lin Feng directly according to the number saved in his own phone. His own cell phone number had long been blocked by Lin Feng, so he could only use Huang Mao's cell phone. Ding ding ding. Lin Feng, who was sleeping with Li Shiwei, was awakened by the ringing of the phone at the bedside. Lin Feng quickly picked up his mobile phone and answered the call, turning the volume down to the minimum, then glanced at Li Shiwei. After discovering that Li Shiwei was still sleeping soundly, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and put his ear close to the phone. After Zhang Boyang saw Lin Feng answer the phone, he hurriedly shouted to the other end of the phone. Hey! Lin Feng. After Lin Feng recognized Zhang Boyang's voice on the other end of the phone, he hung up the phone before he could say anything. Hey! 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 After Zhang Boyang saw that Lin Feng hung up his phone, he edited a text message and sent it. Good brother-in-law, can you lend me 40,000 first? Zhang Boyang sent it over directly after editing it. On the other side, after seeing this, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly and he blocked the phone number directly. After waiting for a long time and not seeing any reply, Zhang Boyang called. As expected, the number was blocked again. Fuck, if I don't tear down your Rolls Royce tomorrow, I won't be called Zhang. There was no other way, so Zhang Boyang made several phone calls in a row, but without exception, no one was willing to lend him money. Zhang Boyang returned to his seat in dejection. When everyone saw Zhang Boyang, they all laughed and said, "Mr. Zhang is really a big jerk. Pay the bill quickly." Zhang Boyang said slowly, "Brothers, I may not be able to pay. I only have 20,000 yuan now. Let's share it together." After hearing this, everyone was angry. "Zhang Boyang, what are you talking about? Why didn't you tell us earlier that you had no money and asked us to split the bill? You ordered so many drinks and asked us to split the bill. Each person has to split the bill, which is 10,000 yuan. Zhang Boyang also got angry after hearing this. "Fuck you. You enjoyed yourself when I was rich, but now you're broke and you're scolding me, right? I've already given you a presidential suite worth tens of thousands of dollars, what else do you want? What did you say? Zhang Boyang, try speaking louder for me." Green Hair also has a bad temper and he stood up to beat Zhang Boyang. But he was stopped by the other 4 people around him. "Forget it, let's just pool our money together." Huang Mao sighed. Each person contributed 10,000 yuan, and several people called their families to ask for money. After almost an hour, everyone finally collected 10,000 yuan, and all of it was transferred to Zhang Mingqing's mobile phone. Originally, people in the bar paid first, but now they knew that Zhang Boyang was a wealthy man and they already knew him, so Zhang Boyang could pay after he finished drinking. After Zhang Boyang paid the bill, the message appeared on the big screen above the bar. Tonight's leaderboard is Zhang Boyang Zhang. When the people above shouted Zhang Boyang's name, everyone in the bar cheered. After hearing this, Zhang Boyang left the bar in shame. After coming out, several people went home. Only Zhang Boyang was left enjoying the cool night breeze. "Damn it, Lin Feng, just wait. Tomorrow I'll tear your car apart for embarrassing me like this." Zhang Boyang couldn't sleep after returning home. When he was about to open his mobile phone, he found that he had been kicked out of the Forever Good Brothers group. "Damn it, when I had money, you fawned over me like crazy, but now that I have no money, you just kick me out of the group, right?" Zhang Boyang gritted his teeth and looked at his phone. Chapter 46. Zhang Boyang smashes a car after drinking. Early morning. Li Shiwei stretched lazily. "Honey, I don't want to go to work." Li Shiwei wrapped around Raymond Lam like a snake. "If you don't want to go, then don't go." Raymond Lam's fingertips gently stroked Li Shiwei's face. "Forget it. I've only been at the company for 2 days and I'm going to quit. I'm going to get lazier and lazier in the future." Li Shiwei buried her head in Lin Deng's arms and took a deep breath. "Yeah, fully charged. Time to get up." Li Shiwei pulled Lin Feng to get up together. After washing up, Li Shiwei hurriedly ate breakfast and drove to the company. Lin Feng continued to eat his breakfast leisurely. Li Jingguo was also looking at his mobile phone in the living room. Since Li Shiwei returned to work in the company, Li Jingguo usually stays at home, and the rest of the company is left to Li Jun to manage. Lin Feng wiped his mouth, came to Li Jingguo and said slowly, "Dad, help me contact that lawyer Wang." Li Jingguo glanced at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "I'd better invite him to my house. He and I have been friends for many years, so it's a good opportunity to have him over for tea." On the other side, Zhang Boyang, who couldn't sleep all night, finally made up his mind. He bought a large rechargeable electric drill, put it in his backpack and went to the building of Tiger Shark Live. "Fuck you. You have such a big building, but you can't even pay me 40,000 yuan for a drink. I'm going to tear your car apart." Zhang Boyang came to the company's parking lot and observed for a long time. After waiting for half an hour and finding that no one came, he started to pick up the tools in his bag and started to work. Lin Feng's car was originally parked in the company. He would only ask the driver to pick someone up when needed. Normally, he would drive himself, and the driver would usually wait for notification in the company. Zhang Boyang picked up an axe and smashed the little golden man with it. The little golden man was knocked down directly. Then he picked up the axe and hit the glass. After using all his strength, the glass finally broke. Then he took out the electric drill that he had spent several $100s on from his bag and drilled into the car body, and then he drilled the tire. Phew! I'm so tired. This battery-powered drill is so hard to use. Zhang Boyan let out a long sigh, sat directly next to the car, took a look at his masterpiece, and nodded with satisfaction. Just as Zhang Boyan was sitting on the ground and preparing to rest for a while before leaving, Lin Feng's driver came to the parking lot. When the driver saw the car was destroyed like this, he became furious. He strode forward, grabbed Zhang Boyang's collar and hit him from behind. Poof! Ah! After being hit hard, Zhang Boyang felt like his whole body was falling apart. The driver immediately dragged Zhang Boyang, the dead dog, back to the company, tied him up, and called Lin Feng. At home, Lin Feng was drinking tea and chatting in the study with lawyer Wang Bingjian. Brother Wang, this is the evidence I collected. It includes a house that my parents bought in full, as well as records of borrowing and transferring money over the past few years. The total is 130,000 yuan, plus the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift. Lin Feng handed the evidence in his hand to lawyer Wang. Lawyer Wang took a quick look and said, "Old Li has already briefly told me, and I have also looked at the evidence in your hand. There is nothing wrong with it, but there is one thing I want to ask." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Wang, if you have any questions, just ask directly." Lawyer Wang paused and said, "Actually, if it were me, I would have settled all of this on the same day. Why do you let them live so comfortably?" After hearing what Lawyer Wang said, Lin Feng smiled and said, "I actually know Zhang Boyang's personality quite well. He will squander money whenever he has it. What if he spends all the money and can't pay it back?" Lawyer Wang understood immediately, "You are worthy of it. Old Li has a son-in-law like you, which means he has someone to follow. This house is easy to get, but if you can't pay back the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, you will be suspected of fraud. This is no small matter." Lin Feng poured 2 cups of tea and blew on them. "It's up to you from now on." Lawyer Wang picked up another cup of tea and said slowly, "Leave this little thing to me. The evidence is irrefutable, they can't get away with it." While the two were talking, Lin Feng's driver called. "What's up?" Lin Feng answered the phone and said calmly, "Oh no, boss. Your car was smashed." The driver sounded a little anxious and briefly explained the situation to Lin Feng. And on the phone, Lin Feng also vaguely heard Zhang Boyang shouting, "I understand. Please prepare good food and drinks for the person who smashed the car." Lin Feng briefly explained the situation to lawyer Wang. After listening to this, lawyer Wang smiled at Lin Feng and said, "That's a real surprise. Now there are several million more charges for damage to personal property. Brother Wang, come with me to take a look. It's a good opportunity to collect evidence." Lin Feng invited lawyer Wang to go to the company together. The two men only saw how much money was damaged and didn't care at all about the smashed Rolls-Royce. The two men went to the garage and drove out in a Ferrari. After a while, Lin Feng and lawyer Wang quickly arrived downstairs of the company. When Lin Feng drove to the parking lot, he saw the Rolls-Royce that was smashed by Zhang Boyang. "It's still a little short. It would be better if it was a little more damaged," Lin Feng muttered. But he didn't have the heart to look at the car now, so he decided to go see Zhang Boyang first. The two came to the door of a reception room and heard Zhang Boyang cursing inside. "You have to wait until I smash the car before you realize you're wrong, right? Let me tell you, that son of a bitch Lin Feng is my brother-in-law. When he comes, I'll let you be my driver, and you still dare to hit me." The scolding from Zhang Boyang inside couldn't even be blocked by the soundproof walls. Lin Feng shook his head, pushed the door open and walked in slowly. When Zhang Boyang saw Lin Feng, he immediately yelled, "Lin Feng, you bastard, you actually dared to hang up on me last night. I smashed your car and now you're scared, right?" Zhang Boyang still thinks that Raymond Lam is the same Raymond Lam as before. Lin Feng is now smiling very brightly. He wants to laugh when he sees Zhang Mingcheng, this guy with a brain problem. "Lin Feng, what are you laughing at? Now prepare 1 or 2 million for me. Your 500,000 was spent too quickly." Zhang Boyan was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and shouting. Chapter 47, A Weird Family. Has the 500,000 really been used up? Lin and others asked. Are you fucking deaf? I've told you several times that the 500,000 has been used up. Now give me 2 or 3 million. Zhang Boyang spat on the ground in dissatisfaction. Since the money is gone, you can go home and wait for my news. Lin Feng spoke. Zhang Boyang was puzzled. Is it so difficult for you to give me millions? And you want me to go home and wait for news? How long will it take for you to get back to me? Lin Feng said calmly, no more than 3 days. 3 days? Never mind. 3 days is just 3 days. Zhang Boyan also took a bottle of water from the table and left. After Zhang Boyan left, Lin Feng smiled at Lawyer Wang behind him and said, "Brother Wang, you have recorded everything, right?" Lawyer Wang made an okay gesture. "What remains is to investigate the surveillance cameras in the parking lot and the recorders in the car." "Boss, what should we do with this car?" the driver who was still standing by asked. He now felt that the man just now was really someone related to his boss, otherwise why didn't he ask him for compensation or contact the police to arrest him after his car was smashed? But he actually let him run away. Lin Feng said to the driver, "Take the car for inspection and see how much it will cost to repair it, then contact me." The driver nodded and looked at Lin Feng hesitantly. "Just tell me what you have to say." Lin Feng looked at his driver. The driver looked at Lin Feng and said softly, "I'm sorry, boss. This is my fault. I didn't take a good look at the car. But I have parents and children to take care of and I really need this job. I hope you will be magnanimous." Lin Deng waved his hand and said, "This matter is not your fault, just do your work with peace of mind." The driver breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Lin Feng's words. "As a driver, I am very lucky to have this kind of job. Although I am a driver, the boss seldom calls me. My only task is to drive when needed. But now I have lost the car and the boss has forgiven me." After securing his job, the driver immediately got back to work. Half an hour later, Lawyer Wang had collected all the evidence. "These are all solid evidence in themselves, and we just need to save the surveillance video." After preparing the evidence, Lin Feng and Lawyer Wang went to the Yanjing Intermediate People's Court to submit the materials. Lin and others had already prepared all these materials, and the evidence was very complete. Lin Feng quickly received a response from the court and immediately sent someone to serve a subpoena to He Wenxiu. On the other hand, He Wenxiu has been lying at home since being bitten by a dog, but when she has free time, she would go to watch others play mahjong. Although she has no money, it is still okay to watch. When He Wenxiu came back from watching others play mahjong at someone else's house, she saw a takeaway in the community's guard room. She looked left and right, then took the takeaway home. This was not the first time she had done this. When she moved here, she still felt itchy when she saw takeout. Since the first time, she couldn't stop and became a repeat offender. In the owner group, people often complained about who stole their takeaways, but He Wenxiu always ate other people's takeaways and smiled as she watched others ask about her takeaways in the owner group. He Wenxiu returned home and took out the takeaway food she had just received from the security room door from her canvas bag. When I opened it, I found it was an egg tart, smooth and tender. "Daughter, come and eat the egg tarts." He Wenxiu shouted at Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao came out and said calmly, "Mom, why are you stealing other people's takeaways again? You come here and take other people's takeaways all day long. What if they find out?" Hearing Zhang Mengyao's words, He Wenxiu said coldly, "If you don't want to eat, shut up. Your kindness is taken for granted. If you weren't so useless, would I steal other people's takeaway food?" Zhang Mengyao snorted coldly and went back to her room to watch TV series. He Wenxiu's mouth was watering as she looked at the egg tarts on the table, as well as a fried chicken and a bag of French fries. "I've brought it back. It would be a waste if I don't eat it," He Wenxiu murmured. He picked up an egg tart and swallowed it whole. "It's so damn small. How come the egg tarts in this shop are half the size of the usual ones? They're so damn dark that they're not even big enough to fill the gaps between your teeth." After complaining, He Wenxiu took another egg tart and put it in her mouth. Soon, He Wenxiu felt something was wrong. Why was the egg tart so spicy? He Xiufang's face turned red instantly. She poured herself a glass of water, but it didn't help. She started looking for milk in the refrigerator, and her mouth was drooling. She felt dizzy and had a burning sensation in her stomach, and rolled around on the ground. "Daughter, please save me. Your mother is dying." He Wenxiu called out to Zhang Mengyao, who was watching TV series in her room. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" After Zhang Mengyao came out, she saw He Wenxiu rolling on the ground and asked anxiously. He Wenxiu lay on the ground and stammered, "That egg tart is so spicy." "How can egg tarts be spicy?" Zhang Mengyao didn't understand why this egg tart was spicy. "That son of a bitch must have deliberately messed with me when he ordered takeout. No one else would do that." He Xiufang gradually recovered after drinking almost 2 liters of milk. "I told you not to take other people's takeout, but you didn't listen. Now don't take other people's takeout from now on," Zhang Mengyao said unhappily. After seeing that He Wenxiu was fine, Zhang Mengyao went back to her room and continued to watch TV series. I have raised you for nothing, but you don't even care about me and you even speak for outsiders. He Wenxiu muttered to herself, but she still felt a burning sensation in her stomach. She has recovered now, but in a few hours she will probably feel pain again, but in a different place. Unable to bear this anger, He Wenxiu found the person who ordered the takeaway from the takeaway order and the owner's group. What's the matter? After the addition was successful, the other party sent a message. He Wenxiu took a photo and sent it over, asking, "Did you order this takeaway?" The other party sent a message, "It turns out that you stole the takeaway I kept losing." Putting facts aside, why did you add spicy food to the egg tarts? Do you want to kill me with the spiciness? I feel sick to my stomach now, transfer 2,000 to me so I can go to the hospital. He Wenxiu questioned the other party and took the opportunity to blackmail him. No, you stole my takeaway and you're right. I like to eat super spicy egg tarts, so what? Did I ask you to steal it? The other party didn't indulge He Wenxiu either. If you don't transfer 2,000 yuan, I'll sue you for murder. Damn it, who ordered egg tarts with super spicy ingredients? Are you trying to kill me? He Wenxiu began to threaten the other party. Please give me the court summons. After sending this message, the other party deleted and blocked He Wenxiu. He didn't care about losing the takeaway at first, but after losing it twice, he checked the surveillance. After finding out it was He Wenxiu, he didn't say anything until this time, when he paid extra money and asked the store to buy devil peppers to put in the egg tarts. Before he deleted and blocked He Wenxiu, he had already sent the chat screenshots to the owner's group. At He Wenxiu, how come you even steal takeout? At He Wenxiu is really ugly, no wonder she is so fat, it turns out she got fat from stealing takeout. At no wonder my takeaways keep disappearing, it turns out you stole them. Seeing that everyone in the owner's group was at him to curse him, He Wenxiu was about to send a message but found that he had been blocked. He Wenxiu looked at the comments about her own performance in the group, but she didn't take it seriously. When Zhang Mengyao saw people in the group chatting crazily about her mother, she finally couldn't sit still anymore. She opened the group and saw the chat history. Her eyes went dark and she almost fainted. Zhang Mengyao rushed out and said to He Wenxiu, "Mom, it's fine if you stole someone's takeaway, but you actually asked for compensation. What on earth do you want to do?" He Wenxiu, however, didn't care. "Isn't it just a few takeaways? Those poor bastards are scolding me. Can't they even eat a little? You actually help outsiders scold me." Speechless. Zhang Mengyao was completely speechless. Why did she end up with such a person? Why did she listen to her and add the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift? Otherwise, she would have been living here with Lin Feng in her own world. Zhang Mengyao fell into endless regret. Chapter 48. He Wenxiu was abused by everyone. After this farce, He Wenxiu lay on the sofa and looked at her video earnings. People nowadays are so easy to fool. Just play some music or take a cooking video and people will believe it. Why would they need to work? At this time, Lin Feng, lawyer Wang and the people from the court came to Zhang Mengyao's residence. Ding dong. Several people came to the door together and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. As the doorbell kept ringing, He Wenxiu was still looking at the revenue from her short videos. Zhang Mengyao in the room couldn't help it, and came out and said impatiently, "Mom, someone rang the doorbell, can you go open the door?" He Wenxiu, however, looked nonchalant and said slowly, "Why open the door? I guess it's that person who said in the group that I stole the takeaway food, and now he's here to find me. Even if they come to your door, you have to open it and apologize. You will live here from now on." Zhang Mengyao finally couldn't bear it anymore and went to open the door. "Here it comes, stop pressing it." Zhang Mengyao slowly opened the door and saw several people standing at her door, including Lin Feng. "Lin Feng," Zhang Mengyao whispered. When He Wenxiu heard Lin Feng's name in the room, she immediately got up from the sofa and walked to the door. "Lin Feng, are you finally thinking about my daughter now? You think about my daughter after being dumped? I won't tell you so much now. I know you have money. Bring me 1 million first. Otherwise, my daughter won't be with you." When He Wenxiu saw Lin Feng coming, she thought he was dumped by Li Shiwei and now he has found his daughter. "Mom, what are you doing?" Zhang Mengyao frowned and glared at He Wenxiu, then regained her composure and smiled at Lin Deng. "Lin Feng, come in and sit down. Look, you came with so many people. Our house is now cleaned by me." Zhang Mengyao opened the door and invited these people in. Lin Feng glanced at the mother and daughter and said calmly, "Have you said enough?" He Wenqiu and Zhang Mangyao looked at each other and looked at the people outside the door in confusion. At this time, several people sent by the court took out the court subpoena and said to the two people indifferently, "This is the subpoena of the plaintiff Mr. Lin to sue you." After the subpoena was handed to the two people, the court people left immediately. Their mission had been completed and the rest was none of their business. Court summons, what does that mean? He Wenqiu didn't quite understand this, so she asked Zhang Mangyao who was standing beside her. After taking a look at the subpoena, Zhang Mangyao looked at Lin Feng with a deathly pale face, unable to speak for a long time. At this time, lawyer Wang beside Lin Feng said, "Ms. Zhang, my name is Wang Bingjian, and I'm Mr. Lin Feng's attorney. We suggest that you go directly to Mr. Lin to handle the transfer procedures, because we have solid evidence and you basically can't win. We have also considered that you cannot afford the high lawyer fees. Although we have assigned a lawyer, we suggest that you don't waste your time." He Wenqiu lost her composure after hearing these words. Transferring ownership? What transfer of ownership? What do you want to do, Lin Feng, you bastard? And you brought a court summons? Are you trying to scare me? Let me tell you, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. We have lived here for so long, you can't take our house away from us. He Wenqiu snatched the court subpoena from Zhang Mengyao and tore it into several pieces. You're still trying to scare us with a subpoena? Now that you don't have a subpoena, let's see how rampant you are. Lawyer Wang looked at He Wenqiu and said calmly, "Madam, I suggest you be more civilized. If you continue like this, you will be guilty of insult." Lin Feng ignored He Wenqiu and looked directly at Zhang Mengyao. "Are you planning to go to court or transfer the ownership right now?" "I have brought all my documents." Zhang Mengyao looked at Lin Feng in despair and cried, "Can we really not go back to the past? Are you really going to force us into a desperate situation now? Are you planning to go to court or transfer the ownership right now?" "I have all my documents with me." Lin Feng repeated it again. Zhang Mengyao pondered for a moment and sighed. Transfer the ownership. She knew that she didn't have the ability to sue Lin Feng at the moment, and she basically couldn't win. Moreover, the lawyer Lin Feng brought with him was probably not an ordinary lawyer. Who would have thought that the two people who were envied by everyone back then would now be involved in a lawsuit? When they graduated, everyone thought that they would soon get married, have children, and form a happy family. Things and people have changed. One poor man can hardly buy a piece of clothing, while the other has become a billionaire. Wait for me to go back to the room and find the ID. It took Zhang Mengyao a long time to utter these words. Transferring ownership? Impossible. I already live there. What can you use to transfer ownership? If you keep going like this, I'll yell. Someone come. Someone is robbing a private house, come quickly. He Wenqiu, a man weighing nearly 200 pounds, was rolling on the ground, screaming for his life. If others didn't know, they would think that Raymond Lam was really robbing a private house. This shout attracted everyone at home to come over, and soon the area was crowded with people. After seeing this, Zhang Mengyao hurriedly tried to help He Wenqiu up, but He Wenqiu was too heavy to be helped up at all. Mom, stop yelling. Things have gotten so bad, aren't you embarrassed enough? Zhang Mengyao said to He Wenqiu from the side. What? They're here to collect the house, and you still want to transfer it to someone else. I don't understand what's going on in your head. He Wenqiu scolded Zhang Mengyao and then continued to claim that she was innocent. When people around saw He Wenqiu, they just watched as a spectator. Normally, she was a person who liked to take advantage of small opportunities in the community, and now that she was exposed for stealing takeout food, people hated her even more. He Wenqiu originally thought that the people around him would say a few words for him, but now seeing that everyone was looking at him coldly, He Wenqiu came up with an idea and pointed at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, you scumbag, I want to expose you. You left my daughter for the beautiful and rich bridesmaid at her wedding, and now you're bullying us because you think we're poor and easy to bully, right? I'm going to post this on Douyin and let everyone criticize you. How can there be a person like you? After listening to this, Lin Feng felt nothing at all and even wanted to laugh. Seeing He Wenqiu lying on the ground pretending to be happy, he was glad that the most decisive thing he had ever done was to break up with her daughter. On the day I was going to marry your daughter, you added another 500,000 yuan to the 500,000 yuan I had already given you as a betrothal gift. My parents worked hard all their lives to buy this house, and you asked to add your daughter's name to it. Now that we've broken up, shouldn't I get it back? Lin Feng said lightly. After hearing what Raymond Lam said, the onlookers all began to believe him unconditionally and blamed He Wenqiu. This fat woman is capable of anything. My takeaways are often missing. If it hadn't been exposed today, I would still be in the dark. That's right. I've lived for decades before I met such a person. He's so fat. It seems he has done a lot of evil things. Everyone around was cursing Hee-won-shio. If this happened in ancient times, they would probably go home and throw their rotten vegetable leaves at Hee-won-shio's head. When Hee-won-shio saw this, her eyes rolled over and she rolled on the ground crying. Alas! Why were our poor mother and daughter deceived like this? A scumbag like you is still making up nonsense and framing us. Just because you have money is great. You can do whatever you want if you have money. Zhang Mangyao now wished she could bury herself in the ground. It would have been fine if everything was fine, but now that Hee-won-shio had done this, the whole neighborhood would know her family in a few days. Zhang Mangyao glanced at Hee-won-shio, who were lying on the ground, and went straight back to the room to find her ID. After some searching, the documents were quickly found. Zhang Mangyao looked at the only bag on the shelf that had been scratched, thought about it and took it out. In the past, if Lin Feng bought her a new bag, she would throw away the old bag or give it away immediately. Now she only has a bag worth 30,000 yuan in her hand, and it was scratched. Zhang Mangyao walked out slowly carrying the torn bag. Let's go. We have all the documents. The three of them walked out one after another. When everyone saw that there were no more melons to eat, they all went back to their homes. Only Hee-won-shio, who was rolling at the door, was left standing there in a daze. You want to take my house away? Dream on. Hee-won-shio got up and slammed the door shut. Chapter 49. Zhang Mangyao is desperate. Xiaoyi, you guys go ahead. I won't go with you on the transfer. I'm going home first. As soon as Wang Bingjian got downstairs, he said goodbye to the two of them. Thank you, Brother Wang. Lin Yi thanked Wang Bingjian. Why are you talking about this? It's getting strange. Wang Bingjian pretended to be dissatisfied. Let's go. After watching Wang Bingjian leave, Lin Feng said coldly to Zhang Mangyao. The two got into the Ferrari driven by Raymond Lam. As soon as he got in the car, Lin Feng noticed Zhang Mangyao's broken bag. Zhang Mangyao also noticed Lin Feng's gaze and hid her bag in her arms. Lin Feng just took a quick look and drove to the Yinjing Housing Authority. This is the bag you gave me before. I have always taken good care of it. Now it is torn. I feel so sad. Zhang Mangyao looked at Lin Feng affectionately. But Lin Feng, who was driving seriously, ignored Zhang Mangyao and let her talk. Cold. Extremely cold. Zhang Mangyao looked at the cold Lin Feng and felt like something was blocking her heart. This was the first time they were alone together after their breakup, but Raymond Lam didn't give them any chance. When the two were still together, Zhang Mangyao had once fantasized about herself and Raymond Lam going out together in a luxury car. But now they are in a luxury car, and it is a Ferrari, but the two are no longer the same people as before. The car belongs to Raymond Lam, but the hostess is Cecilia Lee. Lin Feng, is there really no possibility between us? Has our 5-year love been crushed by Li Shiwei? Just because Li Shiwei's family is rich? Zhang Mangyao knew that this was her last chance, and she wanted to seize it. After this time, they would no longer have the chance to be alone together. Before coming, she even sprayed herself with perfume that she hadn't used for a long time. Can you be quiet for a moment? Lin Feng's voice was as cold as the cold winter, going straight into Zhang Mengyao's heart. Okay, I won't talk about this, but can you answer a question for me? Zhang Mengyao asked. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste your time. Lin Feng's voice sounded a little impatient. My brother told me that you had invested in a company 5 years ago and are now worth at least 1 billion. Why didn't you spend 500,000 to marry me? Why didn't you tell me you were rich instead of lying to me for so long? When Zhang Mengyao said this, her heart was secretly in pain. She didn't understand why Raymond Lam was so rich but didn't want to marry her. She had been dating him for 5 years. 5 years? How many 5 years are there in a lifetime? Ha 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 ha. Are you worthy? After listening to this, Lin Feng laughed out loud, and the 3 words he said next completely broke Zhang Mengyao's heart. Are you worthy? After hearing these words, Zhang Mengyao couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at Zhang Mengyao. He was calm and even said to Zhang Mengyao coldly. You can cry, but don't make my car dirty. My wife doesn't like your smell. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhang Mengyao cried even harder. What's there to dislike about smells? Tears can leave smells in the car? This is clearly a way to make me angry with Li Shiwei. Zhang Mengyao cried all the way, and the two finally arrived. Lin Feng found a parking space and slowly stopped the car. Let's go, Lin Feng said lightly. But who knew that Zhang Mengyao would suddenly pounce on him? Lin Feng, I really can't leave you. Please give me one last chance. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, please forgive me. Zhang Mengyao cried and screamed with tears in her eyes. But Lin Feng didn't appreciate it. He pushed Zhang Mengyao away and crashed into the glass. What are you doing? Are you sick? Lin Feng was a little angry. Zhang Mengyao was stunned by Lin Feng's push and cried as she looked at Lin Feng. I know that it was my mom and my brother who treated you very badly. They were a little harsh in their words. I swear, this will never happen again after we get back together. As long as we get back together, I will cut off ties with my family and never care about them again. Zhang Mengyao has had enough of this kind of life where she has to save money even on meals. When she was with Raymond Lam, she could go out to eat steak from time to time, but after they broke up, she never ate steak or went out to eat again. She wanted a better life and no longer wanted to live this kind of life. She couldn't do anything with her monthly salary of 4,000. When I was in college, I threw everything to Raymond Lam to do, even the PPT for the stage was made by Raymond Lam. While I was watching TV series, Raymond Lam would help me with the PPT, often until midnight. After graduation, she knew nothing except her bachelor's degree and could only do jobs that paid 4,000 yuan. You can even abandon your own family, what else can't you do? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud while watching Zhang Mengyao's solo show. Zhang Mengyao looked at Lin Feng's sneer and said hurriedly. No, Lin Feng. I really love you. How about we add Xiao Lu Pao back? After you blocked Xiao Lu Pao, I couldn't fall asleep until I looked at our previous chat records every day. When the time comes, we can chat after adding the little green bubble. Zhang Mengyao opened her mobile phone, opened the ad page, and waited for Lin Yi to add her little green bubble. Lin Yi looked at her with an expression of disbelief. You actually want to be a mistress? Zhang Mengyao thought there was a chance, and immediately smiled at Lin Feng and said. It's not impossible if you ask. We can come secretly and Li Shiwei won't find out. I can always be your shadow. I don't ask for anything. I just want you to remember my existence in the future. Zhang Mengyao's words made Lin Feng's three views collapse. Do you have any shame? You can be a mistress for money? You were not here when I was working hard, so why should you share the results with me now? Get out of the car. I don't want to see you again after I finish this job. There was a hint of disbelief and a bit of anger in Lin Feng's words. Zhang Mengyao held on to the seat of the Ferrari and refused to get out. Please, give me another chance. I'm not a mistress anymore, we can still be friends, right? Let's add each other's contact information first, we just want to chat when we are free, I won't harass you. Get out of the car. You're wasting my time. Lin Feng roared at Zhang Mengyao. No, I really can't leave you. Zhang Mengyao hugged the chair tightly and cried. Okay, if you don't get out of the car, I'll call the police. After saying that, Lin Feng turned on his phone and prepared to call the police. Unexpectedly, Zhang Mengyao pulled up her clothes to reveal most of her snow-white shoulders, and threatened Lin Feng. If you call the police, I will accuse you of molesting me. Now you can't even add me as a contact? Can't my contact information be added to your friend list? Lin Feng smiled, pointed at the double-sided driving recorder in the car and said slowly to Zhang Mengyao. You can continue. My car's recorder has dual lenses and can record sound. Of course, if you want to break the recorder, you can, but everything you do has been recorded. After Lin Feng said this, Zhang Mengyao gradually let go of the chair she was holding tightly. You are so cruel. I really misjudged you. You deceived me for 5 years and now you want to kick me out. Zhang Mengyao covered her face with her hands and started crying. Although she had been crying since she got on the car, Lin Deng was already tired of seeing these crocodile tears. If you've cried enough, go do something and don't waste my time here. Lin Feng urged. Seeing that there was no hope at all, Zhang Mengyao did not insist any longer and walked slowly into the Yanjing Housing Authority with Lin Feng like a zombie. The transfer procedures were completed quickly. Lin Feng took a look at the property certificate and said to Zhang Mengyao coldly, I won't take you home, you can take a taxi back by yourself. After saying that, Zhang Mangyao watched Lin Feng get into the Ferrari. The roar of the sports car passed by her. After seeing Lin Feng leave, Zhang Mangyao also took a taxi back. Zhang Mangyao opened the door, looked at the house that no longer belonged to her, and slowly walked in. When Wenxiu saw Zhang Mangyao coming back, she walked up to her, shook her hand and asked, "My dear daughter, is the house really transferred to that bastard Lin Feng?" Zhang Mangyao glared at Wenxiu and said sternly, "Can you please speak more politely? Do we think we can occupy the house that they paid for?" Wenxiu looked at Zhang Mangyao in disbelief. How come she seemed like a different person after coming back? Chapter 50. Wife, you are so heavy. After Wenxiu was scolded by Zhang Mangyao, she just stood there in a daze. In the past, when my daughter was so mean to me, I would have definitely scolded her, but now I can't utter a word. Let us move. Zhang Mangyao blurted out this sentence out of the blue. Moving? Are you crazy? Wenxiu didn't understand why her daughter could say such a thing. This house is so big and in a good location. I can move into this house worth several $1,000,000 just like that, and the ownership has been transferred. The house already belongs to Lin Feng. What are you thinking? Do you think you can get a penny from Lin Feng now? Do you know how I felt when I was sitting in Raymond Lam's Ferrari just now? Do you know how it feels to have a car worth millions under your butt? He also has a Rolls-Royce, a Lamborghini, and a Maserati. These originally belonged to me. Every word Zhang Mangyao said pierced his heart. Wenxiu sat on the sofa, holding her hands, and said weakly, "If you want to leave, go ahead. I won't leave anyway. I've lived in this house for so long now. This should be mine. Why should I leave my home?" Bang! Zhang Mangyao smashed the glass on the table to the ground. "Hurry up and pack your things and go home. Don't you think this is embarrassing enough?" Zhang Mangyao roared with all her strength. Wenxiu was frightened and didn't dare to look her daughter in the eye. She could only get up and pack her things. Before long, both of them had packed their belongings, and Wenxiu looked reluctantly at the home where she had lived for almost a month. "No, I can't just leave like this." Wenxiu took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen and planned to cut up all the furniture in the house. If she couldn't get it, then Linny couldn't get it either. Zhang Mangyao saw Wenxiu walking towards the living room with a kitchen knife and quickly shouted, "Mom, what are you doing? Didn't that bastard Lin Feng let us go? I can't let him live comfortably." Wenxiu said this as she walked to the sofa at home. "Can you use some brains?" Zhang Mangyao yelled. "Since they've already let us go, if you damage the house, you'll have to pay for it yourself, don't call me." Wenxiu was stunned for a moment. Then he threw the kitchen knife to the ground. The two of them took out things in large and small bags. Some neighbors even saw everything that happened during Zhang Mengyao's roar and were watching the two of them move. "What are you looking at? Can't you help a woman? Are you still men?" Wenxiu cursed at the people watching the show. This fat bitch has no ability but a big temper. Some neighbors couldn't help but curse back. "You!" Wenxiu put down her bags and was about to start a verbal battle, but was stopped by Zhang Menjiao. "You think you haven't been embarrassed enough? If you don't leave, just walk back by yourself later." Zhang Mengyao said this coldly and left. After the two moved the things downstairs, they called a truck and took the things back. "Fuck, they kicked me out of the owner's group." Wenxiu pointed at the cell phone at Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao just closed her eyes tightly and ignored Wenxiu. And the other side. After Lin Feng and Zhang Mengyao completed the transfer of the house, they went to take a look at their own company. After finding nothing else to do at the company, they went directly to Li Shiwei's company. Downstairs of the company, Lin Feng went straight in and walked towards Li Shiwei's office. After the last incident, almost everyone in the company knew that this handsome man was Mr. Li's husband. Even if they haven't seen the person in person, some people will take secret photos and send them to their own small groups. Walking to the office door, Lin Feng pushed it open and walked in. Lin walked into the office and found that his wife was not inside, so he went straight to the desk and sat down. After waiting for a while, Li Shiwei's voice was heard outside the door. "You guys need to hurry up and tell me the results as soon as they come out." Li Shiwei's stern tone came from outside the door, which was completely different from when he was with Lin Feng. After saying that, Li Shiwei pushed open the door and entered the office. After closing the door, Li Shiwei was startled to find someone sitting on her seat. "Ah!" Li Shiwei shouted. After Li Shiwei shouted, he realized that it was Lin Feng sitting in his seat. "Husband, why are you here?" Li Shiwei asked. Lin Deng stretched and said slowly, "Let me see my beautiful wife." Li Shiwei took off her high heels, sat directly on Raymond Lam's thighs, and buried her head in Raymond Lam's arms. Lin Feng stretched out his hands and hugged her small waist, imitating Li Shiwei's tone just now, and said, "You guys need to hurry up and tell me the results as soon as they come out." Li Shiwei blushed and said shyly, "Oh. Can you forget it?" Raymond Lam gently pinched Li Shiwei's nose and said with a smile, "I didn't expect my wife to have this side. She is so gentle at home." "Don't say that anymore, forget it." Li Shiwei was like a cat with its fur standing on end. She didn't want Raymond Lam to see her as a cold president. She wanted Raymond Lam to see a gentle and considerate Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei lay in Raymond Lam's arms and murmured lazily, "Hubby, I missed you so much when you were not around." Lin Feng stroked Li Shiwei's hair and said, "Then I came to see you now. I have good news to tell you." Lin Feng kept the topic in suspense and didn't continue. "Why do you keep talking halfway? What good news is that?" Li Shiwei asked. Lin Feng slowly took out a property certificate from his briefcase and placed it in front of Li Shiwei. "Property certificate." Li Shiwei read it out. "Husband, did you buy a house secretly?" Li Shiwei asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, "How could I buy a house secretly? We must look through all the houses in Yanjing and choose the best villa. This is from before Zhang Mengyao's." Lin Feng paused, but still didn't say that this was the wedding room where they got married. Li Shiwei picked up the property certificate and asked, "Did you go out today to do this?" Lin Feng nodded and shared everything that happened today. Li Shiwei listened with great interest. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Shiwei asked with a smile, "Zhang Mengyao wants to be your mistress, don't you feel a little moved? Look. One of us is at home, and when we go out, there is Zhang Mengyao. I won't doubt my husband, but I just leave her there without sending her back." Li Shiwei stared at Lin Feng with her big eyes. Lin Feng smiled, tapped Li Shiwei's forehead and asked, "If I were that kind of person, would you still marry me? And if I sent her back, you would probably be so jealous that you would be overturned." He he. "I'm a very generous person. If you really send someone back, I definitely won't tie you up and beat you." Li Shiwei was smiling. After hearing this, Raymond Lam hugged Li Shiwei tightly. The two of them quietly enjoyed their own world. "Ah, hiss." Lin Feng suddenly took a deep breath. Li Shiwei heard this and asked anxiously, "Honey, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Lin Feng opened his eyes and said slowly, "Wife, you are so heavy. My legs are numb." After hearing this, Li Shiwei patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and pouted her lips, pretending to be angry. "You're so annoying." Chapter 51, Zhang Boyang's Glorious Achievements. After He Wenqiu and her friends returned home, they saw Zhang Boyang, who was drunk and sleeping soundly on the sofa. But the environment at home was as messy as a pigsty. Zhang Jianjun was also reluctant to come out of his room. It was only when he heard the door open that he came out to take a look. He Wenqiu took a look at the home where she had lived for so many years and felt disgusted. She had to live with Zhang Jianjun, a disabled person, at night. They said they were husband and wife, but now they were just strangers living together. Although the house has been renovated before, the fact that it is old cannot be changed. "Wake up! Why are you still sleeping like a pig? Look at what your house looks like now." He Wenqiu kicked Zhang Boyang awake. "Who? Lin Feng, you bastard, finally gave me money. Now I have to drink $5 bottles of white wine." Zhang Boyang started cursing without even opening his eyes. Lin Feng is your father. Even when I'm drunk I still think about Lin Feng." He Wenqiu's anger level has now reached its peak. But Zhang Jianjun on the side didn't look very good. Although he was unable to move easily, he still had a temper. "Can you speak more politely? As soon as you come back you start yelling, 'Who owes you money?'" Zhang Jianjun cursed with a dark face. "Hey, you useless person, you dare to speak loudly in the house? Watch your attitude when you speak." He Wenqiu is now like a mad dog, biting whoever she catches. After being scolded, Zhang Jianjun did not respond again. He did not want to have such a meaningless quarrel. Zhang Boyang rubbed his eyes and realized that it was his mother who came back. "Mom, why are you back? Although Zhang Boyang was addicted to alcohol at a young age, he still didn't dare to speak loudly to He Wenxiu. Why am I back? Go ask your sister. She has returned our house to Lin Feng. What a spendthrift woman. She originally wanted to settle down and give the house to you. She was going to get married anyway, but now she has nothing left. He Wenxiu was still thinking about that house. Ah! How could Lin Feng take the house back? This is impossible. Zhang Boyang didn't quite believe what He Wenxiu said. Impossible? Impossible? Why would we come back? He Wenxiu twisted Zhang Boyang's ear and let out a breath. It hurts, Mom, stop twisting it. Zhang Boyang was used as a punching bag. That's not right. That bastard Lin Feng just promised me to give me a few million to spend, and now he wants to take the house back. How is this possible? Didn't he reconcile with my sister? Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to give me the money. Zhang Boyang muttered. After listening to this, He Wenxiu asked, when did he tell you this? Did you dream about it when you were drunk? I got up early this morning to buy tools and went to Lin Feng's company. I smashed his Rolls Royce to pieces and even took off the tires. How could I have dreamed about this? As Zhang Boyang spoke, he returned to the room and took out the little golden man of the Rolls Royce. This is the little golden man that was taken off Raymond Lam's car. Just as Zhang Boyang was talking about his brilliant achievements, Zhang Mengyao happened to be carrying the things she had brought back upstairs. I just heard that the wheel on Lin Feng's Rolls Royce was taken down by Zhang Boyang. What did you say? You broke off the little golden statue from someone's Rolls Royce? Zhang Mengyao asked anxiously. Not only did I break it off, I almost unloaded Lin Feng's car. Zhang Boyang shouted proudly with his chest puffed out. Zhang Boyang, can you please use some brains? Do you know how much that car cost? About 10 million. Zhang Mengyao couldn't believe that her brother went back and smashed other people's car to pieces, and even stole the little golden man. What are you afraid of? Can he come and beat me up? And he also promised to give me millions of dollars. Zhang Boyang said nonchalantly. Well. Zhang Mengyao sighed and went back to her room. And the other side. For the entire afternoon, Raymond Lam slept with his head resting on Li Shiwei's thighs, which were covered in black stockings. Li Shiwei looked at the time. Husband, wake up. Li Shiwei blew gently into Lin Feng's ear. Immersed in the coolness and softness, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and pinched Li Shiwei's nose. Let's go. Let's go home. Lin Feng held Li Shiwei's hand and walked towards the company entrance. The two got in the Ferrari and slowly went home. Hubby, what are you going to do with the house you got back? Li Shiwei asked. Lin Feng said slowly while driving, I plan to sell that house. Anyway, we won't need it in the future. After a while, the car slowly drove towards the underground garage. When the two returned home, they saw lawyer Wang Bingjian drinking with his father-in-law at home. Xiaofeng is back, come on, join us. Li Jinghua invited Lin Feng to join. Is it done? Lawyer Wang glanced at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng took out his property certificate and shook it. Brother Wang, it will definitely be much easier if you take action. Lin Feng laughed. But tomorrow we'll have to rely on Brother Wang. Once the car repair fee is paid, we'll still have to go to court again to ask them to pay back the money they owe us, as well as the 500,000 yuan and the repair fee for the Rolls-Royce. Lin Feng immediately added. This trip should cost several million. Lawyer Wang pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly, breathing heavily of alcohol. Lin Feng filled the glasses of Lawyer Wang and Li Jinghua and said, it should be around 3 million. The car repair should cost around 2 million, maybe more. Lawyer Wang nodded. Lawyer Wang is the best lawyer in Yanjing. As long as he takes action, there is nothing he can't do. Li Jinghua was already quite drunk. No, there are many lawyers who are better than me. It's just that anyone can win Xiaofeng's case. Even if I defend the other party, I can win. Just relax. Lawyer Wang is telling the truth. Lin Feng's case is a relatively simple one and it can be said that he will win 100%. However, Lin Feng wanted to wait until Zhang Boyang spent the 500,000 yuan betrothal money before suing him. But what was unexpected was that Zhang Boyang would smash Lin Feng's luxury car. Even the little man on the front of the car was worth hundreds of thousands, let alone the other things. If he couldn't pay it back, he would really have no choice but to work on a sewing machine. After drinking for more than an hour, Li Jingguo was drunk and went back to his room to fall asleep. Lawyer Wang, who was drunk, was also sent back by Li Jingguo's driver. Chapter 52. Well, just wait for the money at home. Early morning. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and saw Li Shiwei staring at him with her eyes open. Morning. Lin Feng kissed Li Shiwei and whispered. Well, I don't want to go to the company, I want to be with you. Li Shiwei stretched and said in a soft voice. If you don't want to go, then don't go. You're the boss anyway, so going to the company is just slacking off. Lin Feng laughed. Li Shiwei pouted and said dissatisfiedly, what do you mean by slacking off? I'm the boss, how can that be called slacking off? And the skincare formula you gave me earlier has also produced results. I still have to go to the company to take a look. Li Shiwei added. Thank you, my wife. Raymond Lam rubbed Li Shiwei's little head. Get up. Don't stay in bed. Raymond Lam put on his clothes and patted Li Shiwei, who had buried her head in the quilt. I'm sealed in the bed, someone needs to carry me up. Li Shiwei said quietly while hiding in the quilt. I can't do anything about you. Raymond Lam lifted the quilt and saw Li Shiwei curled up in a ball. He exerted force with both hands and picked up Li Shiwei. Ah! Li Shiwei felt the warmth in Raymond Lam's arms. The two of them brushed their teeth and washed their faces together, then slowly walked downstairs. After a simple breakfast, Li Shiwei drove a Maserati to the company. Lin Feng was waiting at home for lawyer Wang to arrive and go to the court together to sue Zhang Mingyao's family. The first thing is to get the house back, and the second thing is to get back the money owed to him. Lin Feng also knows that they can't pay them back, unless money falls from the sky, it is impossible to pay them back. Just while waiting for lawyer Wang, Lin Feng received a call from his driver Xiao Wang. Boss, the money for repairing the car has come out. How many? Lin Feng asked. The total is 2,700,000. The person on the other end of the phone pondered for a while, then slowly said, 2,700,000. Okay, that's it. Just as Lin Feng was about to hang up the phone, the driver said, Boss, I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend and she wants a dowry of 200,000. Lin Yi also understood what the driver meant and comforted him, this is none of your business. You can stay at home and take a vacation until the car is repaired. Your salary will remain the same. Driver Xiao Wang hung up the phone with peace of mind only after getting Lin Feng's approval. After waiting for about 20 minutes, lawyer Wang drove over in a BMW 7 Series worth more than 1 million yuan. Lin Feng opened the passenger door and went to the company with lawyer Wang to get the repair order for his car. After getting the repair order, the two went to the Yanjing Intermediate People's Court to sue Zhang Mingyao's family. This piece of paper in your hand can buy me 3 cars like this. Lawyer Wang joked. Ha ha ha. I'm also heartbroken about the money spent on repairing the car. So much money thrown into the water would still make a splash, but now almost 3 million is gone for no reason. Anyone would be heartbroken. Lin Feng laughed. It's okay. You'll be happy in a few days. 2,700,000 is not an ordinary sum. But they never expected that they would receive a subpoena the day before and another subpoena the next day. Moreover, the subpoenas were for millions of dollars. I'm afraid they might turn their family upside down. Lawyer Wang smiled. Lin Feng said disapprovingly, this is none of my business. They are greedy and just want to suck blood from me. Now I am just taking back what I deserve. Lawyer Wang also heard about this matter from Li Jingguo. He felt a little sympathy for Lin Feng. He had been sucked dry from college until graduation. His girlfriend was vain and his family tried every means to suck blood from Lin Feng. Now it was entirely their own fault. After a while, the two arrived at the court. Soon, the two provided the evidence to the court, and after confirming the evidence, the court quickly established the case. After providing evidence, the two can then go back and wait for the court opening time. And the other side. Although He Wenxiu had been cursing Raymond Lam's entire family the entire night yesterday, he still couldn't believe it. Otherwise, after his son smashed someone else's luxury car, Lin Feng wouldn't dare to say a word. After being confused for a whole night, Zhang Boyang finally called Lin Feng. Of course, the call was made by borrowing a random old man's cell phone downstairs in the community, and Lin Feng had blocked all the phone numbers of his entire family. After dialing for a while, Lin Feng finally answered the phone. Hey! What's up? Lin Feng said calmly on the other end of the phone. At this moment, he was still in Lawyer Wang's car and had just come out of the court. Lin Feng, why did you take back my sister's house? Don't you want to get back together with my sister? Zhang Boyang asked carefully. He originally wanted to scold Lin Feng, but he was afraid that Lin Feng would not give him money. After all, Lin Feng had promised to give him money yesterday. My parents paid for the house, so it's my house. How can it be your sister's house? Besides, when did I ever get back together with your sister? Lin Feng said lightly. He really didn't expect that Zhang Boyang was so stupid that he still wanted to suck blood from him. After hearing this, Zhang Boyang suppressed his anger and asked, let's not talk about this for now. When will you give me the money you promised to give me yesterday? Lin Feng asked in confusion, what money? When did I promise to give you money? Yesterday, when I smashed your car, I asked you for a few million to spend, but you asked me to go back. Do you want to default on your debt? Zhang Boyang finally couldn't help but roar. Hearing Zhang Boyang's roar, Lin Feng smiled. That's what you were talking about. Someone will deliver it in the next 2 days. Just wait at home. The earliest possible date might be today. Zhang Boyang heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this and said, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your word and not pay me. If you do, it won't be your car that I'll smash. It will be your company that I'll smash. After saying that, Zhang Boyang hung up the phone. Lawyer Wang also heard clearly the conversation between Lin Feng and Zhang Boyang just now. This Zhang Boyang really is a stubborn person. Lawyer Wang said slowly. It's okay. He will be diligent when the time comes. The 2.7 million alone will be enough for him to stay in prison for a few years. Lin Feng said calmly. After waiting for so long, we can finally take action. Lin Feng knows their family too well. If we ask them to come up with even 100,000 yuan now, I guess they can't even come up with that, let alone 500,000 yuan and 2.7 million yuan. Chapter 53, The Zhang family falls into despair. After coming out of the court, Raymond Lam went directly to World TV. Although the company is now in a stable state, Raymond Lam still comes to visit the company from time to time. My father-in-law is already semi-retired and rarely comes to the company. He is enjoying his retirement in advance. Now he goes out fishing every day. After arriving at the company, Lin Feng turned on his computer and looked at the background data of the app. The current number of registered people has reached more than 50 million, and Lin Feng is quite satisfied with this data. Now my good brother Zhou Shuai also has millions of fans and is considered one of the first top creators. However, this is all thanks to his own efforts to improve the quality of the video, otherwise it would be useless no matter how much traffic is tilted. Lin Feng continued to scroll and unexpectedly saw a video posted by He Wenxiu. When you click on it, you can see that He Wenxiu's videos do nothing but sell misery, accompanied by light music that is easy to empathize with, and those tragic copywritings. She has over 400,000 fans. Although He Wenxiu didn't talk much in the video, she had a kind face. If Raymond Lam didn't know her, he would have thought that she was a really kind person. Lin Feng found He Wenxiu's latest video and discovered that she had actually taken an advertisement to sell fake liquor, and it was filmed in the house she had already taken back the day before. Family, the wine originally cost only 18,800 yuan, but now it only costs 18.8 yuan. Just click the link below the video to buy it. He Wenxiu had just finished cooking a dish in the video, and an advertisement was immediately inserted when there were only a few seconds left in the video. Everyone in the comments section was happy for He Wenxiu. Come on. Auntie, be happy every day. Congratulations. Sister is so beautiful. It's quite difficult for the mother and daughter. I still hope that auntie can take more advertisements. I've asked the whole family to buy my sister's wine. Looking at the pile of comments below, Lin Feng frowned and immediately found the person in charge of the relevant department. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Lin Feng said lightly. After hearing Lin Feng's words, a man with a slicked back hair slowly walked in. He looked to be in his 30s. Watch this video for yourself. Lin Feng handed the phone to the man in front of him. The man looked at it once and returned the phone to Lin Feng, apologizing repeatedly, sorry. Mr. Lin, this kind of thing will never happen again. Lin Feng said calmly, our app has only been on the market for a short time. We should review more videos and hire more employees in the future. We should prevent fake videos like this from appearing. The man nodded and went out. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng opened Yuanxiu's homepage again, which showed this user has violated the rules and has now been permanently banned. What Lin Feng didn't know was that this account already had tens of thousands of yuan from Yuanxiu's video creation incentives, and the monetization capacity with more than 400,000 fans was already terrifying. And the other side. Yuanxiu has never felt at ease since she returned to her home. She complains about this and that, complaining about the small house and the poor location of the community. In short, she spends all her time eating and sleeping. If this house had not been bought before Zhang Jianjun's accident and had not been registered in Zhang Jianjun's name, Yuanxiu would have divorced him long ago and kicked Zhang Jianjun out of the house. Now Yuanxiu was eating melon seeds while arranging things for Zhang Mengyao, a rich second generation whose family had a little money. This one is good, this one is also good, but they are a bit poor. The annual salary is only 300,000, which is not as fast as the money I make from shooting videos. Yuanxiu muttered to herself as she looked at the messages from various men sent by the matchmakers. When I get tired of watching, I open the background of World TV to check my income data. What? My account was blocked? Yuanxiu's screams filled the entire building. What are you doing? Why do you block my account for no reason? Yuanxiu looked at the information on her account that it had been blocked and the videos in it had disappeared. Mom, what did you do again? The whole building is filled with your voice. Zhang Mengyao came out of her room and asked. Look, daughter, my account has been blocked and the money in it is gone. Yuanxiu wanted to click in to check the earnings, but she couldn't click at all. Zhang Mengyao was also shocked and snatched the phone from Yuanxiu's hand. This. How could this just disappear for no reason? No, I'll call customer service and ask. Zhang Mengyao's heart was bleeding at this moment. The video had just started to gain momentum, but now it was blocked. No one could accept this. Hello, how can I help you? The standard customer service script came. Hello, why was my account blocked? My ID is. Zhang Mengyao reported the ID of her account. Soon, the customer service replied, Hello ma'am, we found that your account was selling fake goods, and it has been permanently blocked now. Can it be unblocked now? Zhang Mengyao asked. I'm very sorry, your account has been permanently blocked and cannot be unblocked. As soon as the customer service finished speaking, Zhang Mengyao hung up the phone. The ad you accepted blocked our account. People can easily tell that this thing is fake. Why did you still accept this ad? Zhang Mengyao glared at Yuanxiu. Isn't this just wine? It won't kill you, so why did they ban me? Yuanxiu ran around the room anxiously. It won't kill you? Think about how much that bottle of wine costs. The original price of a bottle is over 10,000 yuan, but now it's only 18.8 yuan. You are really amazing. Use your brain, okay? Zhang Mengyao said coldly. They approached me and said they would give me 50,000 yuan for promotion, and the deposit would be 20,000 yuan. How could I not be tempted? Just 2 sentences and it's 50,000 yuan. If it were you, wouldn't you be tempted? No, this company belongs to Lin Feng. He is definitely the one behind this. He must be displeased with us, so he blocked our account and left us to starve. He is now trying to drive us crazy step by step. Yuanxiu's voice trembled a little. Just as Yuanxiu was analyzing what Lin Feng would do next, the phone he had just put down suddenly rang. Hello? Yuanxiu answered the phone. Excuse me, is this Ms. Yuanxiu? We are the merchant who approached you to promote the wine last time. We have noticed that your account has been blocked, which has a great impact on us. Please return the deposit to us as soon as possible, and we don't need to pay compensation. There was a young woman's voice on the other end of the line. Why do you want me to pay you back and want compensation when you hire me to promote your business? No way. Yuanxiu cursed angrily. The person on the other end of the phone said calmly, You can look at the contract we signed before. If you don't pay back the money within a week, we will sue you. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Mom, what on earth did you do behind my back? What happened in the past 2 days caught Zhang Mengyao off guard. Just as the two were talking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 54, the subpoena that once again put the Zhang family into despair. Who will come at this time? Yuanxiu rushed out the door. She is very angry now and wants to find someone to vent her anger to. Bang, bang, bang. There were 3 more knocks on the door. Here I come. Hurry up and reincarnate. Knock knock knock, I'm so fed up. He Wenxiu hurriedly opened the door. When the person outside the door saw He Wenxiu open the door, he asked, "Excuse me, is this Zhang Mengyao's home?" "Yes, what's the matter? You want to woo my daughter? How much is your annual salary? How much is your savings?" He Wenxiu looked at the two men in front of him and asked. The two men glanced at He Wenxiu and did not respond to her words. Instead, they handed the court summons in their hands to He Wenxiu. "Here is your court summons. You can check the specific court date yourself." After saying that, the two turned around and left. What the hell? Why are there so many court summonses? Yesterday it was from that bastard Lin Feng, and now whose is it? Who has committed so many crimes? He Wenxiu opened the court summons while cursing. After looking at it for a while, He Wenxiu handed the court summons to Zhang Mengyao and said slowly, "I don't understand, daughter, you should come and see it." Zhang Mengyao took the court summons and took a look at it. 500,000, 130,000. Zhang Mengyao said in a trembling voice. Lin Feng wants us to pay back the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift and the 130,000 yuan he lent to our family. What? 500,000 and 130,000, where do you want us to find them? He Wenxiu was so excited that her eyes turned white and she fell to the ground. Mom, what's wrong with you, Mom? Zhang Mengyao hurried forward to help He Wenxiu up. But with He Wenxiu's weight, Zhang Mengyao couldn't lift her up no matter how hard she tried. It took He Wenxiu a long time to recover and climb onto the sofa. Mom, don't get excited. Zhang Mengyao put a hot towel on He Wenxiu's forehead. That bastard Lin Feng, haven't we already given him the house? What else does he want? And just now the advertiser called me and asked me to pay back the 20,000 yuan. Where are we going to get the money to pay it back now? He Wenxiu lay on the sofa wailing. Didn't the merchant give you a 20,000 yuan deposit? Why don't you just use the 20,000 yuan to pay it back? Let's solve this problem first. Zhang Mengyao asked. Hearing Zhang Mengyao's words, He Wenxiu hesitated and said, then the 20,000 yuan has been used by me to play mahjong. Well. Although Zhang Mengyao had already vaguely guessed it, she still couldn't believe that her mother would use the money to play mahjong. Can't you be more restrained? Now that you've become a deadbeat, can't you just give up playing mahjong? Zhang Mengyao scolded angrily. What's the point of you scolding me now? It's already happened, what else can I do? He Wenxiu continued to argue. Alas! If you can't pay it back, you'll have to mortgage your house. Zhang Mengyao sighed in despair. House. Impossible. If he really wants to take our house, I will die in front of him. Ouch. My head. He Wenxiu became more and more excited as she spoke, and she covered her forehead with her hands and took a deep breath. Did you know that Lin Feng didn't take the house? If you can't pay the money back, the court will enforce it. 500,000 plus 130,000, you either have to pay the money yourself, and now there's the 20,000 you lost playing mahjong. Zhang Mengyao picked up the court summons from the table and slammed it. But when the photo was taken, the court summons became two. Why is there another page? Zhang Mengyao picked up another subpoena. After watching for a while, Zhang Mengyao said in a trembling voice, Mom, my brother is in trouble. He Wenxiu waved her hand and said, he gets into trouble every day. Why are you so excited? Zhang Mengyao handed another court summons to He Wenxiu. He Wenxiu threw the court summons in his hand back. You know your mother has not been to school for many days, why are you showing it to me? If you have something to say, just read it out loud. He Wenxiu said unhappily. My brother smashed Lin Feng's car. Now the cost of repairing the car is 2.7 million. Now my brother is required to pay the money, otherwise he will be arrested for destroying private property. Zhang Mengyao read it out slowly, word by word. What? 2,700,000? They actually want Boyang to pay the money, or else he will be arrested. He Wenxiu repeated it once and then fainted. Mom? Mom? Wake up! Zhang Mengyao stepped forward and shook He Wenxiu. But He Wenxiu didn't react at all. Zhang Mengyao paced around the room anxiously. Ambulance, yes. Ambulance. Zhang Mengyao, who was wandering around the room like a headless fly, finally thought of calling an ambulance. Hello? Is this the hospital? My mom has fainted. Come to the community quickly. Remember to bring a few more people with you. About 10 minutes after I made the call, the ambulance arrived downstairs. Hurry, hurry, here. Zhang Mengyao guided the people in the hospital. When the people in the hospital saw He Wenxiu lying on the sofa, they couldn't help but swallow. No wonder we need to bring more people, this woman is really too fat. 4 people carried He Wenxiu with great effort. It took a lot of effort to lift He Wenxiu into the ambulance. Doctor, why is my mother like this? Zhang Mengyao asked the attending physician anxiously. The doctor said dismissively, your mother just fainted due to high blood pressure. She will be fine after in 4 drip and some medication. And your mother is so fat, she should lose weight now. Just wait until this bottle of medicine is finished. After saying that, the doctor left. After waiting for about an hour, the two finally returned home. It's so damn unlucky. You actually said I'm fat. My figure is plump, but you actually said I'm fat. Why is that bastard Lin Fang's car so expensive? It costs 2,700,000 to repair it. Is this car made of gold? Where is that little bastard Bo Yang now? Call him back quickly. He Wenxiu gritted her teeth and said sternly. Ouch. My head is splitting open. As soon as he finished speaking, He Wenxiu's head began to ache slightly. Mom, don't get excited. I'll call my brother back now. While comforting He Wenxiu, Zhang Mengyao picked up her phone and called Zhang Boyang. After dialing Zhang Boyang's phone, Zhang Mengyao directly asked Zhang Boyang to go home. Brother, where are you now? Something big happened at home, come back quickly. Zhang Boyang on the other end of the phone was confused and asked, what's going on at home? Is it Lin Feng who sent money? Zhang Mengyao was also stunned after hearing this. She wondered why her brother was so calm even though he knew Lin Feng had sent a subpoena for 2.7 million yuan. You should come back soon if you know how. Don't dawdle. After saying that, Zhang Mengyao hung up the phone. After Zhang Boyang saw the call was hung up, he smiled and said to his friends beside him. Brothers, our glorious life is here again, wait for my good news. After saying that, Zhang Boyang walked out while smiling. But what he didn't know was that the conversation between the two was not on the same channel at all. He now wished he could fly back and spend the money. Several million. It will be enough for me to use for a while. Zhang Mingcheng also used the borrowed money to buy a pack of cigarettes for 100 yuan. Chapter 55, A Family Collapses. After returning home, Zhang Boyang deliberately lit up a cigarette he had just bought. Where's my money? Zhang Boyang took a deep puff of cigarette and said slowly. Money, money, money. The money is on the table. Look for yourself. He Wenxiu said unhappily. When he heard that his money was on the table, Zhang Boyang immediately picked up the 2 subpoenas on the table. This Lin Feng is really something. He even sent me a check. Zhang Boyang smiled, showing his 2 big yellow teeth. Check, you haven't even graduated from elementary school, don't you know the words on it? Zhang Mengyao said coldly. What are the words on it? Zhang Boyang looked at it carefully. It says here that it is a summons from the Yanjing Intermediate People's Court and a compensation of 2.7 million. What does this mean? Zhang Boyang asked Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao sighed and said, you've already said it, and you're still asking me what I mean. I'm asking you to pay for Lin Feng's car repairs, or you'll go to jail when the time is up. Impossible, this is impossible. I called Lin Feng today and he said he would give me the money today. Is this the money? Zhang Boyang couldn't believe it. Lin Feng had said so well that he could just send the money over, so why did it turn into a subpoena? Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Go and smash someone's Rolls Royce. It costs 2,700,000. If you don't have the money to compensate, you'll go to jail. Zhang Mengyao said lightly. She was now completely fed up with her stupid brother. At this moment, Zhang Boyang, who was laughing heartily a minute ago, now had cold sweat as big as water droplets on his forehead. Mom, you have to save me. I'm still young, I haven't married yet, and I haven't fulfilled my filial duties yet. Zhang Boyang was kneeling in front of He Wenxiu. When he saw that his mother had no reaction, he turned around and knelt down to his sister. Mengyao, my dear sister, you have to save me. I am still young as your brother, and I don't want to go in. But no matter how Zhang Boyang cried, He Wenxiu and Zhang Mengyao did not show any reaction. They can hardly protect themselves now, so how can they care about Zhang Boyang? Boyang, we can't help you, but we really have no other choice. Lin Feng has asked us to return the previous betrothal money. If we can't pay it back, our family will have to pay for it. Oh. And there's also the 130,000 yuan we lent him before. He Wenxiu now has a calm look on her face, without any expression at all. After hearing this, Zhang Boyang collapsed to the ground. So, if nothing unexpected happens, not only will our house be confiscated, but I will also have to stay in prison for a few years? Zhang Boyang sat on the ground, lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. The three people in the family did not respond to Zhang Boyang's words. They were now in a state of collapse. Of course, Zhang Jianjun continued to sit in his wheelchair without saying a word. He watched the trouble caused by several people and could do nothing about it. Zhang Mengyao thought about the time when they were about to get married, when she was sitting in a Mercedes-Benz and asking for an additional 500,000 yuan in dowry, as well as her mother's sarcastic look and her brother's way of calling Lin Feng a poor bastard. Seeing his mother adding 500,000 yuan to the betrothal gift, Lin Feng looked helpless. She never thought that Lin Feng would actually marry the maid of honor, and now he drives a car worth millions whenever he goes out. On the other hand, my entire family has been ruined because of Lin Feng's 2 pieces of paper. Well. Zhang Jianjun sighed and returned to his room. There is still a way. We still have a way. Sister, go and stay with Lin Feng for a few days. Then you can persuade Lin Feng to let us go. As long as you ask, you will succeed. Zhang Boyang moved his niece towards Zhang Mengyao. Seeing her brother like a rat crossing the street, Zhang Mengyao frowned and said lightly, "It's impossible for him and I to have a chance. Don't count on me." He Wenxiu and Zhang Boyang's rekindled hope was shattered again. Zhang Boyang lit up the cigarette he had just finished smoking. Hiss, ha! Zhang Boyang took a deep puff of his cigarette. Why does Lin Feng want us to pay him back even though he is so rich now? He has at least 800 million on him, not just 10 or 8 yuan. That's 100 million. Are rich people so stingy? Why won't he let us go? Doesn't he have any feelings for us? Zhang Boyang covered his face and screamed. The whole family collapsed in just these 2 days. He Wenxiu's head hurts so much that it feels like it's about to explode. The day before yesterday, I was still happily playing mahjong after receiving 20,000 yuan for advertising promotion. My house was taken back yesterday. Even though it hurt like a piece of flesh had been lost, I could still accept it. Today, my account was blocked first, and then I received 2 court summonses, which dealt the final blow to my family. It lasted 3 days in total, and during these 3 days, the family went from heaven to hell. Zhang Boyang, who had recovered, pointed at Zhang Mengyao's nose and asked, "Why did you choose a boyfriend like this? A college student who can't even find a boyfriend, now she has found someone who wants to eat our entire family until there's nothing left. It's so unlucky. I've been dragged into this by you. Look at your boyfriend. What kind of person is he? What kind of person is your best friend?" Zhang Boyang blamed all the responsibility on Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Boyang, that's enough. Who used up the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift? And who smashed Lin Feng's car? Did I take a penny of the betrothal gift money? Zhang Mengyao couldn't hold it anymore and yelled at Zhang Boyang. Stop arguing, there's nothing to argue about. He Wenxiu spoke. The family was silent for a while, and Zhang Mengyao spoke slowly. Li Shiwei and I had a very good relationship when we were in college. I'll try to find her first. If I beg her, I think she will soften her heart and ask Raymond Lam to withdraw the lawsuit. The 3 people in the living room rekindled their hope. Zhang Boyang nodded frantically. Yes, yes, yes. Go and beg that girl called Li Shiwei. If she doesn't agree, just kneel down. Women can't stand this. Just act pitiful and shed a few tears. Zhang Boyang kept giving Zhang Mengyao advice. He is the most panicked person now. If there is no solution at all, he will really go and operate the sewing machine. Zhang Mengyao glared at Zhang Boyang fiercely, turned back to her room, changed her clothes and went out. Chapter 56, Development of New Skincare Products. On the other side. After seeing that He Wenxiu's account was banned, Lin Feng no longer focused on that insignificant account. What he didn't know was that He Wenxiu's family was devastated because of his banned account and the 2 subpoenas. It took Lin Feng several hours to inspect all departments of the company. Although he found a few people slacking off at work, Lin Feng just laughed it off. After all, slacking off at work is something every worker does. As long as it is not too excessive, Lin Feng will turn a blind eye. After inspecting the entire company, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Lin Feng picked up the phone and saw that it was his wife calling. "Did you miss me?" Lin Feng smiled into his phone. There was a cheerful laugh from the other end of the phone. "Hubby, I have some good news, do you want to hear it?" Lin Feng replied, "You are useless." Just as he said this, Lin Feng stopped, then smiled slowly and said, "Is there any progress on the cosmetics formula I gave you last time?" Li Shuwei said in a sweet voice, "Well, with the hard work of the laboratory, we found that the skin care product formula you gave has a particularly good whitening effect, and most importantly, it is not patented." Although Lin Feng already knew the result, he still asked excitedly, "So according to what you said, we can already start mass production now?" Li Shuwei said softly, "Well, I have asked the factories below to fully produce our products. The first batch of goods will be ready in about a week. I already have 2 sets of test products here." After listening, Lin Feng asked, "Are you in the company now? Or in the laboratory?" "I'm at the company." Li Shuwei replied. "Wait for me in the office. I'll come find you now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng hung up the phone and walked out of the company without waiting for Li Shuwei to answer. When Lin Feng walked out of the company, he found out that it was lawyer Wang who sent him here today and his Rolls-Royce was still under repair. Now there is no car to drive. It seems the company will have to leave one car to collect dust. Lin Feng muttered something, opened his phone and called an online taxi to go to Li Shuwei's company. Lin Feng arrived at the company and walked to Li Shuwei's office with ease. After arriving at the office, Lin Feng slowly pushed open the door and saw Li Shuwei's small feet wrapped in black stockings, stirring her high heels. She was staring at the computer screen intently and didn't notice Lin Feng's arrival at all. "Ahem." Lin Feng coughed. After hearing this, Li Shuwei hurriedly put on her high heels and looked towards the door. "Honey, you're so scary," Li Shuwei said coquettishly. Lin Feng slowly walked to the desk and looked at what was on Li Shuwei's computer screen with such fascination. "Your cards are all in a mess. Let me do it." After acquiring a talent for the game, Lin Feng could tell at a glance the correct placement of the cards. Li Shuwei gave up her seat to Raymond Lam and sat on his lap. After arranging it for a while, I finally passed the level. "Hubby, you are awesome." Li Shuwei kissed Raymond Lam. "That's right. Your husband's gaming talent is even higher than that of professional players." Lin Feng waved. "I almost forgot, where is that skin care product? Let me take a look." Lin Feng asked. Li Shuwei took out 2 palm-sized boxes of skin care products from the drawer in the table. "That's it. The whitening effect is very good. Even a person with sallow skin can have his skin whitened overnight. The most important thing is that the cost is not as high as imagined." Before Li Shuwei could finish her words, Lin Feng had already opened the box and squeezed a large amount of it into his hand. "Ah! What are you doing? There are very few of these, and I saved them specially." Li Shuwei pouted and complained. Lin Feng took a tissue from the side and wiped off the white liquid on his hands. He pinched Li Shuwei's face and said slowly, "You're already so white, and you want to get even whiter. What if I get scared when I sleep at night?" Li Shuwei snorted, "Humph. I'll scare you to death tonight." "Scare me to death, don't you? Scare me to death, don't you?" Raymond Lam carried Li Shuwei to the sofa, took off her high heels, and tickled her feet through her black stockings. "Ha ha ha ha. No, don't do this, someone is going to die." Li Shuwei was scratched by Lin Feng's feet and couldn't breathe. Just as the two were playing around, Li Shuwei's phone rang. "Stop it, someone's calling me." After Li Shuwei broke free, she went to her desk and picked up her cell phone. "Hey, Mom." On the other end of the phone, Lin Feng's mother whispered, "Shuwei, what are you busy with recently? Are you tired from work?" Li Shuwei smiled and said, "How can you be tired working in your own company? Mom, you should pay attention to rest more. If you are too busy, you should rest more. Our family is not short of money." The person on the other end of the phone laughed a little. "It's okay. I'm used to being busy these past few years. We've hired a few helpers now, so I'm not so tired every day. But I just miss you a little bit. When will you come back to see me?" "It's okay, Mom. I'll go back whenever you miss me." Li Shuwei smiled. Lin Feng's mother was a little excited after hearing this. Okay. Then you can go home and have dinner with Mom tonight." Li Shiwei agreed in one breath, well, I will go back tonight. Lin Feng's mother said excitedly, then hang up first, I will make you something delicious tonight. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Feng on the side looked confused and said, why didn't my mother call me, but called you instead? Maybe mom likes me more. Li Shiwei snorted. Alas! Now that you have a daughter-in-law, you forget about your son. Lin Feng sighed. Downstairs in the company, a young woman got off an online hailing car. The woman in front of him was Zhang Mengyao, who came to beg for mercy. Zhang Mengyao glanced at the tall building in front of her, took a deep breath and walked in. Hello? Is your CEO Li here? Zhang Mengyao asked the young girl at the front desk. The receptionist glanced at Zhang Mengyao and said slowly, do you have an appointment? Zhang Mengyao was stumped by what the front desk said. How could she make an appointment now? Her cell phone number had been blocked by Li Shiwei. I'm a good friend of your CEO Li, just tell her. Zhang Mengyao pondered for a moment and then spoke. After hearing this, the receptionist smiled at Zhang Mengyao with a professional smile. Excuse me, ma'am. Our CEO Li is very busy every day. If you don't have an appointment, please go back. I'm very sorry. The receptionist glanced at Zhang Mengyao's bag and thought to herself. Mr. Li is so rich, how could he have a friend with a bag that has a big tear on it? And even if he did, he wouldn't be able to carry it out. Unexpectedly, Zhang Mengyao only has this one bag now. She was wearing a light blue skirt, so she had to take out this bag to carry her cell phone, wallet, and other things. Faced with the specially trained receptionist, Zhang Mengyao had no choice but to leave. But Zhang Mengyao did not give up. Now was her family's last chance, and she came here to seize it. Chapter 57. What's the point of crying now? Downstairs, Zhang Mengyao was anxiously pacing around the company entrance. It was impossible to ask their family to come up with a total of 630,000 yuan. There was only one way, and that was to find Li Shiwei. She firmly believed that she could convince Li Shiwei and get Raymond Lam to withdraw the lawsuit. Zhang Mengyao now looked at the red exclamation mark in her little green bubble inside. Oh! Why did everyone I know block me? I set all the green bubbles on my phone, but without exception, I was blocked by everyone. Even several of my roommates in the dormitory blocked me. Not only did he block Xile Peo, he also blocked all the phone numbers. Just when Zhang Mengyao was at a loss, a cleaner nearby attracted her attention. Zhang Mengyao walked up to the cleaner and asked, Auntie, my phone is broken, can you lend me your phone to make a call? The cleaning lady readily took out her worn-out cell phone and handed it to Zhang Mengyao. It's okay. You can use it to hit whatever you want. Auntie said generously. Zhang Mengyao took the phone, took out a piece of paper from her bag and wiped the phone over and over again. Only when Zhang Mengyao felt it was almost clean did she open her cell phone and dial the number. And every move of Zhang Mengyao wiping her phone was also seen by the girl at the front desk. How could this woman be like this? She borrowed someone else's phone and had no manners at all. If you think someone's phone is dirty, don't lend it to them. A receptionist said angrily. I often see Ms. Li helping Auntie carry cleaning tools upstairs. What is this woman pretending to be? Her EQ is really low. Another receptionist was also dissatisfied. Zhang Mengyao, who was outside the door, didn't hear any of this. She has already dialed the number on her cell phone. Beep, beep, beep. The cell phone made a call. Zhang Mengyao's palms were sweating from nervousness. After the phone rang several times, Li Shiwei finally answered the phone. Hello? Who is this? After hearing Li Shiwei's voice, Zhang Mengyao now didn't know what to say to get Li Shiwei to see her. Hello? What can I do for you? Li Shiwei asked on the other end of the phone. Zhang Mengyao came back to her senses and whispered, Shiwei. It's me. I'm downstairs in your company now. Can you come down and meet me? Office upstairs. Li Shiwei turned off her microphone and slowly said to Raymond Lam, it's Zhang Mengyao's call. Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled, she is looking for you now, you make plans. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Shiwei turned on the microphone and said to the other end of the phone. I have nothing to say to you, you should go back. Downstairs in the company, Zhang Mengyao pleaded after hearing what Li Shiwei said. Shiwei, please, I really have something important to tell you. Please give me 30 minutes. I really only need 30 minutes. Zhang Mengyao started crying as she spoke. On the other end of the phone, Li Shiwei frowned after hearing Zhang Menyao's crying and said coldly into the microphone. Cry? What's the point of crying? You cry all the time. If you want to cry, go somewhere far away. Don't cry downstairs of my company. After hearing Li Shiwei's cold voice, Zhang Menyao's tears stopped instantly. Shiwei, I beg you, can we just meet once? I promise I will never bother you again. Li Shiwei was silent for 2 minutes on the other end of the phone, and then said coldly to Zhang Mengyao. Wait downstairs. My secretary will bring you in later. After saying that, Li Shiwei hung up the phone. Zhang Mengyao handed the phone to the cleaning lady and stood downstairs of the company waiting for Li Shiwei's secretary. Day. A short-haired girl came out and said to Zhang Mengyao calmly. Come with me. After listening to this, Zhang Mengyao followed her into the company. The secretary took Zhang Mengyao to a reception room. Wait here, Mr. Li will be here soon. After saying that, the secretary went out directly, leaving Zhang Mengyao alone in the reception room. After about 10 minutes, Li Shiwei slowly walked to the reception room and sat directly opposite Zhang Mengyao. Just tell me what you want to say. Li Shiwei said indifferently to Zhang Mengyao. After hearing Li Shiwei's cold voice, Zhang Mengyao cried out. Shiwei, please help me, my family is going to be gone. Before Zhang Mengyao finished speaking, Li Shiwei interrupted her with a wave of her hand. If you want to cry, go outside. I'm very busy and don't have time to listen to you crying here. This is not a school. If you cry, no one will comfort you. When Zhang Mengyao heard Li Shiwei say this, her tears stopped immediately. Zhang Mengyao wiped away her tears and begged. Shiwei, please save my family. Lin Feng has sued my family. If we can't pay the money back by then, we will lose our house and my brother will go to jail. Li Shiwei glanced at Zhang Mengyao and said slowly, You said that my husband sued you, why did you come to me? You should go directly to my husband. You have to understand that it was my husband who sued. Zhang Mengyao panicked after hearing this. No, Shiwei, Lin Feng now wants my family to pay 630,000, and my brother wants to pay 2.7 million for his car repairs. We really can't afford it, please help me put in a good word. Zhang Mengyao finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Li Shiwei would not feel sorry for Zhang Mengyao, nor would she, like in the TV dramas, let her husband withdraw the lawsuit out of soft-heartedness. Li Shiwei looked at Zhang Mengyao who was crying bitterly and said calmly. Why don't you think about your own problems? Why do you always ask for help when something happens? Why don't you think about the consequences when you do things? Why didn't you just return the betrothal money in the first place? Why did your brother go and smash my husband's car? If you do something wrong, you have to take responsibility. My husband's decision is something only he can change. Li Shiwei's series of questions hit Zhang Mengyao right in the heart, and she was speechless for a long time. Plop. Zhang Mengyao, unable to bear the pressure, knelt down and cried. Shiwei, please help us. We know we were wrong. Li Shiwei sighed as she looked at Zhang Mengyao kneeling in front of her. Well. Get up. Don't look for me. I can't help you. After saying that, Li Shiwei walked out directly, leaving Zhang Mengyao kneeling on her knees and standing there in a daze. Chapter 58, Complete Despair. Zhang Mengyao's heart was broken at this moment. Was she going to become the target of public criticism for what she had done before? I haven't done anything against the law, why are they doing this? Feeling disheartened, Zhang Mengyao left as if she had lost her soul, tears streaming down her eyes as she slowly walked out of the company door. Zhang Mengyao looked behind her and saw the tall buildings in front of her. She just felt cold, so cold that it made her feel suffocated. Upstairs, Lin Feng watched Zhang Mengyao through the window, and then she slowly left in an online taxi. Ever since Li Shiwei entered the reception room, she had been calling Lin Feng. Through the phone, Lin Feng heard all their conversations. She's gone? Li Shiwei appeared behind Raymond Lam without making any sound. Lin Feng turned to look at Li Shiwei and nodded. Are you feeling a little sad? I just saw a long scratch on Zhang Mengyao's bag. It seems like there is really no hope for her family. Li Shiwei said slowly. Sad? I just took my own things, why would I be sad? If they had returned the betrothal money in the house to me at the beginning, maybe I would have forgiven the money I had lent them in bits and pieces before, but they were too greedy. From the beginning, he wanted to suck my blood dry and suck the blood that my parents worked so hard for over the years. Lin Feng touched Li Shiwei's face and said lightly. After saying that, Lin Feng picked up Li Shiwei, put her on the soft sofa, and let her rest her head on his thighs. In fact, I'm afraid that you will be soft-hearted and agree to her request. Lin Feng looked at the ceiling of the office and said in a deep voice. How is that possible? I'm not the kind of woman in novels who becomes soft-hearted when seeing tears. Li Shiwei pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Lin Feng glanced at Li Shiwei, smiled and said, it seems that my wife is still a ruthless person. If she were in a novel, she would at least be a nun Miju. After hearing this, Li Shiwei pinched Lin Feng's thigh. What a rude nun Miju, what you said is so unpleasant. Ah, hiss. Lin Feng took a breath of cold air. Okay, you are not nun Miju. Wife. Just pack up your things when you get home tonight. I've lived in your house for quite a while, and the company is almost stable now. Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei and asked. Li Shiwei nodded and said, well, I'll pack my things when I get back. Speaking of going back, Li Shiwei went to her desk and took out the 2 cosmetics. It's all your fault. You wasted a box of 2. I wanted to take it back to Mom. Now you can only take the used box back to my mother, and take the unused box back to your mother. Li Shiwei said coquettishly. Lin Feng smiled and said, you didn't remind me. Li Shiwei looked at the time. Let's not talk too much, let's get off work. We still have to go back and pack our things. Lin Feng also checked the time and said, what time is it now? Are you off work so early? Humph. I'm the boss, who can say that to me? Li Shiwei pulled Lin Feng downstairs. The other side. Zhang Mengyao returned home like a zombie, dragging her exhausted body. When she reached the door, Zhang Mengyao took out her house key and looked at the door. Woo woo woo. Zhang Mengyao slowly squatted down at the door, covered her face and burst into tears. Inside, He Wenxiu and Zhang Boyang were fidgeting at home. Whose voice? Zhang Boyang vaguely heard the sound outside the door. The two of them fell silent. It's Mengyao's voice. She must be back. He Wenxiu said excitedly. Excited Zhang Boyang immediately opened the door and saw Zhang Mengyao crying bitterly at the door of his home. Is it done? Zhang Boyang didn't immediately care about why his sister was crying, but instead thought about whether his own affairs had been dealt with. Zhang Mengyao sobbed, wiped her tears with her arms, and went straight home without responding to Zhang Boyang. My dear daughter, how is it going? Is it settled? He Wenxiu asked softly. Zhang Mengyao also ignored He Wenxiu and looked towards the door in a daze. Have you finished your work? I'm so anxious that I've been crying all day. Is crying any use? He Wenxiu finally couldn't help but explode. After recovering for a while, Zhang Mengyao slowly said. Li Shiwei refused to help me. She asked me to go find Lin Feng. What can I do? He Wenxiu yelled in anger. What? Didn't you say you had a good relationship with Li Shiwei before? How come she won't even help you with such a small matter? Even more desperate is Zhang Boyang. After hearing the news, he felt a heaviness in his head and almost fainted. You said it wasn't done. If the matter is not accomplished, does that mean that I, Zhang Boyang, will have to spend the next few years in there? Zhang Boyang couldn't accept it. The time above showed that it would be a week later. That meant that if he couldn't come up with that much money in a week, he would really go to jail. Run? No matter how stupid Zhang Boyang was, he knew that in an age surrounded by cameras, he couldn't escape. Li Shiwei has made it very clear. If you hadn't been greedy, we wouldn't be in any trouble now. Zhang Mengyao said lightly. She has accepted her fate now. It doesn't matter what the house is. Ha ha ha. What a nonchalant person. At the beginning, you and Mom went to live in the newly bought house, and I took the 500,000 yuan. We all got a share. Now you actually say we are greedy? You are such a good sister to me. You have put all your mistakes aside. Zhang Boyang laughed. The family has gone from being anxious just now to being in a state of near madness. Zhang Jianjun in the corner looked at his family and shook his head. Now he is helpless, watching his family become like this, he has no way to do anything at all. Watching his family go crazy because of greed and lose everything because of greed, Zhang Jianjun shook his head and went back to the room and closed the door. However, the other three did not notice the noise Zhang Jianjun made. No matter how loud the noise was, they thought it was as insignificant as the wind. Chapter 59, A Happy Family. In a luxurious villa. Raymond Lam and Cecilia Lee just returned home and saw Wu Xinru watching TV in the living room. "Mom, where's my dad?" Li Shuwei asked. Wu Xinru said in a bad tone, "Your dad has been fishing these past 2 days, and he has never caught a single fish." "Oh. I'm going to move to Lin Feng's house soon. Please talk to my dad when he comes back in the evening," Li Shuwei said to Wu Xinru. "Why so sudden? I haven't prepared anything for you to take over yet." Wu Xinru quickly got up and went into the house. After a few minutes, Wu Rulin took out 2 bottles of Feitian wine and an exquisite box from the house, which looked like it should contain jewelry. "These 2 bottles of wine are for Xiaofeng's dad, and this box is for his mom." Wu Xinru handed the thing in her hand to Li Shuwei. Li Shuwei took the things and said with a smile, "Mom, you are still as careful as ever." Wu Xinru tapped her daughter's head and said, "This is a gift from your father and I buy your own separately." After her trick was exposed, Li Shuwei pouted and said, "How stingy. You didn't even prepare a gift for me." Lin Feng on the side just smiled, because it was Li Shuwei's family's good intention, and he couldn't say that he didn't need to bring it. "Just take something, as long as the thought is there," Lin Feng said to the 2 of them. "Then I'll go see what to buy later. I'm going to pack my things first." After saying that, Li Shuwei ran upstairs. Lin Feng didn't have to pack anything. After all, the 2 of them had agreed that they would often return to their respective homes and always leave some of their belongings at home. "Xiaofeng, go back and ask your parents when they are free, and then our 2 families can get together for a meal." Wu Xinru looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'll go back and ask. See when I have time. Oh, by the way, Mom, this is my mom's little green bubble. We can talk about it when we have time." After saying that, Lin Feng opened his mobile phone, found Zhao Yulan's little green bubble, and pushed it to Wu Xinru. The little green bubble portrait of Zhao Yulan is a formal photo of Raymond Lam. Raymond Lam was specially asked to go to a photo studio to take the photo, and a lot of money was spent on photo editing. Not long after, Li Shuwei came downstairs with a suitcase. "Mom, let's go back." Li Shuwei waved towards Wu Xinru. "Let's go. Remember to be a good boy over there and do more chores." Wu Xinru also waved her hand to remind him. Lin Feng put the suitcase in the trunk of the Muscat. After Li Shuwei got in the car, Lin Feng started the car and drove towards his home. In the community, Lin Feng parked the car in his own parking space. The 2 returned home carrying their suitcases. When Lin Feng was about to take out his key, Li Shuwei took out the key from her bag and opened the door. "When did you get the key?" Lin Feng wondered. He couldn't remember when he gave her the key. Li Shuwei rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said calmly, "My mother gave it to me when we went out last time." As they were talking, the 2 had already opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, the 2 of them entered the house dragging their suitcases. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Zhao Yulan watching TV in the living room. Zhao Yulan glanced at the 2 of them and smiled in surprise. "I thought it was your dad who came back, but it turned out to be you too." Zhao Yulan, overjoyed, snatched the suitcase from Lin Feng and put it in Lin Feng's room. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I thought you wouldn't be back until the evening." Zhao Yulan poured Li Shuwei a glass of water. Lin Feng watched his mother talking to his wife and didn't even look at him. "Mom, pour me a glass of water too." Lin Feng was not convinced. How could he forget his son after having a daughter-in-law? Zhao Yulan glanced at Lin Feng and said slowly, "You are not far away, go and get some water yourself." "Mom, don't you have to go to the store today?" Li Shuwei asked. "Oh, now we have hired a few workers, and we are relatively free now. You 2 have your own businesses, so you don't need my help anymore. It's time for us to enjoy our lives." Zhao Yulan took Li Shuwei's hand and smiled. After hearing this, Lin Feng felt relieved. After all, his parents were already in their 50s and it was time for them to take a break after working hard for most of their lives. Li Shuwei returned to the house and took out the gift that Wu Xinru had asked her to bring. "This is Feitian Mutai for Dad, and this is a jade bracelet for Mom. Oh yeah, and this too." Li Shuwei took out another box of cosmetics that Raymond Lam had not opened before. "This is for whitening. Inserting it on your face can make it look supple and white." Li Shuwei introduced its uses. "Look at you, you're here, why do you bring so many things?" "I don't need cosmetics, I have thick skin." As Zhao Yulan spoke, she put away the things her daughter-in-law had brought. After putting the things away, Zhao Yulan helped the two of them cut some fruits. "Shui, come and have some fruit." Zhao Yulan greeted Li Shui. "Here it comes." Li Shui happily ran over and watched TV and ate fruit with her mother-in-law. "By the way, Zhang Mengyao and his mother came to our house before," Zhao Yulan said calmly to the two of them. "They come to our house, what are they doing here?" Lin Feng asked. Why did these two people come to his house? Lin Feng was a little confused about their train of thought. "You're rich now, so you want us to help you two get back together. What else can you do? But after being driven away by us, Zhang Mengyao is not even as good as one toe of Shui, and yet she still wants to get back together. If you treat Shui badly, your father and I will not forgive you," Zhao Yulan said to Lin Feng in a stern tone. Li Shui, who was standing by, felt very sweet in her heart. "Lin Yi? What does this have to do with me?" Lin Feng feels extremely wronged now. Zhao Yulan said slowly, "I was just saying that, but when she came here, she was bitten by the neighbor's dog. It is said that the cut on her face required 2 or 3 stitches." After Zhao Yulan said this, Lin Feng also remembered that the last time he saw He Wenxiu, her face was still wrapped in gauze. She must have been too talkative, so the neighbor let her dog bite her. Lin Feng smiled. "Humph. She actually wants you to compensate Zhang Mengyao for the loss of her youth over the past few years. I've never seen such a shameless person. You should deal with Zhang Mengyao's matter as soon as possible, and stay away from people like that in the future to avoid bad luck," Zhao Yulan said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Before, I was waiting for them to use up the betrothal money. Now I have taken the house back and sued them. Now I am just waiting for them to pay me back. 500,000? Where did their family get the money?" Zhao Yulan didn't believe that Zhang Mengyao's family could come up with 500,000 yuan. Lin Feng explained to Zhao Yulan and also told her about Zhang Boyang smashing his car. Does that mean their family will be forced to take over their house? And Zhang Boyang will probably be in jail for a few years, too? Zhao Yulan asked. Lin Feng nodded. Alas! Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. The current situation is all caused by that greedy He Wenxiu. I hope they can get out of the shadow in their lifetime. Zhao Yulan sighed. Chapter 60, The Last Time for Help. It has been a week since the two returned home. Li Shui has also been busy in the company due to the launch of new products. The name of the new product is also relatively simple and crude, directly named White Skin. Every night after get off work, Li Shui drags her tired body home. "Ah! I'm so tired, I don't want to go to the company anymore, I want to stay at home with you." After taking a hot bath, Li Shui lay down on the bed with her arms and legs spread out. Lin Feng went to the bed and rubbed Li Shui's legs while saying, "Thank you for your hard work, my wife. You are so tired every day." Lin Feng smiled, lowered his head and lightly touched Li Shui's lips. "But it's just a few days, and once you're through you can relax." Li Shui enjoyed Raymond Lam's massage and snorted. "Once this busy period is over, we can relax and go look at our house," Lin Feng said softly. Just as Lin Feng looked at Li Shui, he found that Li Shui had also fallen asleep on the bed. Lin Feng smiled, straightened Li Shui's body and covered her with a quilt. Bang, bang, bang. When Raymond Lam was admiring Li Shui's sleeping face, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng got out of bed quietly. After opening the door, I saw Zhao Yulan standing at the door. Shui is asleep." Lin Feng made a hushing gesture and went to the living room with Zhao Yulan. Zhao Yulan pointed to a bowl of herbal tea on the table and said, "Shui has been working so hard these past few days, so I made her a bowl of tremella soup. She's asleep now, so why don't you drink it?" Lin Feng said unhappily, "Mom, you are partial to me. I am now the second to last in the family." Zhao Yulan tapped Lin Feng's arm and said, "If you don't want to drink it, I'll give it to your dad." After saying that, Zhao Yulan was about to stand up and take the bowl away. Lin Feng saw it and quickly stopped him. I drink. Lin Feng picked up the tremella soup and drank it in one breath. "The court will open the day after tomorrow." "Are you sure?" Zhao Yulan asked worriedly. Lin Feng said disapprovingly, "Mom, I will definitely win this, so just relax. You don't have to worry so much about things that are solid evidence. It's still the same even if they find the best lawyers. It's a done deal." Lin Feng patted Zhao Yulan's hand and let her feel relieved. When Zhao Yulan first heard about it, she felt that Zhang Mengyao's family was a little pitiful. But then I thought about how ugly it was when my son was at the hotel entrance and her family was scolding him. I still have the video in my hands. It's getting late, it's time to go to bed, don't wake your way up. Zhao Yulan turned around and whispered to Lin Yi. Lin Feng smiled slightly and went back to his room to sleep. The next day, when Raymond Lam got up, he found that Li Sherwei had already gone to the company. After washing up, Lin Feng came to the living room and saw Zhao Yulan watching TV there. There's still breakfast in the kitchen, eat it while it's hot. After Zhao Yulan finished speaking, she turned back to look at the TV. Zhao Yulan and Lin Changda now have 3 permanent employees. Zhao Yulan is now a housewife at home, while Lin Changda looks after those employees in the store. In the community, He Wenxiu's family is now completely ruined. At the beginning, they tried their best, but how could they find so much money in just 10 days? Even if it fell from the sky, it would take half a day to collect it. Zhang Boyang was lying in the living room drinking with a face full of stubble. It smells so strong of alcohol. Can you please stop drinking in the living room? There are cigarette butts all over the floor. Zhang Mengyao pinched her nose and cursed. Ha 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 ha. I'm going in. I'm so happy. I can eat and drink well in there for a few years. Zhang Boyang took the wineglass, took a sip of wine and smiled. You guys? You can still live happily outside, but me? I can only live in darkness inside. You can just find a good man to marry when the time comes. You are so beautiful, there are many men to choose from. Zhang Boyang pointed at Zhang Mengyao and shouted angrily. Zhang Boyang, are you crazy? If you want to go crazy, go outside and do it. Don't go crazy at home. Zhang Mengyao yelled. I'm crazy, yes. I'm crazy. Zhang Boyang took a big gulp of wine. He Wenxiu is getting weaker day by day. Ever since she fainted due to high blood pressure last time, she has been in a state of depression. No. I can't let them take our house away. No. I can't let them take over our house. He Wenxiu now muttered incoherently. Now, except Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Mengyao, there is no normal person in the family. Seeing this situation, Zhang Mengyao burst into tears. There were only 2 lines of clear tears, and the expression on his face remained the same. Now they can only wait for the day after tomorrow, waiting for the court session. Ask for help? It is impossible now. At the beginning, Zhang Mengyao also tried to find Tan Jiasin and others. But we only met once and he didn't even ask to borrow money. Tan Jiasin showed her impatience. Jia Xian, I really know I was wrong. Li Sherwei and Lin Feng are now trying to destroy our entire family. Please help us. Zhang Mengyao begged desperately, but Tan Jiasin remained unmoved. Do you remember at your wedding? You were sitting in the Mercedes-Benz, Raymond Lam looked helpless, and no matter how many people scolded Raymond Lam, you remained unmoved. He had a car and a house right after graduation. Do you know how many people envy you? And he's handsome, and he barely interacts with other women. But you pushed others into that state. Why don't you think about yourself? After saying this, Tan Jiasin left without looking back. Thinking back to when she went to see Tan Jiasin 2 days ago, Zhang Mengyao still feels heartbroken. No. I can't let Lin Feng live so comfortably. I'm going to disgust him even until I die. He has turned our family into this state. I want society to condemn him and let others see what kind of scumbag Raymond Lam, who is worth hundreds of millions, is. He Wenxiu sat up from the bed in shock. Pulling the half-drunk Zhang Boyang out, Zhang Mengyao pulled He Wenxiu back and said, Mom, don't do anything stupid. Isn't our family miserable enough? He Wenxiu pushed Zhang Mengyao's hand away and said, since you know that our family is already in such a miserable state, why are you still trying to stop me? Could there be a worse outcome for our family than this? He Wenxiu slammed the door shut and left. Zhang Mengyao couldn't pull He Wenxiu, who weighed nearly 200 kilograms. She doesn't want to care about so much now. Chapter 61 He Wenxiu's Dirty Plan. He Wenxiu took Zhang Mingqing to the bottom of the World TV building. Mom, what are we doing? Are we going to beat Lin Feng up? When Zhang Boyan was pulled over by He Wenxiu, he was much more sober. Why hit Lin Feng? Am I that stupid? He Wenxiu rolled her eyes at Zhang Boyang. Then what are we doing here under someone else's building? Lin Feng is determined to take over our family. It's useless to beg him. Zhang Boyang asked. Don't make a fuss. Just do what I say. Otherwise, we'll all be done for the day after tomorrow. He Wenxiu took a gamble and planned to make one last effort. After saying that, He Wenxiu whispered in Zhang Boyang's ear for a while. Zhang Boyang nodded frantically and kept saying good ideas. After He Wenxiu finished speaking, the two of them went their separate ways. He Wenxiu looked up at the World TV building, took a deep breath, and walked to the door. What a sin! My poor daughter. The CEO of World TV cheated on my daughter and now wants to make our family miserable. He has gone crazy and is almost destroying our family. Lin Feng, who was sitting in the building, ran off with a rich woman when they got married. My daughter begged Linny desperately, but he still ran off with another rich girl. My poor daughter. After dating for 5 years, she fell for such a thing that was not even human. He Wenxiu's huge body rolled on the ground like a child. The onlookers on the side also took out their mobile phones to take videos. At this time, the security guard also felt something was wrong and stepped forward to pull He Wenxiu away. Someone come. The security guard is going to use force. The thief is guilty. He Wenxiu yelled at the top of her lungs. Ma'am, if you have any problem, you can call the police. I believe the police will handle everything, but please don't slander others in front of the company. A security guard pointed at He Wenxiu and said coldly. Okay, I can't beat you rich people, so I'll leave. Is that okay with me leaving? He Wenxiu dusted himself off, turned around, and left. In the office, Lin Feng was looking at the reports of various data. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly there was a hurried knock on the door. Come in. Lin Feng said lightly. A long-haired woman in high heels trotted in. She was Lin Yi's secretary. Boss Lin, something bad has happened. There was a fat lady outside the company spreading rumors about you. After saying that, the woman took out the video on her mobile phone that the employee had sent to the group. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng laughed out loud while watching the short video. The secretary glanced at Lin Feng and asked, Boss Lin, how can you still laugh out loud? Many people have recorded the video now, and it won't take long for it to spread all over the internet. This is free advertising for our company, why shouldn't I smile? Lin Feng looked at the secretary and explained slowly. But this? The secretary still couldn't believe it. Okay, I'll take care of this matter. Our company should not block this kind of video upload. Lin Feng waved his hand and signaled the secretary to go out. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are still 2 days away. It seems that He Wenxiu can't help it anymore. Lin Feng sat in the chair and muttered. Downstairs. After He Wenxiu left, Zhang Boyang followed. How's it going? Is the video finished? He Wenxiu looked at Zhang Boyang and asked. The video is absolutely perfect, check it out for yourself. Zhang Boyang opened the video he had just taken. He Wenxiu was seen rolling on the ground, but she was taking pictures along with others. That's enough. I just want to ruin the reputation of that bastard Lin Feng. He Wenxiu bit her back teeth hard and said fiercely. Mom, what should we do now that we've finished filming the video? Zhang Boyang asked. You'll find out in a few hours. He Wenxiu is now full of confidence. It's you who has to do it. Meng Yao is still a college student. You really wasted all your time studying. Zhang Boyang said to He Wenxiu with a flattering look on his face. The two of them randomly found a milk tea shop, went in and ordered a cup of milk tea. He Wenxiu drank the milk tea in one breath with a quick inhalation. Zhang Boyang looked at the empty milk teacup and swallowed. Mom, why are we here? We should celebrate at home. Zhang Boyang looked at He Wenxiu's current appearance and was a little puzzled. Why are you so impatient? He Wenxiu rolled her eyes at Zhang Boyang and then turned on Douyin. Jaimais. He Wenxiu's short essay was posted here, along with a few pictures. Now everything is ready, except for the east wind that just came. Okay, let's go home. He Wenxiu stood up and said to Zhang Boyang. Ah. This? Is this all? We haven't done anything. Zhang Boyang didn't know what He Wenxiu was doing. If you don't go back, you'll be here alone. He Wenxiu walked out the door alone. The confused Zhang Boyang followed closely behind. After what just happened, all kinds of different voices appeared on the internet. Some videos have received millions of views. Some people followed the clues and found He Wenshio's funny voice. All of them told of their miserable situations. The comments below are split. Look, can rich people play with women's feelings? Is this what a man is like? Girls, beat him to pieces. Let the bullets fly. I won't comment. If there is anything, you can call the police. What do you want to do by writing a short essay on Douyin? What a miserable family. They actually ran into this scumbag. It seems that the woman who stole their love is not a good person either. At TV, my suggestion is that you all resign. Your boss is like this. He must be a crazy boss who owes you wages. I found their company's phone number and Lin Feng's personal phone number. I suggest you just destroy them. Lin Feng has now blocked all numbers except the ones he saved, and will open them again after this incident is over. But now he is not only calm and unhurried, but also reading the comments like a spectator, reading the insulting words towards him. The secretary standing by was already panicking when he saw Lin Feng flipping through the records. Boss Lin, I suggest you make a statement quickly. If you continue like this, public opinion will be very serious. The assistant said anxiously. Lin Feng pointed to the accounts that exposed their private phone numbers and said, "Don't worry, first record the account that exposed your phone number." Well. The secretary sighed and went out. Interesting, really interesting. Lin Feng looked at the comments and laughed. Chapter 62, Public Opinion Continues to Ferment. Hey! Brother Wang, did you see these things? Lin Feng called Lawyer Wang. There was silence for a while on the other end of the phone and then he slowly said, I see. Many people are scolding you now. Some have even found your private contact information. Why are you calling me if you don't want to clarify? Lawyer Wang wondered. He didn't understand what Lin Feng was thinking. It was already this time. If it wasn't dealt with, the matter would get bigger and bigger, and the reputation of Lin Feng's company would also be affected. Ha ha ha. It's still early now, and the matter is not serious enough. We can deal with it tomorrow. Lin Feng laughed. Isn't it serious enough? The fire is almost at your doorstep. Isn't it serious? By the time it reaches your doorstep, it will be too late. Lawyer Wang is now completely confused. Now it is the eunuch who is anxious rather than the emperor, while Lin Feng is sitting back and watching the show, as if this matter has nothing to do with him. Brother Wang, this incident by He Wenshio has caused quite a bit of public opinion. Can you please let her in when the court opens the day after tomorrow? Now I am a victim. I dare not open my phone except for the numbers recorded on it. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Lawyer Wang immediately understood. It turned out that this guy had this plan. No wonder he was so calm. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a while before saying, "You're right. Just wait. I'll collect evidence right now and wait until the day after tomorrow." Lin Feng smiled after hearing this, "Then I'll wait for your good news, Brother Wang." Thank you so much. Why are you saying all this? You have to treat me to a good meal after this is over. I won't even look at a dish if it's not worth thousands. Lawyer Wang joked. Okay, after this is done, just tell me what you want to eat, Brother Wang. Lin Feng laughed. Okay, I'm going to get busy now. After saying that, Lawyer Wang hung up the phone. This is such an unexpected surprise. Lin Feng muttered. This incident was actually a real unexpected surprise. If it happened to someone else, it would not have turned out like this. This requires that he is a person with some money, and another thing is that his World TV has been growing slowly, and other short video companies are also eyeing his rising World TV. Now other short video platforms have also secretly recommended their own embarrassing stories on them, and you can see them from time to time. But Lin Feng would not say anything. This was not malicious competition. Business itself was a give and take. Now it just depended on who would not make mistakes and who could maintain stability. Shocked. The boss of the popular short video is actually a scumbag. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? There is an attractive short title on the outside and another long title on the inside, which directly maximizes the traffic. After Lin Feng put down his phone, he continued to open his computer and eat his own melon. Lin Feng looked at the time for a while, and the phone on the table rang. Hey! Husband! My phone has been ringing off the hook. Are you okay? Li Shiwei asked anxiously. You said your phone was bombarded with calls? Someone called you? Lin Feng asked. Your story has been forwarded. Although not everyone on the internet knows about it, there are still many people looking for our information. Judging from Li Shiwei's tone, it seems that the speed of transmission is now faster than flying. Wife. Listen to me, write down the people who called you, and the people you saw sending you messages, remember their IDs, and deal with them together when the time comes. Please whitelist our number first and blacklist all others. Lin Feng told Li Shirin slowly. Yes. I understand, husband, but this is not a solution now. If this continues, our company's new cosmetics will also be affected. Li Shiwei's tone was obviously a little anxious. She had just answered a phone call and started cursing without any warning. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng gradually told the people around him to put the numbers they knew on the whitelist. This matter is not difficult to resolve, but Lin Feng has to wait until public opinion is maximized within an effective time. He Wenxiu herself didn't understand, but Lin Feng was a person who had received higher education, and he knew very well that the internet was not a lawless place. Even those who expose contact information through other means must collect evidence and settle accounts later. Keyboard warriors are keyboard warriors after all. They can only condemn by making phone calls. Asking them to find someone offline? They don't have the guts to do that. Tomorrow, just hold on for one day. Tomorrow everything will be over. Lin Feng thought to himself. Mom, look, Lin Feng is being condemned by many people now. It seems that we are saved. Many people are now asking for a delay in the court hearing. It still depends on you, otherwise our whole family will be finished. When Zhang Boyang saw the message on his phone, the corners of his mouth broke into a smile. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. You want to mess with us? Didn't expect us to be like this? Zhang Boyang gritted his teeth and said sternly. Aren't you talking nonsense? If I'm not smart, I raised you all in vain. If I were as stupid as your father, we would have starved to death long ago. He Wenxiu glanced at Zhang Jianjun, who was bragging about himself crazily. Mom, how can you say that about Dad? Don't you see what you did when you went out? You are creating public opinion. You will be held legally responsible. The internet is not a lawless place. Zhang Mangyao looked at He Wenxiu worriedly. Zhang Mangyao knew that He Wenxiu was up to no good when she went out, but she had tried to stop her. However, she never expected that He Wenxiu would actually do such a thing. What? Your dad isn't stupid? You can't even say a few words? And you? I'm working hard for the whole family, but you not only stop me, but also keep talking about me. Remember, you have nothing to do with Lin Feng anymore, so don't always try to show your support. He Wenxiu's series of lessons made Zhang Mengyao silent. Just shut up. If it weren't for you, would our family be like this? You suddenly decided to add 500,000 yuan to the betrothal gift. Who bought the house? Who paid the loan? I used the compensation from the construction site to pay off the loan. I bought this house at the cost of my lifetime disability. Zhang Jianjun finally couldn't help but explode. He had chosen to be tolerant, but this was the result he got. After saying that, Zhang Jianjun threw the crutches next to his wheelchair at He Wenxiu. You damned bastard, how dare you hit me? How dare you, a loser like you, hit me? He Wenxiu stood up and was about to fight with Zhang Jianjun, but was stopped by Zhang Boyang and Zhang Mengyao. That's enough. Stop arguing, just leave it at that. I won't scold you anymore. Zhang Mengyao roared, slammed the door and returned to her room. You still have a temper. You are just a little girl. Look at what you can do. He Wenxiu cursed. She never thought that the problem was with her. The current situation was entirely caused by Lin Feng. If it weren't for him, she would be playing mahjong with the air conditioner on. Chapter 63, Seeking Medical Treatment in Desperation. The next day. The news spread more and more widely, and it became the hot search topic on Douyin. A rich second-generation young master plays with a poor girl. The poor boy despised the poor and loved the rich, abandoning his wife of many years. The story was getting more and more outrageous, almost to the point of saying that Raymond Lam was an alien. As soon as Lin Feng opened his phone, all kinds of information poured in. Although World TV was not on the homepage, other information software were already on the homepage. Although it was not the #1 hot search, it was still on the list of more than 10. Xiaofeng, He Wenxiu has made such a big fuss, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. I think we should call the police. Zhao Yulan said worriedly. Lin Feng waved his hand to indicate that it was not necessary. Our first priority today is to dispel the rumors and give us the truth. We will deal with the rest after the court session tomorrow. It's fine with us, but it has affected Shireen now. What if she encounters those insane people at work? Zhao Yulan glanced at Li Shiwei and said worriedly. Li Shiwei said softly, Mom, it's okay. There's no way someone could find out about something that happened on the internet. Hey, what's all this fuss about? Zhao Yulan sighed and went to the kitchen to clean. Husband. Li Shiwei fed the last mouthful of noodles in her bowl to Lin Feng and went out. Wait, I'll take you to the company. Lin Feng also quickly finished the noodles in his bowl in 2 bites. The two of them went downstairs together, taking the car keys hanging on the wall. Although those keyboard warriors won't be stupid enough to come down to find someone offline, it's still a good idea to be on the safe side. Lin Feng laughed. Well, you are so nice, husband. Li Shurian kissed Lin Feng on the mouth and smiled. Lin Feng started the car and drove towards Li Shiwei's company. I'll pick you up after get off work tonight. Lin Feng smiled faintly as he looked at Li Shiwei getting off the car. Okay, I'll send you a message when I get back. Li Shiwei smiled and turned to walk towards the company. Aren't these the couple? Looking at the way they go to and from get off work together, it seems that what was uploaded online is true. It has fermented to this point, so it must be true. Damn it, this kind of people are what I hate the most, especially irresponsible men like this. Next to the company, several passers-by pointed at Li Shiwei. Lin Feng just smiled and ignored those people. Lin Feng knew very well that if he looked at those people directly, he would lose. It's like a young man asking the engineer who builds rockets why rocket fuel doesn't burn coal. As long as the engineer looks at the young man, he loses. The same goes for Raymond Lam now. Rumors are just rumors after all. The only thing we should do today is to dispel them, instead of wasting time on these people. The other side. He Wenxiu's home. Mom, look, many people on the internet have asked Raymond Lam to withdraw his lawsuit, saying that if he doesn't withdraw his lawsuit, they will boycott World TV or report Raymond Lam. Zheng Boyang looked at the things on his phone and smiled. Since last night, Zheng Boyang has been smiling from ear to ear while looking at his phone. Many people saw this big news as soon as they turned on their mobile phones after get off work, and some people even exposed Lin Feng's family. Even Lin Feng's private number has been spread all over the internet. Don't worry, Lin Feng is covered in shit now. As long as this matter continues to ferment, he won't be in the mood to care about us. We will find a lawyer to sue him later. He Wenxiu, the military strategist, already felt that he had a sure win. But Lin Feng has enough evidence in his hands, and we don't have any evidence at all. How can we sue him? Besides, our family is very poor now. The pork we ate at night was bought with my father's disability allowance. Although Zhang Boyang is stupid, he still knows this and he is unwilling to say such things. After Zhang Boyang poured some cold water on her, He Wenxiu calmed down instantly. We don't have any evidence right now. If Lin Feng is really determined to sue us tomorrow, we will still compensate him. He Wenxiu pondered for a while and muttered. By the way, Lin Feng's current company must have been affected. Let's wait until the matter gets a little more serious this afternoon, and then go find Lin Feng and ask him to withdraw the lawsuit. His company must have suffered a lot of losses now. If he agrees to withdraw the lawsuit, we will release a video to refute the rumor and say it was a misunderstanding. Lin Feng is so greedy for money, I don't believe he won't refuse. He Wenxiu straightened his chest and smiled confidently. But will this work? I feel like it's a little unreliable. Zhang Boyang is now beginning to doubt himself. Why are you panicking? Are you not sure I would do this? He Wenxiu scolded Zhang Boyang angrily. The two are now desperate and will try every possible means to implement any solution as long as there is a little hope, no matter whether it works or not, they will just do it first. Tomorrow, as long as we can get through today and tomorrow, we will be able to live in peace from now on. Yes, yes, yes. Mom is smart. She is not like some people who went to college and now know nothing and have wasted so much money from the family. After graduation, my salary was only 4,000 yuan at most, which was not as high as my monthly salary when I was working in a factory. I could make at least 6,000 yuan a month when I was working in a factory. Although Zhang Boyang did not mention any names, the only thing left for him to do was to report Zhang Mengyau's ID number. If you want to say something, I'll say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. It makes me sick to look at you. Remember what you did today. I won't be able to help you when the time comes, and the court's own lawyers won't be able to save you either. Zhang Mengyao said coldly. Humph, just wait and see how we turn the tide. Relying on you? We're all inside now, and we can't even control Lin Feng. You've got such a pretty face for nothing. Zhang Boyong sneered. The other side. After Lin Feng returned to the company, he turned on the computer directly and looked at the background data of his company. Some users have already logged out, but some have logged out, and more have registered. But those registered users are here to scold me. Looking at those official TV messages, Raymond Lam smiled, a smile from the bottom of his heart. Even some creators on their own platforms would pretend to be rational and analyze their own evil deeds, just in order to get some traffic. Black and red are both red. After today, these registered accounts will no longer be used to blacken myself. Although he has suffered some losses now and the rating of the app has dropped, it is not a big deal. Lin Feng believes that his rating will still rise, and he can also get free advertising. That's almost it, we can finally wrap it up. After saying that, Lin Feng made a phone call. Chapter 64, Closing the Net. Hello? Brother Wang, have you collected the evidence? Lin Feng called Lawyer Wang and asked. The person on the other end of the phone laughed. Of course, there is no problem with that. I even found a high-definition video of He Wenxiu rolling around under your company. Even the blackheads on her nose can be seen clearly. After hearing this, Lin Feng laughed. He could have just left it at that, but he didn't expect He Wenxiu to actually give him such a big gift package. This matter is so serious, how many years will He Wenxiu be in prison for? Lin Feng asked. He Wenxiu has now committed a relatively serious offense and will probably be sentenced to 3 years in prison. Lawyer Wang on the other end of the phone spoke slowly, word by word. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Brother Wang. As long as the matter is left until tomorrow, everything will be over. Lin Feng said slowly. After saying that, the two of them hung up the phone tacitly and started to take action. After hanging up the phone with Lawyer Wang, Lin Feng called his secretary. Come to the office. In a few minutes, the secretary came to Lin Feng's office. Boss Lin, our app's ratings have dropped a lot, and all the new users who registered came to criticize us. Some even cancelled their accounts after criticizing us. The secretary said anxiously. I just saw this incident. I asked you to come here to deal with it. Lin Feng said slowly. Handle it? I'm afraid it's difficult to handle it now. The impact on the internet is already huge. I guess it will take a few days for this matter to ferment before it can die down. The secretary didn't quite believe what Lin Feng said. After all, public opinion had already been created. It would have been fine if the announcement had just been issued yesterday, but now, after a night, he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Don't worry, you won't solve the problem if you worry. Please notify the relevant departments below and ask them to post an announcement on the app homepage. I will email it to you later. Lin Feng sent an email to his secretary on his computer. Then Mr. Lin, I'll be busy now. After saying that, the secretary left the office. Go ahead. Lin Feng waved his hand. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Lin Feng opened the World TV app and found that the announcement he had just edited had been posted on the homepage. Hello, everyone. Yesterday, Mr. Lin Feng, the president of World TV, was subjected to online criticism and bullying. The internet is not a lawless place. I hope everyone can keep their eyes open and not be misled by virtual information. In addition, we will take legal action against those who have exposed Mr. Lin's personal information to protect our reputation. Below are the IDs that exposed Raymond Lam, and even other platforms have taken screenshots of them. Right at the bottom, Lin Feng released a few videos on his official website. The video of Zhang Boyong smashing the car and the video and recording of Zhang Boyong asking Lin Feng for money are all in it. The most important thing is that the most important thing in it is the wedding scene of Raymond Lam and Zhang Mengyao. The short video in it is full of shock. Not only World TV, but also other short video platforms are reposting the announcement released by Raymond Lam. This announcement directly led to a major reversal of the situation. Not only that, the official of World TV directly banned the account of the creator who used this platform to take advantage of the popularity and slander Raymond Lam. The reversal of the whole incident is still slowly increasing, But within an hour, the number of reposts has exceeded hundreds of thousands, and now various platforms are reposting this video. Those who exposed Lin Feng's family and contact numbers also started to panic. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. We were careless. I'm still a 28-year-old kid. Can you please let me go?" Below the official announcement, a striking comment was liked to the first floor. "Fuck, my blood pressure is rising. What kind of mother and daughter are they? Why is this family all like this? The bride price is 500,000 yuan, and I have to give my family a subsidy of 50,000 yuan every month. What does it have to do with me if your brother is not married? Oh, forget it. My girlfriend's family also wants a dowry of 300,000 yuan. Although my family can afford it, after reading this, I decided to break up decisively. To avoid this kind of thing happening again." A lot of people below were speaking up for Raymond Lam, and some even found He Wenshou's funny sound in the funny sound and started to criticize He Wenshou. In the community, He Wenshou has also seen the fact of this reversal. "This Lin Feng is really abominable. He actually posted this video. My Douyin has been washed away." He Wenshou looked at her own Douyin and cursed. "The most innocent person is Zhang Mengyao. She clearly had no involvement in this matter, but now that it has been exposed, she has been implicated and found Douyin, and has also been destroyed. Even some college classmates with whom I was not very close called me. Hey! Zhang Mengyao, I didn't expect your family to rush to the top of the hot list. Now you are the #1 headline in our entire Yanjing. Lin Feng's good temper is useless in front of you and your mother, TSK TSK." A female voice laughed on the other end of the phone. After listening to this, Zhang Mengyao hung up without hesitation. But when it reached Zhang Mengyao's ears, it sounded so harsh and unpleasant. Now Zhang Mengyao is completely depressed. "Mom, didn't you pat your chest and say that everything was fine? Why did it become like this now?" Zhang Boyan was like an ant on hot pot, jumping up and down anxiously. It was already afternoon. Tomorrow is the court date, and time is running out. The situation has also changed, and I can't do anything no matter how hard I try, even though I haven't made any effort. Yell, yell, yell. How was I supposed to know what was going on? How was I supposed to know that things would turn out like this? He Wenshou is also getting anxious now. Ha ha. I told you guys not to mess around. The internet is not a lawless place. You did this and now all our photos have been leaked online. Zhang Mengyao's face had turned pale. She had already guessed what Lin Feng was going to do. When the family heard what Zhang Mengyao said, they all fell silent. World TV. Linny saw that the background data had begun to grow slowly, with more than 100,000 users added at once, and the app's rating was gradually increasing. He couldn't help but smile. Although this matter had a bad start, the solution made Raymond Lam quite satisfied, and everyone has a bright future. Lin Feng now wants to travel directly to tomorrow to see He Wenshou's sarcastic face. Chapter 65, Court Hearing Part 1. Early morning. Lin Feng got up early and was about to go to the court. "Hubby, I want to go to the court today too." Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng, who was about to go out, and said slowly, "You should just focus on the company's affairs. This will be quick. It won't take long. To be honest, I don't even want to go there when the evidence is irrefutable." Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled. "But I want to go and see it together, I haven't been there yet." Li Shiwei looked at Raymond Lam with tears in her eyes. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Okay. It shouldn't take long." "Yeah." Li Shiwei cheered on the spot. Lin Feng called Lawyer Wang. "Hey. Brother Wang, have you set off yet?" Lin Feng asked the person on the other end of the phone. Lawyer Wang on the other end of the phone said with a smile, "I'm already here, are you leaving now?" "I'm on my way, just wait a moment." While holding the phone, Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei got into his newly bought BMW 7 Series. In the community, He Wenshou's family had lost all their vitality and left the house in disappointment. "Mom, save me, I don't want to go in." Early in the morning, Zhang Boyang's forehead was covered with cold sweat as big as water beads. "Hey, Boyang, you should work hard in the future and try to get out as soon as possible. Mom will try to help you earn money for the down payment of a house." He Wenshou sighed, looked at Zhang Boyang and spoke slowly. "No, I really don't want to go in. Dad, please save me. You and Lin Dang used to have the best relationship. Can you please beg Lin Feng to let me go? Zhang Boyang knelt down and begged Zhang Jianjun desperately. Boyan, you should reform yourself in there. We will be waiting for you to come back outside. Zhang Jianjun also sighed helplessly. Zhang Boyang knew that he had no hope, but he still sought one last chance. He knew it was useless to beg anyone now, but he was already unconscious. Moreover, last night the Zhang family found a cheaper lawyer to defend them. Although they don't have much money, they still need a lawyer, so the less money they can spend, the better. It's almost time, let's go. Zhang Mengyao was waiting for them at the door in casual clothes. Seeing her brother's runny nose, Zhang Mengyao felt a chill in her heart. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. I still have to take responsibility for the mistakes I made in the past. Zhang Mengyao said this coldly. Although this statement is true, it sounds so harsh in front of a desperate family. After hearing this, Zhang Jianjun also pushed his wheelchair out. Dad, let me help you. Zhang Mengyao came to Zhang Jianjun. Behind him, he pushed the wheelchair out. The family of four went downstairs together, took an online taxi, and went to the court together. When the online taxi driver saw Zhang Mengyao, he scratched his head and asked, are you the family that's been rumored to be very popular online? The one that didn't even think 500,000 yuan was enough for the betrothal gift, and they wanted another 500,000 yuan? When Zhang Mengyao heard the online car-hailing driver ask this, she ignored him and sat directly in the back seat. Tisk, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? It's already spread so widely online, are you still afraid to speak out? The online taxi driver muttered quietly. No matter what the online car-hailing driver said, Zhang Mengyao and her family ignored him. Zhang Mengyao looked at her own house and was deeply moved, and tears came to her eyes. She also watched the several-minute video of Raymond Lam online yesterday and saw her family speaking harshly to Raymond Lam at the wedding. Mengyao, you really don't have that 500,000, you really won't get out of the car and marry me? Lin Feng's helpless and disappointed expression came through the screen. That's right. Without the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, I won't get off the car with you. Zhang Mengyao said coldly in the car. This conversation still echoes in Zhang Mengyao's ears. If I had been able to get married resolutely at the beginning, I probably wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhang Mengyao admitted that Li Shiwei was better than her in every aspect, but the only thing she couldn't get was the man she loved the most. She would never have thought that after she caused such a scene, Li Shiwei took the opportunity to propose to Raymond Lam, and Raymond Lam agreed to everyone's surprise. But through this incident, Li Shiwei got Lin Feng, and her family became like this. As for the 500,000 yuan in the house, she thought that Raymond Lam gave them to her family out of old friendship. His family never imagined that after his brother had used up the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, Lin Feng would launch a series of attacks, which was the most powerful and final blow to his family. Good sister, can you please stop begging Lin Feng and ask him to let me go? Zhang Boyan was now trembling all over in begging his sister. Yes. Mengyao, you should beg Lin Feng later. Just kneel down when you see him. I don't believe that Lin Feng will not be soft-hearted. He Wenqiu also looked at Zhang Mengyao and said softly. Zhang Mengyao looked at her mother and brother in disbelief. Why wouldn't they give her a bit of face even at this point? Why were they still asking her to make sacrifices even at this point? Mom! Brother! I am so disappointed in you. Why can you still say such things even at this point? Brother is your son, but am I not your daughter? How can I save face if you ask me to kneel down in front of everyone? It has come to this. Will Lin Feng forgive us? Zhang Mengyao said in a trembling voice. Hearing Zhang Mengyao's words, He Wenqiu patted Zhang Mengyao's shoulder heavily and scolded. You silly girl, it has come to this, is your face still important? What if Lin Feng softens his heart? After hearing what He Wenqiu said, Zhang Mengyao collapsed. I have been living in torture these days. I can only fall asleep in the morning when I feel too sleepy. In silence, Zhang Mengyao and her family took an online taxi to the entrance of the court. When the family just got out of the car, Lin Feng had just parked the car and was slowly walking towards the court entrance. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Mengyao's family and saw that they all had dark circles under their eyes and looked listless. Morning. Li Shiwei greeted Zhang Mengyao and her family with a smile. There were 6 people in total, and they all looked at each other, unable to say a word for a long time. Lin Feng and Zhang Mengyao had not seen each other since the house was transferred. Chapter 66, Court Hearing Part 2. Forest. Zhang Mengyao stopped talking after saying just one word. Zhang Mengyao held back and said nothing. But Zhang Boyang on the side couldn't hold it anymore. Lin Feng, please let me go. I really know I was wrong. Zhang Boyang pleaded with tears and snot. After this happened, everyone looked at Zhang Boyang. Just as everyone was watching Zhang Boyang begging Lin Feng, even Yu Wenxiu stepped forward and begged. Lin Feng, please have mercy on us. We really know we are wrong. Boyang is still a child. He is too young to go to jail. Otherwise, let him work for you to pay off his debt. You can punish him as you like in the future. All our family asks is that you let him go. That's right. Lin Feng, I will be your slave from now on, at your command. Please be merciful and let me go. I'm still young and I haven't married yet. After saying that, Zhang Boyang knelt down with a plop. The other 4 people looked at the mother and son, speechless. Lin Feng just smiled, turned on his phone and played a recording. Lin Feng, you bastard, I smashed your car before you knew to come, right? Give me a few million to spend. You are so rich but still so stingy. Lin Feng just played the recording silently without saying a word to the mother and son. But Zhang Boyang and He Wenxiu stood there in a daze, speechless. Xiao Feng, I'm sorry. This is something our family did wrong. I don't ask for your forgiveness. We have brought this upon ourselves. Zhang Jianjun sighed and said lightly while sitting in a wheelchair. I'm sorry, uncle. Lin Feng apologized to Zhang Jianjun. After saying that, Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei turned around and walked into the court. In fact, the most innocent person in the whole incident is Zhang Jianjun. He is the only sober person in the family, but he has been troubled by such a family and now he is harming himself. But there's no going back now, it's too late now. It's already come to this, what's the point of asking for help? Why didn't you think about the consequences? Zhang Jianjun finally got tough and cursed at He Wenxiu and Zhang Boyang. Forget it, let's go. Zhang Mengyao pushed Zhang Jianjun's wheelchair and slowly walked into the court. As soon as he entered the court, Zhang Boyang's legs began to tremble. Mom, I'm scared. I'm still young and I don't want to go in. Zhang Boyang cried with tears and snot. Silence. No noise is allowed in the courtroom. The judge banged his gavel. The sound of the hammer echoed in Zhang Boyang's ears, over and over again. After the presiding judge finished speaking, lawyer Wang began to present the materials he had prepared. After arguments between the plaintiff and defendant's lawyers, a conclusion was finally reached. The defendant Zhang Boyang is sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for intentionally destroying public and private property in large amounts and with serious circumstances. The sentence is to be executed immediately. As the judge's hammer fell, Zhang Boyang looked at his hands with a pale face. No, I'm still young, I can't go in. Lin Feng, brother Lin, father Lin, please let me go. I really beg you, please let me go. When Zhang Boyang was dragged away, he was still shouting at Lin Feng. And tears came out of his eyes. Zhang Mengyao, He Wenxiu, and Zhang Jianjun did not dare to look at Zhang Boyang. The 500,000 and 130,000 were also forcibly executed because the amounts were too large. Originally everyone thought that the matter was over, but when lawyer Wang spoke, He Wenxiu and the others were thrown into the abyss. My client has another matter. The day before, on TH day of TH month, the defendant He Wenxiu maliciously slandered my client on the internet, causing serious public opinion and leading to my client being cyberbullied. After saying that, lawyer Wang took out his evidence. With the defensive lawyers from both sides in the court, He Wenxiu was finally sentenced. The defendant He Wenxiu used public opinion to cause serious social impact and is sentenced to 7 years in prison to be executed immediately. Another hammer fell, and He Wenxiu widened her eyes, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Impossible, this must be a wrong verdict. How could someone go to jail for something like this? This must be a wrong verdict. He Wenxiu knelt on the ground and cried. Lin Feng, are you really going to destroy our entire family? He Wenxiu pointed at Lin Feng and cursed. Silence. If you have any questions, please bring out the evidence. The presiding judge banged the gavel and shouted without emotion. He Wenxiu fainted after hearing this. Mom, are you okay? Mom. Zhang Mengyao looked at He Wenxiu and shouted. But as soon as He Wenxiu recovered, she was helped out. As He Wenxiu was carried out, the lawsuit was over. Everyone left one after another. Zhang Mengyao, who was sitting on the chair, burst into tears. Let's go. Zhang Jianjun looked at Zhang Mengyao sitting on the chair inside. Zhang Mengyao, who was crying with her face covered, followed Lin Feng when she saw him go out. Lin Feng. When Lin Feng walked out to the door of the court, Zhang Mengyao followed behind and shouted. Lin Feng slowly turned his head and looked at Zhang Mengyao. Anything else? Lin Feng asked. Are you still human? After saying that, Zhang Mengyao stretched out her hand and slapped Lin Feng directly in the face. But before the slap could reach Lin Feng's face, Li Xiying grabbed his wrist tightly with one hand. This is a court. What do you want to do? Are you in a hurry? Li Shiwei said coldly to Zhang Mengyao. My mother is already old, why won't you let her go? She is nearly 50 years old, what if something happens? Have you ever thought about it? Why won't you let her go? Is it because of what happened before? You weren't like this before. You didn't have such a small heart before. Zhang Mengyao, who was in a state of collapse, finally couldn't help but explode. He was crying and sobbing like a tearful person, squatting on the spot. You also graduated from Yanjing University, why didn't you stop her before? Why didn't you stop her when she wanted to create public opinion? As a college student, you should know all these things. Why can you put the blame on me? Lin Feng looked at Zhang Mengyao with cold eyes, and every word he said pierced Zhang Mengyao's heart. I'm sorry, Lin Feng, please, let my mother go. She really can't go in. If you have any problems, just come to me. She is so old now, she can't stand this kind of torture. Zhang Mengyao's eyes were red at this time and she looked at Lin Feng and begged desperately. Don't worry about it. If there is anything, you can solve it through the law. It's useless for you to beg me. After saying this, Raymond Lam took Li Shiwei and left. No, please, Lin Feng, can you please do me one last favor and let my mother go? Zhang Mengyao used all her strength to grab Lin Feng's trouser legs. Chapter 67, the two women met and talked again. Don't say anything more, it's too late now. Lin Feng didn't even look at Zhang Mengyao. Since the two of them had become like this, there was no need to say anything more. Get up. Li Shiwei helped Zhang Mengyao to slowly stand up. Forget it, Mengyao, go back. Zhang Jianjun couldn't bear to see his daughter in such a miserable state. He felt very sad when he saw his daughter like this with his own eyes. Zhang Mengyao stood there for a while, looking at Li Shiwei and said weakly. Li Shiwei, I want to talk to you alone. Okay. I was just thinking about having a good talk with you. Li Shiwei smiled and accepted it gladly. Hubby. You go back first. Remember to pick me up at the company tonight. Li Shiwei smiled sweetly at Raymond Lam. Lin Feng nodded, took out his cell phone and made a call. Xiao Wang, I'll send you the address, please come over. When Lin Feng took out his cell phone and finished the call, Li Shiwei and Zhang Mengyao had already walked out the door. Lin Feng and Zhang Jianjun waited for a long time, and the driver Xiao Wang slowly drove over in a Rolls-Royce that had just been repaired. Boss. Xiao Wu said respectfully. Go and send Uncle Zhang home. He has difficulty moving around, so remember to send him home safely. Lin Feng instructed Xiao Wang. The driver nodded and carried Zhang Jianjun into the car. I'm sorry, Uncle Zhang, there's nothing I can do about this. Lin Feng apologized to Zhang Jianjun. Alas. It's all their own fault. Don't blame you, Xiaoyi. Zhang Jianjun sighed and said slowly. After saying that, the driver Xiao Wang slowly drove the car away. Lin Feng drove back to the company in the BMW 7 Series he had bought this morning. On the other side, Li Shiwei and Zhang Mengyao slowly walked towards a coffee shop. What would you like to drink? Li Shiwei looked at Zhang Mengyao and asked. Casual. Zhang Mengyao said lightly. 2 lattes then. Li Shiwei smiled faintly at the waiter in front of her. The two were silent until the waiter brought 2 cups of coffee. Thank you for liking money and not liking Raymond Lam. Li Shiwei said as she took a sip of coffee. As soon as she opened her mouth, Li Shiwei immediately shut the conversation up. Zhang Mengyao looked at Li Shiwei with dilated pupils. Ha ha. Yes, I like money. How can a rich second-generation family like you know how it feels to be short of money? Even if you stay at home all your life, you can still be rich. But what about us? We have to struggle for life every day. We go to work and come home every day, while you just play all day long. You know how hard it is for us? You can even say why we don't eat meat. Zhang Mengyao's voice became louder and louder, and even the people in the store looked over. I don't deny that I'm a second-generation rich kid, but have you ever seen me not working hard? We were in the same dormitory when we were in college. You won't have forgotten this, right? What were you doing when I was working hard in the dormitory? When I was studying hard in the dormitory, you were browsing Douyin. When I was working hard in the dormitory, you were looking at bags and skirts on the internet, and then sent the link to Lin Feng. You didn't forget it, did you? Although my family is very rich, I sometimes work part-time distributing flyers on weekends. You must know that. I still remember you said that I was working so hard even though my family was rich. And when I was in college, I just carried a canvas bag, and the clothes and pants I wore were the same price as yours. Do you think rich second generations don't have to work hard? Our family wants us to work hard. Li Shiwei's calm words made Zhang Mengyao stunned. Zhang Mengyao thought about it, and it seemed that in her impression, Li Shiwei was so hardworking and she often complained about her. Even the PPT for her speech was made by Lin Feng, who stayed up late at night. Li Shiwei's series of words silenced the two of them again, and they continued to sit in a daze. You have liked Lin Feng for a long time, right? After a pause, Zhang Mengyao asked. Yes, I have liked Lin Feng for a long time. I still remember that when I was a freshman, I noticed this sunny and handsome boy shortly after school started. There was a hint of sweetness in Li Shiwei's eyes. You've liked Lin Feng for a long time, why don't you confess to him? Why let me take the lead? Zhang Mengyao asked. She didn't understand what Li Shiwei was worried about. With her conditions, as long as she confessed her feelings to Lin Feng would definitely be hers. It's because I like you that I won't confess easily. But when I found out you were with him, I felt so sad. I envied you, but at the same time I regretted it. Raymond Lam liked you so much, and he would tolerate you no matter what you said. Do you know how much I envied every gift he gave you? But you actually think that the things he gave you are cheap and not presentable. But the things that you think are not presentable are what I want the most. But now it's over. Lin Feng and I are already together. Li Shiwei had a happy smile on her face. Really? Then congratulations. Lin Feng, whom I have secretly loved for so long, is finally with you. That's it. We won't be in touch anymore. You guys live your lives, and I'm about to start my new life. Zhang Mengyao smiled bitterly, stood up, and walked out the door. Looking at Zhang Mengyao's back, Li Shiwei actually felt uncomfortable. Although the current result is good for her, Zhang Mengyao feels as if her back is being pressed by a mountain and she can't breathe. Everything that has happened now is entirely caused by the greed of He Wenxiu and Zhang Boyang. Zhang Mengyao has been affected by this family, but she also has an unshirkable responsibility. Their family has now received the punishment they deserved. The original family of 4 has become a family of 2. After watching Zhang Mengyao walk away, Li Shiwei waved to the waiter to come and pay the bill. After paying the bill, Li Shiwei went outside and a ray of sunlight shone on her face. And the other side. Zhang Mengyao returned home and saw Zhang Jianjun sitting in a wheelchair looking at every corner of the house. Sorry. Zhang Mengyao just uttered these words. Zhang Jianjun smiled and comforted Zhang Mengyao, it's okay. I hope your brother and your mother can reform well in there. We will wait for them to come back outside. From beginning to end, Zhang Jianjun didn't complain at all. He saw it all, and he couldn't stop it now. Well, let's wait outside for them to come back. Zhang Mengyao nodded. Chapter 68, Finding a Popular Actress to Endorse the Product. Noon. Call. Lin Feng returned to the company and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng glanced at his office. He never thought that he would have his own company, a life without a 996 job, and a beautiful wife. Congratulations to the host, mission completed. This time's rewards, charm plus 10, loyalty plus 10, mall update. Special prize, get to see what will happen in the next 3 days. This reward has been stored in the host's reward column, the host only needs to click it. Charm is the literal meaning, while loyalty refers to the employees and friends around the host. After more than half a month, the system finally came out on its own initiative. Lin Feng looked at his rewards, but found that these rewards were useless. It seemed that he could not use them. This loyalty was more useful. For example, the employees under him would not do anything that would damage the interests of the company. System, I have a question. Why didn't you just give me shares in a short video company, or just give me money, instead of going through all this trouble? Lin Feng asked the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Since the system could give him shares in a live broadcast company at that time, why didn't it give him a company directly before? It's not that Lin Feng was waiting for someone to feed him the food, but he didn't understand why the system did this. The system will only give it to you directly at the beginning. The reason why the system chooses the host is because of the host's character and personality, and all aspects meet the system's requirements. The system is only an aid to the host, not a system that controls the host. The rewards the host gets now are better than money, such as martial arts skills and driving skills, which cannot be bought with money. After listening to this, Lin Feng suddenly realized and thought about it, and realized that this was indeed the case. When I read online novels in the past, when the system gave tasks, the protagonists had to complete them passively. But now it's different for me. The system is just an auxiliary, not a system that influences people as thoughts. I understand. Thank you. Lin Feng thanked the system in his mind. The system ignored Lin Feng and seemed to have disappeared. Charm, loyalty, and the ability to see what's happening in the next 3 days. Lin Feng became more and more curious about the reward for the next 3 days. Just when he clicked on it, the system came up again. The system still recommends that the host not use this reward lightly, at least use it where the host feels it is right, rather than out of curiosity. Of course, it's just a suggestion. Lin Feng was startled by the sudden appearance of the system, and his curiosity was also dispelled. Lin Feng looked at the reward in his mind, smiled, and walked out. Lin Feng toured all the departments of the company. Now, except for some cooperation documents that needed to be signed, Lin Yi handed over all other matters to his secretary. After looking around, Lin Feng walked directly out of the company. Recently, Li Shiwei has been busy with product launch preparations and comes home exhausted every day. Now that he had nothing to do, Lin Feng drove his BMW 7 Series to Li Shiwei's company to see if he could help. After driving for more than 20 minutes, Lin Feng arrived downstairs of Li Shiwei's company. As soon as he entered the company, the front desk called Lin Feng and said to him, "Mr. Li is in a meeting in the conference room now, so you may have to wait a while." The girl at the front desk reminded me. Lin Feng nodded and went straight to Li Shiwei's office. Since she was in a meeting, I wouldn't disturb her but go to her office and wait for her. Just as Lin Feng was about to open the office door, Li Shiwei rushed out in a hurry and bumped into Lin Feng. Ah! Just when Li Shiwei was about to fall backwards, Raymond Lam pulled her back. "Hubby! Why are you here?" Li Shiwei took a while to realize it was Lin Feng, and asked happily. "Since you've been so busy lately, I'll come and supervise you." Lin Feng laughed. "I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to a meeting." Li Shiwei didn't say much and walked directly towards the meeting room. But after walking for a while, he turned back and said to Lin Feng hurriedly, "You've come just in time. Come with me. I can help you out with some advice." Before Lin Feng could speak, he was pulled over by Li Shiwei. Just like that, Lin Feng was pulled into the conference room by the anxious Li Shiwei. Everyone in the conference room looked at Lin Feng in surprise, but did not say anything. They just sat quietly in their chairs. "There's nothing I can do. After all, I'm also an employee, and any problems I encounter are Li Shiwei's fault. This is my husband. I believe everyone has gossiped about it. I asked him to come this time. One more person will give you more ideas. I won't say more about the rest. Let's talk about our press conference." As soon as Li Shiwei entered the meeting room, she seemed like a different person, completely different from when she was at home. Now she had the image of a decisive and efficient queen. "If you have any good ideas, just tell us directly. We don't have that much time to wait. The press conference will be held the day after tomorrow. We must quickly take over the market for this product and not give others a chance to breathe." Li Shiwei looked at the people below and spoke. "Mr. Li, I think we should do it the same as usual. We can just find some media to publish it, and then find someone to go up there. We have all used that white skin product, and if it works well, users will naturally come." A woman who looked to be in her 30s slowly spoke to Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei looked at the woman who had just spoken and then looked at everyone and asked, "Does anyone else want to say anything? People below, you look at me and I look at you." Everyone was chattering below, but still no one spoke. Since no one has mentioned it, I'll say it first. Our product is the most effective among all cosmetics, and the price is not expensive. Why don't we make a bigger fuss? Let users know as soon as possible? Li Shuwei looked at the people below with sharp eyes. Quiet, absolutely quiet. Everyone below knew that Li Shuwei was angry. After all, they were all executives with annual salaries of over 1 million, but now they couldn't even say a word. Ahem. Let me say a few words. Seeing this depressing atmosphere, Lin Feng broke the silence. Actually, this is both simple and difficult. We can just find the most popular female celebrity to endorse the product, and then have the female celebrity use it on site. But the difficulty lies in the people who go up there with the female stars. Another point is that you don't know if they have the time to arrange it. I don't often watch entertainment, so I don't know who the most popular female star is right now. Lin Feng's words reached everyone's ears. It was not that there were no celebrities in the past, but now they have to find the most popular female celebrity, which is a bit difficult. The most popular female star right now is Gu Xini. I just don't know if she has time. After all, she's going to hold a press conference the day after tomorrow. I guess it's too late. A young woman below said slowly. It's not too late. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Li Shuwei looked at everyone with full confidence. Chapter 69, Humble Father Lin. But this might be a difficult thing to do. After all, she is the most popular star right now. She is all over the TV series, and her appearance fee is not low. It's enough for us to hire 3 or 4 third-tier stars. The young woman next to her expressed her concerns. Then tell me what we should do? I just told you all to shut up, but now that you're talking, you're all excited again? Li Shuwei looked at the woman who had just spoken and said coldly. After hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and said nothing. Li Shuwei glanced at everyone and said slowly. That's it. If there's nothing else, let's adjourn the meeting. Everyone below looked at Li Shuwei and left, and some even sighed. Is Ms. Li out of her mind? In the past, she would have thought things through before making a decision, but now she just listened to her husband and made the decision directly. Not far from the meeting room, the woman who had just proposed her plan said. Don't talk nonsense. This is Mr. Li's business. We are just employees. If there is any loss, it is her own. We just need to do our own thing. Another young woman said. The other sighed. After the meeting room was dismissed, Raymond Lam and Li Shuwei went to the office together. Oh, honey, I'm so tired. I need to recharge. As soon as she returned to the office, Li Shuwei lay on Raymond Lam like a koala. Lin Feng put the little koala on his body on the sofa. Actually, I'm just saying that. If the pressure is too great, we can just take it slow. Anyway, the product is there and will always shine. Lin Feng also saw the difficulties Li Shuwei faced. It's not that he cared about the opinions of those people just now, but that big star was more difficult to deal with. If it's as they say, that Gu Xini is extremely popular, then her schedule is definitely fully occupied. That's not the case. In fact, it was you, my husband, who reminded me of this. Pan Xiaohua, who played with my brother, is from a family that runs an agency. And the most coincidental thing is that Gu Xini happens to be an artist under his company. While enjoying Raymond Lam's private massage, Li Shuwei told him all the stories. After Li Shuwei said this, Raymond Lam finally remembered Pan Xiaohua, who had played racing with Li Jun before. It turns out there is this relationship. I'll call my brother tonight and ask him to check if Gu Xini has time. If not, there's nothing we can do, after all, she has her own schedule. Li Shuwei said slowly. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's the only way. Don't just pinch the left leg. Pinch the right leg too. Li Shuwei lay down and put her right leg on Raymond Lam's thigh. I can't do anything about you. Lin Feng laughed. Hey. Li Shuwei smiled. Afternoon. Raymond Lam sat on Li Shuwei's desk, while Li Shuwei slept on the furry sofa. Ah. Li Shuwei, who had just woken up, stood up and stretched. How could I fall asleep? I still have to inspect the production factory later. Li Shuwei looked at the time and said anxiously. Lin Feng came and sat down next to Li Shuwei and slowly said. Your secretary came just now. They saw you were sleeping so they didn't bother you. Anyway, you've been going to the factory to check on them these days, so missing one day won't be a big deal. Okay. I don't want to go anyway. I have to run back and forth between the lab, factory and company every day. It's a good opportunity for me to go back early today. Li Shuwei smiled happily. She has been running in these directions these days, running all day long. We don't have to go to the factory anyway, so let's go back. Excitedly, Shui directly pulled Lin Feng out. When he returned to the neighborhood, Lin Feng found his father playing cards downstairs. Dad, weren't you in the store? Why are you playing cards here? As soon as Lin Feng opened his mouth, Lin Changde shuddered and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Changde then touched his chest and said, You scared me to death, why did you come back so early? Lin Feng said in a bad tone. I was just about to ask you, why are you playing cards down there? Unexpectedly, Lin Changde whispered. I'm just playing cards because I'm bored. Don't tell your mom when you get home. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Li Shui on the side couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, Dad. We have always kept our mouths shut. After saying that, Li Shui pulled Lin Feng towards the apartment building. I didn't expect Dad to be so afraid of Mom. It will be troublesome if he finds out. Li Shui smiled as she watched Lin Changde, who was squatting there timidly playing cards. Dad, you can only wish for the best. Lin Feng thought to himself. Zhao Yulan, who was at home, watched the two of them go home together and asked. Things went well today. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Yulan and said slowly. Zhang Boyan was sentenced to 10 years, and He Wenxiu was sentenced to 7 years. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Yulan and said calmly. Oh, I hope they can realize their mistakes in there. Zhao Yulan was not very happy after knowing the result, nor did she gloat over it. She just sighed a little. Forget it, your dad will be back soon, I'll go cook first. Zhao Yulan went straight into the kitchen. When he saw Zhao Yulan enter the kitchen to cook, Lin Feng leaned close to Li Shui's ear and whispered. Wife. What did you say to Zhang Mengyao today? Li Shui also put her mouth close to Lin Feng's ear and whispered. This. It's a secret. Good guy, Lin Feng pricked up his ears to listen to what Li Shui said, but he didn't expect to hear these 3 words. How dare you play tricks on me? He picked up Li Shui and put her on the sofa. He grabbed Li Shui's feet with one hand and scratched the soles of her feet frantically. Help! Mom, save me! Li Shui smiled and asked Zhao Yulan for help. Zhao Yulan, who was cooking inside, ran out immediately after hearing the noise. What are you making a fuss about? Shui is so tired from work, and you're still making a fuss. After Zhao Yulan's harsh words, Lin Feng immediately let go of Li Shui's jade feet. Li Shui stuck out her tongue at Raymond Lam like a winner. Why do I feel like I'm marrying into the family? Lin Feng sighed. Stop messing around, it's time to eat. After Zhao Yulan came out with the standard set of 4 dishes and 1 soup, Lin Changde also returned home from the store on time. Why do you always go home at this time every day? You choose the right time. Zhao Yulan looked at Lin Changde and said calmly. Lin Changde was already sweating profusely. Maybe it's a coincidence. Chapter 70. You are Gusini. Coincidence? You come back at this time every day, and it happens to be dinner time? Zhao Yulan looked at Lin Changde with sharp eyes. Let's not talk too much, wash your hands and eat. Lin Changde smiled and changed the subject. After the family finished their meal happily, they sat for a while and then went back to their own rooms to sleep. Husband, help me find Pan Xiaohua tomorrow to discuss hiring the artists under his company. I still have to go to the company. Li Shui looked at Raymond Lam with her big watery eyes. Okay, I'll go check it out tomorrow. Lin Feng rubbed Li Shui's little head and smiled. Then tomorrow it's up to you. Just a few minutes after she finished talking, Li Shui fell asleep. Raymond Lam looked at the sleeping Li Shui and reached out to touch her hair. Thanks for your hard work. Raymond Lam gave Li Shui a gentle kiss on the forehead. In the morning, when Raymond Lam got up, Li Shui was nowhere to be seen. When Lin Feng came to the living room, he saw Zhao Yulan watching TV in the living room. Mom! Where's Shui? Zhao Yulan glanced at Lin Feng and said calmly, Shui just went out not long ago. All right. Lin Feng simply went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast and then went out. Lin Feng opened the address book on his phone, found Li Jun's phone number and called him, and got Pan Xiaohua's phone number. Lin Feng called Pan Xiaohua's phone number. Hey, brother Xiaohua. Good morning. After the call was connected, the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, and then Pan Xiaohua's voice came. Xiao Feng? After hearing Pan Xiaohua's voice, Lin Feng immediately said, Yes, it's me. I want to talk to you about something. When will Brother Xiaohua be free? When is free? As long as you come, you are free. If you don't come, you are not free. I'm in the company now, just come over. Pan Xiaohua laughed on the other end of the phone. Okay, I'll go over now. Lin Feng laughed. After saying that, the two hung up the phone. Enjoy the entertainment. Pan Xiaohua's company is one of the largest companies in the country, and its artists occupy most of the entertainment industry. Among them are actors, singers, and the like, and with Gu Xinyi's rising status, Liyu's status is now growing exponentially. Lin Feng took a quick look at the company's information and drove his BMW 7 Series to Liu. When he arrived at the bottom of the company building, Lin Feng occasionally saw some celebrities who often appeared on billboards on the street. When I walked in, the front desk clerk came up and asked, "Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Feng?" Lin Feng nodded. "Our President Pan is waiting for you upstairs, please follow me." The receptionist was guiding Lin Feng forward. Arriving at the door of the president's office, the girl who had guided Lin Feng here knocked on the door. "Mr. Pan, Mr. Lin has arrived. Enter." Pan Xiaohua's voice came from inside. The girl helped Lin Feng open the door and then left. Come on, sit down." Pan Xiaohua greeted Lin Feng warmly. "When I heard you were coming, I took out my treasured Longjing tea. Actually, I don't know much about it, so I just drink it as water." Pan Xiaohua poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng picked up the tea, took a sip and said with a smile, "Your office really has everything." Lin Feng looked at the pile of game consoles and even fishing rods nearby. "After I graduated from college, my husband handed the company over to me. Now the company is doing better and better, so I can't just give up. I also want to have time to play games or go fishing. After the last car race, I haven't gone out for serious fun since then." Pan Xiaohua said helplessly. Boom boom boom. Just as Pan Xiaohua was complaining to Lin Feng, there was a knock on the door. Pan Xiaohua glanced at Lin Feng. "It's okay, if Brother Xiaohua is busy, I can wait." Lin Feng said calmly. "What are you talking about? I'd love for you to come to me. Even if you ask me to pick stars, I'll pick them all for you." Pan Xiaohua patted his chest and said confidently. Lin Feng looked at Pan Xiaohua with a strange expression, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Pan Xiaohua also noticed Lin Feng's discomfort and quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not gay." Ha ha ha. That's not true. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. Boom boom boom. As they were chatting, they seemed to have forgotten that someone was knocking on the door outside. "Come in." Pan Xiaohua shouted outside the door. The person who came in was a very beautiful woman. "I'm sorry, Mr. Pan, if you're busy, I'll come back later." The woman smiled at Pan Xiaohua. Pan Xiaohua glanced at Lin Feng. And Lin Feng also nodded. "It's okay. Let's just chat, you can sit down too." Pan Xiaohua greeted the woman in front of him. The woman in front of him also sat down quietly next to Lin Feng. "By the way, Xiaofeng, what do you want me to help you with today?" As the two chatted, they finally got to the point. Lin Feng did not beat around the bush and directly told Pan Xiaohua the reason for his visit. "I want to spend a day with Gu Xinyi tomorrow." "What?" the two of them said in surprise in unison. Hearing the two people's surprise, Lin Feng immediately added, "Tomorrow I want Gu Xinyi, the most popular person in your company, to help me attend a cosmetics promotion." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman at the side immediately spoke. "But I have an event tomorrow. I'm going to have a concert at the Yanjing Stadium tomorrow." After hearing what the woman beside him said, Lin Feng turned around and asked, "Are you Gu Xinyi?" The woman nodded. After getting confirmation from her, Lin Feng began to look at the woman in front of him. Logically speaking, a top-tier female star, who is so popular, should not be arrogant at all and should just stand by and wait quietly for her to chat with Pan Xiaohua. "But aren't you an actor? Why are you having a concert again?" Raymond Lam had never known her at all, but he had heard from Li Shiwei that Gu Xinyi was an actress, but was going to hold a concert now. After listening to this, Pan Xiaohua smiled and said, "Xinyi is an all-round artist in our company. She can act and sing. It's really difficult to arrange it tomorrow. If you had come a day or two earlier, I could have made it available for you even if I had plans. But now the tickets are sold out, so it's a bit troublesome." Pan Xiaohua said a little embarrassedly. He had just patted his chest and promised to do the job, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to come for Gu Sini. Actually, I wanted to come earlier, but this plan was just decided in a hurry last night. If there is really no time, there is nothing I can do. Lin Feng explained to Pan Xiaohua with a smile. After all, I came here suddenly and didn't tell you in advance, so it's normal to have a time conflict. The schedule is a bit tight. Although the concert starts in the evening, we have already started preparing for everything at noon. Let me think about it again. Pan Xiaohua stared at the tea set on his desk and thought. Chapter 71, Wife Controlled. Hiss, if only it had happened a few days earlier, we could have postponed it, but it's already quite late now. Pan Xiaohua murmured. Lin Feng also knew that it was difficult for him to do so he looked at Pan Xiaohua and said. If it really doesn't work, forget it. Anything else that can inspire the fans' emotions will also work. There is no other way. After all, the schedules of the current popular stars are not so easy to arrange. Those who make a living in this field must first earn more money. After all, you never know when a more popular star will emerge. Don't worry, I've already said I'd pick the moon for you. I can definitely think of a way to do this little thing, but it might be a little harder for Sini. Pan Xiaohua glanced at Gu Sini. It's okay with me. You can make the arrangements, Mr. Pan. Although the solution has not been figured out yet, Gu Sini has already accepted it generously. Most top-tier celebrities could have completely rejected such unreasonable requests, but Gu Sini accepted it before the result was announced. This is also the reason why she was able to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. He is neither arrogant nor impatient, and has no airs at all. Yes, we can let Sini hold this press conference on stage before the concert. Pan Xiaohua said slowly. Gu Sini on the side said. This plan is feasible, but... Gu Sini continued to look at Lin Feng and said slowly. But it would be troublesome if the product didn't work well, as it would affect the subsequent reputation. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I may be too blunt, but I have to think about myself as well. And Raymond Lam could understand what Gu Sini said. If the white skin effect was not good, Gu Sini might lose a large number of fans, followed by various doubts. Ms. Gu, you don't have to worry about this. Our product is definitely effective and you can see the effect directly. Of course, words are not enough. I can have someone bring some over now. You can go back and try it tonight. If it doesn't work, you can cancel this press conference directly. Lin Feng is full of confidence in his things. No, of course I believe Mr. Lin. If that's the case, I have nothing to say. But next time you can just call me by my name. It sounds a bit strange to Miss Gu. Gu Sini covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Feng also smiled after hearing this. Now that we have a plan, how should we tell our fans? Pan Xiaohua's words put the three of them in a dilemma. You can't hold a cosmetics launch conference right before a concert. If that's the case, those fans who have come from thousands of miles away probably won't buy it. This is indeed a difficult thing to do. When fans come, they naturally like Gu Sini, but not everyone can accept this kind of product promotion phenomenon. I spend money to watch you promote products, what kind of logic is this? How about this? In addition to the appearance fee this time, we will donate another 50 million to build schools in poor areas. If the money is not enough, we will make up for it. You just need to say it like this, I believe the fans will understand. After saying that, Lin Feng looked at the two of them. Lin Feng was really willing to spend a lot of money. Just for this one product of cosmetics, he directly found Gu Sini and invested 50 million in charity in one go. This is the case even before the product is sold. If the sales are not good, won't it be the end? Xiao Feng, are you sure you want to do this? Pan Xiaohua glanced at Lin Feng and asked. He felt that Lin Feng's behavior was a bit irrational, after all, the items had not been sold yet. It's okay, let's just arrange it this way. I'll call Shui first to let her know. It's not easy to get an appointment with our big star, so let's just talk over the phone and discuss what to do. After saying that, Lin Feng walked out the door. After Lin Feng left, Gu Sini looked at Pan Xiaohua and asked. Boss Pan, who is this handsome guy? Why haven't I seen him come to see you before? Pan Xiaohua looked at Gu Sini and said with a smile. Why? I'm so handsome, are you attracted to me? I advise you not to think about it. Gu Sini said awkwardly. I was just saying it. You said I fell in love with her without even asking. Outside the door, Lin Feng called Li Shiwei and briefly told her what they had just talked about. It's okay, husband. Just make the arrangements. You don't need to discuss so much with me. Just tell me when you're done. Also, I heard that Gu Sini is very beautiful. You should look at her too much. Li Shiwei warned on the phone. Lin Feng also laughed and said, to be honest, my wife is much prettier than her, why would I look at other women more? Li Shiwei felt very happy when she heard Lin Feng's smooth talk. Just tell the truth. Wait for me. I'll be there now. Li Shiwei was still so decisive and hung up the phone directly. Lin Feng looked at the phone that had been hung up and smiled. Entering the office, Lin Feng slowly said to the two of them. Shiwei, she said she wanted to come over. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Pan Xiaohua pulled Lin Feng out the door and whispered in Lin Feng's ear. Xiao Feng, you are not a henpecked husband. Pan Xiaohua looked at Lin Feng and asked. How is that possible? I'm the boss at home. There's no such thing as a henpecked husband. Lin Feng patted his chest and said. Oh, I see. Shiwei must have known that Gu Sini was here and was worried about you, so she came here right away. Pan Xiaohua was still skeptical. Lin Feng looked at Pan Xiaohua unhappily and said. How is that possible? My wife trusts me so much. Are you afraid that Shiwei will come? Lin Feng looked at Pan Xiaohua and asked. Li Jun had told Lin Feng about this when he was at Li Shiwei's house before. They have known each other since childhood, and Li Shiwei is a rather serious person. Every time they go out to play, Li Shiwei likes to complain, and she is also the good girl in the family. Every time someone complained, Li Jingguo would notify several families at once, and they would all be punished together. The next day, when several people's buttocks were beaten red and swollen, Li Shiwei would laugh behind their backs. And the fear engraved in their souls also came from this. It is said that when Li Shiwei liked Lin Feng, these people gave her a lot of advice. There was even an idea of keeping Lin Feng in captivity. When he heard this, Lin Feng was shocked. How is it possible? Why would I be afraid of Shiwei? I'm just asking. After saying this, Pan Xiaohua walked into his office. Chapter 72 Li Shiwei is jealous. Pan Xiaohua, who has known Li Shiwei since childhood, has grown up now, but the psychological trauma is still indelible in his heart. After chatting for about half an hour, Li Shiwei pushed open the door of Pan Xiaohua's office and walked over to sit next to Lin Feng. Seeing Gu Sini sitting next to Lin Feng, Li Shiwei felt a little uncomfortable. But she still smiled. This must be Sini. Li Shiwei asked, emitting a powerful aura. Gu Sini smiled and nodded. You are so beautiful. I used to see you on TV, but now I finally see you in person. Li Shiwei complimented. After hearing this, Gu Sini waved her hand and said. That's not the case. I'm no match for Sister Shiwei. However, what Gu Sini said was the truth. Li Shiwei was incomparable to Gu Sini in both appearance and temperament. In addition to her appearance, the most important thing about Li Shiwei is her self-confidence, which creates a kind of temperament. Sini, you are so polite. This is a new product I just brought from the company. You can take it back and try it. I have been using it every day recently, and my skin has become better now. Li Shiwei handed a gift box she had just brought in to Gu Sini. Gu Sini took the gift from Li Shiwei and thanked her. Thank you, Sister Shiwei. Hey, why are you so polite? Just call me by my name. It feels weird when you call me sister. Li Shiwei said this, but she couldn't hide the joy in her heart. As soon as she arrived, she exuded her aura so strong that even the host, Pan Xiaohua, couldn't say a word. Your help this time really solved my urgent need. How about this? Let's go have a meal together. Li Shiwei suggested. It's just a simple task, you don't need to eat. Pan Xiaohua whispered aside. Li Shiwei glanced at Pan Xiaohua. Pan Xiaohua stood up with a start. Go now. After Pan Xiaohua spoke, the four of them walked downstairs together. The four of them came to a restaurant that looked quite luxurious. Li Shiwei's arrival directly led the home team. You guys order. This meal is to celebrate our success in advance. Li Shiwei handed the menu to Gu Sini and Pan Xiaohua. President Pan, come on. I can do anything. Gu Sini handed the menu in front of her to Pan Xiaohua. Pan Xiaohua had no choice but to order a few dishes at random. Don't order any wine. We still need to go back and discuss how to implement this plan. Li Shiwei spoke. That's for sure. I have to go to the company later. Pan Xiaohua nodded. After ordering, the dishes were served soon. Come on, husband, eat more. Li Shiwei put the vegetables into Raymond Lam's bowl. When Lin Feng saw Li Shiwei like this, he instantly understood that this jealous girl had exploded when she saw Gu Xini, and it was just the right time to remind Gu Xini that this man was already married. Li Shiwei's action also surprised Gu Xini. Are you related in this way? Gu Xini spoke. Ah. Didn't my husband tell you? Li Shiwei tilted her head and looked at Raymond Lam. His eyes were full of the intention of going home to settle the accounts. We were just talking about work. Lin Feng laughed and changed the subject. After eating and drinking, Li Shiwei also notified the executives in her company who were in charge of this project to come over and discuss it together. In the conference room, after a whole day of heated debate, the best solution was finally decided upon. It's almost time. We still need to add some things to the stage. We can see what else is missing. But the things above are already arranged, we just need to add some things. Pan Xiaohua spoke. Li Shiwei looked at the time and said. It's so late now, there's nothing we can do. Time is running out. Okay, let's do this first. Someone below will arrange for this to happen. Just go earlier tomorrow. Pan Xiaohua returned. After a brief conversation, Raymond Lam and Cecilia Li prepared to go home together. Throughout the entire day, Pan Xiaohua was busy running around without saying a bad word, and he didn't even mention Gu Xini's appearance fee. What a sour taste. After seeing Lin Feng and Li Shiwei leave, Gu Xini spoke slowly. I've been secretly in love with her for so many years and they got married by accident. How can I not be jealous? What if you fall in love with her and ruin her relationship? Pan Xiaohua made a joke. Pan Xiaohua's unintentional words aroused Gu Xini's curiosity. You mean secret crush? Is it Li Shiwei who has a secret crush on Raymond Lam? Gu Xini looked at Pan Xiaohua and asked. Nonsense. So, is it possible that Raymond Lam has a crush on Li Shiwei? Why would I say that? Pan Xiaohua returned. Ah. Li Shiwei is so beautiful, but she has been secretly in love with Raymond Lam for 5 years, and they got married by accident. Tell me, what's going on? Gu Xini became more and more curious. Although she was very beautiful and was called the national goddess by her fans, she still knew the gap between herself and Li Shiwei. Now she actually knew that Li Shiwei had been secretly in love with Lin Feng for many years before marrying him, and it was an accident. Anyone would be curious. This is someone else's business, why should I speak out? Why are we gossiping about others behind their backs? Pan Xiaohua spoke. If this gets to Li Shiwei's ears, I'd be doomed. Gu Xini was speechless for a while and rolled her eyes at Pan Xiaohua. It was obvious that she wanted to eat some melon, but she didn't say it out loud. The other side. Raymond Lam had been driving for almost 20 minutes, but Li Shiwei remained silent. If it were any other time, Li Shiwei would have been chattering non-stop with Raymond Lam in the car. Wife, why don't you say anything? Lin Feng asked. I saw a beautiful woman today and I'm not in a good mood. I'm afraid my husband has been cheated away by someone. Li Shiwei spoke. Puff. Ha 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 ha. I thought it was something else. Gu Xini isn't even half as pretty as you. How dare you think of such a question? Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. I'm just talking. But the biggest surprise is that we actually got Gu Xini to be the spokesperson. Gu Xini's schedule is extremely full. Pan Xiaohua actually let her hold a press conference for us during the concert, and it was so pleasant. I didn't expect to invite Gu Xini at first. I was thinking of inviting 2 first-line stars, but I didn't expect to get a surprise. Li Shiwei spoke. Is there anything I can't accomplish if I, your husband, take action? Lin Feng's voice gradually became louder. Yes, yes. My husband is the best. It's all thanks to you, otherwise we really don't know what to do. Li Shiwei patted Lin Feng's shoulder and smiled. Why do I feel like I heard a weird voice? Lin Feng muttered. Chapter 73 Gu Xini Concert. The next day. The two got up early and went to the largest gymnasium in Yanjing. In the afternoon of the concert, they still had plenty of time to familiarize themselves with the venue. Moreover, relying on Gu Sini's traffic, she also brought a lot of media. On the stage, a group of staff were debugging the equipment to ensure that everything went well. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the auditorium opposite the huge stage will be full. It would take quite a few people to fill the auditorium of this huge stage. Lin Feng looked at Li Shuwei and asked. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Hubby, what are you thinking about? Sini is the hottest star right now. This huge venue can be filled even if there are a few more of them. Don't even mention this. I can tell you don't understand this normally. After hearing what Li Shuwei said, Lin Feng was a little surprised. Although he knew the benefits brought by celebrities, such a huge amount of traffic was really exaggerated. Just as the two were looking at the newly modified stage, Gu Sini's agent came over. Boss Lin, Boss Li, this is our schedule, what do you think? The agent handed several forms in his hand to Li Shuwei and Lin Feng. Li Shuwei picked it up and took a quick look at it, then nodded and said, "You can watch it once you have arranged it." I trust you. After hearing Li Shuwei's words, the agent said. Also, I hope Mr. Li can choose a new set of clothes with us later. This dress is a bit too conspicuous. The agent looked at Li Shuwei's bright red dress and spoke. Li Shuwei nodded and said, I'll be there right away. After saying that, the agent left the center of the stage. Li Shuwei looked at the clothes she was wearing and murmured, my skirt is pretty good. Why change it? Lin Feng smiled and said, you are so conspicuous in a bright red dress. If you go on stage, the audience's attention will definitely be attracted by the bright red color. This is someone else's concert, you can't steal their fans. That's true. After saying this, Li Shuwei walked towards the dressing room. As soon as she entered the locker room, a group of people surrounded Li Shuwei and asked her to change into various clothes. No, this one is too boring. This one won't do either. It's too vulgar. After everyone had been choosing for nearly 2 hours, Li Shuwei, who was exhausted, pointed at the black clothes beside her and said, just this one. Don't pick so many. Seeing that Li Shuwei was a little helpless, everyone picked up the black dress on the hanger. After carefully changing for a while, Li Shuwei finally came out wearing that black long dress. When Raymond Lam saw Cecilia Li coming out in that black long dress, he couldn't help but be shocked. High profile, elegant, and with a cool aura, she looks even more eye-catching than the red dress. How is it? Does it look good? Li Shuwei turned around twice in front of Raymond Lam. Lin Feng was so absorbed in watching that it took him a while to react after Li Shuwei spoke. It looks good. I feel like this one is more eye-catching than the red one. Raymond Lam looked at Li Shuwei's black dress and spoke. It wasn't just Lin Feng who had this feeling, even Gu Sini's agent felt it. I originally wanted Li Shuwei to wear something less conspicuous, but after she changed into that red dress, she seemed to be even more conspicuous. Now she seems to be stealing the show. But she was too embarrassed to ask Li Shuwei to pick out clothes again. Li Shuwei had already been picking for nearly 2 hours, and she couldn't let her pick for another 2 hours. Sister Shuwei, your skirt looks so nice. As soon as Gu Sini came out, she saw the skirt that Li Shuwei was wearing. It's okay, just average. Li Shuwei smiled. How can it be ordinary? This outfit suits you much better than it does me. I can't even pull it off in this. Gu Sini covered her mouth and laughed. Listening to the two of them flattering each other, Lin Feng was almost embarrassed to death. Sure enough, beautiful women like to contrast when they are together. Just like two men, they also like to compare. Of course, it's not about appearance. By the way, Sister Shuwei, I would like to sing a song with you later. How about that? Gu Sini looked at Li Shuwei and asked. That's not good. How could you let me go to your concert? Besides, I'm not a good singer. Li Shuwei waved her hand and refused. Okay. Then I won't force it. Gu Sini showed a bright smile. Time passed quickly, and by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the audience had already entered the venue one after another. Logically speaking, female stars usually have more male fans, but Gu Sini's fans are an exception. There were both men and women entering the venue, and there were more women. At this time, Li Shuwei and Gu Sini were putting on makeup in the dressing room, waiting to go out for the press conference on time at 6 o'clock. There was only half an hour, and they had to solve the problem within half an hour so that Gu Sini's concert could go on smoothly. As more and more people came in, the venue became more and more noisy. Seeing the huge crowd of people, Raymond Lam saw the horror of the star effect. 6 o'clock. Gu Sini came out of the dressing room on time and walked onto the stage. As Gu Sini came onto the stage, a group of fans below became excited. Sini, 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 Sini. We love you. The enthusiastic fans shouted below. It seems that I can find someone as important as Gu Sini this time. My cosmetics will sell well. Lin Feng thought to himself. On the stage, Gu Sini took the microphone and spoke slowly. Everyone. As soon as Gu Sini opened her mouth, the audience below fell silent and listened quietly to what Gu Sini said. I don't think any other star can achieve this kind of cohesion. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. On the stage, Gu Sini waited until the audience quieted down before she slowly began to speak. It's nice to see you all again. There are quite a few familiar faces here this time. Gu Sini smiled and looked at the people below. After Gu Sini said this, the people below started to make a commotion again. Sini is talking about me. I come to every concert of Sini. She just looked at me. Sini, I love you. Sini, I love you. I will always support you. Sini looked at me just now. I have never missed Sini's concerts. She must remember me, Sini. Sini. Many fanatical fans below were shouting. Chapter 74, The White-Haired Old Man. Thank you for your continued support. There are some changes to our concert this time. I hope everyone will listen to my brief explanation. It may take up a little of your time, but the concert time remains unchanged. I hope everyone understands. Gu Sini bowed deeply. Sini, no matter how you arrange it, we support you. Yes, Sini, we will always support you. Sini, please take up more of my time is meant for you. The audience below shouted nonchalantly. Gu Sini looked at everyone with clear eyes. Just a few days ago, the company Sui Yin Tang approached me and asked me to hold a new beauty and skincare product launch event at this concert. I refused at first, but they gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. That means they will use my half-hour concert time to get a donation of 50 million yuan, which will be used to build schools in poor areas and some relatively backward equipment. After the concert, they will also give each person present a set of their new skincare products. I'm so sorry, I hope everyone can understand. After saying that, Gu Sini continued to bow deeply to everyone. The audience below went wild after hearing this. Sini, seriously, I'm crying. She's so nice. Sini, I support you. It doesn't matter if you keep it open for a little longer. Not to mention half an hour, even half a year is fine. Just let me dry here. When everyone heard this, some of them had tears in their eyes. Looking at Gu Sini on the stage, Lin Feng had to admit that she was indeed an expert in stirring emotions. As soon as Gu Sini finished speaking, a table and 2 chairs slowly rose up from under the stage. When the table was fully raised, Li Shiwei slowly walked up to it. Hello everyone, my name is Li Shiwei, and this time I'm here with Sini to introduce our new product called White Skin. Li Shiwei spoke while holding the skin care products that were placed on the table. Damn, this Li Shiwei is so pretty. She's not inferior to Sini at all. It's a pity that she doesn't want to develop in the entertainment industry. The elegant black dress and Sini are a beautiful sight together. When the people below saw Li Shiwei, their eyes were attracted to her. Before they knew it, the two had been talking for half an hour, introducing the entire cosmetics industry in a chatty manner. I can't feel the passage of time at all. The happier ones are the media below, as they are now making double profits, which is really amazing. Half an hour seemed to pass as quickly as a minute. Li Shiwei slowly stood up, bowed and said, Tomorrow our company will donate 50 million. This donation will be made to a charity foundation established by our company. Every penny will be transparent and public. Even a packet of instant noodles will be recorded. I hope everyone can supervise us. After saying that, Li Shiwei walked down the stage and came in front of Raymond Lam. You must be tired. This time you can finally have a good rest. Then we can have some fun. Raymond Lam embraced Cecilia Li in his arms. And Li Shiwei also felt Raymond Lam's warmth and enjoyed his embrace. At this time, everyone also focused their attention on Gu Sini on the stage, waiting for her to start her concert. Li Shiwei is not a member of the entertainment industry, so not many people pay attention to Li Shiwei. At the same time, Demon City. In a luxurious villa, an old man with white hair was watching the live broadcast of the concert. Not bad, worthy of being Shiwei. Wait, who is that man? Why is Shiwei hugging a man? Who is that man? The white-haired old man was looking at the projection screen on the TV 1 second ago, and the next second he saw Li Shiwei in Lin Feng's arms. The white-haired old man who was happy 1 second ago became so angry that smoke was coming out of his nose the next second. On the other side, Raymond Lam and Cecilia Lee sat below and watched Gu Sini singing each song with emotion. The two sat in the first row of the audience, listening to Gu Sini's songs and immersed in this large-scale concert. The audience below can also interact well with Gu Sini. Time passed quickly, and Gu Sini, who had been singing on the stage for 3 hours in a row, was already exhausted and out of breath. The happy time is over soon. I look forward to seeing you all again next time. After singing, Gu Sini waved her hand to thank the audience below. After the concert, everyone lined up politely to leave. Outside, Li Shiwei had already prepared a large truck waiting outside. Anyone who came out would be given a set of the skin care products, even the cleaning lady was given a set. After this concert, Raymond Lam and Cecilia Lee knew that their product would be a huge hit and even in short supply. These media and audiences are the best means of publicity. Offstage, Gu Sini wiped the sweat from her forehead and drank water in big gulps. Phew! I'm so tired. When can I retire? I don't want to do this anymore. Gu Sini put down the water bottle and spoke. What are you talking about? You are in the rising stage of your career now. If you don't work hard, you will regret it when you are out of fashion. The agent shouted at Gu Sini, although it is not a good thing to say, it is indeed the truth. When people get older, others will pay attention to younger and more energetic stars. Rather than being an agent, she is more like a responsible sister. I'm just talking. Gu Sini stuck out her tongue and smiled at her agent. Li Shiwei on the side smiled at Gu Sini. It's almost time, let's go first. After hearing this, Gu Sini tried to persuade him to stay. Don't go. We haven't had the celebration banquet yet. If you have anything to do, it won't be too late to leave after the celebration banquet. Li Shiwei waved her hand and declined the celebration banquet. Let's have dinner together sometime. I have to go back to the company now. I think the orders will be booming in the next few days. After hearing what Li Shiwei said, Gu Sini had no choice but to keep her. Li Shiwei and Lin Feng came to the company. Directly call many executives to the conference room. Mr. Li, Gu Sini's fan effect has exploded. The 50,000 sets we put on the official website have been sold out in just half an hour. An executive reports the performance to Li Shiwei. After hearing this, Li Shiwei nodded with satisfaction. Don't sell it after this batch is sold out. Wait 3 days before selling it again. After hearing what Li Shiwei said, everyone understood instantly. Also, during this period, all our production lines are producing this, and other production can be stopped if possible. Li Shiwei could feel that this product could become the most successful product ever. If you have nothing to say, let's adjourn the meeting. Li Shiwei waved her hand. Many executives came to the conference room just to listen to the tasks assigned by Li Shiwei, and then return to their respective departments. Let's go. Let's go back. Li Shiwei took Lin Feng's arm and went out. Magic City. The white-haired old man spoke to the middle-aged man beside him. Book me a flight to Yinjing, preferably tomorrow morning. The middle-aged man nodded and walked out the door. Chapter 75. When do you plan to have a child? The next morning. Lin Feng looked at the sleeping Li Shiwei, gently lifted the quilt and got up, afraid of making any noise. As soon as Raymond Lam got up, Li Shiwei woke up immediately. Morning. Li Shiwei picked up Lin Feng's pillow and held it in her arms, saying softly. Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei and smiled gently. Sleep a little longer. Raymond Lam pinched Li Shiwei's face. Forget it, get up. Sleeping in is not good. Li Shiwei also lifted the quilt. Husband. Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng and shouted. Raymond Lam looked towards Li Shiwei. Let's go house hunting. Today. Li Shiwei blushed and spoke. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then picked up Li Shiwei and smiled. Okay. Let's go check it out today. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, they came to the living room and saw Zhao Yulan lying on the sofa with her mobile phone, watching World TV. You've been tired for so long, why don't you sleep a little longer? Zhao Yulan said with a smile. Lin Feng said, why do you sleep so much? Zhao Yulan looked at Lin Feng in a bad tone and said, I didn't ask you. Go to the kitchen and get the dumplings I made this morning. If they are cold, heat them up. After hearing this, Lin Feng went straight to the kitchen. Only Zhao Yulan and Li Shiwei were left in the living room. Shiwei, sit down. Zhao Yulan patted her side and said to Li Shiwei. When Li Shiwei sat next to Zhao Yulan reached out and touched Li Shiwei's lower abdomen. Shiwei, you guys are getting old now, when are you going to give us a baby to hold? Only then did Li Shiwei understand Zhao Yulan's intention in sending Lin Feng away. It turned out that she was urging her to have a child. Li Shiwei looked at Zhao Yulan shyly and said, I can do whatever I want, anytime I want. Zhao Yulan became anxious when she heard this. Lin Feng, come here, you bastard. Lin Feng was heating dumplings in the kitchen. When he heard his mother's roar, he immediately ran to the living room. Mom, what are you doing? Yelling and yelling. I order you, within 1 year, I will have a grandson in my arms. Zhao Yulan gave Lin Feng a death order without any discussion. Every time she went out, the people she was with were holding their grandchildren, or were talking about how cute and well-behaved their grandchildren were, and she was the only one who couldn't get a word in. Lin Feng just stood there in a daze, and after a while he spoke. Mom, I can't give birth to a child. Shiwei and I have to work hard together. Lin Feng glanced at Li Shiwei and whispered. Zhao Yulan pulled Li Shiwei to her side and said. Shiwei just told me that she also wants a child. Isn't that your problem? Every time I go out, Auntie Tan next door talks about how well-behaved her grandson is. I am the only one who can't say anything, so you should give me one within a year. You are not busy now, I can take care of you at home. Lei Shiwei? Raymond Lam? Okay. I'll try my best. Lin Feng sighed. After hearing this, Zhao Yulan added. It's not about trying hard, but about having to. You guys are not young anymore. Lin Feng said, okay, I must have one within a year. Zhao Yulan smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. At the same time, Li Jinghua. Boom boom boom. A white-haired old man knocked on the door. Who is it? Wu Xinru shouted as she walked out the door. Wu Xinru opened the door, was stunned for a moment, and then said. Dad, why are you here? The white-haired old man is Wu Xinru's father, Wu Yongchang. Snort. Wu Yongchang walked straight inside and sat on the sofa. Where's that old guy Jinghua? Didn't I see him come over to get me a glass of water when my father-in-law came? Wu Yongchang asked. Jinghua has gone fishing. I'll call him back. Dad, why didn't you tell me you were here? Wu Xinru asked. I didn't tell you when I came. Let me ask you, I saw Shiwei hugging a man on TV last night. Who was that man? Wu Yongchang said coldly. Wu Xinru smiled and said. That's Shiwei's husband. They just got married not long ago and haven't had the wedding yet. Don't be in a hurry. Wu Yongchang was shocked. What did you say? Shiwei is married? Who is that boy? Call them both over immediately, and call Xiao Jun back as well. Wu Yongchang gave orders directly to Wu Xinru. Looking at Wu Yongchang, who was coming aggressively, Wu Xinru could only go aside to make a phone call and ask all those people to go home. At this time, Li Shiwei's cell phone rang. Li Shiwei, who was eating breakfast, put down her chopsticks, stood up and answered the phone. Hello? Mom, what? Wu Xinru whispered to the person on the other end of the phone. Your grandpa is here, and he wants you all to come back. Li Shiwei wondered, why is grandpa here? Isn't he in the Magic City? How did he find time to come? Just come back. Remember to come back with Xiaofeng. Your grandpa doesn't look very happy. Wu Xinru urged. I understand. I'll go back now. After saying that, Li Shiwei hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Li Shiwei said to Lin Feng. My grandpa came over and told us to go back now. Lin Feng nodded. After Li Shiwei finished eating the dumplings, she went out directly. Tell me what your grandpa likes, why don't we get off the car and buy something before going over? Halfway through the journey, Lin Feng asked. No need for that. My mom said my grandpa isn't in a very good mood. I'm afraid he'll be unhappy if I buy something for him. Li Shiwei said worriedly. It's okay. As the younger generation, we must buy something for them. At least our thoughts are there. Lin Feng parked the car on the side of the road, walked into a tea shop, and bought 2 boxes of more expensive tea. Not long after, Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei drove the car into the underground garage. The two of them came to the door, pressed their fingerprints and pushed the door open. What I saw was an old, white-haired man sitting on the sofa looking at his mobile phone. "Grandpa!" Li Shiwei screamed. Wu Yongchang looked at the two of them. "Is this my grandson-in-law?" Wu Yongchang asked. "Grandpa, hello, my name is Lin Feng." Before Lin Feng could finish his words, Li Jinghua came in cursing, his shoes and trouser legs covered in mud. Like an emperor, he has come to welcome the whole family. I suggest that next time he should just ask someone to carry the sedan chair over. Li Jinghua glanced at Wu Yongchang in the living room. "You old boy, you are so young, and you go fishing every day. When I was your age, I would never go anywhere except to the company. Unlike you, you fish every day. How many decades do you plan to fish?" Wu Yongchang taught. Chapter 76. This boy is not good enough for Shiwei. It can be seen that the relationship between the two is not good, and there is a lot of tension as soon as they meet. Isn't it for enjoying your money? At your age, you're still running around the company all day long. Li Jinghua was very dissatisfied with what his father-in-law said. Enjoy, all I do is enjoy. I am over 80 years old, and I am still working hard. You are only 60 years old, and you have handed over the company to your children. All you do is go fishing all day long. Wu Yongchang started to curse. I'm in a good mood and don't want to argue with you. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Don't make a sour face here and make me upset. Li Jinghua took off his shoes, poured a glass of water and sat directly on the sofa. I was wrong in marrying Xinru to you. Wu Yongchang pointed at Li Jinghua with an angry look on his face. Seeing this scene, Wu Xinru could only persuade the two. You are so old, why do you quarrel as soon as you meet? Can you please stop making fun of yourself to the children? It seems that the relationship between these two people is really cold, and it's not just ordinary bad. Lin Feng looked at the two of them and thought to himself. Let me ask you, why didn't Shiwei tell me that she got married? Or is this young man who appeared out of nowhere? Wu Yongchang pointed at Li Jinghua and asked. Li Jinghua took a sip of tea and said. Shiwei can marry whoever she likes. Is that something I can control? Besides, they haven't had their wedding yet, so why don't they just call you then? After hearing this, Wu Yongchang became so angry that his face turned red. I didn't agree with you and Xinru back then, and now your daughter is still like this. Can't you improve a little bit? What progress have I made? I wouldn't be angry if you didn't tell me. Have I treated Xinru badly over the years? You old man always looked down on me for being poor, but now I have built up a business, haven't I? I'm making a lot of money, right? Li Jinghua asked back. If Xinru hadn't brought our family's resources to you, would you be where you are today? Would you still be yelling in front of me? Wu Yongchang asked. Li Jinghua snorted after hearing this. I have resources, but why don't I use them? Even if I have them, I have to be strong enough to control them. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Stop talking so much. If you have nothing to do, just go back to your magic city. Our small place can't serve you well. The two started arguing as soon as they met and looked down on each other. If there hadn't been other people around, they would probably have fought. Seeing that the two of them had calmed down for a while, Lin Feng immediately took out the tea that he had just spent several thousand yuan on. Grandpa, this is the tea I just bought. Before Lin Feng finished speaking, Wu Yongchang snorted and muttered. You want to kidnap my granddaughter with just a little bit of tea leaves? I haven't agreed to what you two are doing yet, so you better take it back. Li Jinghua was unhappy when he heard this. Why buy tea for this old man? It's a waste of money. You might as well go out and have some fun with Shiwei. Our whole family has agreed to the couple's marriage, so why should you, an old man, worry about it? Besides, Xiaofeng is no worse than me. After hearing this, Wu Yongchang pointed at Li Jinghua and cursed. I don't worry about it. It's really funny that you let others compare with you. Do you know how outstanding the Zhao family kid in Magic City is? At such a young age, he has already taken charge of the family business, and it has even doubled in size now. There are only 3 families in the Magic City whose industries can compare with our Wu family. By the time our Wu family is swallowed up by other families, it will be too late, and the little family property we have accumulated with great difficulty will be eaten away bit by bit. Li Shiwei was unhappy when she heard this, while Lin Feng kept looking at Wu Yongchang with a smile. Grandpa, I'm not happy with what you said. Lin Feng is no worse than anyone else. If you come to see us, our family will definitely welcome you, but if you come here to mock Lin Feng, then we will leave. You can speak here yourself. Li Shuwei would never allow anyone to say bad things about Raymond Lam, especially since they are already married now, so it is even more acceptable. Let's go. Let's go back. After saying that, Li Shuwei took Lin Feng's hand and prepared to go out. But no matter how hard Li Shuwei pulled, she couldn't move Lin Feng. Hello, Grandpa. You have been saying that I am bad. I don't understand how bad I am. Can you please tell me more? Lin Feng looked at Wu Yongchang with a smile and asked. He looked at the white-haired old man in front of him with a smile from the very beginning, without any sign of anger. Wu Yongchang looked at the young man in front of him, who was still looking at him with a smile on his face, and had not backed down at all. Boy, you heard what I just said. There is a Zhao family in the Magic City. They are slightly smaller than our Wu family, but their youngest is about your age. Now they have managed their family business well. I checked it out, and you did have a company under your management, and the annual dividends were about 1 billion, but you are still far behind them. You are still far from worthy of my granddaughter. Hearing Wu Yongchang's words, Lin Feng smiled. You also said that the Zhao family has a large business and can count money until their hands are tired, but have you ever thought about what kind of family I come from? My parents only make about 500,000 yuan a year, and they work hard every day to make money, but now I can get more than 10 billion yuan in dividends every year. What's more, I have opened a company with my father-in-law, and the income is pretty good. I should make a lot more money every year. Why don't you compare me with others? If you insist on comparing me with others, I can guarantee that in the future I will definitely live a better life than the person you are talking about, and my assets will not be inferior to his. Lin Deng's eyes exuded a determined spirit as he looked at Wu Yongchang and spoke word by word. You. Wu Yongchang was speechless for a long time and just sat down on the chair, breathing heavily. Seeing this, Wu Xinru stepped forward to help Wu Yongchang rub his chest and said, Dad, why are you here saying these things? This is the business of the younger generation, and we can't control their happiness for a lifetime. I think what they said is right. Xiaofang is indeed a capable person. You just watch him in the future. Besides, we have our eldest brother. From now on, we can just give the family property to him. We won't take a penny. Wu Xinru said. Wu Yongchang had calmed down a lot, but after hearing what Wu Xinru said, he became even angrier. You're still talking about your eldest brother. Don't you know that his wife couldn't even give birth to a child for so many years? I've been watching her belly for decades, but there's still no movement at all. And you're still talking about this. In the future, our family's things will definitely be handed over to Xiaojun and Shuwei, but now look at you, Xiaojun is 30 years old this year. He is still not married, and Shuwei found this boy from who knows where. Wu Yongchang started to curse angrily. He gets furious whenever he hears about the children at home. His eldest son's wife has not had any baby for decades, and her belly isn't getting bigger day by day. She's already over 60, and there's no hope for her in this life. I can only place all my hopes on my little granddaughter. Chapter 77, Car Manufacturing Plan. From now on, all of our Wu family's assets will be given to these two children, and you will be the only ones left in our Wu family. Wu Yongchang looked at Li Jun in the corner and Li Shuwei in front of him and spoke. Li Jun glanced at his grandfather and seemed to be hesitant to speak. He originally wanted to ask his uncle to find another one, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. Wu Yongchang is still angry now. If he tells this to others, wouldn't it be a clear sign of trouble? I'm staying here for a while now. Please help me clean up the room. Wu Yongchang said to Wu Xinru. After hearing what Wu Yongchang said, Wu Xinru immediately went upstairs to prepare a room for Wu Yongchang. And Wu Yongchang followed behind. Really? Isn't it nice for this old man to stay in the Magic City? Why did he suddenly find time to come here? It's annoying just to see him. Li Jingguo muttered. Li Shuwei comforted her after listening. Dad, please stop talking. Grandpa is old. Don't make him angry. Oh. He is old. I am not that old. Ever since I married your mother, this old man has looked down on me all day long. Now I have made some money, which I should be able to spend in my entire lifetime, but this old man is still the same. Li Jingguo became angrier the more he thought about it, and even choked on the tea he had just drunk. Upstairs, Wu Xinru and Wu Yongchang came to a room that had not been used for many years and began to clean it. Dad, can't you change your bad habits? You quarrel with them as soon as you get here. Remember to speak nicely next time. Wu Xinru said earnestly while mopping the floor. Wu Yongchang felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. He knew that what he said was a bit too much, but he had always been considering the Wu family, and he could not just watch his family's business decline. Anyway, I don't like that kid Lin Feng very much. He has been smiling since he came here, which makes me very unhappy. Wu Yongchang stood aside and spoke. Ah. Wu Xinru looked at Wu Yongchang and sighed. Downstairs, when Li Shiwei watched her grandfather go upstairs, she pulled Lin Feng out. When Li Jun in the corner was about to follow Li Shiwei out, he was stopped by Li Jinghua. Where are you going, little brat? Li Jinghua said. Li Jun glanced at Li Jinghua and whispered. I'm going to the company. I'm so busy lately. When Li Jun was scratching his head and walking out, he was stopped by Li Jinghua. Want to run away? Stay home and do your best. I don't know the company's situation yet. Are you still going out? You stay at home and take care of your grandfather. I'm going out to do something. After saying that, Li Jinghua walked straight out the door and picked up the fishing rod beside him. Li Jun just watched his father go out, leaving him alone to deal with the old man. You still need a fishing rod to do things? I don't even believe it myself. Li Jun murmured. After Li Shiwei and Lin Feng came out, they drove the car back home. After returning home, Lin Feng was not idle either. He directly asked Li Shiwei who the boy from the Zhao family was and what he did at home. Li Shiwei told Lin Feng that Zhao Lisan from the Zhao family was engaged in car manufacturing, and after several years of development, he had established a firm foothold in the market. Zhao Lisan. Lin Feng repeated the name and then opened the computer to look up his information. He was a returned overseas student who took over the family business immediately after returning. It seems that this person does have some ability. Originally, Lin Feng was disdainful of what Li Shiwei's grandfather said. But now his competitive spirit was aroused by this old man. Congratulations to the host for receiving the crisis reward. Obtain new energy lithium battery technology. Obtain X metal technology. The system has distributed the rewards you will receive to the rewards column. These rewards can be created with the host's current technology. The system also reminded me later. This sudden reward caught Lin Feng off guard. This is his own plug-in. Although Lin Feng is confident that he can develop his industry to the strongest in his lifetime, given his current situation, the system's reward will undoubtedly help him avoid detours. This reward is like timely help. Honey, I have an idea. Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei excitedly. Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng puzzledly and asked. What's your idea? You look so happy. I want to build a car. Lin Feng spoke slowly to Li Shiwei word by word. After listening to this, Li Shiwei put her hand on Lin Feng's forehead, touched it, and then touched her own forehead. I don't have a fever. Hubby, don't take my grandpa's words to heart. We can just ignore what he says. He's old and his words are a bit blunt. I believe you can definitely do it in the future, but don't be impulsive now. Making cars is not a trivial matter. Even if you throw 10 billion into it, it won't make a splash. Our current capabilities are still a little lacking. What Li Shiwei said makes sense. Although the two of them have a lot of assets now, it would be too impulsive to just build a car. If they lose money, they will lose everything. After hearing this, Lin Feng understood what Li Shiwei meant. After all, building a car is not a trivial matter. If you start from scratch, it will definitely take several years. But now that he has the weight in his hands, he believes that he will succeed. Wife, please listen to my explanation. First of all, I am not impulsive. I am very confident that I can succeed. I can't tell you the details now, but I will explain it to you when I do it. If you don't agree, we won't do it. Lin Feng held Li Shiwei's face with both hands and spoke. Li Shiwei's earlobes were slightly touched by the hot air blown by Lin Feng. She blushed and nodded and said softly. Well, I believe you. If you fail, we will go out together to set up a stall to make money and endure the hardships with you. Li Shiwei's words moved Lin Feng deeply. He already had motivation before he even started. However, it would have been better if she hadn't said the last sentence. Now, another big advantage for him is the oil price. With the increase in oil prices, many car owners are complaining about the high oil prices. As for electric vehicles, the first problem is that the battery life is not long enough, and the second is that the charging is slow. Lin Feng looked at the rewards he had received, which greatly improved his current skills. And that medal, this is undoubtedly a reward specifically for building a car for yourself. Honey, believe me, we will succeed. I will let you see our cars running all over the street. Lin Feng said to Li Shiwei confidently. Chapter 78. Just wait and see. Although Li Shiwei was not very confident, Raymond Lam said that she would support him without hesitation. Although Lin Feng has the technology, this is something that needs to be considered in the long term. 10 billion yuan may not even make a splash, let alone starting from scratch. And now I am not just building cars, I haven't even taken out my own batteries to look at them. There is also the code-named X metal. Their current capital is not enough to build cars. To put it bluntly, they are still short of money. But Lin Feng does not want others to raise funds. He wants to take complete control of this in his own hands. Lin Feng immediately opened his computer to check the current market situation. First, he looked at the battery manufacturers, then the steel mills, and finally the cars. Lin Feng doesn't want to start from scratch now, as that is too slow and would take several years. What he wants now is to acquire it directly. Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei beside him and said, Honey, help me find some steel mills, battery factories, and car companies that are about to go bankrupt. It would be best if they have been losing money for years. Li Shiwei nodded and started asking questions in the circle. Lin Feng on the side was not idle either. After browsing the computer for 2 hours, he finally saw a useful message. Huafa Battery, an old family business, is now running out of money and its orders have been greatly reduced. Its business philosophy is that family members make decisions after meals and do not listen to the advice of company executives. The family has a high say. After watching for so long, Lin Feng finally saw some hope. But after all, the information released by the media is not reliable, and you have to see it with your own eyes. Just when Lin Feng wanted to check the public financial report of Huafa Battery, Li Shiwei beside him also sent news. Yes, I found a steel mill, a very large one. Their investment failed a few years ago and they used up all their working capital. Now they can't even start production, and the boss even owes a lot of money to suppliers. There is no doubt that Li Shiwei's news shocked Lin Feng. This is too timely. Li Shiwei wanted to continue talking, but after looking at Lin Feng, she lowered her head again. Lin Feng also noticed that Li Shiwei was unusual and asked, Honey, just tell me what's on your mind. We are husband and wife, so if you have something to say, just say it directly. Raymond Lam's words also gave Li Shiwei some courage. Hubby, although I trust you very much, aren't we being too hasty? We are looking for a steel mill and a battery factory. Although I trust you very much, this is risky after all. What if? Li Shiwei did not say anything final, but left some words for Raymond Lam. Lin Feng stared at Li Shiwei and said, Wife, I understand what you mean. How about this? We acquire their steel mill and battery factory. You can take a look at the results. If you are not satisfied, we will not do it and just regard it as a failed investment. Li Shiwei pondered for a moment. What Lin Feng said made sense. They could still come up with 10 billion or 20 billion. If it really didn't work out, they could treat it as an investment failure. Anyway, the money could still be earned back. It was just a matter of time. But Lin Feng didn't think so. He believed that Li Shiwei would encourage him to keep going after seeing his results. It was just that he didn't see any hope and didn't feel safe now. Just as the two were making plans in the room, Li Shiwei's phone rang. Li Shiwei picked up the phone and saw that it was Wu Xinru calling. Hey! Mom, what's going on? Li Shiwei said slowly into the phone. Shiwei, your grandpa is going back, and he wants you to have dinner together. After hearing this, Li Shiwei agreed. Okay, I got it. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng and said, For some reason my grandpa wants to go back again, and now my mom wants us to go back and have dinner together. Lin Feng nodded. Your grandpa has a very bad temper. He won't live here for long. It's better for him to go back to the Magic City and be more comfortable. After they finished talking, they went downstairs and drove towards Li Shiwei's house. On the way, Li Shiwei asked Raymond Lam. Hubby, if you want to build a car, you have to buy a house later. It can be seen that Li Shiwei is a little disappointed. She can't wait to live with Lin Feng. And what Zhao Yulan said before. Lin Feng also heard Li Shiwei's resentment and smiled. Making cars won't affect our ability to buy a house. We can definitely make money to buy a house if we can make cars. At worst, we can bargain with the dealer for a discount of 100 million or 200 million yuan. Lin Feng described the acquisition as like buying vegetables, and the price could be bargained for. After hearing this, Li Shiwei felt very sweet in her heart. She now wished she could move into the same house with Raymond Lam and get up early in the morning to make breakfast for him. At first, she also thought about the house that Lin Feng had taken back from Zhang Mangyao before, but then she thought that the reason why Lin Feng didn't say anything might be because he didn't want her to live in the house where Zhang Mangyao had lived. While Li Shiwei was fantasizing about being with Raymond Lam had already driven the car to his home's underground garage. After they parked the car, they entered the house and saw everyone waiting for them at the dining table. "Sorry, it's a bit far." Lin Feng said sorry. Li Xinghua on the side said nonchalantly, Hurry, serve first." Completely different from Li Xinghua, Wu Yongchang spoke out coldly. "You're my grandson-in-law. I'm afraid I have to call you grandpa too. The whole family is waiting for you to eat." After listening to this, Li Xinghua said, "Old man, if you don't want to eat, don't eat. Your family is so particular. This is not your company. Our family is humane. If you want everyone to serve you, go back to the company and eat your meal." Li Xinghua's words left Wu Yongchang speechless. Forget it, let's eat." Li Jun spoke to ease the atmosphere. After such a dull moment, the family's meal lost its flavor and everyone just ate their own food. Just as they were about to finish their meal, Wu Yongchang looked at Lin Feng and said, "I don't think Shiwei is right for you, but since you two are already married, there's nothing I can do about it. This is Shiwei's own choice. But I still suggest you go to the Magic City and see those outstanding people instead of guarding your own little piece of land here." After listening to this, Lin Feng laughed. "Grandpa, why do you think I'm useless here? Why do you think I'm not excellent here? My name will spread all over the world, not just the little Magic City." Lin Feng's brief words left Wu Yongchang speechless for a long time. Chapter 79, Snack Street. After dinner, a middle-aged man appeared at the door. "Boss, it's almost time." The middle-aged man looked at Wu Yongchang and spoke. Wu Yongchang nodded and walked out the door. "Dad. Let me take you there." Wu Xinru and Wu Yongchang went out together. The rest are continuing to stay at home. Originally, the relationship between several people and Wu Yongchang was not very good, especially Li Xinghua. Now that he has returned, he cannot be more happy. "Dad, why don't you go and see Grandpa off?" Li Jun looked at Li Xinghua, who was indifferent beside him, and spoke. "Send it?" If he had spoken nicely, I would have definitely given it to him. Look at what he said, and why am I causing trouble for myself? Li Xinghua was furious. Ever since he married Wu Xinru, this old man had been slandering him. Even when he went to the Magic City during the Chinese New Year, he had to go there with gritted teeth. Turning around, Li Xinghua looked at him and said, "Xiaofeng, it's been a while since you got your marriage certificate. Go back and ask your parents when they are free so that our two families can get together and keep in touch." Lin Feng laughed and said, "I'll ask them when I get home tonight. They've hired some employees now, so they should all be free." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Xinghua smiled. "Okay. If you have time tomorrow, we can have dinner together." "Yeah. It's getting late. Shiwei and I will go back and ask now." After saying that, Lin Feng took Li Shiwei out. On the way, Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng and then looked out the window. Watching the hustle and bustle of traffic outside and the pedestrians rushing home from get-off work. Lin Feng saw Li Shiwei looking out the window, and remembered that he had been with her for such a long time, but he had only gone out to play with her once. However, Li Shiwei had never taken the initiative to ask him to go out to play. Lin Feng drove the car to the right and slowly parked it in a parking lot. "Where are you going, husband?" Li Shiwei asked in confusion. Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei and said softly, "Sorry." Li Shiwei looked at Raymond Lam in bewilderment. "Husband, what's wrong with you? Why do you say that suddenly?" Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei's clear eyes and said slowly, "We've been together for so long, and I haven't had a good time with you yet. I feel so sorry for you." When he was with Li Shiwei, he was just busy with company matters. He thought he could have some fun with her after this matter was finished, but after this matter was finished, there was another thing. Just now, Lin Feng realized that there is no end to the work and things can never be completed, but now he is busy with another thing in order to build a car. Lin Feng just realized that he was about to forget his original intention, so this scene happened. Why are you saying that? Li Shiwei's eyes were a little red. Lin Feng's words were so sudden that they caught him off guard. Just when Li Shiwei was feeling moved, Raymond Lam pulled Li Shiwei away. You can make the arrangements later. We'll go wherever you say. Lin Feng said as he pulled Li Shiwei and looked at her. But in the end, the two of them didn't go anywhere. Instead, they walked aimlessly on the street hand in hand and didn't buy anything. Unconsciously, they arrived at the snack street, and Li Shiwei looked at the dazzling array of snacks like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Only then did Lin Feng realize where Li Shiwei's favorite places were. She wouldn't even look at the luxury stores in the bustling city center, and she never took the initiative to eat the top quality steaks. But it was different in this snack street. In this treasure trove, Li Shiwei found the place she truly loved. Boss, give me 2 servings of spicy snail noodles. Li Shiwei pulled Lin Feng to sit at a small table next to the vendors. I've heard people say this stuff stinks, just like. Before Li Shiwei could finish her words, Lin Feng covered her mouth. No, there's someone next to us. Lin Feng glanced at Li Shiwei. Hey! I almost forgot. Li Shiwei smiled stupidly. Lin Feng also looked at the vendors nearby. He had to say that the hygiene of these vendors was pretty good. At least it was comfortable to look at. Raymond Lam is not a pretentious person. He used to go out for midnight snacks with a few friends often. He was afraid that Li Shiwei would get sick from eating. Soon, the stall owner brought 2 bowls of snail noodles to the two of them. It's a little hot, eat slowly. The boss gave him a reminder and continued to make his own noodles. After the boss left, Li Shiwei picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks and started eating. Woo, it's so spicy. After taking a bite, Li Shiwei began to fan her mouth frantically with her hands. Every time you pick up the noodles, the chili oil on top will be eaten along with the noodles. It was smelly, spicy, and hot. Li Shiwei regretted it as soon as she took the first bite. I may not be able to finish it. Li Shiwei looked at Raymond Lam with tears in her eyes. You asked for 3 tails right after you came here. You're so greedy. As Lin Feng spoke, he picked up some noodles from Li Shiwei's bowl and put them into his own bowl, leaving only a little bit in her bowl. Hee. I just want to try this stinky smell. Seeing that Raymond Lam had picked up so much for her, Li Shiwei also started to talk. Half an hour later, Lin Feng was finally full. Let's go. Li Shiwei pulled Lin Feng towards the front of the snack street. Poor Lin Feng now feels sick just looking at these greasy things. No one can bear to eat so much at once. He just wants to escape from this snack street as soon as possible. When Li Shiwei had almost finished shopping, Raymond Lam finally felt liberated. After the two came out of the snack street, Li Shiwei took Lin Feng to an Earl's store in the city center. Welcome. A beautiful woman at the door greeted the two of them. Li Shiwei pulled Lin Feng to the counter and looked around. The woman in the shop nearby looked at the two of them and said with a smile. Excuse me, is it this gentleman or this lady who wears it? The woman looked at the two men with a professional smile. Let's take a look first and tell you after we buy it. As soon as Li Shiwei said this, the woman's expression instantly turned colder. She thought the two really wanted to buy watches, and guessed they were just here to take a look. However, having received professional training, she still introduced the watch to the two people with a smile. Lin Feng glanced at the price above. It had a string of zeros. No wonder there were so few people here. If one piece of this is sold, the entire store's monthly sales will be realized. Rich people are scary. Lin Feng thought to himself. Chapter 80 Kneading. After looking at it for a while, Li Shiwei pointed at the 600,000 yuan watch and said, Please help me pack these 2 pieces. Ma'am, do you want 2 pieces directly? Li Shiwei nodded. The woman's voice was trembling. She thought the two men were just here to take a look, but now they wanted 2 pieces at a time. Ma'am, let me introduce this watch. It is inlaid with 128 diamonds, has a sapphire crystal transparent bottom cover, and also. Before the woman finished her introduction, Li Shiwei waved her hand and said, No need to say too much, I just think it looks good and don't care what it is made of. Although she said that, the woman was also feeling sad. 2 orders came in for such expensive items at once, and if she didn't introduce the products herself, she would not feel at ease taking the commission. However, the customer is God, so the woman still did as Li Shuwei said. After Li Shuwei paid, about 10 minutes later, the woman packed the watch and handed it to Li Shuwei. After getting the watch, Li Shuwei did not go out directly, but opened the box containing the watch in the store. "Honey, put your hand over here, let me see how it goes." Li Shuwei pulled Lin Feng's hand over and helped him put on the watch he had just bought. Raymond Lam himself doesn't like wearing watches, but he will like any watch given by Cecilia Li. "Yeah, it's appropriate." Li Shuwei looked at the watch on Raymond Lam's wrist and praised it. Although this watch is expensive, it doesn't look fancy at all when worn on the wrist. Instead, it looks simple and comfortable. After putting it on Raymond Lam, Li Shuwei also took apart another watch and handed it to Raymond Lam. Lin Feng also understood what Li Shuwei meant. He picked up the watch and put it on Li Shuwei's hand. Seeing that they were wearing the same watches, they smiled at each other and walked out of the store. The employees in the store were stunned. The watch was packaged so well, but they just took it apart. The woman who was just in front of the two of them muttered. After coming out, Lin Feng looked at his watch and said, "This watch is so expensive." "That's for sure. When you go out, a watch is also a kind of face. Even if you don't like it, others will know you by your watch, especially when you go to buy someone else's factory in a few days." Li Shuwei explained to Raymond Lam. Lin Feng looked at Li Shuwei and smiled. After they came out, they didn't hang around and went straight home. When they got home, Zhao Yulan and Lin Changde were watching TV at home. Lin Feng sat next to the two of them and said, "Dad, Mom, Shuwei's dad asked when you are free. He said we should go have dinner together if we have time." Lin Changde glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Tomorrow is fine too, but I don't know if Shuwei's father has time. If he does, we can meet tomorrow." After getting the answer, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Then I'll contact him now." After that, Lin Feng picked up the phone and called Li Jinghua, and told him that his family was free tomorrow. Li Jinghua on the other end of the phone was also very straightforward and confirmed that it could be done tomorrow. In this way, the first meeting between the two families was scheduled for dinner time tomorrow night. After Lin Feng conveyed the message to the two families, he did not stay in the living room, but went straight back to the room to look at the two factories he had seen during the day. When Lin Feng was concentrating on reading the public financial report of the battery factory, Li Shuwei hugged Lin Feng's neck from behind. "Honey, when are we going to go look at houses? I asked some friends and they said there is a villa in the city center, right between our two houses. When the time comes, it will be convenient for you to come back and go to my house," Li Shuwei said in a soft voice behind Lin Feng. It can be seen that she can't wait now. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, I may have to go and see the factory, and tonight our two families will have dinner together again. The day after tomorrow. We'll go and take a look the day after tomorrow, and if it's not suitable, we'll take another look." Li Shuwei smiled after hearing the news. Lin Feng was completely confused after being disturbed by Li Shuwei. "Sleep, sleep." Lin Feng carried Li Shuwei to the bed, covered her with a blanket and whispered. In the morning, when Lin Feng got up, he found that Li Shuwei was no longer at his bedside. Lin Feng opened his phone and saw a message from Li Shuwei. "Honey, I'm going to the company now. Remember to pick me up after get off work in the evening." Lin Feng saw the message left by Li Shuwei, smiled, simply washed up, had a quick breakfast, and then went out. After going out, Lin Feng came to a suburb according to the address he browsed yesterday. There were factories all over the area and there were very few pedestrians on the road. Some of them had just come out of the factories, with dark circles under their eyes and looked listless. Lin Feng guessed that it was the employees who worked the night shift and were off work. If I really take over the battery factory, should I cancel the night shift or give more subsidies? Lin Feng looked at them and felt unhappy himself. However, Lin Feng did not dwell on this issue too much. He shook his head and went straight to the battery factory. Lin Feng wanted to go in directly, but was stopped by the security guard. "Who are you? Are you registered? Why are you hanging out outside at this hour when you're not at work?" The security guard yelled at Lin Feng viciously. Lin Feng frowned, glanced at the security guard in front of him, and said slowly, "I'm not registered. Can you tell me the phone number of your company leader? I'm here to talk to your boss." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the security guard thought that the young man in front of him was a fool. What did he mean by meeting the leader? Who did he really think he was? What leader are you meeting? Go back to where you came from. Stop whining here, or I'll think you stole something. The security guard looked at Lin Feng harshly. Lin Feng thought about it and thought that maybe the way he asked the question was not right, so he changed the way he asked. Can you tell me your leader's phone number? I can call him myself. Get out of here now, the leader is coming soon. If you don't leave before the leader arrives, don't blame us for using coercive measures. As soon as the security guard finished speaking, he began to regret it. After hearing the news, Lin Feng did not ask the security guard again. He originally wanted to ask through the connections among the leaders one level at a time, but now it is obviously not necessary. However, Lin Feng was very dissatisfied with the security guard's behavior. He was obviously working for others, so why was he acting like a bully? He could have spoken in a nice tone, but he had to use this tone to make himself seem so insignificant. However, Lin Feng did not bother with him and just went back to his car and waited quietly for the so-called leader of the factory to come. Chapter 81 Understanding the Factory Situation. There was no other way. Lin Feng also asked through his relationship with Li Shiwei, but everyone's connections were not in this field, so they had to do this. Even Li Jingguo was not known, and it was said that he was from another place. There are so many companies in Yanjing. It is good enough to know some of them. It is impossible to know them all. Originally, Li Jingguo asked Lin Feng to give him 2 days so that he could find the person's contact information through some people, but Lin Feng refused. Lin Feng wants it as fast as possible, and he can't wait to see his car. Not long after, a Mercedes-Benz slowly drove towards the factory gate. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and stepped forward to stop the Mercedes-Benz. Seeing Lin Feng stopping the car like this, several security guards came forward and surrounded Lin Feng, saying sternly, "What are you doing? Get out of the way." At this moment, the driver's window in the Mercedes-Benz opened. A typical fat middle-aged man appeared in front of me. He smiled and asked, "What's up, young man?" Now that there is an opportunity for dialogue, Lin Feng's hope has come. From this moment on, when Lin Feng saw this factory, it seemed as if it had become his own. "Hello, are you the boss here?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. The middle-aged man smiled. "If I were the boss, I wouldn't drive this kind of car myself, at least I wouldn't come here. I am the director of this factory. What can I do for you?" After all, he is the factory director, so people feel more comfortable when he speaks. "Hello, I want to buy your factory. Can you give me the contact information of your boss?" Speaking of this, the middle-aged man in the car got out directly and looked at Lin Feng seriously. "You want to buy our factory? Do you know how much it would cost to buy it? This requires our boss's consent." "I'm sorry, but you don't look like someone who would cause trouble, but you don't look like someone who can afford this money either. If you really want to acquire our factory, you will definitely have this connection to contact our boss instead of waiting at the factory gate." The fat middle-aged factory manager glanced at Lin Feng and decided to go back to the car, not wanting to waste any more time with the young boy in front of him. But how could Lin Feng miss this opportunity? My name is Raymond Lam. You can check the public information on the internet for World TV and Tiger Shark Live. Lin Feng said slowly to the middle-aged man in front of him. After hearing this message, the middle-aged man who had just turned around and looked at Lin Feng again, opened his mobile phone, and started checking according to what Lin Feng had just said. Not long after, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Feng again, as if to confirm his identity. "Can you help me contact your boss?" Lin Feng asked again. But this time, the fat middle-aged man was not like before. He now looked at Lin Feng with an expression of disbelief. "In fact, I am just a small factory manager. I don't have the contact information of the big boss, but the general manager above me knows the contact information of our boss." After saying that, the middle-aged man walked aside and made a phone call. Lin Feng could only vaguely hear the middle-aged man's words from the side. Yes, I have confirmed it. His name is Lin Feng. I also checked it online. There is no problem." After saying this, the factory manager came to Lin Feng. "Hello, I forgot to introduce myself just now. My name is Yang Ping." After saying that, Yang Ping stretched out his chubby hand. Lin Feng also stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. After the two of them briefly got to know each other, Yang Ping opened the back seat of his car and asked Lin Feng to go to the factory with him. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, I drove here. I can just follow you. After saying that, Lin Feng got into the BMW 7 Series that he had driven. Just like that, Lin Feng, who had just been stopped outside the door, now walked in openly. The two of them slowly parked the car in the factory's parking space, and Yang Ping took Lin Feng to his office. Boss Lin, please take a seat. Our manager just said that he is notifying the big boss to come over. It won't be long before he arrives. Yang Ping greeted Lin Feng and took out a box of tea from under the table to make some tea for Lin Feng. Lin Feng also looked at the factory director's office and found that although it was in the factory director's office was not small and was also clean. After Lin Feng finished looking around, he picked up the cup of tea that Yang Ping had just placed in front of him, took a sip and said, I heard that your factory is not doing very well now? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Ping sighed and said, I have worked here for more than 20 years, starting out as an employee at the age of 20 and working my way up to factory manager. I can say that I have seen this factory go from glory to decline. The orders are getting fewer and fewer each year, and now it has been losing money year after year. Yang Ping's words gave Lin Feng confidence, and Yang Ping started out as a low-level employee. Most factory managers are recruited with high academic qualifications, and their annual salary is around 300,000 renminbi or even more. From the look in his eyes, it seems that his salary has been gradually reduced in recent years. I have a general understanding of your factory. There is nothing wrong with it, but you have been unwilling to keep up with the progress of society and develop current batteries in recent years. You are still using the old banner of cheapness. When Lin Feng said this, Yang Ping looked up at Lin Feng and said helplessly, I am also an employee. I wanted to work hard here and wait for retirement, but the current situation, I don't think I can hold on for many years. But I heard that our boss's investment failed, so he has no money to replace the equipment, and he is still in debt. I guess this factory won't be able to run in a few years. Yang Ping sighed repeatedly. However, Lin Feng obtained useful key information from Yang Ping's words. Although he learned about the factory's losses from the public financial reports on the internet, it was still not as good as hearing it with his own ears. This gave me more confidence in getting the factory, and now it is almost certain. Lin Feng drank the cold tea in his cup and said to Yang Ping in front of him, It's okay. You just need to do your job well here, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Yang Ping listened to what Lin Feng said, as if the factory now belonged to him. Chapter 82 Official Acquisition. The two chatted about the situation in the factory. Lin Feng found that the situation was still quite serious. The factory still owed a lot of foreign debts. This was far beyond Lin Feng's expectations, but he still had to wait for the boss here to come and talk about the details. The two waited for about an hour, and then a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair came over. Hey, brother Lin, I've heard a lot about you. Why did you come here to see me? When the middle-aged man with the slicked back hair saw Lin Feng, it was as if he had met an old friend. It is estimated that someone had already told him about Lin Feng's background and identity when he was on the road, and it is not difficult to check these on the internet. Lin Feng looked at the man with the slicked back hair in front of him, stretched out his right hand and said, Hello, I'm Lin Feng. When the man with the slicked back hair saw Lin Feng extending his hand, he immediately extended his right hand and said enthusiastically, I'm sorry. I was so excited just now that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ding Jianyong. Ding Jianyong held Lin Feng's hands with both hands and said. Lin Feng frowned. He had clearly let go of his right hand, but Ding Jianyong was still holding both of his hands. After shaking hands for a while, Ding Jianyong realized something was wrong with himself and quickly let go of his hands. Sorry, I got a little excited. Ding Jianyong smiled awkwardly. However, judging from Ding Jianyong's expression and actions just now, his factory is now at the end of its strength, otherwise, with his knowledge, he would not do such an exciting thing. After the two sat down, Lin Feng stared into Ding Jianyong's eyes and said, Boss Ding, you probably know what I'm thinking of this time. I wonder what price you want to sell it for. Please give me an offer first. Lin Feng went straight to the point without any hesitation. Lin Feng's words made Ding Jianyong a little embarrassed. He wanted to see how much money Lin Feng was willing to pay, but now he asked directly. Wouldn't they usually exchange pleasantries first? Young people nowadays are really too direct. To be honest, I have no intention of selling this factory. Look at it now, my factory is doing well. This factory is the result of my hard work for many years. Although we have a small amount of foreign debt now, things are getting better year by year. Ding Jianyong smiled. He now had to let Lin Feng name the price first, and then he could slowly increase the price. If he was asked for the price all at once, he would be at a disadvantage. Boss Ding, I'm telling you the truth. If you didn't want to sell this factory, you wouldn't have come here to meet me. Since you're here, it means you want to sell the factory. And I've also looked at the public financial reports. Your factory has been making losses every year with an increasing trend. Everyone knows this. While Lin Feng was talking, he kept his eyes on Ding Jianyong, which made him feel guilty. As Lin Feng continued to speak, Ding Jianyong's eyes began to avoid him, and a lack of confidence began to emerge in his eyes. Ah, you are worthy of being Brother Lin. We all know the success of World TV, but Brother Lin, running a factory is different from running a software media business. I wonder how much money you plan to pay to buy my factory today. Ding Jianyong sighed, and then asked Lin Feng how much money he planned to spend. He still did not give up and continued to make a final effort, trying to get as much as possible. Lin Feng smiled and said, Boss Ding, I'm telling you seriously now. It's your factory, so of course you're the one who's going to set the price. I can't just tell you 100 or 200. That would be boring. We're all grown men, so let's be frank. Lin Feng has completely gained control of the discourse. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Ding Jianyong's forehead. Well, this matter is too sudden. Can you give me a few days to think about it? Ding Jianyong looked at Lin Feng and said. But who knew that Lin Feng frowned and said, Since Mr. Ding is not sincere, forget it. We won't bother you anymore. Let's leave it at that. This is not buying vegetables. I don't want to haggle so much. After saying that, Lin Feng stood up and walked out the door. No. Brother Lin, can you give me half an hour? I'll think about it. Whether it succeeds or not, just consider it as a favor to me. Ding Jianyong asked Lin Feng to stay with a pleading tone. Lin Feng knew that the matter was now halfway successful, so he looked at Ding Jianyong in front of him and said, Is half an hour enough? An hour is also fine, but you must give me an accurate answer. After hearing this, Ding Jianyong quickly nodded and said, That's enough. After about an hour, Ding Jianyong's phone kept ringing. He was either making calls or answering calls. All right, Brother Lin. Ding Jianyong looked at Lin Fengdue and smiled. How much do you want for this factory? Lin Feng asked. Ding Jianyong stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2 billion. Lin Feng glanced at Ding Jianyong and repeated, 2 billion? Ding Jianyong confirmed again, 2 billion, my factory needs 2 billion. Lin Feng looked at Ding Jianyong and said, 2 billion is not enough. Many of the equipment in your factory are outdated. You know the situation of your factory. If I want this factory, I have to replace a lot of equipment. Your equipment is not worth the price. It's a bit high. I can only give you 1.2 billion at most now, and your factory still owes a lot of foreign debts, at least several hundred million. I can only give you 1.2 billion at most. Ding Jianyong was stunned after hearing this. He had deliberately raised the price by 200 million. Lin Feng would at least give 200 million, which was within his expectations. But now it was completely beyond his expectations. Brother Lin, this won't do. If this is really 1.2 billion, I won't be able to survive. Ding Jianyong spoke. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but kept staring at Ding Jianyong. Ding Jianyong also felt tremendous pressure, as if the young man in front of him had seen through him. Okay. I'll discuss it with my wife. After Ding Jianyong finished speaking, he went to the corner and made a phone call. After about 10 minutes, Ding Jianyong let out a long sigh and said, Shall we sign the contract then? After hearing this, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. The two shook hands for the second time. The contract will be settled soon. I'd better take you to meet some factory managers. And my general manager. After saying that, Ding Jianyong sent a message on his mobile phone. Not long after, the factory directors and general managers also arrived at the office. Everyone looked at the young man in front of them, wondering what this Ding Ningji was doing. Everyone, thank you for your hard work over the years. As you know, our factory has been losing money for years. I have no choice but to give up. Ding Jianyong pointed at Lin Feng and said, He will be your boss from now on. This factory will have nothing to do with me from now on. After Ding Jianyong said this, everyone was just surprised but didn't say anything. Chapter 83, The Two Families Meet. Unexpectedly, this young man became his boss, and his original boss finally ran away due to being overwhelmed. Everyone thought to themselves. After Ding Jianyong finished speaking, Lin Feng stood up and said, "In the future, the factory will still rely on everyone's efforts. I hope it will be a brand new factory. I don't like to make empty promises. As long as you work hard, you can get more money, even ordinary employees. But this requires everyone's hard work to prove it to me. Please don't accuse me of making empty promises. I don't lack money. As long as the work is done well, that's all." Lin Feng's words inspired everyone present. But no matter what they said, they still didn't quite believe Lin Feng's expression. After all, the factory was in this state now. "Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. You guys should still do what you need to do now. That's it." Lin Feng waved his hand and asked everyone to go out. After everyone left, Ding Jianyong praised. "As expected of Brother Lin, let's sign the contract as soon as possible." Ding Jianyong couldn't wait to sign the contract with Lin Feng. He was now in debt and had to sell the factory he had run for many years. Lin Feng smiled and followed Ding Jianyong out. After signing the contract, Ding Jianyong breathed a sigh of relief. The lawyers of both parties had confirmed everything, and when they found out that there was no problem, they left, leaving the two of them there. "Congratulations, Mr. Lin, for your success at such a young age. Let's have dinner together and wash your feet tonight." After getting 1.2 billion from Lin Feng, Ding Jianyong began to feel lighter both physically and mentally. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I don't have time tonight, it's not very convenient. Let's have dinner together next time when we are free." After hearing this, Ding Jianyong approached Lin Feng and whispered in his ear, "It's okay. Let's go wash our feet. It's very healthy. Soaking our feet and massaging them will activate the blood circulation in our bodies." Ding Jianyong grinned into Lin Feng's ear. "But Raymond Lam doesn't buy it." "I'm sorry, Mr. Ding, I'm really busy tonight. I'll treat you to dinner next time I'm free." Seeing that Lin Feng had rejected him twice, Ding Jianyong did not insist anymore. Anyway, he had already got what he deserved. "Then I won't force you. I wish Brother Lin's factory will get better and better." After saying that, Ding Jianyong left. After a whole day of hard work, Lin Feng looked at the watch on his wrist. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He thought that this matter would be a bit troublesome, but he did not expect it to be so easy to accomplish. He prepared 2 billion this time, but he didn't expect that he had only spent 1.2 billion. This was beyond his expectations. If Ding Jianyong insisted a little longer, Lin Feng would probably start to waver. But as long as the ending is good, the process is not important. Lin Feng thought about it and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The first step has been started, and the rest will depend on experience. It's over now. It's time to go pick up my wife and take her home. Lin Feng opened his mobile phone and saw that Li Shiwei had sent him frantic messages an hour ago. He replied with a message and drove to Li Shiwei's company. After driving the car to the downstairs of Li Shiwei's company, Lin Feng saw Li Shiwei waiting for him at the door of her company. When Li Shiwei saw Raymond Lam's car, she trotted towards the direction where Raymond Lam was coming from with her long legs and high heels. After getting in the car, Li Shiwei said with some resentment, "Why are you so late today? I've already sent you several messages." Lin Feng smiled and said he was too busy today and didn't see it. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Shiwei didn't say anything else. She knew what Lin Feng was going to do today. "How's it going? Did you get the factory?" Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng made an okay gesture. "No problem, and I saved 800 million. After hearing this, Li Shiwei suddenly kissed Lin Feng on the face. "My husband is awesome. It's getting late, let's just wait for them at Jinzuan." After checking the time, he drove directly to the place Jinzuan reserved by the two families. After driving for about half an hour, Raymond Lam and Cecilia Li arrived at Jinzuan. This was Lin Feng's third time here, but the sharp-eyed doorman came up to him and asked after seeing him, "Boss Lin, do you have an appointment?" Lin Feng said softly, "Not yet, please arrange a large box for me now." After the doorman learned what Lin Feng said, he said into the intercom in his hand, "We have an important guest here. Go and arrange a large private room." The doorman did not directly say that he was a guest, but instead said that he was an important guest, which greatly satisfied the guest's vanity. Lin Feng handed the car keys to the doorman, and he and Li Shuwei were led by a waiter in a suit to the large private room they had just booked. After sitting down, Lin Feng called his parents and Li Shuwei's parents to come over. After waiting for about an hour, both families finally arrived at the box and met for the first time. Oh my! Brother, I finally meet him in person. When Lin Changda saw Li Jinghua, it was like seeing an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. Li Jinghua also stepped forward enthusiastically and shook Lin Changda's outstretched right hand with both hands. Oh, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, but I was afraid you were busy with work. The two held hands tightly. It was not until a while later that the two reluctantly let go of each other's hands. Come on, don't go home until you're drunk tonight, Lin Changda said to Li Jinghua. Li Jinghua also glanced at Wu Xinru, and after finding that she didn't say anything, he responded. Okay. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. The two families also knew each other's names through Raymond Lam and Cecilia Li, so there was no need for anyone to introduce themselves. After all the dishes were served, Li Jinghua helped Lin Changda fill his wine glass. I won't say any more. Everything is in the wine. Li Jinghua raised his glass and said to Lin Changda. The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. After a glass of wine, the two began to talk nonsense. After the two housekeepers on the side complained a few words, the two men began to restrain themselves. Yulan, you see, the two children have been married for quite a while. Should we see when to choose a good day for them to have a wedding? Wu Xinru looked at Zhao Yulan and said. Zhao Yulan nodded and said. Actually, I already have plans. Let's pick a date that's not too close, but not too far away, so that both of you can prepare well. Zhao Yulan said this after careful consideration. After all, Li Shuwei's family was not an ordinary one, so the scene had to be made more grand, otherwise her beautiful daughter-in-law would be wronged. Wu Xinru laughed even more happily after hearing this. That's actually what I was planning. Chapter 84. Why do I feel like the son I picked up? Everyone present was very happy, except Li Jun. He felt uncomfortable here, not because of anything, but because Wu Xinru and Li Jinghua kept saying something to him from time to time. Things like he's still not married at such an old age made Li Jun depressed. After about 2 hours of eating, 2 wine bottles were left on the table. Li Jinghua was in a daze and was bragging to Lin Changda. The two of them blew harder and harder, and the whole box was filled with their voices. It seems there's no more wine. Li Jinghua poured out the empty wine bottle in front of him. Just when Li Jinghua wanted to order another bottle of wine, Wu Xinru stopped him. That's enough. You've been drinking all day. I'll see if you feel uncomfortable when I get home. Wu Xinru waved to the waiter to go out. After the two men ran out of wine, they fell silent, their faces flushed. It was estimated that if they were asked to leave, they would not be able to tell east from west. Okay, it's almost time. Let's get together again when we have time, Zhao Yulan said with a smile. The two families were already familiar with each other, and they were talking more about Raymond Lam and Cecilia Li. Okay, let's do this for now, we'll get together again when we have time. Wu Xinru also smiled. After Lin Feng paid the bill, everyone dragged their old men out. Remember to get together when you have time. Zhao Yulan waved and shouted. Wu Xinru looked at Zhao Yulan and nodded. After Wu Xinru and her family got in the car, Lin Feng helped his drunk father into the car. Really? Why did you drink so much? Don't you know how to control yourself? Zhao Yulan complained while cooperating with Lin Feng to support Lin Changda. After getting in the car, Lin Feng drove Lin Changda's car back, while Li Shuwei drove Lin Feng's BMW back. As soon as he returned home, Lin Changda started vomiting while holding his own toilet. Really? You know you can't do it, but you still try to show off. Zhao Yulan complained. After Lin Changda vomited, he ran to his bed and lay down without even taking a shower. Get up! Don't go to bed if you don't take a shower tonight. Zhao Yulan's roar filled the entire house. Lin Feng and Li Shuwei heard Zhao Yulan's roar in the next room. Should we go out and take a look? Li Shuwei asked beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, No, this is an old tradition in our family. Speaking of this, Lin Feng remembered that every time his father went out to drink, he had to sleep on the sofa. Poor Lin Changda, every time he was kicked out, he wanted to go to Lin Feng's room to sleep, but was ruthlessly rejected by Lin Feng. I didn't expect that so much time has passed and I have already started a family and a career. When Raymond Lam was reminiscing about the past, Li Sherwei was looking at him with her watery eyes. Lin Feng turned around and found Li Sherwei looking at him. What's wrong? Lin Feng looked at Li Sherwei and asked. Li Sherwei lowered her head and asked. Hubby, you haven't forgotten what you said before. After saying that, Li Sherwei slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. Raymond Lam also knew what Li Sherwei meant, but seeing how cute she looked, he wanted to tease her. What did you say? I accidentally forgot. Lin Feng scratched his head and said embarrassedly. But after hearing this, Li Sherwei's eyes instantly turned red. Have you really forgotten? I just told you yesterday. How could you forget what I told you yesterday? Li Sherwei became more and more excited as she spoke, and she even covered her face and burst into tears. It's broken, barbecue is broken, this is a joke. Lin Feng thought to himself. Don't cry, I remember, we are going to see the house tomorrow, I remember everything, I was just joking. Raymond Lam was frantically trying to comfort Li Sherwei. But Li Sherwei still didn't stop. But Zhao Yulan, who was standing by, heard Li Sherwei crying. What are you doing, little brat? Zhao Yulan knocked on Lin Feng's door hurriedly. It's bad. This time it's really over. Lin Feng is really having a headache now. Just as Lin Feng opened the door with the determination to die, Li Shiying slowly moved her hands away from her face. Hey! I was just pretending. Li Sherwei smiled. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. But no one outside could hear the conversation in the room, and Zhao Yulan was still knocking on her door hurriedly. Lin Feng stood up and slowly opened the door. When Lin Feng just opened the door a crack, Zhao Yulan twisted Lin Feng's ear and yelled. Why did you make Sherwei cry? Zhao Yulan exerted force with her hands. It hurts, I was just kidding, my ear is going to fall off. Lin Feng held his mother's hands. Li Sherwei was also anxious. Mom, we are fine. We were just joking. Zhao Yulan let go of her hand after seeing that Li Sherwei was fine. Go to bed early at night. Zhao Yulan left after saying this. Puff. Ha 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 ha. When Li Xiying saw Lin Feng's ears turned red, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. I really can't do anything about you. When you come, I fall out of favor at home. Raymond Lam touched Li Sherwei's head dotingly. Li Sherwei glanced at Lin Feng's red ears, blew on them and asked. Does it hurt? Lin Feng shook his head. I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have done that. Li Sherwei's words were full of regret. Lin Feng held Li Sherwei's hands and spoke. It's okay. Go to bed early. We still have to go house hunting tomorrow. After hearing these words, Li Sherwei felt very sweet in her heart. She didn't expect that Raymond Lam really hadn't forgotten, and it turned out that he had just lied to her. Go to sleep, we have to get up early tomorrow. Raymond Lam helped Li Sherwei cover herself with a blanket. But when she thought about the fact that they would start living together from tomorrow, Li Sherwei couldn't fall asleep. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Lin Feng asked. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Sherwei put her arm around Lin Feng's neck and asked. Hubby, should we have a baby within a year? What will our child be named in the future? It turns out that Li Sherwei couldn't sleep because she was thinking about this. Lin Feng was stunned after hearing this. He doesn't even have a child yet, but he's already started thinking about what to name the child. When we have a child, we'll give him a nicer name. For example, Lin Hu, or Lin Ergo. After saying that, Lin Feng just started laughing. Li Sherwei gently hit Lin Feng's chest. How can you name a child like that? And call him Ergu? Li Sherwei twisted Lin Feng's ear and said. Just kidding, go to sleep. I don't have one yet, I'll think of a name when I have one. Raymond Lam hugged Li Sherwei tightly in his arms. Chapter 85, A Villa Worth 200 Million. Early morning. When Lin Feng was still asleep, he was shaken awake by Li Sherwei. Get up, and go out. Lin Feng looked at the time. It's only 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sales staff haven't come to work yet. Go to bed first, dear. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he lay down again. Li Sherwei also looked at the time and went to sleep too. Every young couple wants their own house, and this couple is not short of money. Get up, it's night. Li Shiwei started shaking Lin Feng again. Lin Feng looked at the time again in a daze. My dear wife, it's only 6:20 now, go to bed, okay? Li Shiwei looked at the time again and felt that a whole day had passed. Why am I so energetic today? I wasn't like this before. 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Shiwei looked at the time punctually. Get up, get up. Li Shiwei shook Raymond Lam for the third time. Lin Feng, who was being shaken, did not open his eyes immediately, but hugged Li Shiwei in his arms. Bing! Li Shiwei let out a sudden moan. Morning! Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei in his arms and smiled. So bad. Li Shiwei said coquettishly. The two smiled, quickly washed up, had a simple breakfast and then went out. Go, go, go. Li Shiwei jumped around like a little sparrow. Lin Feng glanced at Li Shiwei, who was wearing a blue long skirt and a pair of high-top canvas shoes, exuding a youthful aura. Where are you going? Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei and asked. Go downtown first, then I'll tell you. After the two of them wandered around for nearly an hour, they finally drove the car to the destination. After arriving at the place, Li Shiwei found a number on her mobile phone and dialed it. Hey! Sister Wang, we're already here. When will you ask your salesperson to come over? Li Shiwei smiled at the person on the other end of the phone. I've asked our salesperson to come over. If I didn't have time, I would have personally introduced this house to you. Please take your time to look around. I'm busy now. If you want to buy it, just tell me and I'll give you a 20% discount. After hearing this, Li Shiwei hurriedly said, how can this be so embarrassing? Such an expensive house is discounted by 20%. The person on the other end of the phone laughed, we've known each other for a long time. I'm already taking advantage of the 20% discount. That's it. I won't say any more to you. After saying that, Sister Wang on the other end of the phone hung up. The two waited for about 2 minutes before the salesperson finally arrived. I'm so sorry, I was stuck in traffic for half an hour. The female salesperson kept apologizing to Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, It's okay, let's look at the house. This way please. The female salesperson guided Lin Feng to the villa area. All the villas here are single-family villas, and the property management is the best in Yanjing. If there is any problem, the property management guarantees that it will be solved within 2 hours. More importantly, we are not too far from the city, and the surrounding area is relatively quiet. If we want to go to the city, it only takes about 10 minutes to drive there. The female salesperson chattered on and on about the facilities and benefits surrounding her villa to Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei. The three of them came to the villa. The saleswoman pointed to a small room extending to the side. This is the garage, which can accommodate 3 cars, but we also have an underground garage, which can be opened by pressing the button on the door. However, the two did not go to the underground garage. This time, the female salesperson took the two people into the villa. This whole house has been renovated and you can move in right away. If you want to redecorate it, we will do it for free. The furniture inside is also fully furnished. The furniture inside is not just some ordinary furniture on the market. These are the royal furniture. The saleswoman explained the ins and outs of the place to the two men. Come to the side of the house. This is our indoor swimming pool. The temperature inside is kept constant. No matter how cold it is outside, it always maintains a temperature suitable for the human body. The saleswoman looked at the two of them. I found that Li Shiwei was staring at the swimming pool and couldn't take her eyes off it. We want this house. Li Shiwei said this directly after seeing the swimming pool. Ma'am, do you mean to take this house directly? The female salesperson obviously didn't dare to believe this. If I buy a house of this kind, it will be enough to cover my expenses for several years. I can buy one house every few years. In the past, when I was selling to others, I would talk until I was tired, but they would just say something that was not appropriate and leave. The saleswoman looked at Li Shiwei. I want it. Can I check in today? Li Shiwei can't wait to move into this house. Yes, ma'am. Once you complete the formalities, the house will be yours. The smile on the saleswoman's face gradually became cheerful. We have brought our documents. Where should we go to complete the formalities? Li Shiwei asked. Okay, ma'am, I can take you to the formalities here. After saying that, the female salesperson took Li Shuwei to go through the formalities. After completing the formalities, Li Shuwei couldn't wait to go back to her newly bought house to take a closer look. Look, honey, this bed is so big. Li Shuwei pointed at the master bedroom of the house and smiled. After saying that, Li Shuwei took off her shoes and jumped directly on. So soft. Li Shuwei shouted at Raymond Lam. Lin Feng smiled and said, "We can buy a house worth 200 million yuan just like that. Are we going to move in tonight too hastily?" After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Shuwei pouted and said to Lin Feng, "But I want to move in tonight." Seeing Li Shuwei's anxious look, Lin Feng had no choice but to give in to Li Shuwei. There was no other way, since Li Shuwei was the one rushing to pay. Lin Feng thought about how he swiped the card just now. Just as he was about to take the card out, Li Shuwei took the lead and let someone swipe her card. It made people around him think that he was a gigolo. It's fine to move in the evening, but buying a house is such a big deal, we have to invite our family over for dinner in the evening. Lin Feng said slowly. Well, I'll ask them both to have dinner together this afternoon. Li Shuwei is extremely excited now. The two of them have finally bought their own house, and it is such a beautiful house. Jumping up from the bed, Li Shuwei pulled Lin Feng towards the big swimming pool in her home. Chapter 86, Moving into the New Home. This swimming pool is great. We can come here to play when we have time, and buy an air mattress to put in it. Li Shuwei spoke more and more quietly. Lin Feng pinched Li Shuwei's little face and said with a smile, "How do you play?" After listening to this, Li Shuwei smiled shyly. That is. But halfway through, Li Shuwei reacted. Oh. You are so bad. Li Shuwei pounded Lin Feng's chest. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng held his stomach and laughed. After the fight, the two looked around the house inside and out. It is indeed a high-end villa. It even has a private cinema. It has everything you need. I never thought that I would be able to afford such a villa one day. Lin Feng muttered. If I bought this. Li Shuwei took out her card and shook it. Seeing this, Raymond Lam smiled and said, Great, great. It was bought by our rich lady Li Shuwei. Li Shuwei looked proud, with her hands on her hips, hee hee. I'm glad to know. Okay, stop talking so much. Didn't you say you would move in tonight? We still have to go home to get our things. Invite my parents to come over for dinner tonight. Lin Feng tapped Li Shuwei's head and said, I almost forgot. Let's go quickly. Li Shuwei pushed Raymond Lam out of the house. When they returned home, they saw Zhao Yulan browsing her phone on the sofa. After hearing the noise, Zhao Yulan turned around and asked, Where did you two go today? Li Shuwei smiled and took her hands out from behind her back. Bang! The property certificate slammed heavily on the table. Mom, we're going house shopping today. Li Shuwei smiled. Since buying the house, Li Shuwei has always had a smile on her face. Zhao Yulan picked up the property certificate on the table and took a look. You guys went to buy a house? How much is this house? When Zhao Yulan asked this, Li Shuwei stretched out two fingers. Mom, guess what? Houses are so expensive nowadays, you will definitely choose a good location when buying a house. That house must be worth 20 million. You wouldn't buy a house worth 2 million. After Zhao Yulan's analysis, she looked at Li Shuwei. Li Shuwei shook her head and said, Mom, it's 200 million. As soon as Li Shuwei finished speaking, Zhao Yulan was shocked. What? Oh my god, a house worth 200 million, I can't even think about it. I've lived for so many years, and I've never seen a house worth 20 million yuan, but you just sold a house worth 200 million yuan. Where did you buy it? I'll go check it out when I have time. Zhao Yulan's little heart was hurt, and she wanted to go and see the house worth 200 million yuan right away. Mom, we're moving in tonight. You should clean up the place too. The house is so big. Li Shuwei looked at Zhao Yulan and said. After hearing this, Zhao Yulan directly refused. My old man and I have worked hard for so many years to earn this house. Although it is not big, it is not small either. We have already developed feelings for this place, so we will not go with you. You young people can go there. The house is too big for us to live in. After Zhao Yulan refused, Li Shuwei did not insist. After all, after so many years of hard work, it is impossible to move out of the house just like that. Okay. But remember to have dinner tonight. Li Shiwei spoke. Zhao Yulan smiled and said, Okay, I'll wait for the old man to come back, you guys move over first, and I'll go over with him in the evening. After that, the two of them packed their things into 2 boxes. There weren't many things, just some ordinary clothes. The two of them also left some clothes here so they could change when they got home. The two of them took a walk and returned to the villa they had just bought. After Li Shiwei put away their things, she sat on the sofa in her living room. We finally have our own house. Li Shiwei held her chin and looked at everything in her home. After looking for a while, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Li Jinghua and Wu Xinru respectively. After a while, both of them replied with an okay. Okay, stop watching. There will be plenty of time to watch it later. Let's go buy some groceries first and cook dinner tonight. Raymond Lam pulled Li Shiwei out the door. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the hidden house buying mission. This time S reward, enhance your physique and gain unyielding perseverance. This reward has been issued, please feel the changes in yourself. Lin Feng was startled by the sudden appearance of the system, which had such a hidden task function. And what is this physical enhancement? My body is not weak. And this perseverance is unyielding. Lin Feng thought to himself. Hubby? What are you daydreaming about? Li Shiwei saw that Lin Feng had been standing there for 2 minutes, so she stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Lin Feng. Feng came back to his senses and was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Li Shiwei. It's okay, I'm just so happy. Li Shiwei was stunned for a moment after hearing this. You said I was excited, but look at you, you are in a daze. But it doesn't matter. You'll get used to it after staying for 2 more days. After saying that, Li Shiwei put her arm around Lin Feng's arm and walked towards the garage. Although Li Shiwei has lived in a villa since she was a child, this is her first time living with Raymond Lam, so she can't help but feel a little excited. The two drove the car to the vicinity of the supermarket and slowly stopped the car. The two people behaved completely differently when they came to the supermarket. Li Shiwei wanted to buy everything she saw, and Lin Feng walked around the supermarket to see where the things he wanted to buy were, so that it would be more convenient and direct next time he came. Fish, fish, fish. Honey, let's buy a fish. Li Shiwei shouted excitedly when she saw the lively fish. Lin Feng could only pick a fish and hand it to the staff at the supermarket stall. Lin Feng had only taken 2 steps with the fish when Li Shiwei looked at the things in the supermarket as if she had discovered a new continent. Every time I go to a place, I want to buy something back, and even want to buy out the entire supermarket. Poor Raymond Lam pushed a shopping cart that was almost full and followed Li Shiwei. Stop, stop, stop. Honey, we can't just buy something when we see it. Let's think about it before we buy it. The trunk of the car is almost full. Hearing what Raymond Lam said behind her, Li Shiwei turned around and saw the large and small bags in Raymond Lam's hands. Hey! It seems like I bought a bit too much. That's enough, let's go back. Li Shiwei stretched out her hand to help Lin Yifeng with something, but was rejected by Lin Feng. You can't lift it. Lin Feng spoke. After listening to this, Li Shiwei said, Don't underestimate me. How can I not be able to carry such a small thing? After saying that, Li Shiwei snatched the bag of pork from Lin Feng, but after taking only 2 steps, Li Shiwei gave up. It's so heavy. I really can't seem to lift it. Seeing Li Shiwei holding the bag of pork desperately with both hands, Lin Feng reached out and took the pork in his own hands. You bought almost half a pig in one go. It's strange that you can carry it. After Lin Feng said this, Li Shiwei chuckled and realized that it seemed to be true for her. Chapter 87 Lin Feng's Little Thoughts. After the two put the purchased ingredients in the trunk of the car, Li Shiwei took Lin Feng to go shopping in a large warehouse supermarket. Towels, toothpaste, slippers, it seems like everything is missing. After Li Shiwei saw the shelves above the warehouse supermarket, she couldn't stop her hands and put everything on the cart. Stop, stop, stop. Didn't we just agree that we should buy whatever we need? Raymond Lam stared at Li Shiwei like an old father. All right. Li Shiwei put everything she had on the original shelf. When she came to the rack full of snacks, Li Shiwei was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. She took another cart and put the snacks that she liked on it into her car. Li Shiwei, what did you just say? Huh? Lin Feng took a few packs of snacks from the car and put them on the shelf. Li Shiwei said aggrievedly, I just want to eat some snacks. Lin Feng took a look at the snacks that were already on the table and said, "What are you doing? The car is full, but you are still trying to fill it up. You can't buy so much. If you eat too many snacks, you will get fatter and fatter, and then you will be like He Wenxiu." Raymond Lam taught Li Shiwei like an old father. When Li Shiwei heard that she would become as fat as He Wenxiu, she immediately put all the snacks in her car on the shelf. "I'd better not eat it. I don't want to be as fat as He Wenxiu in the future." He Wenxiu never imagined that she would be used as a negative example in prison. After seeing Li Shiwei put all the snacks in her cart back, Lin Feng smiled and took some snacks from the shelf and put them in the cart. "You can eat snacks, but in moderation." When Li Shiwei saw this, a smile immediately appeared on her face again. After the two continued to stroll around for a while, they finally put everything they could think of into the cart. "These are enough. Go drive the car downstairs and I'll pay first," Lin Feng said to Li Shiwei. After listening to this, Li Shiwei wondered. "We can pay together and then go back." After hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, "This saves time. Go ahead. I want to go home quickly." After saying that, Raymond Lam handed the car keys to Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei took the car keys and left the warehouse supermarket. Lin Feng smiled and pushed his two full carts to the cash register. After putting all the things in the cart on the table above the cash register, Linny saw a small umbrella on the side. With quick eyes and hands, Linny took 5 boxes from it and put them on the cash register. When the cashier saw Lin Feng took 5 boxes at once, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng and continued to scan the code. This is also the reason why Raymond Lam sent Li Shiwei away. After paying the bill, Lin Feng carried a few of the largest bags and walked out of the supermarket. "As soon as I got downstairs, Li Shiwei had already driven the car over." Lin Feng opened the back door, put the bag away, sat in the passenger seat, and the two went straight back. After returning home, Lin Feng collapsed directly on the sofa. "I'm so tired. I'm not as tired as I am today even after running 5 kilometers," Lin Feng said to Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei said with a spirited look, "How can this be considered tiring? I can still go shopping for another whole day." After saying that, Li Shiwei opened the supermarket bag she had placed in the living room. "Snacks, snacks." Li Shiwei was muttering to herself as she was looking for the snacks she had just bought. Looking at Li Shiwei rummaging through the snacks, he said something subconsciously. Like a little mouse, he comes back and rummages through things. Just as Lin Feng said this, something suddenly occurred to him. "Don't move yet," Lin Feng shouted at Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei picked up a box of things and looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Why don't you move?" After saying that, Li Shiwei looked at what she had in her hand. "Little umbrella?" Li Shiwei took a look and read it out subconsciously, and instantly understood why Lin Feng had just sent her away and did not allow her to touch the things inside. "When did you buy it?" Li Shiwei asked with a blushing face. Lin Feng sighed and said, "I was planning to take it out at night, but now that you've discovered it, you should just take it back to the bedroom. Throw it away," Li Shiwei said. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and asked, "Throw it away?" Li Shiwei nodded. "I don't want to use this. Let's not use the little umbrella." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Then throw it away." After saying that, Lin Feng found the 5 boxes he had just bought and took them all to a far place and threw them away. Back home, Li Shiwei sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You just asked me to go out and get the car. Do you want to buy this?" Li Shiwei ate potato chips while looking at Raymond Lam with a smile. When Lin Feng saw Li Shiwei looking at him with a smile, he turned his head away. "Ah. It's getting late. I should ask my parents to come over earlier." Raymond Lam did not respond directly to Cecilia Li. It's not because he is shy, but because of Li Shiwei's current state, Lin Feng feels that he is the prey and his wife is the hunter. "Hey, answer my question." Li Shiwei put down the potato chips in her hand and ran around the house after Lin Feng. After the two of them had a fight, Lin Feng, who was being held down by Li Shiwei, spoke. "Stop making trouble. I've just called my parents over. It won't be good if they see us." After hearing this, Li Shiwei let go of Lin Feng. More than an hour later, both families arrived at Lin Feng's newly bought house. "What a big house!" Zhao Yulan sighed as she looked at Lin Feng's house. "Mom, there's more." Li Shiwei accompanied Zhao Yulan around the entire villa. After the tour, Li Shiwei asked, "How about it, Mom? If you like it, we can buy you another one, or you can move in with us. It will be more lively with more people. Despite her size, Zhao Yulan still rejected Li Shiwei. Forget it. The house is too big. I'm not used to living in such a big house. You two should live here. Let's not talk too much. I'd better go and help them cook first. After taking a look at the house, Zhao Yulan went to the kitchen to cook with Wu Xinru. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to prepare the food and wait for them to come over, but they had already said on the phone that they must wait for them to come together to cook, so that the atmosphere would be created. There was no other choice. Raymond Lam and Cecilia Li could only wait for them to come together. But after arriving, the kitchen now belongs to Zhao Yulan and Wu Xinru, and no one else can enter. Chapter 88 Shy Li Shiwei. After Wu Xinru brought out the last dish of boiled fish, the whole family gathered around. Your house is really nice. When I get married, I will buy one next to it. Li Jun picked up a piece of food and spoke incoherently. It would have been fine if you didn't say it, but once you said it, the whole family looked over. Li Jun was stunned for a moment, looked at everyone and said, "Why are you all looking at me?" Eat. Wu Xinru said coldly, "Your sister is already married, you are already 30 years old, and I don't see you bringing a girlfriend home." Li Jun didn't expect that he had forgotten this. He put a meatball in his mother's bowl and said, "I don't have anyone I like. When I find someone, I will definitely pursue him or her. I promise that I will find a wife in 5 years. When you are 35, or even 40, I order you to find a girlfriend within a year. It doesn't matter if your family is rich or poor, I want someone with good character." Wu Xinru gave a death order. Li Jun never thought that his casual remark would bring him into trouble. Eat, eat. Li Shiwei moved her chopsticks and looked at the few people. Otherwise, the good atmosphere I have now will be broken. Li Jun looked at the things on the table, then looked at Li Shiwei and asked, "Shiwei, Dad and Uncle are here, why don't you take out a bottle of wine?" But just when Li Jun said this, Zhao Yulan and Wu Xinru rolled their eyes at him and said at the same time, "Don't drink anymore." Lin Changde and Li Jinghua also smiled bitterly at each other. The two of them must have made an agreement in the kitchen just now. After all, the last time they went home, they almost vomited so much. Without the two people drinking, the meal was over quickly and the three women were washing plates and dishes in the kitchen. "Shiwei, what I told you last time, you have to do it as soon as possible." Zhao Yulan looked at Li Shiwei and smiled. Li Shiwei nodded and said, "I know, Mom. I will try my best." "What as soon as possible?" Curious Wu Xinru asked in confusion. When Li Shiwei saw her mother asking this, she said shyly, "Nothing." But Zhao Yulan, who had experienced it herself, said it directly. "Hey, what else could it be? Shiwei and Xiaofeng have been married for so long, it's time for them to try to have a child. Otherwise, it won't be good to wait until they are older. This age is the best age to have a child." Hearing what Zhao Yulan said, Wu Xinru agreed, "Yes, Shiwei, you should also work hard. If Lin Feng doesn't want it, I will go and talk to him now." When Li Shiwei heard her mother was so fierce, she immediately waved her hands and said, "Mom, this isn't true. Don't make things more complicated. We all agree on this. How can you, as a mother-in-law, tell your son-in-law about this?" Wu Xinru saw Li Shiwei so flustered and immediately laughed. "I'm just talking, but if you keep dragging it out, I might actually talk to him later." The three women were chatting happily inside. Except that Li Shiwei blushed from time to time. The two families chatted for a while and then planned to go back. Li Shiwei and Lin Feng waved at them outside the house. After they all drove back, they both returned to the living room of the house. "Wait for me here." After Li Shiwei finished speaking to Lin Feng, she ran to the wine cabinet in the restaurant. Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei's back and sat on the sofa. "What is this going on?" Lin Feng muttered. A few minutes later, Li Shiwei came up with a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses. Li Shiwei opened the cork of the red wine bottle, poured some red wine into the glass, and smiled at Lin Feng. "Cheers." Lin Feng picked up the other cup that Li Shiwei had just poured and clinked glasses with Li Shiwei. After Li Shiwei and Lin Feng clinked their glasses, they drank the half cup of wine in one gulp. When Lin Feng saw this, his eyes widened. After Li Shiwei finished drinking, her face turned red instantly. "Don't be in a hurry, drink slowly, it's still early," Lin Feng said slowly. After drinking half a glass of wine, Li Shiwei sat directly next to Lin Feng and lay on his lap. "Honey." Li Shiwei lay on Raymond Lam's thighs, looking at him with her eyes. Well, what's wrong? Lin Feng asked as he looked at Li Shiwei, whose face was flushed. Li Shiwei saw that Raymond Lam didn't understand romance at all, and couldn't help but said angrily, "Oh, you are so stupid." After Li Shiwei finished speaking, she continued in her heart, "I have drunk some wine to give myself courage, but you still don't know what I am thinking." But this was also what Li Shiwei was thinking in her heart, but she didn't say it directly. She couldn't let a girl say it out loud. My wife is so cute when she's angry. When Raymond Lam saw the slightly angry Li Shiwei, he couldn't help but laugh. After saying that, Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed Li Shiwei's red lips. Li Shiwei, who was still angry, saw Lin Feng's sudden action and her brain short-circuited instantly. This plot doesn't seem right. Was he just pretending not to understand? Li Shiwei's mind was blank at this moment. I never expected that I would be so easily controlled by Lin Feng. After 10 minutes, the two gradually separated. Call. Li Shiwei felt like she was about to die from lack of oxygen and was gasping for breath. And when he looked at Lin Feng, he found that Lin Feng was looking at him with a weird smile on his face. After seeing this, Li Shiwei's face turned even redder. Oh, you are so bad. Li Shiwei slapped Lin Feng hard, then quickly covered her face with her hands. Did you just do that on purpose? Li Shiwei, who had recovered, asked. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng pretended to be dumbfounded and said, "What did you say? I don't quite understand." I won't tell you anymore." Just as Li Shiwei stood up, Raymond Lam pulled her into his arms. "I love you." Lin Feng didn't know if it was intentional, but when he spoke, a hot air from his mouth blew onto Li Shiwei's earlobe. Li Shiwei didn't say anything either, but just lay quietly in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng reached out, picked up the bottle and poured 2 glasses of wine into them. He picked up one of the cups and handed it to Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei silently took the wineglass, clinked it with Lin Feng, and slowly drank the wine that cost tens of thousands of yuan per bottle. So urgent. You seem to be still drunk just now. I remember this wine cost tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. Lin Feng whispered in Li Shiwei's ear. Don't tease me. Li Shiwei put down her wineglass, lowered her head and whispered, I've been teased by Lin Feng several times tonight and have been played around by him all the time. Lin Feng smiled. Go back to bed. Lin Feng said while holding Li Shiwei's hand. Li Shiwei nodded, and was picked up by Lin Feng and walked towards the bedroom upstairs. Chapter 89, The Perfect Swimsuit. What a spacious room. I'm going to take a shower first. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he left Li Shiwei alone in the room. New things are often attractive. Li Shiwei looked at everything in the house and wanted to see everything. She lay on the big bed and looked at the chandelier on the ceiling. Just as Li Shiwei was staring at the roof in a daze, she heard the sound of running water inside. Li Shiwei shook her head, patted her rosy face and whispered. Li Shiwei, what are you thinking about? But in the end, curiosity got the better of me. Li Shiwei walked towards the bathroom and saw the hazy door of the bathroom and the blurry image of Raymond Lam inside. Boom boom boom. Li Shiwei plucked up the courage to knock on the door. Lin Feng, who was taking a shower inside, opened the door and asked. What's wrong? Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng and fled away as fast as she could. I was still mumbling that it was okay, I just wanted to take a look. Lin Feng smiled and asked, want to join us? After hearing this, Li Shiwei's mind went blank. Forget it, forget it. Li Shiwei regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. Seeing the tightly closed door, Li Shiwei felt both regretful and a little disappointed. But she still recalled what Lin Feng looked like just now. Lin Feng inside smiled, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After about 10 minutes, Lin Feng finally came out. After seeing Raymond Lam come out, Li Shiwei sat absent-mindedly on a chair in the room watching the game on the computer. Seeing that Li Shiwei looked absent-minded, Lin Feng came over and sat down next to her. You put the cards in the wrong place. Lin Feng pointed at the computer screen and patted Li Shiwei. Ah. Li Shiwei was startled by Lin Feng's pat on the shoulder. Oh. While looking at the computer screen, Li Shiwei would glance at Raymond Lam from time to time. Lin Feng also noticed Li Shiwei's subtle movement, and leaned over to whisper a few words into Li Shiwei's ear. After hearing this, Li Shiwei blushed and nodded. The two went straight to the bed and turned off the lights. Early morning. Raymond Lam, who was drowsy, finally slowly opened his eyes and looked at Li Shiwei, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Not long after, Li Shiwei slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. her eyes full of tenderness. Morning, Li Shiwei said to Lin Feng. The two of them have now formed a tacit understanding that as long as one of them wakes up, the other will wake up as well. Are you going to the company today? Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I won't go for now. I'll go check out the factory I acquired earlier and the steel mill I had my eye on before tomorrow. My mission today is to accompany you well. When Li Shiwei heard Raymond Lam say he would accompany her, she felt sweet in her heart. Although Lin Feng went to bed late last night, he is still full of energy after getting up. Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng, who was full of energy, and she couldn't believe it. She heard people in the company chatting that her husband was exhausted every day when he got up. But now seeing Lin Feng like this, Li Shiwei began to doubt whether what they said was true. And there are many young people in their 20s among them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Li Shiwei counted on her fingers and then buried her head in the quilt. After a while, Li Shiwei finally stuck her head out. Get up, you're still sleeping. Lin Feng patted Li Shiwei's butt and said. I'm not feeling well, hold me. Li Shiwei said coquettishly. Lin Feng smiled and could only hug Li Shiwei and get up. After the two of them washed up, Lin Feng went straight into the kitchen to make breakfast for them. Li Shiwei also went into the kitchen to help Lin Feng. What are you going to do? Li Shiwei asked as she looked at the eggs Lin Feng was frying in the pan. I'll make some noodles. Help me get the noodles from the refrigerator. Lin Feng took a look and said. Li Shiwei took the noodles as Lin Feng said. Please put 2 more eggs in there for me. Li Shiwei went out after she finished speaking. Raymond Lam shouted to Li Shiwei, don't worry, there's enough for you to eat. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Shiwei smiled with a slightly red face. Not long after, Lin Feng came up with 2 bowls of noodles. When Li Shiwei saw the 2 bowls of noodles, her mouth was watering. Hurry, hurry, I'm starving. Li Shiwei urged Lin Feng and shouted. While eating the noodles cooked by Raymond Lam, Li Shiwei said, Honey, can you go out with me after we finish eating? Lin Feng asked, What are you going out for? Li Shiwei said, Let's go buy a swimsuit. We can't waste our indoor swimming pool. I bought this house because of the swimming pool inside. If I can't swim, then the swimming pool will be wasted in vain. Okay, we'll go out and buy some after we finish eating. Lin Feng said slowly. In fact, Li Shiwei wanted to buy not only these, but also some other things of her own. Li Shiwei quickly finished the noodles made by Lin Feng without wasting even a bit. After eating, the two went straight out and came to the shopping mall. When Lin Feng saw that the room was full of women, he stood outside as if he was frozen. I'd better stay outside, you can just go in and buy it. Lin Feng said to Li Shiwei a little embarrassedly. You must be joking. There is not even a man in there. How can you go in by yourself? Li Shiwei didn't care about that and directly pulled Lin Feng in. What are you afraid of? You just go in with me to choose a swimsuit. Lin Feng was half pulled in. As soon as they entered, the salesperson came up to the two and asked enthusiastically. Are you two here to buy swimsuits? After hearing this, Lin Feng felt like vomiting blood. We're here specifically to buy swimsuits, we can't buy shoes. However, Lin Feng just complained silently in his heart. He couldn't say it out loud. However, Li Shiwei dragged Raymond Lam around everywhere. Fortunately, this kind of swimsuit is expensive and there were few people inside, so Linny was not too embarrassed. However, costing several thousand for a swimsuit is a bit exaggerated. How about this one? Li Shiwei pointed to the blue bikini on the shelf above her and asked. Lin Feng took a look and found that this blue swimsuit was indeed better looking. Blue had a youthful vibe and it perfectly matched Li Shiwei's proud figure. It's okay. I think it's good. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to give a brief comment, but he didn't just say it was okay. When Li Shiwei heard what Lin Feng said, she smiled and said directly to the woman behind her. Please help me wrap it up, thank you. After hearing this, the woman behind her ran to the front to help Li Shiwei wrap up the blue bikini she had just worn. After seeing the swimsuit wrapped up, Raymond Lam looked at Li Shiwei and asked, Let's go back. Li Shiwei glanced at Lin Feng and said with a smile, This is just the beginning. This is only the first one. After saying that, Li Shiwei continued to pull Lin Feng inside. Chapter 90 Indoor Swimming Pool. How about this red one? Li Shiwei picked up another red one and shook it in front of Raymond Lam. When they heard this voice, several girls who were choosing swimsuits in the store also looked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the swimsuit that Li Shuwei stretched out in front of him, and said with a somewhat evasive look, "It's quite good. It suits you very well." After hearing this, Li Shuwei puffed her lips and said, "You didn't even look at it carefully, and you said it's suitable for me." However, Li Shuwei did not continue to ask, but directly asked the people in the store to book it. The shopping guide looked at Li Shuwei and asked her to pack another piece of clothing worth 700 or 800 yuan, and ran over with a smile on his face. While wrapping them up, he did not forget to introduce the other clothes on them to Li Shuwei, and he talked about them in a very exaggerated way. After watching for another half an hour, Li Shuwei bought 5 or 6 swimsuits one after another. As long as Raymond Lam said it looked good, Li Shuwei would buy it without any hesitation. After all this, the shopping guide couldn't believe his eyes. Li Shuwei bought clothes worth thousands of dollars at once. How much commission should she get? There are also couples pairs. When Li Shuwei saw the one she liked, she bought it directly. Lin Feng was responsible for the hard labor, and now his hands were full of clothes. Seeing that Lin Feng behind her already had more than 10 handbags in his hands, Li Shuwei stopped shopping. When the two of them walked out of the store, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "What's wrong? You don't look very comfortable in there." Li Shuwei asked when she saw Lin Feng with a helpless look on his face. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said nothing. Lin Feng carried the swimsuit he had just bought, and Li Shuwei took Lin Feng to a women's lingerie store. Lin Feng looked at the colorful underwear inside and just stood outside without moving. He would not go in again this time no matter what. Just as she was about to enter the store, Li Shuwei looked at Lin Feng behind her and asked, "Come in quickly." Lin Feng looked at Li Shuwei and said firmly, "No, why should I go in if you are buying underwear? Just buy what you like." After Lin Feng said this, Li Shuwei walked straight to him, tiptoed gently and whispered into Lin Feng's ear, "You wanted me to buy something you liked last night, and you've forgotten everything?" As soon as Li Shuwei said this, Lin Feng felt a severe blow in his heart. On one side is a lingerie store, and on the other side is Li Shuwei's charming smile. Seeing Li Shuwei's attractive red lips, Lin Feng asked hesitantly, "All they sell here are women's underwear. How can a man like me go in there?" Li Shuwei laughed after hearing this. "This store is just like the previous one. There are very few people inside." Before Raymond Lam could respond, Li Shuwei pulled him in. The shopping guide inside also greeted Li Shuwei and Lin Feng enthusiastically. As soon as Lin Feng entered the door, he sat down in the rest area directly, because when he came in just now, several women nearby looked over and smiled. However, Lin Feng also discovered that the underwear here was also ridiculously expensive, just like the swimsuits just now. "I really don't know what these are made of and why they are so expensive." When Li Shuwei saw Lin Feng sitting in the rest area, she went straight up and pulled Lin Feng over. This one. Li Shuwei pointed at a black suit at Raymond Lam. Lin Feng said slowly, "Not bad, it suits you very well." After hearing this, Li Shuwei asked more than a dozen questions in a row. Lin Feng still nodded and said it was good. All right, I won't embarrass you anymore, go back." Li Shuwei also knew that Lin Feng felt uncomfortable in the store, and it was not a good idea to let him stay in the store all the time. The most important thing is that some girls who were buying underwear in the store kept staring at Raymond Lam, which made Li Shuwei very uncomfortable. After hearing what Li Shuwei said, Lin Feng thought he was finally free and wanted to run away, but was caught by Li Shuwei. "Wait a minute, the most important thing hasn't been bought yet." Lin Feng was puzzled after hearing this. "Is there anything else you haven't bought?" Li Shuwei smiled and said nothing, then took Lin Feng directly to where boxes of stockings were placed. "I'm out of stockings at home now. I might as well buy some more this time. The ones I had before were not of good quality." After hearing this, Lin Feng was unusually honest. "Then buy some more. Buy some white ones, too." After hearing this, Li Shuwei felt like he had discovered a new world. "You like white?" Li Shuwei smiled brightly and asked the shopping guy to take out 3 boxes from the store. In just a few hours, Li Shuwei had spent nearly 50,000 yuan. After paying the money, Lin Feng carried 2 large boxes and put them on the back seat of the car. "Honey, let's try the swimming pool when we get home." Li Shuwei blinked and smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and drove directly to his home. After returning home and Lin Feng put the things he had just bought at home, Li Shuwei couldn't wait to find the swimsuit she had just bought. "Honey, come to the pool after you put your things away. I'll be waiting for you there. After saying this, Li Shiwei picked up a swimsuit and ran to the swimming pool. Be careful. Seeing Li Shiwei running, Lin Feng reminded her. Lin Feng smiled, put away the things he had just bought, and then took the couple's swimming trunks that Li Shiwei had just put out and walked towards the swimming pool. As soon as she arrived at the swimming pool, Li Shiwei was already lying on the beach chair, still wearing the swimsuit she had just bought. I saw Li Shiwei's proud figure wearing a swimsuit on the beach chair. When Li Shiwei saw Lin Feng coming, she dived into the swimming pool. After swimming back and forth, Li Shiwei stretched out her head and said to Lin Feng, "Hubby, come down quickly. This water feels so good." Li Shiwei splashed the water onto Raymond Lam. Lin Feng smiled, jumped directly into the swimming pool, and swam to Li Shiwei's side. Lin Feng swam down and hugged Li Shiwei from behind. Bing! Li Shiwei was startled, turned her head with a smile and kissed Lin Feng. 2 hours later, the two were lying side by side on beach chairs drinking orange juice. Chapter 91, Soaking Wolfberries in Water. Really? I'm all sticky from all the sweat. Li Shiwei pulled her swimsuit and spoke. Then go swim again. After saying that, Raymond Lam gave Li Shiwei a princess hug and threw her into the swimming pool. Then, Lin Feng also jumped down. Until the evening, Lin Feng felt that his head was beginning to feel dizzy, and this was thanks to the help of the system. Li Shiwei was sore all over after soaking in the swimming pool. When they arrived in the living room, both of them were still wearing their swimsuits and had not changed into their home clothes. You take a rest first. I'll go cook first. Li Shiwei kissed Lin Feng on the forehead and walked towards the kitchen. Lin Feng then understood why King Zhou had been so bewitched by Daji. This was how he was now. He didn't want to do anything. All he wanted in his heart was to spend his time alone at home with Li Shirin. After taking a break, Lin Feng got up and went to the kitchen. He saw that Li Shiwei had changed out of her swimsuit and was wearing a white t-shirt and short casual pants. She was wearing an apron and was concentrating on making dinner for tonight. When Raymond Lam saw how hard Li Shiwei was working on cooking, he couldn't help but walk behind her and hug her. Ah! Li Shiwei was taken aback and looked behind her. Stop messing around, go wait for me outside. Li Shiwei patted Lin Feng's hand and said. But Lin Feng just watched Li Shiwei flipping the spatula quietly without responding to Li Shiwei's words. I'm so hungry. After a few minutes, Lin Feng slowly spoke from behind Li Shiwei. You've been exercising for so long today, you can go to the living room and rest for a while until this dish is ready. Li Shiwei said gently. But Raymond Lam still didn't let go of Li Shiwei's slender waist. But I want to eat now. After saying that, Raymond Lam pinched Li Shiwei's slender waist. Li Shiwei also instantly understood what Raymond Lam was talking about. Be good and get out of here, or the oil will splash all over you. Li Shiwei blushed and muttered softly. But Raymond Lam didn't care about that and came directly to Li Shiwei. 2 hours later, the two finally brought 3 home-cooked dishes and a soup to the table. After getting the bowls and chopsticks, Li Shiwei carefully helped Lin Feng make a cup of wolfberry. Half wolfberry and half water. Lin Feng looked a little scared. Don't be so exaggerated. Lin Feng pointed to the cup of wolfberries with a little water in it and said. It's always good to make up for it. After saying this, Li Shiwei also put some dried red dates in it. I don't know where she learned this from. After finishing their meal, they went to the living room and watched their home-s over 100-inch TV. Li Shiwei snuggled in Raymond Lam's arms. Hubby, I have to go back to the company tomorrow, and I don't want to go. Li Shiwei whispered in Lin Feng's arms. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I'll make money to support you. Raymond Lam stroked Li Shiwei's hair and smiled. Li Shiwei narrowed her eyes and said softly, forget it. I'm not happy when you're not at home. At least I have something to do in the company. Well, when I finish this, we can get married, okay? Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei and said. After hearing these words, Li Shiwei became energetic. Real? Li Shiwei's eyes began to light up. Lin Feng nodded. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Shiwei became excited. Although the two have obtained their marriage certificate, they have not yet held a wedding. Li Shiwei had also fantasized about her own wedding, but after Raymond Lam and herself obtained their marriage certificate, they never had the time to do it. Now that Lin Feng said this, the excitement buried deep in Li Shiwei's heart was dug out again. Raymond Lam himself also felt a little sorry for Li Shiwei. After they got their marriage certificate, he didn't even give her a ring. Instead, even his watch and house were bought by Li Sherwei. It's not that Raymond Lam didn't want to buy it, but he wanted to give Li Sherwei something unique that everyone in the world would envy. Go up to bed. Lin Feng looked at Li Sherwei and said. Li Sherwei nodded. Early morning. Lin Feng looked at the sleeping Li Sherwei, then got up carefully from the bed. Seeing a few pairs of stockings scattered on the ground, Lin Feng smiled and put them away. After washing up, Lin Feng made 2 breakfasts. He ate one for himself and left one for Li Sherfeng. He also carefully wrote a note and hurried out. After going out, Lin Feng went directly to the garage and drove a car to the battery factory that he had just acquired 2 days ago. After driving for almost 2 hours, Lin Feng finally arrived at the battery factory. When the security guard saw Lin Feng's car, he pulled up the electric barrier from a distance. When the security guard thought of what he had said to the young boss before, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He has worked here for more than 10 years. Except for being busy during working hours, he slacks off the rest of the time. He doesn't want to lose this security job. Just as the security guard was thinking about how to apologize to the boss, Lin Feng drove directly into the factory without saying a word to the security guard. The security guard breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this situation. He thought that the young boss would make things difficult for him to some extent, but now it seems that he was overthinking. Lin Feng came to the factory and sent a message in the group he had created earlier. After everyone saw the message sent by Lin Feng, they all replied with a received message and went to Lin Feng's office. Not long after, 8 middle-aged men came to Lin Feng's office, and almost every one of them had a protruding belly. Good morning, Lin Feng said to the factory managers with a smile. Hello, Mr. Lin, several factory managers said in unison. This time, Lin Feng took a careful look at the factory directors and the manager. We now have 8 factory managers, and each of them makes something different. I just took a look at our products, and I can only say that they are a mess. But the factory I took over is not designed to do this, so you should be prepared. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he glanced at everyone. From now on, you can notify employees to leave work, and they will receive their wages as usual. They can be asked to come back to work when they are notified again. Yang Ping, get the remaining orders out first. Okay, meeting adjourned. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, several factory managers went out in confusion. What the hell is this young boss doing? He bought the factory and actually let the employees take a holiday, and still paid their salaries. Yes. Yang Ping nodded. After finishing speaking, several people went out to inform the employees below. As soon as he reached the factory gate, Yang Ping spoke to the other people. Who cares? We just do what they say. This is their business. We are just workers. Everyone nodded and went to the factory to convey the news that Lin Feng had just issued. Chapter 92, Preparing to acquire a steel plant. How much of this batch of orders is left before delivery? Lin Feng looked at the manager beside him and asked. The manager thought about it, then opened the office computer and took a look. Boss, we have almost completed this batch of orders. Yang Ping only has a few left and it will take 2 days to rush the work. The manager looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded. The most difficult problem now is the equipment and the orders that have been signed before. These must be done for others. After these orders are completed, we can replace all the equipment and then focus on producing our own batteries. Lin Feng thought about it, looked at the manager and said, after this batch of orders is completed, you can purchase the equipment according to the batch I sent to your email. After the equipment arrived, everything was replaced. If all the equipment is replaced, what should we do with our current equipment? The manager looked at Lin Feng and asked. You can sell the equipment here directly. Our business is no longer to make this kind of battery. If you have any questions, you can come to me directly. Lin Feng said slowly. The manager nodded and continued to ask, what products are we going to make next? Make car batteries. Lin Feng replied. Car batteries? What brand of car batteries do we make? The manager demanded. What we are doing afterwards is making batteries for our own cars, not for others. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to tell the manager directly. After all, there was nothing to hide about this matter. Even if others heard it, they would think they were a fool. After all, the automobile market is now close to saturation. How can a young boy compete with large automobile brands that have established a foothold in the market for many years? Contact me after the equipment arrives, and I'll come over then. You can directly arrange the equipment issue in the next 2 days. After saying this, Lin Feng left the office. The manager was the only one left in the office, staring blankly at Lin Feng's leaving back. After reaching the factory gate, Lin Feng saw employees returning home one after another. Excuse me, handsome, are you an employee of this factory? How many years have you worked here? Lin Feng walked up to a young man and asked. The young man looked at Lin Feng and responded. Yeah. I've been working here for 2 years, what's wrong? Lin Feng smiled and said, nothing, I just want to ask you, is there anything in this factory that makes you dissatisfied or have any opinions? The man thought for a moment, then said, there's nothing I'm dissatisfied with here, except that sometimes I have to work too much overtime, and I often work late at night to increase production. Working overtime is too late, right? Okay, I get it. Thank you for your cooperation. Lin Feng smiled and said. After that, Lin Feng asked several people in succession, and they all said that they had to work too much overtime. With such a simple question, Lin Feng understood the general problems in his factory. It looks like it needs some serious changes. Lin Feng returned to his car and muttered. He is not like others who ask their employees to work overtime. What he wants is for his employees to have an on-time time to leave work so that efficiency can be maximized. Blindly asking employees to work overtime will only make them resist. After reporting the matter to the manager, Lin Feng drove to his father-in-law's house. After parking the car in the underground garage, Lin Feng directly opened the door and entered the house. At first, Li Jinghua was against Lin Feng's plan to build a car, but when he saw that Lin Feng was so persistent, Li Jinghua didn't want to continue to oppose it. He took the initiative to help Lin Feng find a steel mill, and he actually found someone who wanted to develop this idea. When Lin Feng came to the living room, he found Li Jinghua waiting for him while watching TV. Here I come. Li Jinghua looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng nodded, sat down opposite Li Jinghua, and asked Li Jinghua to ask the boss to come out. Li Jinghua did not hesitate and made a phone call directly. After a while, they had agreed to meet at a tea house, and Li Jinghua followed Lin Feng to the tea house. When the two arrived at the agreed place, they saw that the boss they were going to meet was already waiting for them there. Mr. Gu, hello. Li Jinghua greeted the white-haired old man in front of him with a smile. The white-haired old man in front of them shook hands with the two of them enthusiastically and personally poured a cup of tea for them. This is my son-in-law. He's the one who wants to buy that steel mill from you. Li Jinghua introduced Lin Yi to the white-haired old man. Lin Feng nodded and said, Boss Gu, my name is Lin Feng, nice to meet you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and lowered his head slightly to show his courtesy as a junior. When the white-haired old man saw Lin Feng being so polite, he grinned and stretched out his hands and said with a smile, You are really young and promising. My name is Gu Guangjuan, you can just call me Lao Gu. Gu Guangjuan shook hands with Lin Feng enthusiastically. The two shook hands enthusiastically as if they had met each other too late. Come on, have some tea. I made it myself. After Gu Guangjuan sat down, he spoke to Lin Feng and Li Jinghua, and pointed to the 2 cups of tea in front of them. Lin Feng picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip. Although I don't know much about tea, I know it must be good tea. Lin Feng smiled after drinking it. Gu Guangjuan in front of him also laughed and went straight to the point. Okay, I won't say any more compliments. Xiaofeng, if you want to buy my entire steel mill, I'll offer 2 billion. What do you think? Gu Guangjuan looked at Lin Feng and said. Uncle Gu, I checked your factory before I came here. It's really good, but your offer of 2 billion is a bit high. I won't play any tricks with you. How about 1.8 billion? After Lin Feng finished speaking, he stared at Gu Guangjuan. He knew that Gu Guangjuan was not short of money and he also lived alone. Selling the factory was just to enjoy the rest of his life. Gu Guangjuan pondered for a moment and slowly stretched out his right hand. Seeing the current situation, Lin Feng knew that what he said was about to succeed, so he stretched out his hands and said, Thank you, Uncle Gu. Gu Guangjuan also smiled and said, I like you very much, young man. I hope you can run my factory successfully. Lin Feng nodded. That's for sure. Chapter 93, New Equipment for the Indoor Swimming Pool. For the rest, Lin Feng just did the same as before, calling the lawyers of both parties over and then signing the contract. Xiao Feng, it's not too late to stop now. It's not easy to get involved in the current automobile market. If you stop now and manage the 2 factories you acquired well, you won't lose money. Li Jinghua thought about it and decided to give Lin Feng one last piece of advice. Lin Feng patted his chest and said, "Dad, don't worry, Lin Feng, will definitely succeed. I won't do anything that I'm not sure of." "I hope so. To be honest, I think this is a risky thing to do, but if you have any questions, tell me and I will support you unconditionally." Li Jinghua promised Lin Feng. "Okay. It's getting late, I'll go check on Shuwei." Lin Feng glanced at Li Jinghua and said. Li Jinghua waved his hand and said, "Go." Lin Feng nodded and drove towards Li Shuwei's company. Li Jinghua, who stayed where he was, looked at the back of Lin Feng's car and said with a wry smile, "If this fails, it will probably be difficult to turn things around." After saying that, Li Jinghua got into his own Rolls-Royce. When he arrived at Li Shuwei's company, Lin Feng saw people in the entire building walking around hurriedly. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Li is in the office upstairs." When the girl at the front desk saw Lin Feng coming to the company, she smiled and said to Lin Feng, "Thanks." Lin Feng thanked her and walked towards Li Shuwei's office. Lin Feng came to the door of Li Shuwei's office, slowly reached out and turned the door handle of Li Shuwei's office. The sound was very subtle, or even no sound at all. When he entered the office, Lin Feng saw Li Shuwei staring at her computer screen with seriousness in her eyes. He didn't even notice Lin Feng coming in. "What are you looking at?" Lin Feng drove up to Li Shuwei and said. Li Shuwei, who was watching the screen intently, was startled and jumped up. "Phew, that's so scary," Li Shuwei said, patting her proud chest. "What are you looking at? You're so serious that you didn't even know I came in." Lin Feng came to Li Shuwei and saw that Li Shuwei was looking at some recent sales data of the company. "Aren't all your employees busy? Why are you here looking at sales data?" Lin Feng sat down at the table and asked. "It's none of my business that they're busy. I just need to be here." "But you, how come you have time to come here?" Li Shuwei rubbed Lin Feng's thigh and said. "Stop making trouble. What if someone comes in?" Lin Feng patted Li Shuwei's hand and said. Hey. Li Shuwei smiled, stood up, walked to the door, and locked it directly. "The company is so busy, how could anyone come? Even if there is something, they will call first." Li Shuwei blew a breath towards Lin Feng's earlobe and smiled. Lin Feng now felt that he was being controlled by Li Shuwei. He had not even expected this series of actions. "Office?" Li Shuwei pointed her index finger at her lips. Lin Feng swallowed and said nothing. 2 hours later. Li Shuwei swallowed and said. "It's getting late, let's go home." Lin Feng looked at the time on his watch. "You're so busy in the company, is it really okay for you as a boss to go home?" Lin Feng smiled. But who knew that Li Shuwei looked at Lin Feng charmingly and asked. "Don't you want to go back?" Lin Feng has been completely controlled, and now he just wants to go back and live alone with Li Shuwei. "Let's go back." Raymond Lam tapped Li Shuwei's little head. "Hello, Mr. Li." Employees would greet Li Shuwei when they saw her. Li Shuwei seemed like a different person. She just nodded lightly and didn't seem to be with Raymond Lam. The two arrived downstairs of the company. Raymond Lam wanted to go home directly, but was rejected by Li Shuwei. "Don't worry, let's go buy something first." Li Shuwei smiled, and then directly asked Lin Feng to proceed according to her instructions. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at a store that sold inflatable models. "What do you two want?" The boss smiled at the two of them. "Is there a small inflatable castle that can be placed in the villa's indoor swimming pool?" Li Shuwei asked. After listening to this, the boss thought for a while and asked. "How many people can it accommodate?" 6 or 7 people, maybe. A medium-sized one, and thick one, is best." After Li Shuwei finished speaking, the boss took the two of them into the store and pointed to a sample of an inflatable castle in front of them and said. "What do you think of this? It can accommodate 8 people. It can be used for family group building, company group building, or to hang out with friends on weekends." The boss talked incessantly about his inflatable castle. Okay, let's do this." Li Shuwei pointed at the inflatable castle that the boss mentioned. The boss nodded and asked, "How many do you want?" "1 is enough," Li Shuwei said lightly. After hearing that Li Shuwei wanted 1, the boss put the unopened inflatable castle in the car for Li Shuwei. Lin Feng watched Li Shuwei buy an inflatable castle and asked in confusion. "Honey, why are we buying an inflatable castle?" You'll know when you get back. Li Shiwei smiled. After returning home, Li Shiwei instructed Lin Feng to inflate the castle and then put it in her swimming pool. 2 glasses of red wine were also poured. Hey! Go change into your swimming trunks. Li Shiwei urged. Raymond Lam had no choice but to do as Li Shiwei said. After arriving at the swimming pool, Raymond Lam saw Li Shiwei lying in the inflatable castle he had just bought, which was equipped with 4 air pillows. When did you buy this pillow? Lin Feng asked while looking at the pillow above him. After hearing Raymond Lam's voice, Li Shiwei, who was wearing a swimsuit, took off her sunglasses and said, You're talking about this. We bought this online the day we bought the house, and it just arrived today. It's fun up there, come up quickly. Li Shiwei waved her arms to signal Lin Feng to come up. When he arrived at the swimming pool, Lin Feng jumped directly into the pool and swam quickly towards the inflatable castle. After going up, Raymond Lam, like Li Shiwei, felt the feeling of the castle. It's so comfortable. So soft. Lin Feng sighed. Before Raymond Lam could enjoy himself for a while, Li Shiwei pounced on him. He. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Of course it feels good. Li Shiwei smiled somewhat foolishly. I really can't stand you, little devil. Lin Feng pinched Li Shiwei's nose and said. He discovered that since the 2 of them bought this house, Li Shiwei had let herself go and was finding different ways to entertain herself every day. Lin Feng still remembers that when the 2 of them were playing cards last night, Li Shiwei received a call. Li Shiwei threw the phone against the wall without even looking at it, which scared Lin Feng. What are you thinking about? Don't be distracted. Li Shiwei said coquettishly. Lin Feng came back to his senses and smiled. I can't do anything about you. Chapter 94, Preparing for the RD of New Metals. Raymond Lam and Cecilia Li stayed in the swimming pool for 2 hours. After returning to the living room, Lin Feng was glad that he had the support of the system, otherwise he would be really finished now. Hubby, have some tea. Li Shiwei handed the cup full of wolfberries to Lin Feng. That's not necessary. I don't need these things. Lin Feng waved his hand and refused the cup of wolfberries. No, you have to drink it. Li Shiwei handed it to Lin Feng again. Lin Feng had no choice but to drink the cup of wolfberry mixed with water. When Li Shiwei saw this, she smiled with satisfaction and got up to go to the kitchen to cook dinner. I used to laugh at those who drank wolfberries, but now. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and looked at the wolfberries on the table. Lin Feng also thought about how his good brother Zhou Shuai complained to him on the phone before, and Lin Feng even looked down on Zhou Shuai. Now Lin Feng understood Zhou Shuai's pain, but fortunately he was able to suppress it completely. After all, I have a plug-in. An hour later, Li Shiwei prepared the meal and served it on the table. Lin Feng stood up and took a look. Oh my god, what are these vegetables? Yam, leek, taro, and white fungus. Honey, shall we have this for dinner tonight? Lin Feng pointed at the dishes on the table and asked. Yeah. What's the problem? Li Shiwei wondered. This is not a make-up. Before Raymond Lam could finish his words, Li Shiwei interrupted him. Let me calculate for you. Today is only the 3rd day since we moved here. 1, 2, 3, 27. Li Shiwei counted with her fingers. You're already 27. Think about it. You need to take good care of your body. Even if you are in good health, you still need to be careful. Otherwise, at such a young age. Ah. Li Shiwei smiled coquettishly, picked up a large handful of leeks with chopsticks and fed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smelled the leek that gave off a strong smell and had to eat it all in one breath. It was not that he was picky about food, but there were simply too many leeks on the plate, so full that they were about to overflow from the plate. When Li Shiwei saw Raymond Lam swallowing the leeks, the smile on her face became even sweeter. Hey! How is it? My cooking is delicious, isn't it? After eating this, I can come back 3 more times later. After saying this, Li Shiwei picked up other dishes and fed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who had nothing to do originally, now felt that something was wrong. After dinner, Li Shiwei thoughtfully helped Lin Feng fill the bathtub with bath water. Originally, Lin Feng did not use the bathtub to bathe, but after arriving at the new house, Li Shiwei kept asking Lin Feng to use the bathtub because. In the early morning, Lin Feng opened his eyes after working hard all night. And Li Shiwei slowly opened her eyes. Good morning. Raymond Lam greeted Li Shiwei. Morning. Li Sherwei squinted her eyes and opened her arms. I really can't do anything about you. Lin Feng reached out and picked up Li Shirin. After they brushed their teeth and washed their faces, Lin Feng made some breakfast. After a simple meal, the two of them spent some time together before going out. Hubby, remember to pick me up from get off work in the evening. Li Sherwei tapped Lin Feng on the face and drove out towards the company. Lin Feng wanted to visit his own steel plant and had already made an appointment with Gu Guangjuan to go to the factory together in the morning. This time, Lin Feng did not drive there himself, but called his own driver. Lin Feng came to the tea house he had been to before. After Lin Feng made a phone call, Gu Guangjuan came out of the tea house. Xiao Feng, your car is great. You can drive this car at such a young age. Gu Guangjuan got into Lin Feng's car, took a look and spoke. Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about, Uncle Gu? Isn't it just a matter of buying a car like this? Lin Feng smiled. Gu Guangjuan waved his hand and said, forget it. I'm half buried in the ground, so I'm not used to having other people drive me. To be honest, I still prefer electric bikes. The two smiled. The two of them talked and boasted to each other, then came to the steel plant. Gu Guangjuan also summoned the factory managers to a reception room. Ahem. Gu Guangjuan cleared his throat, looked at the people below and spoke. I won't say any more nonsense. The young man next to me is Lin Feng. He will be your future boss, and I have sold this factory to him. He will take over my factory in the future. You can ask him if you have any questions. Gu Guangjuan didn't say any nonsense and simply told the story directly. After saying that, Gu Guangjuan stood aside and let Lin Feng speak. Lin Feng looked at the people in front of him. My name is Lin Feng. Uncle Gu has already said it, and I'm not going to repeat it again. This factory will be mine from now on. I also know what everyone is most concerned about. Don't worry, your salary will remain the same, and may even increase in the future. Everyone should still do what they should do, but I hope everyone will work harder and let me see the results. If there's nothing else to do, just go get busy. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he waved his hand and asked everyone to disperse. Okay, you can take care of the rest. I'm going home to enjoy my life. Gu Guangjuan smiled and walked out. Lin Feng also asked his driver to take Gu Guangjuan back directly. Now that the steel mill was in his hands, Lin Feng immediately found the director of the steel mill, took out the X-metal information that the system had given him before and gave it to the director, Lu Qingxuan, and asked him to sign a confidentiality agreement. Boss Lin, what is this? Lu Qingxuan asked while holding the documents in his hand. Lin Feng patted Lu Qingxuan on the shoulder and said with a smile. Don't ask what this is. Just follow the instructions. If you don't understand something, you can ask me. But you can't leak this. You have to do this yourself. You don't have to make too much stuff, but you have to test it last night. Lin Feng said slowly to Lu Qingxuan. Well, I'll go right away. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Lu Qingxuan walked out the door. Etc. Before Lu Qingxuan left, Lin Feng called him back. You have to do this in person. You have signed a confidentiality agreement. If it is leaked, you will be held legally responsible. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Lu Qingxuan nodded and went out. Lu Qingxuan walked out of the door and looked at the information in his hand and wondered, what is this thing? It's so valuable. But he didn't care what this was. He just had to do as instructed. As for the rest, it was none of his business. Chapter 95 Wu Yongchang arrives again. After half a month of hard work, Lin Feng finally achieved his goal. In the past half month, Lin Feng's new car battery has finally come out, but it is still in the confidential stage. The steel technology has also been recognized by himself, and he has successfully acquired a little-known car brand. After this series of operations, Raymond Lam was already heavily in debt. He even mortgaged World TV and owed his father-in-law a large sum of money. He pooled together all the money he could, and even Li Sherwei gave all the money she had to Raymond Lam. However, Lin Feng doesn't care about these things because he knows that success is a matter of time. After going through the entire process, the car factory has now started to operate normally. Now all we need to do is stock up on cars, and once the press conference comes out, we can get back all the money we paid previously. During this period, Raymond Lam has been busy waiting for the press conference in 2 days. When Lin Feng returned home, he saw that Li Sherwei had already prepared the meal and was sitting at the table waiting for him. After seeing Raymond Lam, Li Shiwei stood up and helped him take off the suit he was wearing. Let us eat. Li Shiwei pulled Lin Feng to the dining table. Although Li Shiwei was smiling now, Raymond Lam saw melancholy in her eyes. Raymond Lam covered Li Shiwei's face with his hands and smiled. Are you under a lot of pressure? Li Shiwei shook her head. No, it's just that I feel bad seeing you so tired every day. What you said is true. Work is always tiring. After this is done, let's get married. Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei seriously. After hearing these words, Li Shiwei threw all her melancholy away. Real? Li Shiwei couldn't believe it. She originally thought that Raymond Lam would have to wait a long time before getting married with her, but when she saw the determination in Raymond Lam's eyes, Li Shiwei felt warm in her heart. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Lin Feng smiled and said. After this is over, we will enjoy family happiness and retire at a young age. Lin Feng said half-jokingly. You're only in your 20s and you're already thinking about retirement. You're going to get mushrooms all over your body. Li Shiwei said coquettishly. The two looked at each other and smiled. After eating and drinking, the two came to their own private cinema and watched an extremely boring Western cowboy movie. Li Shiwei snuggled up to Raymond Lam's chest. Honey, do you think we will succeed? What if we lose the house? Li Shiwei asked anxiously while half lying in front of Lin Feng's chest. But now she was no longer as melancholy as before, and spoke to Lin Feng in a calm tone. Don't worry, I promise that we will get everything back within half a year, and make our cars well known all over the world within a year. Lin Feng assured Li Shiwei. Well, I believe you. After saying that, Li Shiwei kissed Lin Feng. It is said that couples will lose the novelty of being together for a long time, but Li Shiwei does not think so. Now she becomes more and more obsessed with Linny every day. Now when she is working, her mind is filled with the image of Lin Feng's back all day long. In the morning, Raymond Lam came to his own flying car. The day after tomorrow will be the day for his car launch. Although he is now waiting for the car to be launched and then put on sale, Lin Feng still wants to come and see this car on which he has staked everything. When they arrived at the engineering department, the engineer immediately stepped forward and handed Lin Feng a small notebook. Boss Lin, this is the data we randomly sampled from each batch of cars. The engineer looked at Lin Feng and said. These elites here were recruited by Lin Feng at a high price, and Lin Feng also assured them that as long as they came here, they would never think about changing jobs in the future, and he could also give them a salary that is half higher than that of their peers. These engineers didn't believe it at first, but Lin Feng gave them too much. Lin Feng picked up the small notebook given by the engineer and took a quick look at it. We need to test these data carefully and make sure every car is the best. We can relax a bit when our cars are launched. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Lin Feng patted the engineer on the shoulder and said. Okay, Mr. Lin. After that, the engineer started his work. Not only the engineers, but also several of Lin Feng's factories operate in 3 shifts, 8 hours a day, with a rotation system. Everyone is guaranteed 2 days off a week, and the salary is the highest in the entire industry. Magic City. Just when Wu Yongchang finished his coffee and was reading the newspaper in his hand, a young man came in, whispered something in his ear and left. When Wu Yongchang heard this, his face turned pale. This is just nonsense. How can a young person be so reckless? This is just nonsense. Wu Yongchang slammed the newspaper in his hand onto the table. His eldest son Wu Jian was also shocked when he saw it. Dad, why are you so angry in the middle of the day? Who made you angry again? Wu Jian looked at his father and asked. Wu Yongchang now wanted to bite whoever he wanted and said in a cold voice. Who else has made you angry? It's your cheap brother-in-law. Now all his family has given money to Shiwei's husband. He even talked about building a car. Now the news has been released. Wu Yongchang's nose is almost crooked from anger. Build a car? Why did you think of building a car? Wu Jiang asked in confusion. Humph. I praised the kid from the Zhao family a few words when I went there some time ago. Who would have thought that the boy couldn't stand the excitement and wanted to build a car himself, and even invested your sister's family's money, and is waiting to hold a press conference the day after tomorrow? Isn't this nonsense? Young people today can't say anything at all. Wu Yongchang spoke with anger every time he spoke. Dad, don't be angry yet, what if they really do it? Wu Jiang comforted. Although he didn't dare to believe that such a thing could succeed, but seeing his father's angry face, Wu Jiang could only say nice things, in case he got angry and something bad happened. But who knew that Wu Yongchang would not fall for his son's tricks at all? Don? What are you thinking? If he can do it well, I will write the 3 characters of Wu Yongchang backwards and call that Lin Feng Grandpa. Wu Yongchang said this harshly. Wu Jin on the side said, Dad, this is not good. What if they really succeed? Now that things have come to this, we can only trust others. Wu Yongchang became even angrier after hearing this. They are not smart, are you also not smart? Believe me, but what do you have to believe others? Book me a plane ticket. I want to go there right now. I want to see how this kid can succeed. After saying that, Wu Yongchang slammed the door and went back to his room. Chapter 96, The Solemn Atmosphere at the Li Family Villa. It happened so quickly that when Lin Feng was in his office, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hubby, my grandpa is here, and he's calling you over now. Li Shiwei said hurriedly on the other end of the phone. After saying that, he hung up the phone in a hurry. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He had to go meet the old man, but he was Li Shiwei's grandfather after all. When he walked out of his office, Lin Feng drove his car directly to Li Jingguo's home. Arriving at Li Jingguo's house, Lin Feng opened the door, only to see the old man cursing at Li Jingguo in the living room. You said you are not young anymore, but you are still acting like that kid. I just provoked him before, and look at what has happened to you now. You even took out all the money in the family. This is a bottomless pit, don't you understand? Wu Yongchang pointed at Li Jingguo's nose and cursed. But Li Jingguo just sat on the sofa and ignored him. Lin Feng had said this before when he asked him for money to invest, but Li Jingguo didn't quite believe it. However, when Lin Feng showed his trump card, Li Jingguo knew that this matter would definitely succeed. Otherwise, a veteran who has been in business for many years would not take this risk. Although Li Jingguo ignored Wu Yongchang, he continued to curse and didn't even notice Lin Feng coming in. Li Jingguo listened for a while, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. That's enough. Stop cursing after you come here. The money has already been invested. What's the point of you saying this now? Besides, I don't know if the money I invested will be successful. Li Jingguo looked at Wu Yongchang and said. Wu Yongchang was completely stunned after hearing what Li Jingguo said. What did you say? How dare you talk to me like this? You are already in your 50s, and you don't know about this kind of thing? Wu Yongchang took a sip of water and sat down. When Lin Feng saw this scene, he could only cough twice and went in directly. He couldn't just stand outside the door and watch the 2 people quarreling inside. Ahem. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he went straight in. When Wu Yongchang saw Lin Feng coming in, his eyes turned red. You are finally here, look at what you have done. How dare you come in? Wu Yongchang cursed. Lin Feng didn't care how harsh Wu Yongchang's words were, and said to him calmly, Grandpa, I know I may be a little reckless, but I am also confident that I will succeed. Just wait for the day after tomorrow. Lin Feng said to Wu Yongchang with confidence. You. Wu Yongchang pointed at Lin Feng and was speechless. At this time, Li Shiwei also came over. When she saw Wu Yongchang pointing at Lin Feng, Li Shiwei asked. Grandpa, what did you do again? Wu Yongchang looked at his granddaughter with helplessness on his face. Shiwei, you will be ruined by this boy sooner or later. Look at what he did. How dare a young boy speak so arrogantly? What does he have now? How dare someone with nothing dare to set foot in that place? Even I can only think about it. Wu Yongchang looked at Li Shiwei and said. But when he saw that Li Jingguo's family insisted on protecting Lin Feng, Wu Yongchang felt that they were hopeless. Grandpa, Lin Feng must have his own plans for doing this. Now that it's done, you might as well wait until the day after tomorrow to talk about it. It's useless for you to say so much. Li Shiwei said lightly. Oh. Crazy, crazy. Wu Yongchang sighed and went back to his room. But Li Jingguo was different. When he saw Lin Feng's battery, he knew that Lin Feng would definitely succeed. At least you won T lose money. Even if you really fail, those 2 techniques can help you come back to life. It's okay, it will succeed. Li Jingguo patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said. Lin Feng nodded. After this matter is over, I can retire and go fishing with you, Dad. Lin Feng said half jokingly. Ha ha ha. Good boy, you saved yourself 40 years of detour. Li Jinghua smiled. He now admired Lin Feng more and more. Ever since he and his daughter got their marriage certificate, he always thought that Raymond Lam was a smart young man, but now after knowing him for such a long time, he found that Raymond Lam's charm was far more than that. The purpose of making money is to enjoy it. No matter how much money you have, you can never spend it all, so you might as well enjoy it and keep what you can't bring with you when you die. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's right. You haven't come to see us for a long time. Let's have dinner at home tonight and have a drink. I haven't had a drink for a long time. I can only drink when you are around." Li Jinghua pulled Lin Feng to sit down. Lin Feng smiled and could only sit down. He also sympathized with his father-in-law. He couldn't drink alcohol at home, and could only wait for Raymond Lam to come before his mother-in-law would give him a little face. After a while, Wu Xinru came back with 2 bags of vegetables. Seeing Lin Feng and Li Jinghua sitting in the living room, Wu Xinru looked at Li Jinghua and asked, "Dad was mad at you again and went back to his room?" Li Jinghua nodded and said, "You can go and see for yourself. Even at such an old age, he still has such a hot temper. Sooner or later, he will get sick from anger. Hey, you too." After Wu Xinru finished speaking, she went straight upstairs to see her father, who was hiding in the room out of anger. "Come on, Grandpa, eat more vegetables." Li Shiwei kept picking up food for Wu Yongchang, and after picking up the food, she did not forget to pick up food for Lin Feng. Li Shiwei gets a headache every time she sees her father and grandfather arguing like this. Ever since I grew up, I clearly remember that the two of them started quarreling as soon as they met. They have been quarreling for decades and are still quarreling now. Grandpa, come and watch the press conference the day after tomorrow. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lin Feng looked at Wu Yongchang and smiled. He actually had no opinion about Wu Yongchang. He always regarded him as just an old man with a lot of chatterboxes. Well, I've thought about it. Now that it's done, just accept it. Then I'll take a look at your stuff the day after tomorrow. If it really doesn't work, just stop it. I have some money so you can start over. Wu Yongchang looked at Lin Feng and said. He himself understood that it would be useless to say anything now, and he could only trust his grandson-in-law. Although he said so, he actually said something that almost made Wu Yongchang explode. Grandpa, I believe in my things, so you don't need my help. Just wait for my good news the day after tomorrow. Lin Feng looked at everyone confidently and said. Chapter 97, Feiqi Automobile Press Conference Part 1. 2 days later, Lin Feng was testing his microphone equipment. After waiting for so long, this day finally came. Li Jinghua and others were looking at Lin Feng nervously from behind. Honey, don't be nervous when you go up there later. Stay calm. Li Shiwei's palms were covered in cold sweat. But Lin Feng comforted her like nothing had happened. It's okay, I know what's going on. You told me not to be nervous, but look at your palms, they're sweating. Lin Feng said while touching Li Shiwei's face. When Li Shiwei heard what Lin Feng said, her face turned red instantly. Nonsense, I'm not nervous. Although she said so, the nervousness on Li Shiwei's face was still evident. After all, this is a matter of risking everything, but she still believes in Lin Feng unconditionally. Lin Feng glanced at the media below. The media invited this time are all from the entire automotive industry, and there are even some self-media. The media that came were all different. Some were watching what it was like to make a car that was said to be the most advanced, while others were waiting to see how this young car would be defeated. The people who come here are just here to grab a bite of the traffic, but as long as the traffic is enough, Lin Feng's plan will succeed. Lin Feng looked at the time and slowly walked onto the stage. Hello, distinguished guests and media friends, welcome to the launch of our Flying Chi car. It is a pleasure to meet you all. The theme this time is very simple, which is to introduce the first car of Flying Spur, the Flying Spur Z01. After saying that, Lin Feng paused and looked at the expressions of the people below. Many people were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. After all, it was a new thing, how could it be better than those long famous cars? I also know that everyone is familiar with the automotive industry. Cars are very cheap nowadays, and everyone has one to some extent. But the one I will show you today will definitely be refreshing. After saying that, Lin Feng opened the car covered with red cloth. As soon as the cover was opened, the media below took out their cameras to take pictures. The brightness of the flash shone on Lin Feng's face. However, Lindy did not feel any discomfort at all. The more flashes there are, the happier Raymond Lam is. Lin Feng's pause also gave the people below an opportunity to speak. This car is really nice. It looks like a coupe. The people below were muttering. But such a beautiful car must cost hundreds of thousands. How can this be the first car? How can a car that most people can't afford be the first car? The people below were talking a lot, but they spoke in very low voices. They were all well-known people in the industry, and everyone was quite clear about this. Turning back to the stage, Raymond Lam continued his introduction. As you can see, the car is really nice looking. You may also say that such a nice car should be very expensive and not everyone can afford it. But I'll keep you in suspense for now and tell you later. I believe you will be surprised later. When everyone heard Lin Feng was going to talk about the price, they pricked up their ears to hear the price, but Lin Feng kept it a secret, which undoubtedly made everyone look forward to what was to come. Lin Feng above continued, of course, price is not the most important thing. The most important thing is safety. I don't know how to explain the safety of our car, but I'll show you the video above and you'll understand. After saying that, Lin Feng played a video on the projection above. The video above is a crash test. At first glance, the car simulates driving at the fastest speed it can and crashing into the wall. Bang! The entire head of the car in the video was flattened. Everyone looked at the flattened car and couldn't help wondering, is this the safest way to go? The car has been smashed like this, and you still say it's safe. Before everyone could watch it, the video above shocked everyone. In the video, after the car was hit, the tester slowly opened the door and took out the silicone dummy inside. However, the dummy inside was intact, with only a few scratches. Call. Is this true or false? Everyone was muttering below. You know, the tests inside are all extreme tests, but the dummies inside are fine. Seeing everyone exclaiming, Lin Feng turned off the video with satisfaction. I believe everyone has seen that although the front of the car was completely flattened after the violent collision, the inside was intact. This is because we have specially treated the front of the car, and the people inside are reduced by the front of the car to reduce the maximum damage. Of course, this car was randomly selected from many cars. If you don't believe me, you are welcome to visit our factory in the future. We will select a car for collision testing every day to ensure the quality of the car. After Lin Feng finished speaking, there was applause from the audience. After several minutes, the applause from below gradually stopped. And Lin Feng continued to speak. In fact, the most amazing thing is not this. Before today's press conference, our company also released some information that this car is a new energy electric vehicle. You might think that an electric car has only a short range and is difficult to charge. At this point, everyone below nodded. And Lin Feng above continued to add. Of course, I wouldn't brag like this if I didn't have some experience with the knife. After our day and night testing, our car can travel up to 1,800 kilometers when fully charged. And charging only takes 30 minutes, which is our main point. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the people below could no longer hold back and started discussing. That's not the way to brag. If this kind of technology really exists now, it is definitely not something that a new company like this can produce. It seems that anything can be done for sales. The people below did not believe what Lin Feng said. Everyone can talk, but if there really is such technology, it would not be the turn of this kind of car to use it. Lin Feng also vaguely heard the discussion below and smiled. I know you don't believe it, but it's true. I've uploaded the test video to our official website. It's unedited and unspeeded. You can watch it there if you want. Or if you really don't believe it, we will provide 10 cars for you to test for a month after the press conference. Of course, the number of places is limited, I hope you can understand. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone probably believed what he just said. After all, if he didn't have these two skills, he wouldn't be so confident to let everyone test it. Having said this, now it's time to talk about the price. Lin Feng looked at the people below and spoke slowly. Chapter 98, Feiqi Automobile Press Conference Part 2. As soon as they heard about the price, everyone immediately pricked up their ears to listen to the data to see how expensive such a powerful car could be. I won't keep you in suspense, the price of this car is this. Starting from 250,000. Call. So awesome? A car with such good data only starts at 250,000? The crowd below started to make a commotion. Lin Feng looked at everyone and added, you heard it right, the starting price is 250,000. You can reserve your car on the Feiqi Automobile official website. When Lin Feng said this, not only the media below were shocked, but even the comments on the official live broadcast were shocked. But the credibility still needs to wait for a brave man to try it. Everyone is waiting for this opportunity. For the rest of the time, Lin Feng handed the scene over to the media below. Lin Feng himself slowly walked off the stage. After Lin Feng went down, Wu Yongchang came to Lin Feng and asked, "What you just said is true. You can't lie." Wu Yongchang obviously didn't quite believe what Lin Feng had just said. Li Shuwei on the side said, "Grandpa, if you don't believe me, you can ask Lin Feng for a car and try." Lin Feng said on the side, "Of course it's true. Everyone has sharp eyes. Just take a look." Lin Feng smiled. Afterwards, Lin Feng opened his phone and saw that the pop-up ads were all for the cars he had just released. There are those who believe, those who doubt, and more than ever there are voices of doubt. After all, I still can't believe it. What right does he have to say that? After seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and turned off his phone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The host receives the reward for this mission, craft manufacturing. The system also congratulates the host in advance on this great success. After turning off his phone, Lin Feng received information from the system in his mind. Lin Feng's mind was instantly filled with memories of various manufacturing processes. After everyone had left, Lin Feng returned to his home with everyone else for a celebratory banquet. When he returned home, Wu Yongchang smiled at Lin Feng, which was rare. As a businessman himself, he knew what Lin Feng's car meant. "Xiaofeng, what I said some time ago was a bit harsh. I hope you don't take it to heart." Wu Yongchang apologized to Lin Feng. Li Xinghua on the side was surprised to see Wu Yongchang taking the initiative to admit his mistake. This was something he had never seen in all these years, and now he would actually take the initiative to admit his mistake. "Old man, did I hear you right? You can actually take the initiative to admit your mistake?" Li Xinghua looked at Wu Yongchang in disbelief. Wu Yongchang, who was originally in a good mood, was disturbed by Li Xinghua and now felt extremely cold. "Do you think everyone is as stubborn as you?" Wu Yongchang said, not to be outdone. Lin Feng was in the middle and tried to dissuade the two of them. Okay, today is supposed to be a celebration banquet, so just stop talking." After hearing what Lin Feng said, the two stopped talking. Lin Feng's father and Li Xinghua were drunk the whole night, and even when they went home, their feet felt like they were greased. After watching everyone go back, Lin Feng picked up Li Shuwei and returned to the living room. "Thank you." After Lin Feng said this, he kissed Li Shuwei. During this period, Lin Feng was busy until late at night every day, and when he returned home, he saw that Li Shuwei was already asleep. Now when Li Shuwei was kissed by Raymond Lam, she was also trying hard to respond to him. After a while, the two gradually separated. Li Shuwei looked at Lin Feng with a blushing face. "Don't say thank you next time." Li Shuwei looked at Lin Feng and said. After saying that, Li Shuwei ran to the room upstairs, saying as she went up, "Don't come up." Lin Feng looked at Li Shuwei's back as she went upstairs with a confused look on his face, not knowing what Li Shuwei was going to do. About 10 minutes passed. Li Shuwei walked downstairs slowly. When Raymond Lam saw Li Shuwei's look, his eyes widened. This. Lin Feng looked at Li Shuwei speechless. Li Shuwei also blushed and looked at Lin Feng and said, "Do you like it?" Looking at the maid outfit on Li Shuwei, with white over-the-knee socks on her slender legs, Lin Feng swallowed and said, "I like it." Seeing Lin Feng's expression and stuttering words, Li Shuwei knew how Lin Feng felt at that moment. "Let me give you a massage." Li Shuwei gestured to Raymond Lam to lie down on the sofa. Lin Feng's mind was now blank, and he did as Li Shuwei said. Lin Feng lay on the sofa and enjoyed Li Shuwei's massage. "Ah! Ha! When did you learn how to massage?" Lin Feng asked after taking a long breath. Li Shuwei, who was massaging Raymond Lam, whispered in the back. "You weren't home during this time, so I learned it by watching videos online. But every time you came back it was too late, and I couldn't help but fall asleep." After hearing what Li Shuwei said, Lin Feng was moved. "I won't be so busy anymore," Lin Feng said softly. Lin Feng looked at Li Shuwei wearing a maid outfit and realized that he no longer had any extravagant demands. After receiving a massage from Li Shuwei, Raymond Lam felt very sorry for her. He pushed Li Shuwei onto the sofa. "Let me help you." After saying that, Raymond Lam started to give Li Shuwei a massage. 2 hours later, both of them were sweating profusely. However, Raymond Lam lay on Li Shuwei's thighs with his eyes closed quietly, enjoying this wonderful time. Husband. Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng and whispered. Lin Feng replied. Don't take my grandpa's words to heart. He is old and doesn't know how to express his emotions. He really wants to do this for our own good, but he may not be that good at expressing it. Li Shiwei looked at him and said slowly. It's okay, I understand. He's actually doing this for our own good. Lin Feng touched Li Shiwei's thigh and said. Bing. Li Shiwei was shocked when Lin Feng touched her like this. Raymond Lam also directly carried Princess Li Shiwei into the room. Chapter 99, Charming Li Shiwei. After waking up, Lin Feng opened his phone and saw that the message on it had been widely circulated. As soon as I opened World TV, I saw Zhou Shuai testing his car, and Lin Feng directly gave a car to Zhou Shuai. Zhou Shuai is now a big blogger with tens of millions of fans. Brothers, we have been driving all night and have already driven 800 kilometers. The battery is still 55%. Let's see if we can reach 1,600 kilometers. Zhou Shuai was sitting in the driver's seat and introducing the car to the fans in the live broadcast room. When he first got the car, Zhou Shuai advertised it immediately and tried it out himself. Now he and Tan Jiasen are taking turns driving to see how far the maximum distance can be. Fuck, Brother Zhou is awesome. Brother Zhou is awesome, he really does it when there's something going on. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Zhou. We have been waiting for this car. We have returned the car we bought yesterday, and we are waiting for this one. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was surging wildly. When Lin Feng saw the comments in the live broadcast room, he couldn't help but laugh. My car is in short supply now, and some people are even urging for it on the official website. There are even some radical ones who accuse themselves of engaging in hunger marketing. After looking for a while, Li Shiwei stretched and looked at Lin Feng, who was looking at his mobile phone. Awake? Why don't you get some more sleep? Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei and said. Li Shiwei moved her aching body and rested her head on Lin Feng's body, saying coquettishly, my body is so sore. After Li Shiwei finished speaking, Lin Feng thought of last night. The two played cards until the early morning last night, and Li Shiwei lost so much that she burst into tears. Now, only a few hours have passed, and Li Shiwei has woken up again. It seems that she should play less cards in the future. Why don't you get some more sleep? You've only rested for a short time. Raymond Lam moved Li Shiwei's head onto the pillow again. When she stood up, Li Shiwei saw several pairs of stockings on the ground, her face flushed and she closed her eyes tightly. Not long after, Li Shiwei fell asleep again, and Lin Feng got up and made breakfast for Li Shiwei. As soon as breakfast was ready, Li Shiwei slowly walked downstairs. She was still wearing a black cheongsam dress, and the split ends just touched Raymond Lam's heart. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw it. He guaranteed that anyone who saw it would be moved, let alone it was from Li Shiwei, and Li Shiwei sent it to him at home specifically. I cooked a bowl of noodles, eat it while it's hot. Lin Feng picked up a pair of bowls and chopsticks for Li Shiwei and said, but his hands were shaking constantly. Hey me. Li Shiwei raised her head and said. Lin Feng smiled and could only pick up the noodles in the bowl and feed them to Li Shiwei. However, Li Shiwei was rubbing Lin Feng's legs with her black stockings under the table. After suffering for half an hour, Lin Feng finally finished the bowl of noodles. Hubby, why don't you show any expression? Li Shiwei held her chin with both hands and looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng swallowed and said, we still need to exercise some restraint. But Lin Feng regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. Why was he pretending to be a gentleman? Really? Li Shiwei smiled, but her legs continued to move. Let us just forget it. After saying that, Lin Feng picked up Li Shirin and put her on the sofa. 2 hours later. Raymond Lam lay on Li Shiwei's legs. Thinking about what happened just now, a faint smile appeared on his face. I can't even take a break. Lin Feng laughed. Li Shiwei had also changed into a plain white long dress and smiled. I've been so busy recently, I need to make up for it. I was stunned when I heard Li Shiwei's words. Fortunately, I was very capable, otherwise I would be lying at home taking medicine now. Wife. How do you know all this? Lin Feng is now very puzzled as to how Li Shiwei knew this. Li Shiwei smiled and said. This is what Jiasen told me. Every time she buys something new, she'll send me a picture. After saying that, Li Shiwei opened her mobile phone and showed Lin Feng the chat history. What you see above is that Tan Jiasen would send a link to Li Shiwei every time she bought something. Although Li Shuwei asked Tan Jiasen not to send her such messy links every time, Li Shuwei still bought them silently. When Lin Feng saw the chat record, he realized that when he called Zhou Shuai before, he heard Zhou Shuai's weak voice, and he asked him to play games from time to time, so he had a reason. When we met before, I saw that he was holding a thermos cup full of wolfberries. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel sorry for Zhou Shuai. He was so young and had already started soaking wolfberries. It was estimated that within a year, he would have become as holy as a Buddha. What's more, Tan Jiasen was a tall man of over 1.8 meters. How could Zhou Shuai possibly bear it? What happened to my husband? Li Shuwei saw that Raymond Lam didn't say anything and thought that Raymond Lam was angry, so she quickly added, "If you don't like it, I won't buy it next time." After hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, "How could that be? I like whatever you wear." Just kidding, Li Shuwei is cold as ice when she is outside, but like a kitten at home. Which man would not like her and be angry? Impossible. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Li Shuwei excitedly kissed Lin Feng on the face and said, "He. Actually, I have a lot more. Do you want to see?" Li Shuwei lowered her head and spoke softly, then looked up at Lin Feng to see his expression. This was something Lin Feng didn't expect, there was actually more. He originally thought that Li Shuwei had already taken out all her things, but when he heard her say that there was more, Lin Feng became excited again. "Besides?" Lin Feng asked. Li Shuwei nodded and said, "There are many more." After saying that, Li Shuwei pulled Lin Feng upstairs. Coming upstairs, Li Shuwei opened another closet, which was full of. Lin Feng himself was shocked. When did so many of them appear? Do you want to try it? Li Shuwei put a finger on her lips and said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng swallowed and nodded. After seeing this, Li Shuwei laughed even more happily. After that, Raymond Lam was in dire straits for the whole day. Chapter 100 Zhao Xuanyu's Thoughts. For the next period of time, Raymond Lam and Cecilia Li lived a shameless life at home, and his car was in short supply. Now the 4S stores are overcrowded, and the trend has even become popular all over the world. Every time a new car arrives at a 4S store, there are already many people queuing up to buy it, and some even line up outside late at night. The big bomb released by Lin Feng has caused other car manufacturers to panic. A car that costs about 200,000 yuan, with the most expensive top-end model costing less than 350,000 yuan, is already comparable to cars that cost 400,000 or 500,000 yuan. People who buy cars now give priority to Mercedes-Benz, and don't even think about the others. This incident also caused a sensation in the entire automotive circle. When they learned that the person was Raymond Lam, they all thought of Raymond Lam's previous World TV, which was also aggressively competing for dominance in the entire short video platform at that time. It has now become the largest short video company in China. Just like cars nowadays, many people were not optimistic about Lin Feng at the beginning, thinking that this young man was just lucky before. It is not enough to just make a car, but it also depends on the market. But now that the car came out, everyone was shocked. Both the quality and price completely crushed its peers. Now even people who are not involved in Lin Feng's industry have begun to feel dangerous, and are afraid that this man will set foot in their industry. Magic City. A man wearing black framed glasses sat in his high-rise office, blowing on the freshly brewed coffee. "Boss Xiao, this is our performance this month." A tall secretary handed the documents in her hand to the man who was drinking coffee in front of her. The man took a look at the documents in his hand and put them directly on the table. "What is the origin of this feiqi?" The man put down his coffee and asked. "We have checked, this feiqi is just coming in aggressively, and now people outside are saying that they will not buy any car that does not have it. Some users who ordered from us even regretted it and didn't even want to pay the deposit. This is a blow to our entire industry." The secretary reported calmly to the man in front of him. The man in front of him had no expression at all. He was taught since childhood not to panic when encountering things, because the more panicked he was, the more mistakes he would make. "Okay, I get it, you go out first." The man waved his hand to signal the secretary to go out. The secretary nodded and walked out directly in her high heels. When the secretary went out and closed the door, the man frowned. How could he not know about this incident that had caused a sensation in the entire circle? But now there is nothing that can be done. After all, this flying chi came with such force that before I could react, it had already gained a foothold in the market and also gained a group of loyal fans. There is no way I, Zhao Xuanyu, will be defeated by such a person. Zhao Xuanyu pounded the table and said harshly. The man in front of him was none other than Zhao Xuanyu from Magic City, the man whom Wu Yongchang had compared to Lin Feng at the time. After hammering the table, Zhao Xuanyu felt a burst of pain in his hand. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Xuanyu smiled, looked at his red hands, and could feel the crisis he was in. After laughing for a while, Zhao Xuanyu picked up his mobile phone and called his lawyer. Let them all come to the conference room for a meeting, Zhao Xuanyu said to the person on the other end of the phone. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving the secretary a chance to speak. After a while, Zhao Xuanyu came to the conference room and saw everyone staring at him. Zhao Xuanyu didn't say anything, but walked straight to his seat and sat down. After looking at everyone, Zhao Xuanyu said, "Do you know what I'm going to say?" After hearing this, everyone looked at each other without saying a word. Do you know flying car? Zhao Xuanyu looked at everyone and asked. After saying this, everyone nodded in sudden realization. Boss Xiao, it's just a small flying speed, not worthy of being on the stage. A middle-aged man from Guangmingding stopped and spoke, his face full of confidence, not taking what he had just said to heart at all. Zhao Xuanyu nodded after listening and continued to ask everyone, okay, does anyone have any other ideas? After hearing what the man just said, another man stood up and said, Boss Xiao, I also think that Fei Qi is just a small fight and cannot be compared with us at all. I think there is no need to take them to heart. After saying that, the man sat down directly. Zhao Xuanyu above looked around at the people below. Sudden. Zhao Xuanyu slammed the table hard. Bang! Everyone was shocked. What use do I have for you? A little Fei Qi, what else can you do all day except drink after get off work and play with your phone at work? When they grow to our size, you will all be left starving. Does anyone know about flying? Zhao Xuanyu continued to look at everyone. At this time, someone stood up and said, Mr. Zhao, I just bought a Mercedes-Benz car a few days ago. After the man finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Xuanyu. Zhao Xuanyu also looked at the young man in front of him. He knew this man. He was a top student who was hired at a high price when he first took over the company. Oh. You bought it? Tell me, what's good about it? Zhao Xuanyu asked with a smile. The young man in front of him said, to be honest, their cars are probably better than our company's cars that cost 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man who had just been scolded, how can you boost other people's ambitions? Before the young man could finish his words, Zhao Xuanyu angrily scolded him, shut up. Did I ask you to speak? After being scolded, the middle-aged man continued to sit down. The young man continued to speak. I've driven their car for a few days, and it's just as advertised. It can travel more than 1,000 kilometers, and it charges quickly. That alone is better than ours. It's also cheaper. Everything else is pretty standard. The man sat down right after he finished speaking. After Zhao Xuanyu got the news, he smiled with satisfaction. Yes, it seems that there are still people in our company. I thought they were all pigs. After saying that, Zhao Xuanyu looked at the two middle-aged men. The two middle-aged men lowered their heads at the same time. I think their cars are great. If they keep going like this, they will definitely be bigger and better than ours. I called you here today because you have thought of a way to deal with it. We can't wait until others swallow us before we react. Does anyone have any ideas? Zhao Xuanyu looked at everyone and asked. Chapter 101 Yushuan Group. Mr. Zhao, since they are still a newly established company and have received good feedback, we should acquire them or invest in them. This way, when they grow bigger in the future, we won't be swallowed up directly. The young man just now stood up and said. After hearing this, Zhao Xuanyu pondered for a while and soon said, this is a good idea. We need to think about this matter carefully. If there's nothing else, let's adjourn the meeting. After saying that, Zhao Xuanyu left the meeting room directly. He didn't want to be in that meeting room with those idiots. The young man just now was exactly what Zhao Xuanyu was thinking of. His Zhao family had been in business for many years and had the financial strength to acquire a small, newly established company. On the other hand, Lin Feng didn't know that his Mercedes-Benz car had been targeted by someone. He still went to the company every day to take a look and then went home to spend time with Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei also stays at home every day. Unless her secretary calls her, she will not go to the company. Just when Lin Feng was bored in his office, the secretary walked in slowly. Boss Lin, someone from Yushuan Group is here and wants to see you. I've asked them to wait in the reception room. The secretary reported to Lin Feng. Yushuan Group? Did they say why they were here? Lin Feng asked. The secretary shook her head. I don't know, they didn't say, they just said they wanted to learn from Mr. Lin. The secretary said slowly. Lin Feng sat in his chair and thought for a while before saying slowly, You go out first. I'll be down right away. After saying that, the secretary slowly walked out. I don't know Zhao Xuanyu. What is he doing here? Lin Feng walked towards the reception room while muttering to himself. Downstairs, in the reception room, as soon as Lin Feng arrived inside, he saw 2 men and 1 woman waiting for him inside. When the 3 saw Lin Feng coming in, they stood up enthusiastically and stretched out their right hands and said, Boss Lin, I've heard a lot about you. Lin Feng also stretched out his right hand and shook hands with the 3 people in turn. I don't know what the 3 of you are here for. How can you have the time to come all the way from the magic city to Yanjing? Lin Feng looked directly at everyone and asked. One of the 3 men was the young man mentioned earlier. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Xingyi, her name is Sun Wenwei, and his name is Li Zichuan. Wang Xingyi introduced herself and the other 2 to Raymond Lam. Lin Feng nodded and said, My name is Lin Feng, everyone should know my name. Of course, Mr. Lin's name has spread throughout our circle. I don't know if Mr. Lin is free. We would like to invite Mr. Lin to dinner and learn from your success. Wang Xingyi smiled. Lin Feng simply waved his hand and refused. Why are you saying this? If we're talking about learning, I'm learning from you. Your Yushuan group is where we need to learn. As for eating, I may not be free. Every day I go home to eat the meals my wife cooks. There's nothing I can do about it. This is the pain of being a married man. After seeing Lin Feng's refusal, Wang Xingyi did not show any disappointment, but smiled even more happily. Mr. Lin is really a family man. Whoever can marry you is lucky. When Lin Feng saw that Wang Xingyi was still playing dumb with him, he asked directly. I don't know what Mr. Wang is here for this time. It can't be as simple as just having a meal. We all look pretty close in age, so if you have something to say, just tell us directly. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Wang Xingyi didn't beat around the bush and directly told Lin Feng her purpose. It's like this, Mr. Lin. Our company is very optimistic about your company, but we see that your company may have some difficulties in getting started, so our company wants to help your company. After saying that, Wang Xingyi took out the form in his hand and handed it to Lin Feng. Nothing to show your kindness. Lin Feng thought to himself and took the form handed over by Wang Xingyi and took a look at it. This guy is planning to buy my company, and the money he's offering is really a lot. Lin Feng thought about it. I'm sorry. I definitely can't agree to your request. To be honest, the things above look very tempting, but this is the result of my hard work for so long, and I still don't plan to do it. Lin Feng did not directly say the word acquisition, but directly refused. After hearing this, Wang Xingyi smiled and said, What does Mr. Lin mean? You want to pay more? When they came, Zhao Xuanyu had already said that if Lin Feng asked for more money, as long as it was not too excessive, he would satisfy his request. Now seeing Lin Feng's hesitation, he felt that the matter was half settled. But after hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, No, Mr. Wang, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to increase the price, but I can't sell my hard work. If you don't mind, I can make an exception and treat you to a meal. It can be any restaurant in Yanjing. Lin Feng laughed. Boss Lin, you know that our offer is already very generous. You are still a newly started company, so you may not have sufficient funds. Of course, if this negotiation fails, we can still discuss other aspects. After saying that, Wang Xingyi took out another document and handed it to Lin Feng. But this time, Lin Feng didn't even answer the call. Forget it, I don't have that idea. I'm sorry we don't have the opportunity to work together. Do you guys have anything else to say? If not, why don't we go have a meal together? Lin Feng smiled and greeted a few people. Seeing that Lin Feng was adamant, these people had no choice but to give up. Since Mr. Lin has no such plan, we will not bother you. If Mr. Lin has this idea in the future, he can contact us again. I hope we can cooperate again one day. After saying that, Wang Xingyi and the other 2 walked out directly. Lin Feng looked at the 3 people and couldn't help but sigh. Big companies are different. Even their employees are so arrogant. After saying that, Lin Feng returned to his office. After Wang Xingyi walked out the door, he called Zhao Xuanyu directly. Hello? Mr. Zhao. Lin Feng doesn't agree. Wang Xingyi said to the person on the other end of the phone. After hearing what was said on the phone, Zhao Xuanyu was not surprised at all. He smiled and responded, "Wait for me over there first. I'll go there myself tomorrow." After saying that, Zhao Xuanyu hung up the phone. Chapter 102, First Meeting with Zhao Xuanyu. This kid is really stubborn. Looks like I have to go there myself. Zhao Xuanyu muttered. And the other side. When Lin Feng returned home, Li Shiwei had already prepared a table full of food waiting for him. "Wash your hands first. I'll go in and add a scrambled egg." After saying that, Li Shiwei turned and walked to the kitchen, while Lin Feng washed his hands and went to the table to take a look at tonight's meal. This. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter when he saw the food on the table. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the food on the table and the scrambled eggs that Li Shiwei had just brought over. "Honey, is this what we're going to eat tonight?" Lin Feng pointed at the fried eggs with leeks in Li Shiwei's hand, the pig penis on the table, and some nutritious dishes and said, "Yeah. What's wrong?" Li Shiwei asked puzzledly. "Fine." Lin Feng could only sit down helplessly. "By the way, someone came to see me today, guess who it is?" Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei and said. Li Shiwei thought about it, then said, "Who else could find you? Could it be Zhang Mangyao?" After hearing Li Shiwei's analysis, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. "Why did you mention her?" "Someone from Yushuan Group came to me today and wanted to acquire our company." "Someone from Yushuan Group came to find you? How could he find you? You don't even know him?" Li Shiwei asked. "I don't know. After I rejected him, he wanted to invest in our company, but I rejected that as well." Lin Feng then added. "I guess they saw the potential of your current car. It will become bigger and stronger one day and become a formidable opponent." Li Shiwei analyzed. "If I'm not mistaken, that should be the case. But I don't regard them as my rivals. What I want to do is to let everyone know about my car, not the small Yushuan Group." Lin Feng said slowly. As soon as Raymond Lam finished speaking, Cecilia Li became like a little fangirl, with stars in her eyes. Boom! Li Shiwei stood up and kissed Raymond Lam, then looked at him lovingly. The next day, when Lin Feng came to the company from home, he saw a young man walking towards his company. The man also saw Lin Feng. "Boss Lin." After seeing Lin Feng, the man took the initiative and extended his hand to Lin Feng enthusiastically. Lin Feng also stretched out his hand and shook hands with the man in front of him. Of course, Lin Feng also knew the man in front of him. When he was checking who this Zhao Xuanyu was, Lin Feng saw his information on the internet. Apart from anything else, this Zhao Xuanyu is definitely a handsome guy, although Lin Feng thinks he is not as handsome as himself. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be Mr. Zhao." Lin Feng pretended to guess. "Ha ha ha. It's of course my honor that Mr. Lin knows me." Zhao Xuanyu smiled after showing his true attitude. "Hey, why are you talking about this? In our industry, who doesn't know Mr. Zhao?" Lin Feng laughed. Zhao Xuanyu waved his hand and said, "It's just an empty name. It's all thanks to the family company. If my family hadn't given me the family company, I would just be a 996 white-collar worker. It's not easy to talk here. Come on, Mr. Zhao, please come in." After listening, Lin Feng called Zhao Xuanyu to go into the company. But Zhao Xuanyu refused and said, "Boss Lin, I came here today just to get to know you. I just found a better tea house with all the best teas. How about we go there and get to know each other?" Seeing Zhao Xuanyu inviting him with such ambiguous words, Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. This old man is still familiar with feelings. However, this was also what Lin Feng thought in his heart, but he did not say it directly. But on the surface, Lin Feng accepted Zhao Xuanyu's invitation. "Mr. Zhao, you can have tea, but if my wife heard what you just said, she would probably be jealous. We are two grown men and we are familiar with each other. Fortunately, there are not many people around, otherwise others will definitely misunderstand." Lin Feng smiled and joked. After hearing this, Zhao Xuanyu also laughed and said, "Ha, I didn't think it through, but I don't have that kind of hobby. Let's not talk too much here, let's go to the tea house and chat slowly." After saying that, the two of them got into Lin Feng's Rolls Royce and headed straight to the tea house that Zhao Xuanyu mentioned. After arriving at the tea house, Zhao Xuanyu directly said to the girl who was making tea, "You can go out, I can do it myself, bring the best tea you have here." After hearing what Zhao Xuanyu said, the little girl bowed and went out. After the little girl left, Zhao Xuanyu demonstrated his smooth tea-making skills in front of Lin Feng. I thought Mr. Zhao would rather drink a sip of coffee than look at tea, but I didn't expect that he could brew tea so beautifully. Lin Feng smiled and praised. I don't like drinking coffee. Except for a few sips in the office, I drink tea the rest of the time. I used to buy tea when I was abroad, but it wasn't as good as the one in China. Zhao Xuanyu smiled. After a short while, Zhao Xuanyu had poured Lin Feng a cup of tea. The two of them waited quietly for the temperature of the teacup to cool down, then they picked up the teacup on the table, blew on it and took a sip. Lin Feng closed his eyes and said, "It's worthy of being Mr. Rao's tea. It tastes good." Later, Raymond Lam added, "Although I don't understand tea." Zhao Xuanyu on the other side smiled and said, "Actually, I don't know how to drink it either. When I was little, my grandfather often took me to drink tea, saying that drinking tea can calm me down. Over time, it became a habit. I'm different. When I was a kid, I used to drink happy water and eat at street stalls. My parents scolded me a lot when I was a kid." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. I also saw some news about Mr. Lin on the internet. Mr. Lin's family was not like this when he was young. But now that Mr. Lin has achieved success, I still need to learn from him." Zhao Xuanyu blew the tea in the cup to cool it down and drank it all in one gulp. Lin Feng also heard the sarcasm in Zhao Xuanyu's tone, but he didn't take it to heart at all. As long as people in the circle said that he had achieved his current success by living off gigolos, he didn't believe that Zhao Xuanyu didn't know about it. Now that Zhao Xuanyu had found him, it was simply because they had failed to reach an agreement yesterday. Now he had come in person, but Lin Feng was waiting. He would talk to him whenever Zhao Xuanyu asked him. Whoever speaks first will lose now. Anyway, Lin Feng feels that he has plenty of time and is not in a hurry. Drink, drink. Tea tastes bad when it's cold. Seeing Lin Feng staring at him, Zhao Xuanyu didn't know what to say for a moment and could only point at the teacup on the coffee table and speak. Chapter 103 Lin Feng's Thoughts. Yes, tea tastes bad when it's cold. While looking at Zhao Xuanyu, Lin Feng picked up the teacup on the coffee table and drank it in one gulp. After finishing their tea, the two of them continued to remain silent. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Zhao Xuanyu could only pour another cup of tea for Lin Feng. Actually, I know Shi Wei too. Zhao Xuanyu poured 2 cups of tea and spoke. Lin Feng nodded. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Zhao Xuanyu continued. Our two families have always had a good relationship. Her grandfather and my grandfather have known each other for many years. I also fell in love with Shi Wei at first sight. But last time her grandfather went back, he told my grandfather that she was married. I was wondering who could have won Shi Wei's heart, but when I found out it was you, I was wondering what was so good about you that you could marry Shi Wei. It wasn't until a while ago that I realized that Shi Wei and you are really a perfect match. Zhao Xuanyu seemed to be telling his old friend what was in his heart, but it also seemed like he was saying in front of Lin Feng that you are not as good as me. However, when Lin Feng heard this, he felt nothing at all. Actually, I don't know. Shi Wei has had a crush on me for so many years since college, but I didn't know until the end. But it's not too late. Now we have obtained the marriage certificate and live a carefree life. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. I don't mean anything else. I just have a crush on her. I hope Mr. Lin doesn't mind." Zhao Xuanyu smiled and said. However, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "It's okay. She was the school belle when she was in school, but we got married later." After Lin Feng said this, Zhao Xuanyu's eyebrows moved, but he controlled his emotions in time. This damn Lin Feng actually thinks I'm a jerk. Don't you know your own worth? Zhao Xuanyu thought to himself. On the other hand, after Lin Feng finished speaking, he took the cup on the coffee table and took a sip. Anyway, I'm not the one who's in a hurry. You can sleep now. I'm not in a hurry, and neither are you. So let's just wait and see. And Zhao Xuanyu finally couldn't help but tell the reason why he came. Boss Lin, I came here today, you know what I want to say, right? Zhao Xuanyu asked. Just when Zhao Xuanyu thought that Lin Feng had given him an answer, he didn't expect Lin Feng to say something that surprised him. I don't know what Mr. Zhao is talking about. I don't quite understand. Lin Feng smiled and said. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhao Xuanyu almost spit out his tea. This guy is just playing dumb. We were chatting just fine just now, but now he seems like a different person. It's what our company's people came to find Mr. Lin yesterday to talk about. I wonder what Mr. Lin's plan is. Zhao Xuanyu said it directly. Mr. Zhao, I told you what happened yesterday. I don't have this plan. I hope you won't ask me again. Your tea is delicious. We can drink tea and talk about youth. Lin Feng now poured a cup of tea for Zhao Xuanyu. Don't be anxious. I was wrong yesterday. I apologize on their behalf for what they did wrong. I came here today with full sincerity. I hope Mr. Lin will give me a chance. Zhao Xuanyu took a sip of the cup of tea that Lin Feng poured for him and spoke slowly. What are you talking about, Mr. Zhao? If you want to say something, it should be me. Just say it directly. Lin Feng smiled and said. After saying that, Zhao Xuanyu took out a contract from his bag and handed it to Lin Feng. This is my personal share transfer. As long as you sign, I will give you 5% of my shares. If Mr. Lin doesn't believe it, you can ask your lawyer to come over. After Lin Feng saw the contract on the table, he took a quick look at it. After reading it, Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect that Zhao Xuanyu was so generous and would actually give him 5% of the shares. You know, these are the shares of Yushuan Group. I didn't expect this kid to be able to do this. It looks like he's bound to take me down in this business. Lin Feng thought to himself. Boss Xiao is offering so much. Both shares and money. This is really tempting. I almost drooled. No one can refuse this. Lin Feng pretended to be greedy and teased Zhao Xuanyu. When Zhao Xuanyu saw Lin Feng's greedy face, he seemed to see hope, but now his heart was bleeding. How about Mr. Lin call your lawyer over and we sign the contract now? Zhao Xuanyu looked at Lin Feng and said. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I've thought about it and decided to forget it. This is the result of my hard work for so long, I still can't bear to give it up. Lin Feng smiled and said. After hearing this, Zhao Xuanyu was stunned for a while. Didn't you just say this was a good thing? No one can refuse it? Zhao Xuanyu said, suppressing the anger in his heart. This Lin Feng really doesn't play by the rules. If you think the conditions are not good enough, you can still negotiate. But you said you can't refuse, and you rejected me again. What do you mean? Zhao Xuanyu thought to himself. Lin Feng took a sip of tea with a smile on his face. It's getting late, Mr. Zhao, and I should go home too. My wife asked me to go home for lunch at noon. After saying that, Zhao Xuanyu smiled and said, then I won't bother Mr. Lin anymore. Let's go back and have tea together when we have time. Then let's have tea together next time when we are free. When Lin Feng was about to turn around and leave, Zhao Xuanyu stopped him. Wait, Mr. Lin, don't be impatient. Let's add a little green bubble first, and we can have a good chat when we have time. After saying that, Zhao Xuanyu opened the QR code on his mobile phone. And Lin Feng also gave Zhao Xuanyu this face. Although the two of them did not get along, this kind of face still had to be given. There was no need to make things so awkward. Lin Feng also opened his mobile phone and scanned Zhao Xuanyu's QR code. With a ding, the two added each other in a green bubble. After Lin Feng saw that Zhao Xuanyu had been added on his phone, he walked out with a smile. Mr. Zhao, let's talk again when we have time. I'm going back first. Only Zhao Xuanyu was left in the tea house. Zhao Xuanyu was not in a hurry to leave, but continued to make a pot of tea. That's really good. You fooled me. Zhao Xuanyu said while gritting his teeth. Lin Feng didn't hear what Zhao Xuanyu said. He was now driving his Rolls-Royce back home. When Raymond Lam returned home, he saw Li Sherwei sitting alone on the sofa at home watching TV and laughing. She rarely goes to the company now because she wants to be a housewife. She only goes there when there is something going on in the company, such as signing a contract. What are you looking at? You're smiling so happily. Lin Feng sat next to Li Sherwei and said. How come you have time to come back at noon today? Aren't you usually in the company? Li Sherwei looked at Lin Feng and asked. Guess who I saw this afternoon? Lin Feng hugged Li Sherwei and asked. Chapter 104, Angry Zhao Xuanyu. Who is it? Li Sherwei looked at Lin Feng and asked. Zhao Xuanyu. Lin Feng said slowly. Zhao Xuanyu? Why did he come to see you? Li Sherwei asked in confusion. He came to talk to me about what they wanted to say yesterday. He also wanted to give me 5% of their Yushuan Group's shares, but I refused. Lin Feng said. What? 5% of Yushuan Group's shares? Is he crazy, or are you crazy? You are not tempted by this. This time it was Li Shiwei's turn to be confused. Zhao Xuanyu obviously came prepared, but Lin Feng refused. One reason was that he offered too much, and the other was that he was unwilling to sell his company. If it were someone else, he would probably give the company to him. Li Shiwei was shocked for a moment, but then she understood. Lin Feng had spent so much effort on her, and he would definitely not want her to be used as a wedding dress. You guys just chatted like this for the whole morning? Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, he also said that he has been secretly in love with you for a long time. But Li Shiwei didn't take it seriously after hearing this and said, there are so many people who have a crush on me, but the person I have a crush on only waited for 5 years. After saying that, Li Shiwei glanced at Lin Feng and tilted her head towards him. Lin Feng smiled, picked up Li Shiwei and walked upstairs. 2 hours later, Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei, who was lying limp in his arms, and said, let's find a good time to get married. What? Li Shiwei asked softly. I say, let's find a time to hold the wedding. After hearing these words, Li Shiwei's eyes gradually became moist. Good. Lin Feng was stunned after seeing it. What's wrong? If you think it's still early, we can postpone it a little longer. After hearing this, Li Shiwei lightly hit Lin Feng. You dare. I'm just happy. I can't wait for us to have the wedding tomorrow. After saying that, Li Shiwei leaned into Lin Feng's arms again. Help! I'm being pushed by a pig. Lin Feng smiled and joked. You are the pig. When Li Shiwei heard Lin Feng calling her a pig, she said with a shy look on her face. Next time I go home, I'll ask my mom to help us find a good date, and then we'll have the wedding. Then I'll give you a wedding of the century that will be unique in the world. Lin Feng said slowly. I'm so tired. I'm going to take a nap first. Li Shiwei nodded and fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei's closed eyes, kissed her gently, and then fell asleep with her. On the other side, in the presidential suite of a hotel. After being rejected by Lin Feng, Zhao Xuanyu was in no mood at all. He went straight back to the hotel he had just opened and called 3 people who were also in the hotel to come to the room he opened. Boss Xiao, Lin Feng has agreed, right? After seeing Zhao Xuanyu return to the hotel, he went to Zhao Xuanyu's room and asked. You are talking nonsense, how could Mr. Zhao's move not succeed? Li Zichuan said while flattering Zhao Xuanyu from behind. But Zhao Xuanyu said calmly, it's useless. The boy refused to change his mind and refused to do so. I even took 5% of the shares of Yushuan Group as a bargaining chip. What? The 3 were shocked when they heard the news. Is there shit in Lin Feng's brain? If someone else came here, they would be so happy that they could succeed, and even call him dad. How big is the Yushuan Group? It has a presence all over the world. Now 5% is used to exchange for the small company that has just started. No normal person would do this. Boss Xiao, maybe Lin Feng doesn't know the size of Yushuan Group? Why don't we wait 2 days and try again? Wait until he gets back to understand the size of our Yushuan Group? I guess when he finds out, he will definitely call us. Then the 5% stake was reduced to 3%. Wang Xingyi said slowly from the side. Wang Xingyi was extremely jealous. He worked so hard in the company and only earned a few million yuan a year, but this 5% stake, even the dividends, were worth billions. Why don't I have such a good life? I still have to bow and scrape like a grandson all day long. Don't worry, this happened too suddenly. I'll contact him again in a couple of days. If he really has this intention, we'll be relieved. If not, forget it. After all, it's his freedom. Zhao Xuanyu said slowly. Mr. Zhao, we can actually imitate them and make a car that matches theirs. As long as we make it, it can be as popular as theirs. We don't need to dance on a tightrope. Li Zichuan on the side looked at Zhao Xuanyu and said. Zhao Xuanyu glanced at Li Zichuan and asked, you are really smart. I didn't want to praise you, but since you said so, let me ask you, have you ever seen a Mercedes-Benz car? I've heard that their car looks like a coupe and is very attractive to young people, which is why he is successful. Li Zichuan analyzed seriously. As an employee of the company, if you don't know about the competitors' cars, why can you stay in the company for so long? Zhao Xuanyu fixed his eyes on Li Zichuan and asked. As for Li Zichuan, cold sweat was already slowly dripping down his forehead. He now regretted why he asked this question. How can a car worth more than 200,000 yuan have such good configuration? I still suggest you go directly to the official website and take a look. I won't say much to you. Just do it yourself. After Zhao Xuanyu finished speaking to Li Zichuan, he waved his hand and asked them to leave. Li Zichuan felt relieved and escaped directly from Zhao Xuanyu's presidential suite. After seeing the three people go out, Zhao Xuanyu looked down from the window of the tall building, muttering, "What kind of technology is needed to do this? Is this Lin Feng really a business genius?" Zhao Xuanyu was puzzled. When he first saw Lin Feng, he thought he was just handsome, but after getting to know him, he found that Lin Feng was not only handsome, but also very smart. It looks like another star has risen, Zhao Xuanyu said to himself. Chapter 105, Rumors spread about Mercedes-Benz cars. In the past few days, Zhao Xuanyu also contacted Lin Feng, but Lin Feng refused to come out to see him, and said that his wife at home was strict and he couldn't come out. This made Zhao Xuanyu feel frustrated for a while. What the hell, you can't even come out and meet me? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Zhao Xuanyu looked at the message that Lin Feng had just sent, and gritted his teeth as he looked at the emoticon package that Lin Feng had sent. After Zhao Xuanyu calmed down, he directly sent a message to Wang Xingyi. Book a flight for the evening and we'll go back. Wang Xingyi replied to the message that was just sent on the phone, asking, "So you gave up on this flying speed? Just order it when I tell you to." When he saw the message was sent, Zhao Xuanyu turned off his phone and lay on the bed in the hotel. Since you don't want to cooperate, there's nothing I can do. I've already shown my sincerity. When Zhao Xuanyu thought about Lin Feng's current technology, he could predict his own future fate. If this continued, the company would be defeated by him sooner or later. When Zhao Xuanyu thought of this, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. Now the business of his company has slowly begun to decrease. Since he took over the company, the monthly financial reports have been gradually increasing and have never decreased. But now, in just a month, the number of cars in his company has gradually decreased. Although they are rare, Zhao Xuanyu will never tolerate such a thing happening. In the evening, when Raymond Lam was watching a movie in a private cinema with Cecilia Lee at home, his cell phone vibrated. Lin Feng picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Zhao Xuanyu. "Boss Lin, I'm going back to the Magic City first. We can have tea together sometime." Lin Feng smiled and sent a message back. "Then I'll practice my tea making skills first, and then we can drink tea together again." Li Sherwei, who was standing by, saw Raymond Lam's smiling face and couldn't help but ask, "You were so happy chatting with that woman." After hearing this, Raymond Lam handed the phone to Li Sherwei. "Chatting with Miss Xiao." Li Sherwei looked at Lin Feng's chat history and smiled. "You can still laugh so happily while chatting with Zhao Xuanyu, you might as well delete his contact information." Having said that, Li Sherwei put Raymond Lam's phone aside and continued watching the movie with him. After a few more days, Lin Feng has opened a few more factories. As long as he waits for a year, the scale of his factories can be expanded several times. The emergence of the Mercedes-Benz car has set off a craze in the market. The level of car buying has reached a frenzy. Some people have even sold their previous cars after buying one, just to get a Mercedes-Benz. Moreover, since the launch of its own car, a series of good reviews have covered the entire industry. Some peers even said that it was a monopoly and joined together to boycott flying Mercedes-Benz. However, when Lin Feng was surfing the internet, he saw a striking hot search that was ranked first. A Mercedes-Benz car had an accident. After investigation, it was found that it was a quality problem. The car actually caught fire while charging. A big red hot search was pushed directly to the top. When Lin Feng saw this message, he couldn't help but frown. This is definitely intentional. If my car really had this kind of quality problem, I would definitely go to the store to ask for compensation. But now, not only did they not do that, they also took a video of the incident and said that there was a quality problem with their car. This is unbelievable. Our battery has been fully tested. If it really overheats, the temperature detector inside the battery will alarm. Special fireproof materials are used inside, so this is absolutely impossible. I have tested this thousands of times before I was able to come up with this. Now it has exploded and caught fire. What is going on? And it wasn't just this message. Just when Lin Feng sat down and rubbed his eyes, he opened his phone and saw another hot search that quickly rose to the top. After discovering one case, we found several more cases of cars catching fire one after another. Without exception, all of them were caused by cars catching fire while charging. After seeing this message, Lin Feng realized that this was definitely someone else's fault. Lin Feng picked up the phone on the table, called his secretary and said, "Notify everyone to come to the meeting." After saying that, Lin Yi hung up the phone. But now things have slowly begun to ferment. Some people even at themselves and at Flying Chi Auto's official account. This is such an ugly way of eating. How long has it been since he did anything to make money? Are people nowadays so heartless? Can you die? You said before that you would not buy any car other than yours, but now you are doing something like this. Isn't safety an important issue? I suggest you take back your lousy car and return the money to us. We were really blind to even think of buying your car. The comments below are all from the same person, and all of them use the system's built-in IDs. Lin Feng is now certain that these are definitely water armies hired by those who are jealous of him. It's true that when you become famous you are prone to gossip. My car was gradually getting back on track, but now this kind of thing happened. Oh, forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Lin Feng sighed and went straight to the meeting room for the meeting. After arriving at the conference room, Lin Feng saw the company's executives looking at each other and discussing this matter. When everyone saw Lin Feng coming, they all stood up. "Mr. Lin." Everyone greeted. "Why are you being so polite? Let's relax. I don't like a serious meeting environment. I like a more relaxed atmosphere. Only in this way can we solve problems." Lin Feng waved his hand and everyone sat down. These people were poached by Lin Feng from other companies at high prices. They are also the best people Lin Feng found in the industry. When Lin Feng started poaching people at the beginning, they were not optimistic about this company. However, Lin Feng offered too much, so they had no choice but to resign from their previous companies and go directly here. What they didn't expect was that after arriving here, they found that this place was much more comfortable than their previous place. The previous company was full of depressing feeling, but now it is easy and pleasant to work here. After watching for a while, Lin Feng sat down and asked, "You should know why I want to hold a meeting." Chapter 106, Feichi Automobile is caught in a dilemma of public opinion. It should be about that car fire. A young woman said slowly. Yes, that's the thing. If any of you haven't seen it, take a look now and learn more about it. After Lin Feng finished speaking, several people opened their phones and started watching. Now you know a little bit about it. After a few minutes, Lin Feng asked. Everyone below nodded. We should deal with things one by one, and not rush to find solutions. We should first imagine why the batteries caught fire and why there were so many fires. The rest is to solve the problem. The questions raised by Lin Feng made everyone fall into deep thought. As soon as he finished speaking, a man inside said, "Mr. Lin, I think if this problem happens again, we should first reclaim the car, then call the police and check the vehicle records." Lin Feng nodded after listening. This is a good plan. First collect evidence from the entire scene, then investigate the cause. Just go and do this. After hearing what Lin Feng said, the man walked out and started to do the job. Okay, let's think about the rest of the matter. Why did the battery catch fire? Gu Nianting, tell us about this matter. Lin Feng looked at the senior engineer at the battery factory. From testing the battery to selling the car, she was responsible for all aspects of the battery. Now that this problem had arisen, Lin Feng naturally had to find her. Gu Nianting, who was called upon by Lin Feng to ask a question, spoke calmly. To be honest, I don't know either, because I have used this method to test it before, and our battery will never have any problems, whether it is deliberately short-circuited or cut in half. But if I could have a few cars to look at, maybe I could find the reason. Gu Nianting explained slowly. After hearing this, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. According to you, our battery won't catch fire unless it is thrown into fire? Lin Feng looked at Gu Nianting and asked. Yes, I can guarantee this. Gu Nianting said, patting her chest. Okay. Then you go and do this. Go and take a look at the cars that are on fire. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Gu Nianting walked out slowly. 2 people have gone out now, what do you say? How can we minimize the losses in this matter? Lin Feng looked at the remaining people and asked. After waiting for a while, he found that no one spoke again, so Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't be so dull, just say it if you have something to say, and see if we can come up with a solution. The situation now is that the matter may be resolved, but our reputation will definitely be affected. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the girl just now stood up and said, Boss Lin, I think we can do a live broadcast, randomly dismantle the car, and then live broadcast the dismantling of the battery, or we can cut the battery. Does anyone have a better plan? Lin Feng looked at everyone and asked. But no one said anything. They just looked at each other. Okay. I have a rough idea. If there are no other plans, just record this plan first. Whoever has a better idea can bring it up. If nothing else, just go away. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone stood up and walked out. After leaving the meeting room, Lin Feng went straight to the company gate and prepared to go home. Lin Feng returned home and opened his mobile phone. He found that several messages had been updated and there were more reports of cars on fire. Now 7 cars are on fire. Never mind. Lin Feng smiled and pressed his fingerprint and returned home. As soon as he entered the house, Lin Feng saw Li Shiwei placing several bags of potato chips on the coffee table. When Li Shiwei saw Lin Feng suddenly push open the door, she hurriedly put the potato chips on the coffee table under the coffee table. Hey, why are you back, husband? The unnatural look on Li Shiwei's face betrayed her. You secretly eating potato chips at home again? Lin Feng smiled and walked towards the coffee table where Li Shiwei had just hidden the potato chips. When he opened it, he saw it was full of potato chip bags. You ate so much? Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei and asked. Li Shiwei nodded. Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei, with some potato chip residue still on the corners of his mouth. When the two of them were around, they gave Li Shiwei 2 packs of potato chips every week. No wonder she could smell the unique aroma of potato chips every time she went home. I was wrong. I won't eat it anymore. Li Shiwei's 2 little hands were nervously clenching the corners of her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong. After seeing this, Lin Feng said, Don't do it again. After hearing this, Li Shiwei nodded frantically, but secretly thought, I'll dare to do it again next time. But it hasn't come yet. Before Li Shiwei could be happy for long, Lin Feng continued to add, If there is a next time, I will not have to pay public grain in the future. Li Shiwei became completely anxious after hearing what Lin Feng said, and kept wailing in her heart, My potato chips, I can only sacrifice you. Lin Feng saw Li Shiwei's uneasy little hand, smiled and pulled her over. It's not that I don't allow you to eat it. Look at how much you eat in a day. I see at least 10 packets down there. You eat this much in a day. Eating too much of these things is unhealthy. After listening to this, Li Shiwei nodded and smiled faintly. Well, I won't do that next time, but you can't reduce what you just said in the future. I'll need this much every day from now on. This is what I said before. Li Shiwei stretched out her hand and said. I really can't do anything about you. Lin Feng smiled and pushed Li Shiwei down. As it got darker, the two of them slowly got up. Li Shiwei wiped her mouth and said, I saw that the company was on the hot search today. Is the company okay? Lin Feng rubbed Li Shiwei's head and said, It's okay. Everything is under my control. These are probably deliberately slandered by those jealous people after seeing our success. What should we do now? If we continue like this, we will probably suffer a lot of losses. Li Shiwei said worriedly. It's okay. I've already told you that you should just stay at home and be your housewife. I'll go to the company every day, and if there's nothing else to do, I'll go home. You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Lin Feng smiled and said. Just as the two were talking about today's events in the living room, Lin Feng's phone rang. Linny picked up the phone and saw that it was Gu Nianting calling him. It looks like there is news. Lin Feng smiled at Li Shiwei, then picked up the phone and answered it. Hello? Lin Feng said to the other end of the phone. Gu Nianting on the other end of the phone said slowly. Boss Lin, I have news. Chapter 107 Frame Up. Any news? How is it? Lin Feng asked the person on the other end of the phone. I'll be able to explain the specific situation to you when you come. Maybe what I said over the phone wasn't very clear. Gu Nianting said. Okay, wait for me there. I'll be there right now. Send me your location. After saying that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. He stood up, picked up the clothes next to the sofa and put them on. What's wrong? Any news? Li Shiwei asked as she helped Lin Feng button his shirt. Our engineer just called us and is waiting for me to come over. If I come back late at night, you don't have to wait for me. Go to bed first. After saying that, Raymond Lam kissed Li Shui on the forehead, picked up the car keys and went out. As soon as I got out of the door, the other party sent me his location. Lin Feng looked at the location and saw that the drive would take more than 3 hours. He smiled bitterly and hurriedly got into the car. I originally wanted to be intimate with Li Shui in the evening, but now I think it will be late at night when I get back. The car started slowly and Lin Feng headed towards the location that Gun Yenting had sent. After driving for 3 hours, Lin Feng arrived at the parking lot outside a company. After Lin Feng got off the car, he saw Gun Yenting waiting for him there, with several staff members from the Public Security Bureau beside her. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Feng smiled and handed over a few cigarettes, but several police officers waved their hands and refused directly. There was no other way, Lin Feng could only put the cigarette back into the cigarette box. He didn't smoke, but he would usually take a pack of cigarettes with him when he went out. At this time, Gun Yenting also came to Lin Feng's side. Boss Lin, the middle-aged man is an employee of a company nearby, and the car on fire is his own car. Lin Feng nodded. Then Gun Yenting continued to add, I just investigated with several police officers in charge of the case. The fire in this car was man-made, not an accident. There are traces of burning on the outside. This is deliberately throwing dirty water on us. When Lin Feng heard this, he was not surprised at all, but wondered why such a low-level method was used to throw dirty water on him. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the middle-aged man squatting beside him, squatted down himself, opened the cigarette box he had just closed, and handed him a cigarette. Want one? Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The man glanced at Lin Feng, swallowed, and took the cigarette from his hand. At this time, Lin Feng also discovered that there was a pile of cigarette butts in front of the middle-aged man, and there was a pool of saliva underneath. Lin Feng frowned and asked, Who asked you to frame us? The man took a deep puff of his cigarette and said nothing. About 5 minutes later, when he finished the last puff of his cigarette, he asked Lin Feng. If I tell you, can you let me go and not hold us responsible? It was also the first time that Lin Feng saw the man's face. It was a typical ordinary face. Looking at what he was wearing, he could probably understand that the man was probably just an ordinary employee. However, his eyes were now bloodshot and his face looked a little weathered. Lin Feng smiled and said, I don't think this will work. Although we are also doing charity, your behavior has seriously damaged the interests of our company, and the impact is huge. I'm afraid this matter is not easy to resolve. After hearing this, the man knelt down in front of Lin Feng without caring about his face on the ground and said, Please, I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. I also have 2 children who are in school. Please let me go. I was just bewitched. They said they would give me 400,000 yuan if I burned my car, but I only bought this car for 270,000 yuan. I refused at first, but they gave me $400,000, which was too much. I couldn't control my desire. I just wanted to put out the fire when the car caught fire. I didn't think too much at first. But after I saw the news spreading like wildfire online, I realized that I was in trouble. Please let me go. The man knelt on the ground, crying and kowtowed to Lin Feng frantically. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could only shake his head and help up the man who was kneeling in front of him. Wake up. If you make mistakes, you must pay the price. Remember, greed is not an excuse for making mistakes. Since you failed to control your greed, you can only pay the corresponding price. But if you behave well, you'll probably get punished less. Remember, there's no such thing as a free lunch. After saying that, Lin Feng stood up and walked towards Gun Yenting. The man next to him had also been taken away. Sure. The progress is really fast. I really want to give you a raise. Lin Yi patted Gun Yenting on the shoulder and said. Real? Gun Yenting asked with a turn of her eyes. Of course it's fake, but there's still a bonus. Lin Feng smiled. As long as there's a bonus, it's fine. But this old guy was really stubborn at first. When we first came, he wanted to take a wrench from the car and hit us. Later, when the police came, he surrendered obediently. Gun Yenting smiled and turned the matter aside lightly. But this is just one of them. No one has done the rest yet. Lin Feng looked at Gun Yenting and asked. Gun Yenting beside him stroked her hair and said confidently, as long as the car is not burned to ashes, it is easy to find out with current technology. And now I have already announced that if there is really a problem with the car, you can get $1 million in compensation if you find us. However, if we find out that it is man-made, then we can only charge you with extortion. Until now, the owners of the cars that caught fire have not come forward. I guess they are thinking about how to destroy the evidence. Gu Nianting smiled and said, "You are really capable. Just get this done in the next few days, and the company will hold a celebration party for you." Lin Feng patted Gu Nianting on the shoulder and said. However, Gu Nianting refused this celebration banquet. "Boss Lin, I don't want this celebration banquet. I want 4 days of rest, is that okay?" Gu Nianting looked at Lin Feng cautiously and asked. "We still have to hold the celebration party, but it's not impossible for you to take a rest as you said. What's wrong? Are you tired from work recently?" Lin Feng asked. "No, it's just that I just started dating a boyfriend recently. We've been together for such a long time, but we've never gone out to play. I wanted to take this opportunity to go out and have some fun." Gu Nianting lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Lin Feng smiled and said to her, "Paid vacation." Chapter 108 perfectly reshaped the corporate reputation. In the following few days, the matter finally came to an end. Although this incident had little impact on Lin Feng's company, it still caused some considerable economic losses. Fortunately, there are bloggers of Zhou Shuai's stature who come forward to boost sentiment. "Brothers, let me be honest. I am also the owner of a Mercedes-Benz car, but what you said before is really impossible to happen. Although I'm in the official live broadcast room, I'll be fair. If you say that the gaps between the car doors are too big, I can still believe you, but if you say that the battery caught fire, I won't believe it. This is as ridiculous as brake failure. Even if they cut corners, they wouldn't cut corners on the battery. I hope everyone can keep their eyes open and not panic if they encounter this kind of thing in the future. At worst, just stop publishing it and wait for the official rumor to be dispelled." To be honest, Zhou Shuai's eloquence has improved since he became a video blogger. He has transformed from a shy boy in front of the screen to a seasoned man now. As Zhou Shuai spoke, the comments in the live broadcast room were surging like crazy. What the host said makes sense. Unless all the people in Feiqi are rookies, how could they cut corners in this regard? That's right, how could a positive anchor like Zhou be a liar? After waiting for a while, the camera on the scene turned to the other side and saw staff removing the battery from a brand new car. Afterwards, several cars nearby were dismantled, and 5 or 6 huge batteries were placed in front of them. "Look guys. This is a new car that just came out of the factory. To prove it, the cars that were circling around in the back when we were live streaming just now were driving in the back. If you don't believe me, you can look for the recording. This is to prove that we have a new car, so that some viewers won't say that we have a model to fool everyone." After saying that, Zhou Shuai placed the camera on the special testing site while he hid far away. "Brothers, you just watch here carefully. I, a non-professional, will slip away first." As soon as he finished speaking, a guillotine-like cutting machine appeared on the platform and cut towards the battery. Just when the people in the live broadcast room thought that the battery was going to explode, unexpectedly, the battery did not move at all, but was cut in half, revealing the contents inside to everyone. Then, the knife above continued to adjust the angle and made several cuts on it. The battery was cut into several small pieces like a cake. After cutting the battery, the staff cleaned the cut battery block and took out a brand new battery. But this time it was different. This time he took a flamethrower and roasted it. After roasting it for half an hour, the battery did not catch fire. In the following hours, the batteries were subjected to a series of tests, the end result of which was that they failed to successfully cause the batteries to fail. And Zhou Shuai also returned to the screen again. "Brothers, you can see that this battery really won't catch fire. We tested it for several hours, and although many people left, you can see it now." After Zhou Shuai finished speaking, comments full of praise appeared. "Also, I have asked the person in charge of Feiqi Automobile. As long as there is a quality problem with the battery, you can come to Feiqi Automobile headquarters. They will compensate you 500,000 yuan. This is what the president of Feiqi Automobile said to me just now." "The president is here too? I heard that this Feiqi president is very handsome. Can you move aside, host? I want to see the president. Anchor, please don't eat alone. Please let us take a look at the president." Those in the barrage were all clamoring to take a look at Lin Feng. However, Raymond Lam has never liked appearing on the big screen, so he could only decline their offer. Later, Zhou Shuai continued to argue for several hours before going off the air. "Phew, this is really tiring. I've been talking to a screen for hours without stopping. Zhou Shuai finished a bottle of water and spoke. You are really good. You used to be so shy to take pictures at school, but now you have become so thick-skinned. Lin Feng kicked Zhou Shuai on the butt and said. Zhou Shuai didn't just chuckle and said, this is all for a living. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious today. After saying that, Lin Feng invited Zhou Shuai and Tan Jiasen to get into his car. The three of them arrived at Jinzuan. The waiter at the door saw Lin Feng's car coming over, and hurried to Lin Feng's car and asked, Mr. Lin, do you have a reservation today? Do you want me to reserve a private room for you? Lin Feng said, you can arrange a private room for me. The waiter at the door said to the intercom, prepare a private room for Mr. Lin. Brother Feng, you are so kind. Look at you. You have opened such a big company at such a young age, and now you bring us to this place for dinner. Zhou Shuai looked at Lin Feng and said slowly. Lin Feng smiled and said, the food and service here are very good? After listening to this, Zhou Shuai smiled obsequiously. How can I not eat the meal that Brother Feng invited me to? When Zhou Shuai finished saying this and looked at Lin Yi, he found that Lin Feng was staring at him. After seeing this, Zhou Shuai covered his chest. Brother Feng, I have a girlfriend, and she is right next to me, please don't do anything rash, I don't have that kind of fetish. Zhou Shuai also glanced at Tan Jiasen. But Tan Jiasen said calmly, I didn't see anything, you guys continue. After hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, I just feel sorry for you because you look pale and skinny. Young people should be restrained. Look at how weak you are. After saying this, Tan Jiasen on the side blushed. Zhou Shuai scratched his head. I can't do anything about it. I want to sleep on the sofa every day, but I have to be dragged into the house at a certain time every day. However, Zhou Shuai didn't dare to say this out loud and could only say it in his heart. Brother Feng, you and Shui have been married for so long, when can we continue to be best man and bridesmaid? Don't let it happen that we are ahead of you. Zhou Shuai looked at Lin Feng and asked. It's almost done. I'm already preparing for it. I've already checked the time, but there are a few good days next month. I'll pick the best day first. You guys can't pay less when the time comes. Lin Feng smiled and said. Okay, we'll give you a big red envelope when the time comes. You must contact us in advance. Zhou Shuai said. The three of them ate and chatted. After chatting for a while, the three of them dispersed, waiting to meet at the next wedding. After Lin Feng saw the two of them leave, he was also thinking about the marriage he had just mentioned. I will definitely give you the most perfect wedding. Lin Feng made up his mind and said to himself. Chapter 109 Sapphire Auction. Ever since the incident of false accusations by public opinion, Lin Feng's company has gradually stabilized. At this time, Raymond Lam was also worried about the ring, but Li Shiwei never mentioned it on her own initiative. But during this time, Raymond Lam has been thinking about how to find a perfect wedding ring. While Raymond Lam was sitting on the sofa at home browsing his phone for inspiration, Li Shiwei was chatting on the phone with her friends at home. Originally, Li Shiwei said that as long as it was a gift from Raymond Lam, she would like it even if it was a can-pull ring. Having said that, it was impossible for Raymond Lam to really give her a can-pull ring as a wedding ring. Suddenly, while browsing, Lin Feng saw a wedding ring that he had made himself. Yes. Isn't it coming? Lin Feng finally found a video that satisfied him. A ring made by yourself is unique enough, but the decorations on the ring are another problem. Although the price of diamonds has been driven up, you can't just make a wedding ring out of gold. After much thought, Lin Feng decided to use diamonds for the decorations, but it still took him a while to figure out which diamonds to use. Lin Feng got up and went back to his room, locked the door, turned on his computer and looked for natural diamonds that had not been processed yet. After searching for a long time, Lin Feng finally found a piece of useful information. Just in Shanghai, a sapphire that had just been bought from abroad at a high price was found. The blue color symbolizes long-term and dream. Lin Feng was already excited when he saw this sapphire, and this one was as big as a thumb. Moreover, this sapphire will be auctioned at the Magic City International Exhibition Hall tomorrow morning. Lin Feng didn't believe in luck before, but when he saw this, he believed in luck for the first time. It seemed as if this thing was tailor-made for him, and all the coincidences were revolving around him. After turning off the computer, Lin Feng immediately turned on his mobile phone and booked a flight to Shanghai, planning to go there right away. After buying the plane ticket, Raymond Lam went downstairs and hugged Li Shiwei in his arms and said, Wife, there is an urgent matter at my company. I have to go to Shanghai now and may not be back at night. You have to eat well at home and don't eat snacks. Do you understand? After listening to this, Li Shuwei asked worriedly, did something happen? Lin Feng waved his hand and said, it's okay. There's just an order from a big customer over there that I need to sign. I'll be back when I'm done. Li Shuwei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Then you should go early and come back early. After Li Shuwei helped Raymond Lam tidy up his clothes, Raymond Lam got into his Rolls-Royce and headed directly to the airport. As soon as she went out, Li Shuwei looked in the direction where Lin Feng was walking away. When she saw that the car had disappeared, Li Shuwei quietly picked up a bag of potato chips from under the coffee table. I haven't eaten it for a long time. I'm so hungry. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Shuwei opened the bag of potato chips, she thought of what Lin Feng had just said, and also thought that if she continued to eat like this, sooner or later she would become a fat man. Li Shuwei shook her head and put the potato chips aside. No, I must restrain this evil thing of potato chips. In this way, Li Shuwei smelled the aroma of potato chips while staring at the potato chips with her saliva drooling. On the other side, after Lin Feng arrived at the airport, he waited for a while and then boarded a plane to the Magic City. After more than 3 hours, Lin Feng finally set foot on the ground of the Magic City. He went outside, turned on his cell phone, and called Wu Yongchang, asking him to help him get a ticket to the auction. After learning that Lin Feng came to Shanghai, Wu Yongchang insisted that Lin Feng move into his house, otherwise he would not help him. Lin Feng had no choice but to agree. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Lin Feng finally saw Wu Yongchang's Maybach. Come up. Wu Yongchang, who was sitting in the back, greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, Grandpa, you can just ask the driver to come over. Why do you have to come in person? You little bastard, you're still acting cute after getting an advantage. Wu Yongchang smiled. Originally, he was not optimistic about this young man, but after he did this, he immediately looked at this young man with admiration. And after this incident, I received praise from others every time I went out, which was something I never dared to think about before. All of this was brought to my family by this young man in front of me. Why would you come to an auction in person? You could just tell me and I'll ask someone to buy it for you. It's just a gem. Wu Yongchang felt that Lin Feng was making a fuss over a gem and even came here in person. Lin Feng smiled and said, this is different. I want to put this sapphire on my wedding ring. After hearing this, Wu Yongchang just smiled and said nothing more. After returning to Wu Yongchang's villa, Lin Feng looked around and saw a middle-aged woman coming out. You must be Xiao Feng. I'm Zhao Wenli. I've already prepared the room for you. Let me help you put your things up there. After saying that, the woman in front of her took Lin Feng's small suitcase upstairs. The woman in front of him was Wu Zhang's wife. There were only 3 people in Wu Yongchang's family. Besides Wu Yongchang, there were Wu Jiang and his wife. In a short while, Zhao Wenli had put all of Lin Feng's things in order. Lin Feng also came to the study where Wu Yongchang usually stayed. Grandpa, did you get the tickets you just mentioned? Lin Feng sat in front of Wu Yongchang and asked. Wu Yongchang glanced at Lin Feng, took out a ticket from the cabinet inside the table and handed it to Lin Feng. It was such a small matter that could be settled with a word. Lin Feng confirmed the ticket above and left. As he was reaching the door, Lin Feng turned around and added something to Wu Yongchang. You have to tell Shuwei when I come. I want to give her a surprise. Wu Yongchang glanced at Lin Feng and continued to look at the newspaper on his lap. After getting the ticket, Lin Feng returned to his room and stared at the ticket for a long time. When Wu Jiang came back in the evening, as soon as he heard Lin Feng coming, he came to Lin Feng's room noisily. Xiaofeng, is Xiaofeng here? Wu Jiang knocked on Lin Feng's door. After hearing the noise, Lin Feng quickly opened the door. Uncle! Lin Feng called out politely. Who knew that after Wu Jiang saw Lin Feng, he pulled Lin Feng downstairs. Good boy. I finally meet you in person. Now everyone is talking about you. I feel proud when I go out. Come on, let's have 2 drinks tonight. Wu Jiang pulled Lin Feng to the table, where there were 2 bottles of white wine. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It looks like I can't escape tonight. Chapter 110 Li Shuwei is pregnant. The next day, Lin Feng got up early and saw Wu Jiang had also gotten up and was getting ready to go to the company. Wu Jiang was also surprised when he saw Lin Feng. They had obviously drunk so much last night, so how come they could get up so early today? But what he didn't know was that Lin Feng was fine last night, while Wu Jiang was drunk. If Zhao Wenli hadn't stopped him, Wu Jiang would definitely not have been able to get up in the morning. Xiao Feng, it's still early, go to sleep a little longer. Wu Jian looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, I've slept enough. I'm going out later. After the two talked for a while, Wu Jiang hurried out. Lin Feng also picked a car from Wu Jiang and went out. After driving for half an hour, Lin Feng finally arrived at the auction location. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the auction finally began. At first, there were some relatively unimportant items. It was not until the middle of the auction that the sapphire was taken out. Everyone, one of the highlights of today is here. After saying that, a tall and beautiful lady above took out the sapphire. We went through a lot of trouble to buy this sapphire from a wealthy businessman overseas. The middle-aged man above blew for about 10 minutes. Lin Feng below was almost falling asleep when he heard the bid. The starting price is 1 million, and each increase cannot be less than 100,000. Everyone, please increase your bids. After saying this, the middle-aged man looked at the people below. 1.5 million. A middle-aged woman below slowly raised the sign and said. 2 million. A young girl said. In the following half hour, more and more people raised the price, and now the price of the sapphire has been raised to more than 15 million. As fewer and fewer people bid, Lin Feng saw the opportunity and shouted out the price directly. 18 million. As Lin Feng raised the price, everyone looked over. When they saw that the person raising the price was a handsome man, others thought he was some playboy who came to bid for this thing to please a girl. 20 million. The young girl who had just paid raised the price again immediately and gave Lin Feng a provocative look. 30 million. Lin Feng said lightly. When the price reached 30 million, everyone thought Lin Feng was crazy and no one dared to raise the price any further. Just when the person above was about to bring down the hammer, the girl continued to shout. 35 million. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not have the extra energy to focus on this, so he immediately shouted. 40 million. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, there was a sigh from below. This guy must be a fool. How could anyone spend 40 million to buy this thing? Everyone was talking below. But the girl did not raise the price and kept staring at Lin Feng. After successfully buying the sapphire, Lin Feng left. After going out, Lin Feng called Wu Yongchang and told him that time was running out and he had to go back to Yanjing to rush to make the ring. Wu Yongchang didn't say much, just wished Lin Feng a safe journey. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he bought a plane ticket and got on the car that had just arrived. After a while, Lin Feng parked the car in the airport parking lot and asked Wu Yongchang to send someone to take the car back. 3 hours later, Lin Feng returned to Yanjing. However, he did not go back home directly, but found a small workshop where he could make the ring himself. Lin Feng only used the machines inside, and bought all the materials himself. When the boss learned that Lin Feng wanted to rent his workshop for a week and gave him tens of thousands of yuan, he treated Lin Feng like a boss. But Lin Feng didn't need their help. He had already received the reward for his craftsmanship, and now it was just a matter of time. Lin Feng first rendered the ring he was going to make in 3D. After modifying it for a while, Lin Feng saw that it was already evening. Lin Feng smiled and could only copy the things on the computer and hurried back home. As soon as he got home, Raymond Lam found that Li Shiwei was smiling from ear to ear and was happier than usual. After seeing this, Lin Feng was puzzled and said, I've only been away for a day, and you're so excited when I come back. Lin Feng touched Li Shiwei's little head and said. Li Shiwei just shook her head and said. There's something even more exciting. What could make me happier than my return? Lin Feng asked. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Shiwei ran to the master bedroom and picked up a small Ziploc bag from the drawer of the bedside table. When she opened it, she saw a pregnancy test stick inside. Of course Lin Feng knew this thing, but after seeing it, his hands began to tremble unconsciously and he asked. There are 2 bars on it. What does that mean? Li Shiwei handed her suspense to Lin Feng, but Li Shiwei nodded and said. Yes, you're going to be a father. I had been feeling unwell for a few days. At first I thought I had a stomachache, but then I thought we hadn't used the little umbrella yet, so I bought a pregnancy test stick and it showed 2 lines. Later I thought the pregnancy test stick was broken, so I went out and bought a whole bag. I didn't expect it to be full of this. I went to the hospital this morning and the doctor said I was really pregnant. After saying that, Li Shiwei saw Lin Feng standing there in a daze, and thought that he didn't like this child, so she asked in a low voice. Husband, you don't want this child, do you? Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng with some grievance in her eyes. But Lin Feng spoke slowly. No, I like it very much, but it was too sudden. I am not ready yet, I am just too happy. It can be heard that Raymond Lam is already incoherent, but his excitement is no less than that of Li Shiwei. Li Shiwei jumped up and put her legs on Raymond Lam's waist. Let's call Mom and Dad. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw Li Shiwei's big movements. Don't move, what if you get hurt? Raymond Lam gently stroked Li Shiwei's belly, and Li Shiwei also felt warm in her heart. When Lin Feng called home, Wu Xinru and Zhao Yulan were extremely excited, and their excitement was no less than that of Lin Feng. Within an hour, the two families arrived at Lin Feng's house. When Wu Xinru and Zhao Yulan came to Li Shiwei to confirm, they said with tears in their eyes, I'm finally going to be a grandmother. Chapter 111 A Grand Wedding. A week passed quickly. During these days, Lin Feng went to the company under the pretext of going there, but in fact he went to a small workshop to make his own ring. Finally, I prepared the ring on the last day. Raymond Lam returned home with 2 rings in his pocket and saw Zhao Yulan and Wu Xinru taking good care of Li Shiwei. The two of them stayed here for the past few days, and they would circle around Li Shiwei whenever they had time. Even when Lin Feng was at home, he was disliked by the two. Okay, moms, stop circling around me. Tomorrow is the day of Raymond Lam and I's wedding, and we still have to prepare today. Li Shiwei said helplessly. It's not that she disliked them, but the two of them followed Li Shiwei like a nanny every day, and even had to help her go to the toilet. Li Shiwei could only smile helplessly. After all, she had just become pregnant and it was not the time for her to have a big belly. After hearing this, Wu Xinru and Zhao Yulan smiled awkwardly. After all, it's my daughter-in-law who is pregnant, so how can I not pay more attention to it? But after thinking about it, it seems that I am really following too closely. According to custom, when getting married, the woman has to return to her own home, and the man has to go to the woman's home to pick her up on the wedding day. But just as the two were about to return to their respective homes, Li Shiwei pulled Lin Feng into the kitchen and asked, Is the ring ready? Seeing that Raymond Lam was so busy with work during this period, Li Shiwei thought that he had forgotten. If he really had forgotten, the two of them would go out and buy it now. Lin Feng smiled and said, It's ready, don't worry. After saying that, Li Shiwei walked up to Lin Feng and kissed him. And Raymond Lam was also trying hard to respond to Li Shiwei. Since Li Shiwei became pregnant, the two have never played poker again. About 10 minutes later, Li Shiwei looked at Lin Feng with a blushing face and said, I'll see you tomorrow. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. After Li Shiwei went out, she went back with Wu Xinru. Lin Feng also returned home with Zhao Yulan. Time passed quickly and it was the next day in the blink of an eye. After everything was ready, Raymond Lam and many groomsmen went to Li Shiwei's house. When he arrived at Li Shiwei's house, Lin Feng saw that the Li family villa had turned into festive colors. Lin Feng smiled and came to Li Shiwei's room and carried Li Shiwei down. There was no wedding prank during the process, only blessings and cheers from everyone. After Lin Feng offered a cup of tea to Li Jinghua and Wu Xinru, he got into the Rolls-Royce that had been made into a wedding car. The two drove for nearly an hour and finally arrived at the beach. There was a luxury cruise ship parked in front of them. Li Shiwei looked at the luxury cruise ship in front of her and felt a little excited. Lin Feng reached out and took Li Shiwei's hand and walked slowly up. When she got upstairs, Li Shiwei saw that the best man and bridesmaid were already on the cruise ship waiting for her. The two arrived in front of the cruise ship and found that the time was just right. So there is no need to wait, just go forward and face everyone. The two came to the wedding host, and the middle-aged man in front of them looked at the people below and said, Ladies and gentlemen, we will witness together the beginning of eternity. Let us welcome the groom, Mr. Raymond Lam, with warm applause. After he finished speaking, there was a burst of warm applause from below. When the applause gradually died down, the host continued to ask, Excuse me, Mr. Lin Feng, now that you have entered the wedding hall, can you express your current mood and feelings in your heart? After hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Li Shiwei affectionately and said, Excited and happy. After he finished speaking, there was warm applause from the audience. After Lin finished speaking, the host looked at Li Shiwei and asked, Excuse me, Ms. Li Shiwei, you have now entered the wedding hall. Can you express your current mood and feelings in your heart? Li Shiwei also looked at Lin Feng and said, Excited and happy. Both of them gave the same answer, but neither of them was perfunctory at all. After the cheers from the audience stopped, the MC asked again. After answering several questions in succession, it finally came to the most critical moment. The MC looked at the two and said, "Then please ask the two newlyweds to exchange the only rings in your life." After hearing this, Raymond Lam knelt down on one knee, took out the ring he had made himself and slowly put it on Li Sherwei. Li Sherwei also took out the ring that Raymond Lam had just given her and put it on him. When the people below saw the rings the two were wearing, their eyes widened. What a beautiful ring! This ring must be very expensive. I have never seen such a beautiful ring. After hearing the following words, Li Sherwei smiled happily and looked at the ring on her right ring finger. The sapphire on it is just the right size, and the entire size of the ring also matches my ring finger perfectly. As Li Sherwei was slowly admiring her ring, the MC continued. The groom put a lot of effort into this ring. Now let's take a look at where he bought it. The MC emphasized the word buy. After saying that, the MC stepped aside. A video was played on the screen showing Lin Feng carefully making this ring in a small workshop. Everything engraved on the ring was carved by Lin Feng slowly, bit by bit. Every step requires great patience. Even though Lin Feng was sweating profusely, he was reluctant to wipe the sweat off his face. He was still making his ring carefully. The 5-minute short film was quickly finished. As Li Sherwei looked at Raymond Lam in the film, her eyes gradually became red and she shed tears of emotion. Just when Li Sherwei was moved, the people below spoke up. "Give me a kiss, give me a kiss." After shouting for a while, Li Sherwei reacted, stood on tiptoe, hugged Lin Feng and kissed him. After a few minutes, the two gradually separated. The two walked down to the stage hand in hand, and everyone couldn't help but feel envious of them. In Li Sherwei's mind, it was as if a revolving screen was passing by, and she recalled attending Raymond Lam's wedding before, but she felt a dull pain in her heart. I originally wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect that Raymond Lam actually agreed. And until now, their wedding has been a complete success, and I am pregnant with Raymond Lam's child. Thinking of this, Li Sherwei showed a happy smile on her face. Chapter 112 The Little Princess is Born. 4 years later. Dad. Get up. You said yesterday that you would take Coco out to play today. Lin Feng picked up the phone on the bedside table and saw that it was 7 o'clock in the morning. Linny held his little daughter in his arms and said dazedly, "Be good, it's only 7 in the morning, wait another 2 hours." After saying that, Lin Feng continued to lie down. During these 4 years, Li Sherwei gave birth to a daughter named Lin Kiki, and Lin Feng's current Flying Chi Motors has become the world's largest automobile manufacturer. Now, Lin Feng spends his days at home with his wife and daughter. After seeing Lin Feng fall asleep, Coco climbed out of bed and went downstairs to watch TV. Li Sherwei, who was sleeping soundly nearby, saw Coco running downstairs, so she followed carefully. Seeing that Coco was concentrating on watching the cartoons on TV, Li Sherwei tiptoed into the room. Seeing Lin Feng sleeping soundly, he shook him up. "Honey, get up, Coco is watching TV downstairs." Li Sherwei carefully shook Lin Feng up. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Sherwei whispered, "Kiki is watching TV downstairs." After saying that, Li Sherwei kissed Lin Feng. After seeing this, Lin Feng slowly pushed Li Sherwei away and said, "What if Coco comes up?" Li Sherwei stroked Lin Feng's chest and said, "It's okay, the room is soundproof. Since the birth of Coco, we have very little time alone together. I will talk to Shioka in a few days and let her sleep in a room by herself." After saying this, Li Sherwei lowered her head. An hour later, Raymond Lam and Li Sherwei looked at each other and laughed out loud at the same time. "Why do you feel like I'm being so sneaky?" Li Sherwei said. "Aren't you just being sneaky?" Lin Feng said as he picked up the stockings on the ground. After they washed up, they saw Coco still watching cartoons downstairs. Lin Feng came to Coco and saw Coco holding her feet in white socks and nervously watching the cartoon on TV. When Coco saw Lin Feng coming to her side, she immediately climbed onto Lin Feng's back and said in a baby voice, "Wake up, are you going to go out and play with Coco?" Lin Kiki shouted excitedly, and the whole living room was filled with her voice. "Don't worry, it's not even 8 o'clock yet. Can we go at 9 o'clock? Lin Feng said while touching Coco's little head. "Okay. Then Coco can just continue watching TV." After saying that, Coco climbed down from Lin Feng's body and watched TV quietly. From time to time, she looked at the time, then looked at the TV and then looked at the time again. I have to say that children have a lot of energy. Coco watched TV while looking at the time, and finally made it to 9 o'clock. As soon as the time came, Coco put her arms around Lin Feng's neck and hugged him tightly. It's time to go out and play with Coco. Lin Feng picked up Coco and said with a smile, okay. Hee hee, let's go out and play. Go! Coco sat on Lin Feng's neck and shouted. Raymond Lam was driving in the front, while Cecilia Lee and Coco were in the back seat of the car. Coco, where are we going to play? Lin Feng asked Lin Kiki, who was sitting in the back of the car. And Coco wants to visit Daddy's school. Coco thought for a moment and said. Okay, then Dad will take you to the school. After saying that, Lin Feng drove towards Yenching University. After a while, Lin Feng slowly stopped the car and Li Shiwei got out of the car holding Coco. After Lin Feng parked the car, he took Coco from Li Shiwei's arms, and the family of three walked towards the school. When I arrived at the school gate, the security guard was still the same security guard. Lin Feng threw a pack of cigarettes over as he did before. When the security guard saw a pack of cigarettes flying over, he immediately caught it and wanted to see who threw it. When I looked up, it was Lin Feng, holding a child in his arms. Ha ha ha. Xiaofeng, is this your child? The uncle outside the door showed his yellow teeth and looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded, looked at Lin Kiki and said. Coco, say hello to Grandpa. After hearing this, Lin Kiki immediately greeted the old man outside the door. Hello, Grandpa. The security guard couldn't stop smiling. Okay, you are so handsome, Shiwei is so beautiful, and your daughter is even cuter, come in quickly. The uncle outside the door laughed. A family of three was walking aimlessly in the campus, and they were recognized by someone not long after they started walking. Some girls even couldn't walk after seeing Lin Kiki. Wow, so cute. Hello, seniors. The girl in front of him walked forward and greeted Raymond Lam and Cecilia Lee. Lin Feng looked at the girl in front of him and smiled. We've all graduated almost 10 years ago. Do you know us? The girl smiled at Lin Feng and said. Senior, you may not know that almost everyone in our school knows you and senior sister Shiwei. Now the teacher still mentions you from time to time in class and asks us to learn from you. Lin Feng smiled after hearing this. Are we so famous in school? The girl nodded. After chatting with the girl in front of them for a few words, the two continued to walk around the campus. As they were walking around, someone recognized them. Let's go to the snack street outside the school. Before Raymond Lam could respond, Li Shiwei pulled him out. I didn't expect that someone would recognize us. Going outside, Li Shiwei smiled. Yeah. I didn't expect that we are so famous now and are praised by the teachers like this. Lin Feng replied. As the two were strolling in the snack street, Coco in his arms became excited. Mom and Dad, look, the pretty ant is selling octopus balls. The two walked in the direction Coco pointed. When they arrived at the stall and saw this beautiful auntie, they were both shocked. The beautiful ant in front of them also looked at the two of them. The three of them stared at each other. After a while, Coco shouted in Lin Feng's arms. Auntie, I want this and this too. Coco said, pointing at the little balls on top. The beautiful ant in front of me is Zhang Mangyao. However, what Raymond Lam and Li Shiwei did not expect was that Zhang Mangyao would be selling octopus balls here. Although Zhang Mangyao is still very beautiful now, she is no longer the same as she used to be due to being exposed to oil fumes for many years. She now looks like she is in her 40s. Yeah. Okay. Zhang Mangyao reacted quickly and packed a portion of octopus balls and handed it to Coco. Be careful of the heat. Zhang Mangyao reminded carefully. Is this your daughter? Zhang Mangyao asked while looking at Coco in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng nodded. Have you been here all these years? Li Shiwei asked from the side. I have been here for 3 years. Now I set up a stall every day and my life is pretty good. Alas. Zhang Mangyao sighed and said. Are you married? Li Shiwei looked at Zhang Mangyao and asked. Zhang Mangyao shook her head. I don't plan to get married anymore. It's good to live alone. My mother has changed a lot since she came out. She is now in a mental hospital. I just want to take good care of my parents. I don't want anything else. There was a hint of helplessness in Zhang Mengyao's words. After hearing what Zhang Mangyao said, the two of them had no choice but to pay the bill and leave. When Zhang Mangyao saw the two men leave, she squatted on the ground and burst into tears. After Raymond Lam and Li Sherwei walked away, Coco in Raymond Lam's arms asked, Dad, do you know that aunt? Coco stared at Lin Feng with her big eyes. Lin Feng smiled and touched Coco's little head and said, That's Dad's former classmate. After saying that, the family of three continued walking into the snack street. The whole book is finished.